Junlin, an ordinary person, found himself transported to a different world, only to become the weakest creaturia slime. Unexpectedly, in this game-like world, instead of gaining wealth and power, he became the lowest of creatures, one that could be squashed underfoot. Faced with such an unfair fate, Junlin felt a deep sense of bitterness and helplessness. He tried to move his body but found his speed pitifully slow. Opening his status panel, Junlin finally mustered the courage to look at his attributes. The dismally low numbers only deepened his frustration. Just when he thought he had the worst possible start, the system announced an unexpected piece of news. Due to a conversion error, Junlin was granted 2 lottery draws as compensation. With a mix of excitement and hope, Junlin began his first draw. However, the result was disappointing. He received a gender change card, which was utterly useless for a genderless slime. In a moment of impulse, Junlin chose to destroy the card, only to be warned by the system that he might regret this decision. Despite the warning, Junlin stood by his choice. Clinging to his last bit of hope, Junlin proceeded with the second draw. This time, he obtained a useful item, the speed scale. This item boosted his speed attribute to 13 points, giving him a fighting chance to survive in this perilous world. However, the system soon dropped another bombshell. It turned out that there were 36 individuals like Junlin who had experienced conversion errors, and they all received the devour ability. This talent allowed them to devour each other and acquire the abilities of those they consumed, evolving in the process. Only the last surviving beast would retain this ability. Realizing he had to become stronger to survive, Junlin began his exploration of this unfamiliar world. Cautiously emerging from his hiding cave, he started searching for prey. Soon, he spotted a rat. Utilizing his newfound speed advantage, Junlin successfully captured the rat. Despite the overwhelming feeling of disgust coursing through him, Junlin knew he had no other choice. In his current situation, he had to become stronger by devouring the other 35 beasts, or he would be consumed by them. It was his only glimmer of hope for survival. Junlin dragged his weary body back to the cave, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a gray rat and earning 5 experience points. Current experience points, 510. Keep up the good work. Just as Junlin was secretly pleased with this unexpected reward, the system issued a warning, friendly reminder. A similar entity has been detected nearby. Please stay vigilant. Note, this warning will be given only once. After this, you must identify any similar entities on your own. This message was like a bucket of cold water thrown over Junlin, instantly quelling his joy. He realized that if he received this message, another human transformed into a beast nearby must have received it too. A life and death struggle seemed inevitable. Junlin knew that his slime body could only handle small creatures like gray rats and insects. Against larger foes, he stood no chance. He hid at the edge of the cave entrance, carefully observing the outside while constantly thinking of a strategy. Suddenly, a wild boar entered his sight. Junlin watched it cautiously for a few seconds, confirming it wasn't the entity mentioned by the system, but he remained wary, suspecting it might be a trap to lure him out. At that moment, a nearly 7-meter-long giant python shot out from the bushes, lunging at the wild boar. The boar sensed danger and tried to turn to face it, but the python was faster, instantly sinking its fangs into the boar's neck. The massive snake coiled around the boar, squeezing tightly, the sound of bones cracking clearly audible. Junlin was horrified. The giant python was the similar entity the system had warned about. After killing the boar, the python scanned the surroundings, flicking its tongue, and spoke in a human-like voice. I know you're nearby. The system said we can devour each other, but I don't think that's necessary. Meeting here is fate. We can team up to devour other similar entities. You've seen my strength. If you think you can take me on, go ahead and try. But if you're not confident, we can cooperate. After all, one person's power is limited. Finishing its speech, the python continued to survey the area. Seeing no response, it smiled in a human-like manner. It slithered off the boar and began searching for other signs of life. Junlin understood the python's intentions and knew he stood no chance in his current state. However, he didn't give up. He used his control over ice to lower his body temperature, trying to blend in with the environment. He knew that while snakes have poor eyesight, they are highly sensitive to smell and heat. Suddenly, Junlin remembered that the water in the cave flowed inward. Perhaps he could escape to another area by following the stream. He quickly moved to the water's edge, but the slight noise caught the python's attention. The python raised its head high and swiftly slithered toward Junlin. Seeing this, Junlin jumped into the water, following the stream into the narrow cave. The python followed closely, flicking its tongue to sense its surroundings. A slime. No wonder you didn't dare come out. Such a weak beast should be devoured directly. With that, the python entered the stream, pursuing Junlin. Junlin pushed forward desperately, but his speed in the water was no match for the python. When he saw a small fork in the cave ahead, he didn't hesitate to dive in. The python followed but got stuck halfway due to its large body. It backed out and chose the slightly larger middle path to continue the chase. Junlin felt momentarily relieved, but the widening cave walls gave him a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, a chill ran through him. Instinctively, Junlin compressed his body into an oval shape and leaped forward. The python's head appeared right where he had been. "You can't escape," the python hissed. "Just let me devour you. I'll take your consciousness to explore this vast world." Seeing the python's gaping maw about to swallow him, Junlin felt despair but did not give up. Spotting a dead tree at the cave's end, he compressed his body to its limit and used the immense elasticity to propel himself into the air. The python followed closely, but once again missed its target. When it saw the bottomless abyss below, it shuddered. Such a height would surely be fatal, especially in a vertical cave with no escape even if one survived the fall. In that moment, Junlin used the rock walls to gain momentum and crashed into the python at full speed. Though he couldn't harm it directly, the already weakened dead tree broke under the impact. Fear finally appeared in the python's eyes as it and the dead tree plummeted into the abyss. However, in its final moments, the python's tail coiled around Junlin, dragging him down into the endless chasm with it. In the pitch-black cave, a small puddle glowed faintly. Beside it lay a bloodied corpse, while several blobs of blue, jelly-like substance squirmed and merged next to it. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for hunting a fellow creature across the food chain, earning 90 experience points. Congratulations, the host has leveled up to level 10, gaining the skill Exploration and Gathering, and the passive skill Ice Armor. The next level requires 100 experience points. Current progress, 5100. The system panel then updated Junlin's attributes. Health, 260,260. Ice Armor, 260260. Mana, 230,230. Strength, 12. Speed, 23. Defense, 14. Spirit, 23. Free attribute points, 10. At this moment, Junlin's body had swollen to the size of a basketball, covered in armor made of ice. Reflecting on the recent life and death moment, Junlin was amazed by the tenacity of the slime's life force, which allowed its shattered body to reassemble. Junlin noticed a substance nearby that could not be absorbed, but his attention was quickly drawn to the ice armor on his body. "Check ice armor," Junlin commanded. The system immediately provided detailed information on the ice armor. A shield formed by solid ice, capable of blocking various elemental and physical attacks, immune to ice elements. The armor's strength is equal to health points. Once damaged, it disappears and reforms after 24 hours. Phew, Junlin sighed in relief. With this protection, I won't be killed by a sneak attack. Turning back to the corpse, Junlin still felt a lingering fear. He realized that if he had gained strength instead of speed, he might have been devoured. At that moment, the system prompted again. The host can use the gathering skill to collect items from the target or choose to devour it directly. Note: using the gathering skill on a fellow creature has the same effect as devouring, except gathering ensures obtaining items and talents from the target, while devouring allows merging talents to become a new species. After some consideration, Junlin opted for the gathering skill. He speculated that the target might possess a few system items, and gathering would guarantee obtaining these items, which seemed more reliable than the uncertain outcome of merging. "Gather," Junlin commanded decisively. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Stone of Rules," the system promptly responded. Though Junlin was unsure of the Stone of Rules' exact function, the name alone excited him. He eagerly checked the stone's information. An extremely rare item, a stone formed by rules, capable of advancing any talent. Junlin's breathing quickened as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. His gaze shifted between the speed talent and the ethereal devouring talent before making a bold decision. "System, enhance the devouring talent," Junlin stated firmly. The system immediately warned, "Are you sure you want to enhance? Once enhanced, the Stone of Rules will disappear regardless of success or failure." "Enhance," Junlin confirmed without hesitation. In an instant, a wave of intense pain swept through Junlin's body. This agony far surpassed the experience of falling from a great height, as if countless ants were gnawing at his brain. Junlin's body uncontrollably thrashed and twisted, and the ice armor shattered, exposing his vulnerable core. Even amidst this excruciating pain, Junlin gritted his teeth to stay conscious. He knew that losing consciousness could mean never waking up again. Enduring the near unbearable torment, Junlin kept shouting in his mind, "No, not over yet." The system's warning echoed in Junlin's mind, highlighting the risk of failure. The slime understood the reason behind it: death would render all efforts futile, and its enhanced abilities would vanish. However, it was not willing to give up just yet. especially after narrowly escaping the snake's jaws and avoiding being devoured. Junlin's icy blue eyes gradually turned blood red, a chilling hue that could instill fear in anyone. The system issued another warning, alerting the host of an unknown transformation occurring within its body, and urged immediate cessation. Stop my ass. Junlin couldn't hold back and blurted out its first words. The intense pain left it paralyzed, unable to move, let alone stop anything. In this life-and-death moment, the transformation was the least of its concerns. Survival was the priority. A large amount of blue liquid gushed from Junlin's mouth as its body shrank until it was the size of a volleyball. The pain gradually subsided, and Junlin, exhausted, closed its eyes. It had no idea what lay ahead, only that it couldn't hold on any longer and just wanted to sleep a deep, restful sleep. After an indeterminate period, Junlin awoke again. The sight of a nearly decomposed corpse beside it brought it back to reality. It had survived. System, display data, Junlin instinctively called out. The system immediately displayed a series of data. Host, Junlin. Level, 10. Health, 260,260. Ice armor, 260260. Mana, 230,230. Strength, 12. Speed, 23. Defense, 14. Spirit, 23. Free attribute points, 10. Skills, Ice Control, Detection, Gathering, Passive, Ice Armor, Ice Attribute Immunity, Talent, Speed Balance, Devour, can consume any target and evolve by integrating their strengths. Immune to elemental damage during devouring, but cannot be physically interfered with from the outside. Note, can only devour twice a month, considered a cooldown state. Species, remaining kin, 34. Devourable targets. The species changed to question marks because of the devour talent. Junlin murmured. Regardless, it knew it had succeeded. The once gray devour talent had now solidified into a tangible black, signifying that this ability was now fully its own, with no restrictions. Junlin's gaze fell on the pile of rotting flesh before it, showing no discomfort. The recent ordeal had taught it that to survive and ascend to the throne of the beasts in this world, the only path was through relentless devouring and evolution. Junlin's body transformed into a puddle of liquid, spreading out like a massive net to envelop the decaying corpse completely. Devour. Activate. At Junlin's command, the liquid surrounding the corpse began to wriggle, initiating the devouring process. At this moment, Junlin felt a warm sensation spreading throughout his body, signaling a profound transformation. As the decayed flesh was completely absorbed, his transparent blue form began to grow bones from within, causing his entire torso to elongate. Fine blue scales sprouted like bamboo shoots after a rain, covering his seemingly fragile body with a solid layer of armor. Junlin's body stopped growing once it reached 3 meters in length, and the next phase involved refining this new form. The cooldown for his passive skill, Ice Armor, hit 0, and the blue armor seamlessly adhered to his body like flowing water. Sharp ice spikes ran along his back to the tip of his tail, providing ample protection and forming an intimidating counterarmor. The entire evolution process took 3 hours. Junlin looked down at his new form, realizing it now resembled that of a snake. However, his field of vision was much broader than that of an ordinary snake. Despite losing the unique thermal sensing ability, Junlin preferred this wide field of view, as some exotic beasts could evade a snake's heat detection by adjusting their body temperature, but they couldn't escape direct visual observation. After the evolution was complete, Junlin eagerly checked his attributes. Surprisingly, he didn't feel a significant increase in power. Instead, his overall attributes had decreased. The status panel displayed. Host, Junlin. Species, exotic beast. Level, 1. Length, 3 meters. Health, 460,460. Ice armor, 460460. Mana, 230,230. Strength, 12. Speed, 23. Defense, 12. Spirit, 23. Free attribute points, 10. Skills, Ice Control, Detection, Harvesting. Passive, Ice Armor, Ice Immunity. Talent, Speed Balance, Devour. Race, Experience, 0-100. Note, each level increases all attributes by 2 points and grants 2 free attribute points. Seeing these numbers, Junlin wasn't surprised. Although his current physical attributes had decreased, the reset to level 1 brought him joy. Despite the reduction in attribute values, the points gained per level had doubled. Correspondingly, the required experience points had also increased tenfold. However, given his current body strength, even 10 times the experience requirement was manageable. Now, Junlin urgently needed to find an exotic beast to test his strength. He then realized he was in a cave, and encountering another beast was uncertain. The immediate priority was to find a way out. Surveying his surroundings, Junlin noticed fluorescent stones embedded in the walls, providing a faint light in the dark cave. Looking up, he saw nothing but pitch blackness, making it impossible to judge how deep underground he was. Feeling uneasy, Junlin steeled himself and crawled forward. The only consolation was that it wasn't completely dark here. Otherwise, he might have been engulfed by the suffocating darkness before finding an exit. After wandering for an indeterminate amount of time, Junlin finally spotted a sleeping gray bear. This discovery brought a slight relief. The presence of a gray bear indicated an abundant food supply in the area. Otherwise, such a large carnivorous beast couldn't survive. Facing a gray bear with a shoulder height of 1.5 meters, Junlin didn't dare to be careless and immediately used his detection skill. Mutated gray bear. Level 4. Health 350,530. Strength 30. Speed 16. Defense 23. Spirit 5. Skill. Brutal charge rushes forward, destroying everything in its path and dealing massive physical damage, with a speed boost of 2 points during the charge. Status. Severely injured attributes halved in severely injured state. Seeing the bear in a severely injured state didn't bring Junlin much joy. Instead, it made him realize that the environment might be more dangerous than he had imagined. After all, a creature capable of severely injuring such a powerful beast must be lurking nearby. Junlin decided to level up before exploring further. He remembered the 10 free attribute points he hadn't allocated yet. Without much thought, he added all the points to his spirit attribute. Given his inherent talent, this would yield the maximum benefit. Now, Junlin's spirit and speed both reached 33 points, putting him at the peak in these aspects. With such powerful magic and speed, Junlin felt confident even if he had to face an uninjured gray bear. His red snake eyes glimmered slightly as he once again fixed his gaze on the sleeping gray bear, contemplating his next move. The ice control was activated, and the ice elements in the air rapidly diminished, forming sharp ice spikes. 1, 2, until 9 ice spikes hovered in the air. Only then did Junlin show signs of fatigue. The unusual commotion awoke a sleeping grizzly bear. The massive beast lifted its head and looked at Junlin, letting out an ear-splitting roar of anger. Its strong body charged towards Junlin like a mountain. Go! Junlin commanded in a low voice, and the ice spikes above his head shot towards the grizzly bear like bullets. Each spike deeply embedded itself into the bear's body, causing blood to gush out. The already slow grizzly bear, now with its attributes halved, had no chance of evading this deadly attack. As the grizzly bear was about to pounce, Junlin remained vigilant. He knew well that although this world was gamified, everything was as real as it could be. No beast would die instantly from a fatal blow. Junlin sprinted forward at an astonishing speed of 33 meters per second, skillfully dodging the bear's head. The ice spike on his back slashed fiercely at the bear's soft underbelly, causing blood to spurt like a fountain. Just then, the dying grizzly bear suddenly lifted its head and opened its gaping maw to bite at Junlin's torso. Junlin was well prepared. His tail whipped up like a lash, striking the bear's mouth with force. With a loud boom, the grizzly bear's massive head slammed heavily to the ground, motionless. A system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 4 mutated grizzly bear, earning 100 experience points. Congratulations, the host's level has increased to level 2. Another prompt followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for developing a new skill. Ice control will be replaced by the new skill. Please name the new skill. Hearing this unexpected prompt, Junlin was momentarily stunned. He had thought ice control merely enhanced his mastery over ice attributes, not that it was a medium for developing new skills. He regretted his haste, realizing he should have taken his time to form a more powerful skill based on the anime he had watched. Given the situation, Junlin decided to give the new skill a simple and direct name. Extreme Ice Spike? The system immediately responded. Ding! Naming successful. Please check the panel to understand the skill attributes. Junlin reviewed his own attributes and decided to allocate 2 free attribute points to his mental strength. Although he was heavily specialized in strength and defense, he believed these 2 attributes could be improved later by devouring similar creatures. Recalling the boost from the speed scale, Junlin was already looking forward to having a complete set of attribute scales. He carefully examined his attribute panel. Host, Junlin. Level 2. Length, 4 meters. Health, 740,740. Ice Armor, 740740. Mana, 370,370. Strength, 14. Speed, 37. Defense, 14. Mental, 37. Note: mana regenerates at 10 points per minute when out of combat. Free attribute points, 0. Skills. Extreme Frost Spike. Consumes 20 mana to conjure an ice spike with piercing capability, ignoring 5 of the target's defense and dealing ice damage. has a 6 chance to freeze the target. Note: multiple ice spikes can be conjured simultaneously. After the 10th spike, the mana cost doubles. Abilities: Scan, Harvesting, Passive, Ice Armor, Ice Immunity. Talents: Speed Scale, Devour Species. Junlin felt satisfied with his growth. His body had grown by a meter, and the power of the extreme frost spike exceeded his expectations. He realized that hitting a target with multiple ice spikes would cause geometric damage, potentially clearing an area in one go. More importantly, the ability to ignore 5 of the target's defense was a game-changer for single-target attacks. Next, Junlin turned his attention to the grizzly bear's carcass. Although he couldn't swallow such a large prey whole, his sharp teeth could easily tear chunks of flesh. He burrowed into the bear's abdomen, focusing on eating the most nutritious liver, the only part that was not difficult to swallow. After finishing, Junlin continued his journey. He encountered many weak beasts along the way, but the experience they provided was negligible. In this dim environment, with only faint light, Junlin began to feel irritated. For someone who was once human, this place felt like a vast, dark room where he could move freely. Without the sun, he couldn't gauge the passage of time. Suddenly, a system notification lifted Junlin's spirits. Ding! All humans have been allocated. The world chat channel is now open. The host can use the chat channel to learn about the world situation. The exchange system will be available in 1 day, allowing free trade of corresponding items. Stay tuned. Finally, he was no longer alone. Tears of joy welled up in Junlin's eyes. He quickly opened the chat panel, and a blue interface appeared before him. The chat channel was refreshing at an incredible speed, with messages hitting 99 in just a second. Although it was hard to catch useful information, it alleviated his sense of loneliness. As Junlin casually browsed the messages, a sudden unease washed over him. The previously quiet cave became chaotic as a group of beasts charged toward him, seemingly fleeing from something. A tongue of flame shot out, incinerating the lagging beasts, followed by a slight tremor in the ground. A car-sized head appeared in Junlin's line of sight. The creature's mouth, resembling a cross between a crocodile and a lizard, was filled with sharp teeth that sent a chill down his spine. He realized that if he were bitten by that maw, even with his ice armor, he would be snapped in half instantly. As the creature's full form came into view, Junlin swallowed hard. It was a colossal beast, about 10 meters long, covered in black and red scales that gleamed like steel. Its appearance was a mix between a giant lizard and a crocodile, and Junlin thought that if it had wings, it would resemble a dragon from Western legends. Realizing he was no match for it, Junlin began to retreat quietly. However, before leaving, he couldn't resist using his scan skill to check the creature's attributes. The Crimson Lizard Elite stood tall in the wilderness, its massive body covered in hard scales that reflected the cold gleam of sunlight. This fearsome beast boasted intimidating stats: 10 health points, an astounding 4440 strength, 78 speed, 26 defense, 70 spirit, and 36 skill. Its 3 abilities were even more terrifying. Crimson Fire Line allowed it to open its massive maw and unleash a searing line of fire, inflicting fire damage and causing a burning status that intensified the enemy's suffering. Flame Tail was a sweeping area attack, its tail lashing out like a flexible whip, delivering heavy blows with a chance to ignite the opponent. Lastly, Roar was its life-saving move, triggering when its health dropped below 30. This ability had a 70 chance to stun enemies of the same rank for 2 seconds, after which its attributes would significantly increase, entering a berserk state that ignored pain and added burning effects to all attacks. Junlin witnessed all of this, his heart filled with shock. He finally realized his insignificance. Even at level 10, without the support of the speed scales, he couldn't hope to reach this level. At this moment, he understood that he was just an ordinary beast, barely standing between the common and elite tiers thanks to the speed scales. Reflecting on the gray bear he had encountered earlier, Junlin suddenly understood that the bear probably hadn't even reached the threshold of being a beast, and most creatures in this area were likely the same. As Junlin pondered, the Crimson Lizard sensed his presence. The giant beast raised its head, its eyes glinting with disdain. To it, Junlin was nothing more than a small appetizer, a tasty snack. However, Junlin's unique appearance piqued the lizard's interest. It had never seen such a creature in this area before. Seeing the situation, Junlin immediately halted and quickly formed an ice spike, shooting it precisely at the Crimson Lizard. The ice spike, like a blue lightning bolt, penetrated the hard scales and embedded itself in the beast's body. The Crimson Lizard roared in pain, its thunderous cry shaking the earth. It couldn't believe that such a small prey dared to attack it. Enraged, the lizard charged at Junlin. However, its massive size hindered its speed, and it could only watch as Junlin's figure swiftly disappeared from sight. After shaking off the Crimson Lizard, Junlin stopped, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He began to contemplate whether devouring this elite beast could elevate him to elite status as well. Furthermore, the presence of an elite beast suggested the possible existence of even more powerful boss-level beasts in the area. Junlin calmly analyzed the situation. Though the Crimson Lizard was formidable, its speed was its fatal weakness. The earlier test had proven that his attacks could pierce its defense. If he could increase his speed to above 50, he might be able to use guerrilla tactics to slowly wear it down. However, the lizard's roar ability gave Junlin pause. If he were stunned for 2 seconds, the consequences could be dire. That brief moment could rob him of the chance to escape, trapping him in a deadly predicament. As Junlin pondered his next move, his eyes inadvertently drifted towards the nearby cave. The network of caves here was intricate and mostly interconnected. He recalled his numerous encounters hunting beasts inside these caves, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. He quickly analyzed the current situation. If he could retreat into the cave when his opponent's health dropped to around 30 and launch a surprise fatal attack, even if he got stunned for 2 seconds, the opponent wouldn't be able to retaliate immediately. Even if the opponent used the red fire line, Junlin's ice armor would be sufficient to withstand a few attacks. More importantly, the opponent's mental strength was not high, making their magical attacks limited in threat. The real danger lay in their powerful physical attacks. With this in mind, Junlin's attention turned to the surrounding beasts. The commotion caused by the red demon lizard had disturbed several powerful beasts, saving Junlin the trouble of seeking them out one by one. His gaze quickly locked onto a redfoot lizard, level 4, with impressive attributes, much stronger than the gray bear he had previously encountered. The redfoot lizard bore a striking resemblance to the red demon lizard, and was currently preying on other beasts. Junlin speculated that they might belong to the same group, and were possibly searching for food for the red demon lizard. This realization made Junlin aware that he might not only have to face the red demon lizard, but also its summonkin. Reducing the opponent's group strength became a top priority, crucial for the success of his subsequent plans. Determined, Junlin swiftly took action. His body transformed into a blue blur, darting past the redfoot lizard's side. The ice spikes on his back, like sharp daggers, sliced a deep, bone-revealing wound on the redfoot lizard with the momentum of his high-speed movement. Although Junlin lacked strength, he understood the secret of converting speed into lethality. This strike's power far exceeded what his meager 14 points of strength could achieve. Junlin knew well that a creature's power wasn't just in its stats, but also in its innate lethal weapons. Like how a snake, though small, has deadly venom. The redfoot lizard, despite its robust physique, had relatively simple attack methods, relying solely on its claws and fangs. As long as he avoided these vital points, he could remain undefeated. In contrast, the ice spikes formed from Junlin's ice armor became his most potent weapon. The intense pain enraged the redfoot lizard. It roared and lunged at Junlin, who could clearly feel its body temperature rising sharply, emitting a blinding red light. Although the redfoot lizard couldn't use fire-based attacks like the red demon lizard, it could increase its body temperature, causing a burning sensation with each attack. However, Junlin wouldn't give it the chance to get close. A sharp ice spike quickly formed above his head, targeting the rapidly approaching redfoot lizard's head. Without hesitation, he launched the attack. The ice spike, with its piercing ability, easily penetrated the redfoot lizard's skull, embedding deeply. The redfoot lizard's body slid forward a bit due to inertia before collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. This battle confirmed Junlin's suspicion. Attacking other parts could only inflict fixed magical damage, but piercing the brain was fatal, no matter how strong the opponent was. A system notification sounded timely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the redfoot lizard, earning 80 experience points, and leveling up to level 3. Junlin was slightly surprised, thinking, 80 points, huh? It seems that as I grow stronger, the experience gain decreases accordingly. The redfoot lizard is clearly much tougher than the gray bear, yet it gave less experience. But it makes sense. If the experience remained constant, just killing 8 redfoot lizards would significantly boost my level. The system clearly wouldn't leave such a loophole. He quickly allocated his 2 free attribute points to his mental strength, breaking both his mental and speed attributes past the 40 mark, reaching 41 points. This meant his top speed could now reach an astonishing 147 kilometers per hour. At this moment, Junlin was like a blue lightning bolt, weaving effortlessly through the beast horde. Each time he passed by a beast, the ice spikes on his back left deep gashes. Weaker beasts often died instantly, while slightly stronger ones lost their ability to fight back. But Junlin didn't stop to finish them off. He continued searching for traces of the redfoot lizards. In just a moment, Junlin's eyes locked onto a group of redfoot lizards ahead, besieging a demon bear. This demon bear was stronger than an ordinary gray bear, having reached level 6. However, facing 2 level 6 redfoot lizards and 4 level 5 ones, it struggled, bearing multiple wounds. Although the redfoot lizards noticed Junlin's arrival, sensing his seemingly weak presence, they didn't take him seriously and continued their assault on the demon bear. Junlin quickly used his detection skill. Earth Demon Bear. Level 6. Health 740,900. Strength 48. Speed 19. Defense 42. Mental 10. Skill 1. Terror Palm, a magic-infused strike, delivering a powerful blow to the enemy after charging, causing heavy damage. Skill 2. Frenzied Stomp. The bear's mighty paws deliver relentless blows to the enemy, causing continuous damage. Barefoot Lizard. Level 6. Health 700,780. Strength 44. Speed 21. Defense 34. Spirit 15. Skill 1. Enchant. Infuses its body with a burning effect, causing each attack to inflict searing pain. Skill 2. Mind Link. Allows communication and sensing among its kind. Junlin noticed the description of Skill 2, an essential ability developed for coordination within a tribe. This made him pause and recall that the level 4 barefoot lizard he encountered earlier also possessed this skill. Clearly, these creatures had evolved a unique way to communicate. Despite realizing that this communication might enable the barefoot lizards to coordinate seamlessly, Junlin wasn't worried about being surrounded. With his superior speed, he was confident he could handle it. At this moment, Junlin chose to stay put and patiently wait for the demon bear to sustain heavy injuries, so he could deliver a fatal blow. If the demon bear could severely wound a few barefoot lizards before then, all the better. The intense battle continued for some time. Finally, the demon bear, overwhelmed by the barefoot lizard's attacks, began to falter. Junlin knew his chance had come. He quickly conjured 3 frost spikes, arranging them in a triangular formation, aiming at the demon bear's forehead and eyes. Considering the level 6 demon bear's skull was much tougher than that of a level 4 barefoot lizard, Junlin wasn't sure if a single frost spike would be fatal. However, the other 2 spikes could serve as effective follow-up strikes. The frost spikes shot out instantly, striking the demon bear's vital points with astonishing speed. Exhausted from fending off the barefoot lizards, the demon bear couldn't dodge Junlin's attack even if it sensed it, and it collapsed to the ground. This sudden assault immediately drew the attention of the barefoot lizards. All 6 of them turned their gaze towards Junlin but did not take any further action. This unusual behavior puzzled Junlin, but soon, the system's notification sound interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the demon bear, earning 70 experience points, leveling up to level 4, with 2,100 experience points. With a sudden surge in power, Junlin's body grew by a meter, reaching an impressive length of 6 meters. This colossal creature allocated 2 free attribute points to its spirit and instantly appeared beside the magic bear. Activating the collection skill, the system prompt chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 level 6 ordinary spirit core and 1 bear pelt. The system added. Note, only beasts above level 5 have a chance of producing a spirit core. The spirit core is the essence of the beast and can be traded with players in the marketplace. Junlin's face lit up with joy, but he remained vigilant, eyeing the 6 barefoot lizards nearby. Strangely, despite having their prey stolen, these beasts showed no signs of aggression. This unusual behavior piqued Junlin's curiosity, but he had no intention of lingering. Although confident in handling the 6 barefoot lizards with his level 4 strength, getting injured in this beast-infested area would be unwise. As Junlin was about to leave, the 6 barefoot lizards suddenly spread out, encircling him. His snake-like pupils narrowed, a flash of insight crossing his mind, causing his expression to change drastically. Without hesitation, he darted through the encirclement at top speed. However, the ground began to tremble slightly as a figure appeared before Junlin, blocking his path. This newcomer was different from the other barefoot lizards. Despite being level 7, its streamlined body was only 4 to 5 meters long, with sharp claws gripping the ground firmly. Junlin immediately recognized it as a special speed-type beast evolved from the red demon lizard. Quickly, Junlin activated his detection skill. Red Swift Lizard. Level 7. Health 400,400. Strength 18. Speed 44. Defense 16. Spirit 12. Skill. Sprint. Sharp claws grip the ground, increasing speed by 10. Junlin's pupils constricted. With a speed of 44, only 1 point slower than himself, he realized that if he hadn't just broken through to level 4, he would be outmatched. However, the opponent had clearly sacrificed strength and defense for speed, making it unsuitable for direct confrontation. Junlin decided to eliminate this threat first. He swiftly approached the red swift lizard, his ice-covered tail striking out. Simultaneously, 9 ice spikes formed in the air. The tail strike was a feint. As the lizard dodged, the ice spikes shot towards it like arrows. Despite the red swift lizard's incredible speed, 3 ice spikes hit, triggering a 6 freezing effect. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Junlin coiled around the lizard's body, initiating a constriction unique to snakes. The ice spikes pierced deeply into the lizard's skin, causing its health to plummet. In a critical moment, Junlin sensed danger from behind. Two level 6 barefoot lizards, disregarding their comrade's life, struck at him and the red swift lizard with their sharp claws. Feeling his ice armor shatter, Junlin knew he couldn't linger. Ignoring the system prompt, he abandoned the red swift lizard's corpse and dashed towards a cave in the rock wall. Yet another red swift lizard blocked his path. Junlin cursed inwardly, sensing a familiar presence closing in from behind, with many similar presences converging around him. Turning, he saw the red demon lizard rushing towards him, his face darkening. He realized he had underestimated the intelligence of these beasts. Thinking he could outsmart them with human cunning, he had been taught a lesson instead. The red demon lizard not only held grudges, but also knew how to mobilize its tribe to hunt down enemies. The barefoot lizards were clever, knowing how to stall him. If they had attacked earlier, he would have fled immediately, and without the red swift lizard to hinder him, the barefoot lizards wouldn't have been able to catch up. The red demon lizard approached slowly, a Neruman-like sneer on its face. Dozens of barefoot lizards surrounded Junlin, sealing off any escape. Taking a deep breath, Junlin knew he faced a dire situation but had no intention of surrendering. His eyes glinted coldly as he stared at the red demon lizard. He understood the principle of, defeat the leader to win the battle. Given the red demon lizard's personality, it wouldn't care about the lives of the barefoot lizards. Even if he were doomed, he intended to cause trouble for it. In a flash, Junlin charged towards the red demon lizard. Seeing through Junlin's intent, the red demon lizard let out a disdainful roar. Instantly, two red swift lizards blocked his path, while the red demon lizard leisurely retreated, giving way to the barefoot lizards. As the tribe leader, it disdained engaging in combat with weaker beasts, preferring to savor the desperate struggle of its prey. With a command, all the barefoot lizards lunged at Junlin. Facing the red swift lizards and the oncoming horde, Junlin roared in anger at the red demon lizard, a glint of excitement in his eyes. He feared the red demon lizard's personal intervention the most, as that would leave no chance of survival. But as long as he showed animosity and rage towards the red demon lizard, it would likely leave him to be toyed with by the barefoot lizards, which suited him perfectly. Unlike other beasts, Junlin only needed to kill a few more to level up. Once upgraded, his speed would increase, significantly boosting his chances of escape. Facing the attacks of the barefoot lizards, Junlin remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the two swift lizards. These level 7 opponents had weak defenses and were easier to take down compared to the annoying barefoot lizards. Plus, eliminating them would clear a path for escape, achieving two goals with one action. Junlin decisively channeled all his magic power, conjuring 15 crystal-clear frost spikes in the air. He thought to himself that if he could kill these two swift lizards, he would level up and his magic power would be restored, making it a win-win. The frost spikes shot toward their targets like meteors. In the confined battlefield, the swift lizard's speed advantage was nullified, and they couldn't disobey the red magic lizard's command to flee. 8 frost spikes hit the two swift lizards, severely injuring them. Junlin was overjoyed and seized the opportunity when the opponent's attributes were halved. He skillfully weaved through the swarm of barefoot lizards, charging toward the swift lizards. Despite his agility, he couldn't completely avoid all attacks. Several ice spikes on his back broke, and his ice armor was heavily damaged. But Junlin knew this was his best chance to escape. Reaching the swift lizards, Junlin suddenly accelerated and slid under one, just as it was about to counterattack. This was the most effective and direct method of attack, as any creature's belly was its weakest point. Though he lacked hands and a dagger, the remaining ice spikes on his back proved crucial. Warm blood soaked his back, staining the remaining ice spikes. The system notification chimed, but Junlin didn't dare to linger. He immediately turned his attention to the other swift lizard. It met Junlin's gaze fearlessly, letting out a low growl while crouching down to protect its belly, waiting for the barefoot lizards to assist. However, it underestimated Junlin's ferocity in the face of death. Just as the barefoot lizards were about to reach him, Junlin sprang forward with lightning speed, wrapping himself around the swift lizard's neck and tightening his muscles. Since the opponent was wary of his ice spikes, he resorted to a strangulation tactic. Though Junlin had the appearance of a snake, he wasn't truly serpentine and lacked the dense muscles of a real snake. Moreover, strength wasn't his forte, and he quickly found himself in a stalemate. Normally, Junlin wouldn't care when his opponent would suffocate, but the situation was dire. The barefoot lizards had swarmed him, their sharp teeth and claws tearing at his ice armor. Junlin decided to go Allen, praying that his ice armor would outlast his opponent. Just as the situation reached its critical point, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for killing a level 7 swift lizard. You have gained 40 experience points. Congratulations, host, for leveling up to level 5. Hearing the long-awaited notification, Junlin immediately allocated his 2 free attribute points to his mental strength. His speed also increased to 49, just 1 point shy of 50. A warm current surged through his body, and his ice armor was restored with the level up. This pleasant surprise reminded Junlin of his previous experience in the cave, where the giant python had died first, and he had continually regenerated during his level up. Junlin suddenly realized that it wasn't the slime's vitality that was extraordinary, but that he had been in a state of level up, constantly repairing his body. He made a mental note about the unabsorbed slime fluid, planning to investigate if he survived. Junlin's transformation caught the attention of the red magic lizard. It stared intently at Junlin, trying to figure out if he had used some forbidden skill. However, seeing Junlin not only unscathed but also in peak condition, the red magic lizard was astonished. It recalled their first encounter when Junlin's presence wasn't as formidable. His rapid growth had already become a threat to the red magic lizard's clan. Realizing it could no longer sit idly by, the red magic lizard charged forward. The surrounding barefoot lizards immediately scattered, clearing a path for their leader. Feeling the familiar and powerful aura closing in, Junlin didn't hesitate. He quickly leaped off the swift lizard's neck. The attack of the crimson demon lizard was as swift as lightning. Its tail, like a blazing flame, radiated intense heat. Cutting through the air with a blinding arc, Junlin felt his scalp tingle and heard a terrifying whistle in his ears. Despite the crimson demon lizard's speed being only 26 points, its attack speed was astonishingly fast. Junlin realized that if he were to be hit by this strike, the consequences would be dire. However, such a rapid attack left him with no chance to evade. In that critical moment, Junlin instinctively curled up, tucking his head into his body. The next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and both he and the crimson demon lizard were sent flying. The terrifying impact instantly shattered most of the ice spikes on Junlin's body, and his ice armor was heavily damaged, barely holding together. It was then that Junlin truly grasped the terror of the crimson demon lizard and recognized his own arrogance. Even with a speed above 50 points, he couldn't dodge such a swift attack, let alone defeat it. Crashing heavily to the ground, Junlin quickly adjusted his stance and fled the scene without hesitation. He knew he had no chance of winning, especially with many crimson foot lizards eyeing him greedily. At this moment, the crimson demon lizard was also puzzled. It couldn't understand Junlin's condition after taking its hit. Junlin's body was damaged but still vigorous, as if unscathed. What puzzled it even more was that Junlin's body seemed much larger than when they first met. These anomalies piqued the crimson demon lizard's curiosity. It was certain that Junlin was hiding a secret, one that might elevate its own existence to a higher level, perhaps even following in the footsteps of the king. A thunderous roar echoed all around, and all the crimson foot lizards swarmed towards Junlin like a plague of locusts, blocking all possible escape routes. Even before Junlin arrived, the crimson demon lizard had already ordered its minions to seal off the caves and pathways. As long as Junlin stopped to fight the crimson foot lizards, it would have enough time to catch up. During this chase, the crimson demon lizard secretly hoped that Junlin would bring it more surprises. During his escape, Junlin noticed that every rock crevice and cave entrance was guarded by several barefoot lizards. The meticulous arrangement made him question who the real intelligent beings were. The red demon lizards had not only blocked his retreat, but had also deliberately left a path forward, as if toying with their prey. Crap, this is too freaky. Junlin cursed as he ran. Aren't these beasts supposed to be dumb? With no time to think, he sprinted towards the only available exit. Half an hour later, he was stopped by a rock wall, with the space around him shrinking to just over 40 meters wide. To his left was a pool of boiling magma, constantly churning. The air was thick with the scent of fire elements, and waves of heat assaulted him. Junlin surveyed his surroundings and found the area littered with the bones of various beasts, clearly the lair of the red demon lizards. As he racked his brain for a plan, he looked up and saw sharp, glowing red stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling. Some were 6 to 7 meters long, while the smallest were half a meter. A bold idea began to form in Junlin's mind. He quickly investigated extreme flame stalactites, rare fire element minerals used for purifying fire energy or forging fire-based weapons. Due to their scarcity, they are incredibly valuable. Caution: do not expose to ice elements during collection, as they can easily explode, significantly reducing their value or even destroying the fire element essence. Ice elements, explosions. These words echoed in Junlin's mind. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he decided to use this to kill the red demon lizards. However, a question lingered. Why wasn't the red demon lizard clan here? Had they all gone out to hunt? He set the question aside and found a safe corner to rest and recover. Checking his status panel. Host: Junlin. Level: 5. Body length: 7 meters. Health: 800,800. Ice armor: 560,800, recovering 2 points per minute. Mana: 490,490. Strength: 20. Speed, 49. Defense, 20. Spirit, 49. His ice armor was slowly repairing, but it would take at least 2 hours to fully recover. Junlin calmed his mind and started pondering why the red demon lizards were so fixated on him. He soon found his answer. 10 minutes later, Junlin opened his vertical pupils and slowly got up. He watched as a giant creature approached him, with the barefoot lizards not following, seemingly forbidden from entering this area. Junlin's gaze inadvertently shifted to the largest stalactite above. Once the red demon lizard was directly beneath the stalactite, Junlin spoke. I know you can understand me. Aren't you curious why I've grown so quickly? Outwardly, Junlin appeared calm, but inside, he was panicking. He was gambling that the creature could understand human language. Otherwise, luring the red demon lizard to the right spot and timing the stalactite's fall would be extremely difficult. He wasn't even sure if his ice spikes could break the stalactite. Testing it beforehand would certainly alert the creature. At this moment, everything was a gamble, and his survival depended on fate. Hearing Junlin's words, the red demon lizard stopped, looking at him with interest. A beast that could speak human language was a first for it. Although beasts could mimic human speech as they leveled up, it required immense power. The creature before it seemed weaker and couldn't possibly break through to level 10 here. The red demon lizard roared at Junlin, signaling him to continue. Junlin understood and slightly curled his snake mouth. The reason I've grown so quickly is because I don't belong here. I can grow by killing other beasts and… Junlin's eyes narrowed as he stood upright. Behind him, 16 ice spikes quietly formed. And I can evolve by devouring. You are my next target. Before he finished speaking, the 16 ice spikes shot out, precisely hitting the base of the stalactite above the red demon lizard. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed through the cave. The red demon lizard, already enraged by Junlin's words, was about to attack when it was startled by the booming sounds above. A sense of danger surged in its heart, and it immediately charged towards Junlin with its claws raised. However, the falling stalactite was much faster than the red demon lizard's charge. It had only moved half a meter when the massive stalactite crashed onto its right hind leg, pinning it to the ground. Roar! A horrific and angry roar reverberated through the underground cave. The red demon lizard's right hind leg was completely pierced, leaving a bloody mess. It struggled desperately to reach Junlin, but couldn't free itself from the massive stalactite. The excruciating pain nearly made it faint. As its health dropped to 30, the red demon lizard roared to the sky, its sanity consumed by rage and pain. It opened its massive jaws and spewed a stream of fire towards Junlin. The searing flames rushed at him, and Junlin instinctively tried to dodge but suddenly felt dizzy. His vision blurred, and his body became immobile. He realized he had been stunned. 2 seconds, I just need to hold on for 2 seconds, and I can kill it, Junlin repeated in his mind, forcing himself to stay conscious. Flames engulfed Junlin's entire body, and the fierce clash between ice and fire caused its ice armor to melt at a visible speed. Realizing the danger, Junlin understood that while the red demon lizard's magic attack wasn't as powerful as its physical one, it was precisely what countered it. Those brief 2 seconds felt like an eternity to Junlin, who desperately wanted to escape the attack range. Finally, Junlin swiftly retreated, moving out of the red demon lizard's attack range. It cautiously eyed its opponent, searching for an opportunity. However, Junlin quickly realized its own strength was insufficient to break through the enemy's defenses, and its ice armor, the only thing that could cause damage, had melted away. Although its teeth could bite, their force wasn't strong enough to penetrate the lizard's scales. Junlin was acutely aware of its shortcomings. If its magic power ran out and its ice armor was destroyed, it would be no better than an ordinary beast, save for its speed. This experience made Junlin understand that if it couldn't evolve to gain claws this time, it would need to allocate future attributes to strength, at least to the level of a regular beast. Seizing the moment, Junlin swiftly climbed onto the red demon lizard, wrapping its entire body tightly around the creature's neck and squeezing with all its might. This was the only way it could kill its opponent. Junlin knew that if it failed to kill the lizard now, and if the lizard recovered or other red demon lizards noticed the commotion, it would be doomed. The red demon lizard let out a painful roar, lifting its sharp claws to tear at its own neck, trying to rip Junlin off. They struggled for several minutes, and Junlin's ice armor was completely shattered. However, the lizard's injuries worsened with its struggles, and combined with breathing difficulties, it was running out of strength. Blood continued to flow from a deep wound, signaling its imminent death. Despite losing the protection of its ice armor, leaving its body as fragile as paper, Junlin knew victory was near. Once the red demon lizard's passive roar skill failed, pain and weakness would claim its life. Junlin breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that killing the lizard would allow it to level up and recover fully, and the plan seemed to be going smoother than expected. However, the situation suddenly changed. The red demon lizard's eyes regained clarity, and rage filled its heart. As the dominant creature in the area, it couldn't accept the humiliation of being killed by a small ice snake. Even in the face of death, it wanted to drag Junlin down to hell with it. Planting its front claws on the ground, muscles bulged under its scales, and its hind legs tensed up. With a painful roar, the lizard tore off its right leg and part of its lower body. This scene shocked Junlin, filling it with a sense of foreboding. To Junlin's horror, the red demon lizard didn't continue attacking but instead looked towards the distant lava pool. Mutual destruction? This thought flashed through Junlin's mind as the lizard, dragging its broken body, sprinted towards the lava pool, leaving a trail of blood. In panic, Junlin released the lizard's neck, trying to escape. But it made a fatal mistake. Its body was still within the lizard's attack range. The red demon lizard opened its massive jaws and bit down on Junlin's body, preventing it from escaping. Having sacrificed a leg, the red demon lizard knew that any slackening would bring death. It endured the excruciating pain, not daring to relax, determined to use its last ounce of strength to drag its opponent into the lava. Junlin twisted frantically, trying to break free. At this moment, it finally understood the despair the giant python had felt before its death. Victory was within reach, yet a moment's carelessness could cost its precious life. For Junlin, who had experienced death once, the concept of dying wasn't frightening, but it refused to end its life in such an absurd manner. Driven by instinct, Junlin bit down on the red demon lizard, its sharp teeth piercing the scales and embedding deep into the flesh. However, the lizard, with all its strength focused on its claws, ignored the pain in its upper body. Instead, Junlin's struggle seemed to fuel the lizard's ferocity. The more fearful Junlin was, the more excited the lizard became. Finally, they reached the edge of the lava pool. Without hesitation, the red demon lizard leaped in, plunging into the boiling lava. The scorching liquid quickly engulfed both creatures, consuming their bodies entirely. The searing pain constantly assaulted Junlin's mind as his health bar plummeted at an alarming rate. He knew with absolute clarity that within 5 seconds, he would be reduced to ashes by the magma. Filled with unwillingness, he was left with no options as he and the crimson demon lizard continued to fall. Junlin looked down at his charred and festering body, opened the panel, and silently watched his health deplete. His heart had grown numb, and he could only think that if given another chance, he would never be so careless again. Just then, the system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the crimson demon lizard, gaining 200 experience points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up, level increased by 2, current level is 8. The unexpected voice snapped Junlin back to reality. To his amazement, he saw his ravaged body rapidly healing, with an invisible barrier shielding him from the scorching magma. Soon, his body was fully restored, and his ice armor reappeared on his back. However, Junlin's joy was fleeting. The moment his body was fully healed, the intense burning sensation returned, engulfing him once again. The ice armor was no match for the massive amount of magma, quickly melting and evaporating, exposing Junlin to the magma once more. For Junlin, it was just another round of torture. He had descended countless meters and had no way to swim back up. Worse still, the dead crimson demon lizard's sharp teeth were still gripping him tightly, holding him in place. Finally, Junlin and the crimson demon lizard reached the bottom of the magma. Just as the ice armor vanished, Junlin's slit pupils caught sight of a massive skeleton nearby. To his astonishment, the skeleton was resistant to the magma's erosion. Skeleton, corpse. In what should have been a moment of despair, Junlin had a bold idea. He remembered his devouring ability, which granted immunity to all elemental damage. As long as he wasn't physically disturbed, he could safely undergo devouring evolution. The crimson demon lizard's body couldn't withstand the high temperature, but the skeleton's intact state in the magma proved its formidable strength when alive. Junlin pondered that if he could devour the skeleton, he might not fully adapt to the magma environment, but it should at least allow him to swim to the shore. Even if it was just a slim hope, it was better than waiting for death. Junlin decided to give it a try. He focused his mind and shouted internally, "Devour! Activate!" As soon as the words fell, Junlin's body underwent a startling transformation. Its entire form liquefied in an instant, turning into a pool of blue liquid resembling icy slime. This swift stream evaded the sharp teeth of the red demon lizard and quickly attached itself to the mysterious skeleton. The blue liquid flowed through the bones, completely enveloping them. The scorching heat vanished. The skeleton, which even lava couldn't melt, began to assimilate under Junlin's influence, transforming into the same blue liquid. The liquid began to reshape, taking on the outline of a serpent, but with a pair of wings resembling those of a dragon on either side. Junlin's new body, now 10 meters long, solidified continuously. Blue scales arranged tightly, providing effective protection. It could feel its body growing stronger, evolution nearing completion. At that moment, a sharp pain struck, followed by the system's notification. Ding. Mutation detected in the devouring process. The host's evolution direction has changed. Please choose the desired evolution path. Evolution 1. Gain a perfect physical form with attributes comparable to a boss, balanced in all aspects, with strength being the most prominent. Evolution 2. Abandon the physical form and transform into an undead skeletal form, still within the category of exotic beasts. In this form, defense will increase significantly, but other attributes will see minimal improvement. Without hesitation, Junlin chose the second option. In this scorching lava environment, a physical body would be a burden, withstanding the heat remaining uncertain. The skeletal form offered immense defense, at least giving it a fighting chance for survival. Junlin understood that in a real battle, especially when faced with a group of exotic beasts, offense wasn't the best strategy. Even if it could defeat an opponent in one strike, being hit once could be fatal. Defense was key. As the choice was made, Junlin's nearly formed body melted away, revealing stark white bones. These bones solidified, covered by a layer of blue ice crystals. Two blood-red lights replaced its eyes in the skull. The previous ice armor vanished, replaced by eerie blue bones covering the entire body. Bone spines extended from the spine to the tail, forming a layer of reverse scales. These spines turned red at the tips, resembling deadly stingers. A pair of massive blue bone wings folded at Junlin's sides. The wing bones were as sharp as finely honed blades. At this moment, Junlin resembled a perfect killing machine, covered in lethal weapons, both menacing and beautiful. The red lights in its eye sockets flared up as Junlin surveyed its surroundings. The burning sensation of the lava had disappeared, leaving only a trace of heat. Checking the system time, this evolution had taken a full 10 hours. Junlin was surprised to find itself unscathed in the lava, not just capable of a brief stay. Feeling puzzled, it checked its attributes. Host, Junlin. Level, 5. Length, 10 meters. Health, 210002, 210002. Mana, 10601060. Strength, 34. Speed, 150. Defense, 150. Spirit, 53. Free attribute points, 4. Active skills, 1. Extreme Cold Ice Array. Consumes 100 mana to create an array of 10 extreme cold ice spikes for an attack, with penetration that ignores 20 of defense. It has a 30 chance to freeze the enemy for 3 seconds, depending on the enemy's strength. Note: multiple ice arrays can exist simultaneously. 2. Bone Blade Wings. Bone wings made of sharp bones with high cutting ability, acting like 2 blades when unfolded, with cutting damage related to speed. 3. Flame Emperor Roar. Releases stored magma from the throat through the devouring flame bone spines, causing area-wide magma coverage. Damage equals the true damage caused by magma. Note: after the magma is released, the skill cannot be used until replenished. Passive skills. Shaking Bones evolved from Ice Armor. Trait 1. Merges with the body, doubling health. No damage is taken until the first layer of health is depleted. Trait 2. Immune to all physical attacks with power less than 2/3 of its defense, with counterattack damage based on the opponent's attack. Trait 3. Immune to 20 of elemental attacks, 80 immune to fire elements, and completely immune to ice elements. Devouring Flame Bone Spines. Absorbs and stores energy from lava, which can be released through Flame Emperor Roar. Talents. Speed Balance, Devour. Poison Immunity. Hardened bones provide immunity to all toxins. Species. Experience, 01000. Each level up increases all attributes by 2 points and grants 10 free attribute points. The evolution of Ice Armor into Shaking Bones was unexpected, and the attribute boost from Shaking Bones was astonishing. A passive skill with 3 traits, especially Trait 2, allowed Junlin to ignore attacks from weaker exotic beasts during future battles. The description of devouring flame bone spines explained Junlin's survival in the lava. It wasn't that the body could withstand the lava's temperature, but the bone spines on its back were continuously absorbing and separating the surrounding lava. Junlin couldn't help but wonder what kind of creature this skeleton belonged to in its previous life, and why it was here. To grant such a powerful body, it must have been at least a BOS-level existence. The system suddenly prompted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the first-tier attribute limit, gaining 10 free attribute points. Note: within the first tier, 100 speed is a limit, 100 defense is a limit, 100 strength is a limit, and 100 spirit is a limit. A limit means the attribute value exceeds the range within the same tier. Note: level 10 is a tier, a limit? This meant Junlin's speed and defense had already surpassed the level of a tier 10 boss. Junlin was slightly taken aback, not expecting its attributes to exceed boss standards even before evolving into a BOS-level exotic beast. It couldn't help but wonder where it ranked among the 34 participants. Though Junlin felt it was no longer weak, it knew that the other participants who had transformed into exotic beasts couldn't be underestimated. Some might even be BOS-level exotic beasts. As Junlin pondered, a powerful presence locked onto it. Looking up, it saw a massive figure slowly approaching through the lava. As the distance closed, Junlin felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. When the creature swam closer, he finally saw its true form. It was a colossal beast, stretching 50 meters in length, covered in fiery red scales that shimmered in the scorching magma. Its appearance resembled a crimson demon lizard, but it had a pair of massive dragon wings sprouting from its back. The most terrifying part was the palpable killing intent emanating from it, almost tearing Junlin apart. However, the beast did not attack. It simply stared at Junlin, as if memorizing his appearance. After a moment, it glanced at the residual aura at the bottom of the magma and then turned away. Junlin let out a sigh of relief, but his body continued to tremble. This wasn't out of fear, but rather an excitement ignited by the creature's overwhelming power. A thought flashed through his mind. If he could devour this beast, he could surely evolve into a BOS-level creature. As the creature was about to depart, Junlin finally mustered the courage to activate his probing skill. Crimson Dragon Lizard Boss. Note: one of the rulers of the third layer of the Demon Cave. Level: 30. HP: 228000228000. Strength: 720. Crawl speed: 160. Flight speed: 360. Defense: 420. Spirit: 300. Skills: 15. Passive skill? Talent? Junlin's heart tightened. This Crimson Dragon Lizard was so powerful that he couldn't even detect its 5 skills, and it could likely kill him effortlessly. The departure of the Crimson Dragon Lizard didn't mean it was sparing Junlin. Its eyes still held a blatant killing intent, and the system indicated it was a creature from the third layer of the Demon Cave, at level 30. This meant Junlin was currently in the first layer, corresponding to levels 110, while the third layer corresponded to levels 2130. The presence of the Crimson Dragon Lizard here indicated that this place was a necessary passage to the upper layers. Junlin couldn't help but wonder if there were even more powerful creatures in the higher layers. If a BOS-level Crimson Dragon Lizard was only in the third layer, the fourth and fifth layers must contain even stronger beings. However, one thing was certain. Although these powerful creatures could come to the lower layers, they seemed unable to attack the creatures of this layer. Just then, the system suddenly chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for collecting attributes of common, elite, and boss creatures. The system has calculated and planned the current data for creatures up to level 50. Note: the data beyond level 50 cannot be calculated. The system then displayed a series of detailed data, including the health and attribute ranges for creatures of different levels and the conditions for becoming a boss. Junlin studied the data carefully, realizing that his current level 5 strength was far from sufficient to survive in the second layer. However, since all the creatures in this layer were now his prey, reaching level 10 was just a matter of time. Junlin speculated that the Crimson Demon Lizard might exist to guard this passage. While he couldn't be sure it was the overlord of this layer, he could at least confirm that there weren't many creatures stronger than it here. With this decision made, Junlin swam upward. With a speed of 150 points, he quickly reached the surface. Although his bone wings couldn't enable flight, his speed in the water was enough to explore the entire first layer. Junlin decided to return to the spot where he had fallen to see if the slime gel was still there. On his way back, he wanted to test the lethality of his bone wings, so he targeted a group of Crimson Foot Lizards. At an astonishing speed of nearly 540 kilometers per hour, Junlin darted through the group of Crimson Foot Lizards. His bone wings acted like sharp blades, slicing the lizards in half with ease. Blood splattered, and limbs flew, and within seconds, all the Crimson Foot Lizards were dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Current level: 6. With the level up, Junlin was amazed to find that his body had grown by an entire meter, reaching a length of 3 meters. At this rate, he might reach an astonishing 72 meters by the time he hit level 30. Although he couldn't match the weight of the Crimson Dragon Lizard, such a size would be shocking in his previous world. Junlin couldn't help but recall the visual impact of the 13-meter-long giant snake from the movie Anaconda. Unfortunately, that world was now out of reach. Shaking off these thoughts, Junlin continued toward his initial landing spot. Along the way, he encountered many creatures, including an earthquake bear comparable in size to the Crimson Demon Lizard. This made Junlin briefly wonder if there was another species here, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Bears, although occasionally living in groups, rarely formed stable communities due to their massive food requirements, and this environment couldn't support many bear-like creatures. Upon reaching the destination, Junlin felt a familiar presence. His level had increased once again, and his body length had reached an astonishing 16 meters. As his massive serpentine form moved slowly, an ice blue gel suddenly appeared on the ground, catching his attention. Inspect. Junlin instinctively used his skill. The system promptly provided detailed information. Slime embryo, born from the self-reproduction of slimes. It can develop into a juvenile slime. In its current state, it has a soul link with the host and can inherit all of the host's genes. Note: congratulations, host, you now have a child. Please take good care of it, as it will bring you unexpected surprises. Junlin's face instantly darkened. A child? He hadn't even gotten married, and now he was a father? He couldn't help but regret destroying the gender transformation card earlier. After a moment of hesitation, Junlin carefully wrapped the slime embryo with his bone tail. System, where should I store this thing? And how do I hatch it? Junlin asked. The system responded, you can store it in the system space. If you want to know how to hatch it, please pay the required fee. Junlin was taken aback. The system could bargain? Back when he was just an ordinary slime, the system wasn't this accommodating. Could it be that the system also respected strength? As if reading Junlin's thoughts, the system explained, congratulations, host, you were correct. Your previous talent was too low to be worth cultivating. Now, your potential ranks among the top 10 of all selected beasts, making you a key cultivation target. Junlin suddenly understood and murmured, I see. He was already accustomed to the system being able to read his thoughts. Now, his only path was to grow stronger continuously and evolve by devouring. As for the mysteries ahead, they would naturally unravel as his strength increased. How do I compare to the one ranked first? And where do I stand in the top 10? Junlin asked, looking at the slime embryo in front of him, a plan forming in his mind. The system replied, your current level does not allow you to know. Only when all top 10 have broken through level 10 can the beast leaderboard be accessed. However, as of now, you are still far from the first place. Note: the beast leaderboard only reveals the top 10 in potential, and only the top 10 can query it. Junlin pondered silently. Level 10. Huh? He guessed he was probably the last on that list. His level kept resetting with each evolution, and now he needed 1,000 experience points to level up. Moreover, he had been unconscious for an unknown period, during which many beasts had likely surpassed him in level. What do I need to pay? Junlin returned to the main topic, becoming serious. The system responded, you need to pay 20 level 5 or higher spirit cores. Junlin was shocked. Was this system calculating things ahead of time? Apart from the level 10 Earthbear's core, he had exactly 20 spirit cores. Pay. Compared to these currently useless spirit cores, the information was crucial for his plan. The system confirmed, congratulations, host, on successfully paying 20 spirit cores. Note: due to your devouring talent, the slime embryo cannot hatch in the usual way. To bring your child into the world, you need a medium, specifically a powerful corpse. Your child will devour it and be born. The newborn will be soul-linked with the host. The system then detailed the 3 characteristics of the soul link: skill and attribute inheritance, consciousness descent, and attribute stacking. These features greatly surprised Junlin, especially the third one, which would allow him to face boss-level beasts without fear at the same level. Although he would be weakened for a day afterward, it was a crucial survival tool, albeit one that could only be used once a month. Junlin began considering a suitable beast for the embryo. Although he wasn't overly concerned with appearances, it at least needed to be boss level. The system didn't specify whether the quality of the beast would affect the embryos and his future growth, but he believed a boss-level beast would enhance both of them. Moreover, the chance of inheriting his skills and talents was an opportunity he wouldn't miss, given that he only had 2 devouring opportunities each month. After placing the slime embryo in the system space, Junlin scanned his surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked before opening the chat channel. To prevent constant spamming, the channels were now divided into regional and world channels. Unfortunately, there were no signs of any human presence in the area where Junlin had landed. He looked around. The depths of the forest's lair were clearly unfit for human habitation. Feeling a bit disappointed, he opened the world channel. The screen was filled with chaotic messages, and Junlin carefully sifted through the information. One key point caught his attention: human firearms were still functional. Military bases and army camps had become the last strongholds for humans, while the rest were scattered among the indigenous populations. Even more surprising was the fact that it seemed the entire Blue Star had descended onto this continent, rather than the natives arriving on Blue Star. The natives referred to these sudden arrivals as descenders. After determining there was no threat, the natives treated these enthusiastic descenders with a friendly attitude, occasionally assigning them menial and dirty tasks. However, one piece of information sent a chill down Junlin's spine. These descenders could resurrect indefinitely. Each landing site had a resurrection point. This meant they were truly an unstoppable calamity. Junlin realized that as a beast, he was in direct opposition to the humans. To them, beasts were merely sources of experience points. Time suddenly became a pressing issue. Junlin had no idea what the highest human level currently was. If humans ever took over this area, he would be doomed. The truly terrifying aspect of players was that as long as the target had a health bar and wasn't an unattackable entity, even gods would not be spared from their attacks. Junlin decided to accelerate his plans, even considering the creation of his own group if necessary. He turned and surveyed his surroundings. He had almost fully explored this area. It was time to move through the passage to other places. His goal was clear. First, reach level 10, then head to the second layer of the lair. Before those players had a chance to develop, he needed to quickly strengthen his own power. Time was of the essence, and Junlin knew he had to make every second count. The next morning, Junlin successfully reached level 9, but the experience provided by the beasts had become negligible. After some calculations, he realized that it would take at least a full day of hunting to reach level 10. However, instead of continuing the slaughter, Junlin decided to open the panel and check the shop. Coincidentally, the shop was open that day, and Junlin hoped to find something useful. The shop was divided into 3 categories: player-uploaded items, system-sold items, and a mysterious shop established in collaboration with a mysterious merchant. Uninterested in players' old items, Junlin headed straight for the system shop. After browsing, Junlin found that most of the items were useless to him. Many of the pills clearly stated they were only for players. As for equipment, as a beast, he couldn't wear any of it. Feeling helpless, Junlin clicked into the mysterious shop. Scanning through all the items, Junlin's gaze finally landed on the Tear of Time. This item could reset the cooldown of any ability, and a glint of red flashed in Junlin's eyes. His devour ability was currently on cooldown, and if he could get the Tear of Time, it would mean he could use the devour ability twice again. Having already experienced the powerful effects of the devour ability, Junlin considered it crucial. To climb higher, continually devouring powerful beasts was the only way. Filled with excitement, Junlin checked the price. But his excitement quickly turned to shock when he saw the number billion gold coins, far beyond his imagination. Ding! The system's prompt sounded. This system's pricing is fair and is the lowest in the market. The high price of the Tear of Time is due to its additional effects besides resetting ability cooldowns. The specific effects are for the host to explore after purchase. Junlin couldn't help but raise his voice. Buy it? Are you kidding me? I don't even have a single gold coin, let alone a way to get gold coins. The system provided a suggestion. Although the host couldn't list items in the shop to earn gold coins, he could trade with players. He just needed to check the player requests in the shop's task area, meet the conditions, and contact them for a trade to earn gold coins. Faced with such a disparity in treatment, Junlin felt helpless. He opened the shop's task area and found a section for purchasing materials and beast cores. Although he didn't know the difference between beast cores and spirit cores, it didn't stop him from trying to sell them. After browsing for a while, Junlin noticed a task to purchase level 10 beast cores and materials. The requester had marked it as urgent and was available 247. Junlin immediately contacted the requester, asking, I don't have beast cores, but can elite level 10 spirit cores be used instead? He then sent a detailed description of the spirit core's attributes. While waiting for a reply, Junlin felt a bit anxious. After all, spirit cores and beast cores were different, and he wasn't sure if the players could use them. After hesitating for a moment, he added, Sorry, can you accept materials dropped from beasts? Besides the beasts, there didn't seem to be anything else valuable here. The extreme flame stalactites he had before had turned into ordinary stalactites for some reason. Otherwise, they alone could have fetched a good price. Just as Junlin was about to close the chat panel, the other party replied, Sorry, it's not that I can't, I was just shocked. At the same level, a beast's 1-point attribute is roughly equivalent to a monster's 2 points, making them hard to kill, so I was a bit stunned. The man on the other end couldn't hide his excitement. A level 10 elite beast is already comparable to a boss-level monster. I didn't expect a team to successfully kill one so quickly. Junlin was taken aback. He had thought this world only had beasts, but it turned out there were also monsters, and beasts were far stronger than monsters. So, how much is this spirit core worth? This was Junlin's main concern. With enough gold coins, he could exchange for the Tear of Time. With this treasure, he could use the devour ability twice again, significantly boosting his strength. However, lacking trading experience, Junlin asked a rather naive question. The other party paused briefly and quickly replied, Your spirit core is a level 10 elite physical attribute. Such a core is priced at 1,000 gold coins by the system. The man's gaze lingered on Junlin for a moment before he spoke. Your spirit core contains the innate ability of Fury, making it a top-tier item. When forging weapons, there's a chance to gain special abilities, which makes it twice as valuable as regular spirit cores. However, I can offer you 40 more than the system price. Moreover, if you come across any rare materials in the future, I'll always pay above the system price. Upon hearing this, Junlin's eyes flashed with surprise. He had initially thought that the spirit core might fetch a few dozen gold coins at most, given that few people could afford such seemingly useless items. Since the man was willing to make a purchase, Junlin's eyes gleamed as he sent over the details of all the spirit cores and rare materials dropped by the beasts, including 3 elite-level spirit cores and a weapon. How much do you think these are worth? Junlin asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. The man looked at the long list of items and couldn't help but swallow hard. Earth Bear Leather, Blaze Tiger Spirit Core, Venom Scorpion Tail Sting, and even a one-handed sword. His eyes lit up at the sight of the sword. It was well known that beasts below level 10 rarely dropped equipment. Only rare beasts had a chance of dropping gear. This was why he scoured the entire network for spirit cores, aiming to craft his ideal weapon. Staring at the rich inventory, the man, still in shock, cautiously asked, "Did you and your team kill all of these?" Junlin paused for a moment before responding, "Yes, my team and I took them down. Why, is there a problem?" The man keenly noticed Junlin's hesitation. Typically, such questions would be answered without a second thought. The fact that Junlin took a few seconds to respond indicated something unusual. A bold idea flashed through the man's mind. Could Junlin have killed all these beasts by himself? If that were true, it would be extraordinary. While there were indeed human warriors capable of soloing elite beasts, taking down elite-level rare beasts was unheard of. The strength of these rare beasts was well documented. Historical records indicated that early inhabitants had once united with various strong clans to seal most of the rare beasts in underground caverns. These seals were not limited to one location. They were spread across deserts, canyons, forests, and seas. This had led to a scarcity of rare beasts, but each one that remained was incredibly difficult to deal with. Now, the men were secretly wondering if they had accidentally stumbled into a sealed area for mythical beasts. After all, in this era, the beasts outside had grown into formidable beings. Although they were few in number, each one was incredibly powerful and hard to kill. Because of this, the locals had adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards them. The man suppressed the urge to ask questions and purchased the items at a price 3 higher than the market rate. He quickly typed a message, "Sir, these materials and equipment are worth 120,000 gold coins in total. How about we add each other as friends? If you have any materials or spirit cores for sale in the future, I can buy them at a high price." Seeing the figure of 120,000 gold coins, Junlin froze. He wondered to himself, has the outside world become so wealthy? Where do they get all their gold coins from? Just then, a system notification sounded. Dang, gold coins are made from gold. As long as there is enough gold, an unlimited number of coins can be produced. Junlin paused in silence, realizing he had underestimated human capabilities. Even gold coins could be mass-produced. "All right," Junlin replied, "but I have a question. Are you part of the military? Are you currently within the native camps or in a human-built base?" He had just noticed that a slime embryo was also part of the transaction. If he could send it to the outside world and have it born there, he could cultivate his own power. But before that, he needed a reliable partner. "Yes, I'm part of the Disya base," the man answered candidly. "Why? Are you interested in joining?" In this new era, hiding was no longer feasible. To grow stronger, one had to continuously expand and recruit talent. "No need to join," Junlin replied, "but we can cooperate and grow stronger together. I'll contact you again in a while. By the way, my name is Junlin." With that, Junlin transferred all the items to the other party, who promptly deposited 120,000 gold coins into Junlin's system account and sent his name, Li Linfeng. At that moment, in a military tent at the Disya base, Li Linfeng sat in a chair, quietly examining the one-handed sword in his hand, a faint smile on his lips. He thought to himself, what an incredible player, to be able to kill an elite beast at this stage. How strong could he be? Just then, a lively young girl with long black hair ran into the tent, grinning. "Brother, how's the material collection going? Need any help?" Li Linfeng's expression softened as he looked at his sister. "It's all collected. By the way, I got this weapon for you. Take a look." "A weapon?" the girl exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise before taking the one-handed sword and examining it closely. The blade was a vivid green, surrounded by a layer of fluorescence, and its overall design resembled a straightened scorpion tail, clearly imbued with poison. The system prompt displayed, Scorpion's Venom Sword. Requirements: none. Equipped. Speed 5. Attack speed 3. Sword tail penetration. Attacks with the sword tail ignore 10 points of defense. Skill: Venom Blade. Each attack has a 15 chance to poison the enemy, causing 2 points of health loss per second for 30 seconds. Cooldown: 1 minute. The girl was stunned. Among all attributes, speed was the most precious, requiring 2 free attribute points to increase by 1. This weapon not only added 5 points to speed and 3 to attack speed, but also came with a skill, making it a top-tier weapon at this stage. "Brother, this weapon?" she asked excitedly. "It dropped from an elite beast, Bought from a friend, Li Linfeng explained briefly, not mentioning Jun Lin's identity. The girl didn't press further, instead clinging to her brother's arm and playfully saying, "Thanks a lot, brother. With this weapon, I might even make it into the top 100 in the upcoming arena." You. Still so arrogant, Li Linfeng gently tapped her nose, shaking his head. "Remember, our ancient martial family isn't the only one in the Dragon Kingdom with a long history. Anyway, I've gathered all the materials, so I'll head out for a bit." "Okay, brother. Safe travels," she said, smiling as she watched him leave. Meanwhile, Jun Lin was deep in thought. He realized he currently had no desire to split the embryo, meaning he had no motivation to reproduce for the time being. System, isn't it said that slimes can reproduce on their own? Why do I feel like I can't? Jun Lin asked the system, feeling that his question sounded a bit odd. Ding. The system's notification sound interrupted Jun Lin's killing spree. "Since it's not breeding season yet, the reason you produced an embryo last time was because you were in a fragmented state. The upgraded auto-repair function prompted you to split off a special embryo, which is both your child and an extension of yourself. This is why the rare soul link talent appeared," the system explained. "But future embryos won't have this effect. No matter what species you devour, they can only inherit part of your current attributes, skills, and talents." Jun Lin sighed in resignation, realizing his plans had to be postponed. He looked into the distance, moving forward with agile grace. Since the plan was delayed, he decided to focus on leveling up. However, the system's reminder made him ponder the future of that special embryo. As both his child and an extension of himself, its birth was indeed something to be carefully considered. Reaching a fork in the road, Jun Lin chose a different path. At this point, he had lost interest in beasts below level 5, as they provided too little experience and the chances of obtaining a spirit core were negligible. The most important thing now was to gather valuable items and aim to collect 1 billion in 6 months to buy the Tear of Time. Although 1 billion seemed out of reach, the resources here were equally abundant. Having reached level 9, coupled with his extraordinary attributes, Jun Lin could almost rule this layer. The entire area was like his own backyard, posing no threat at all. And so, Jun Lin began his hunting journey. Whenever he encountered a beast above level 5, he struck without hesitation. From day to night and night to day, Jun Lin hunted tirelessly. It wasn't until the system's notification sound rang out again that he paused his slaughter. The surrounding beasts, seeing Jun Lin stop, fled in panic, fearing he might attack again. Ding! The system's voice sounded once more. "Congratulations, host, on leveling up. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Current level, 10. Congratulations on acquiring a new skill, Extraordinary Fertility." Jun Lin heard the name of the new skill and was momentarily at a loss for how to react. Jun Lin's face darkened as he examined the system panel, shock coursing through him. He had just reached level 10, only to unexpectedly awaken a unique skill exclusive to slimes called Extraordinary Reproduction. The panel detailed his attributes. Body length, 24 meters, health, 327602327602, mana, 12601260, strength, 44, speed, 234, defense, 234, spirit, 63, free attribute points, 0. His active skills included Extreme Frost Array, Bone Blade Wings, Flame Emperor's Roar, and the newly acquired Extraordinary Reproduction. Passive skills were Bone Shatter, Flame Devour, Bone Spike Talent, and Speed Balance. His race was still listed as, and his experience points were 201,0000. The system informed him that he had gained 20 free attribute points, but Jun Lin wasn't thrilled. He was preoccupied with the issue of reproduction, and this new skill only added to his concerns. Extraordinary Reproduction, despite its power to bypass seasons, increase reproduction speed and output, would leave him in a weakened state after use. For Jun Lin, who planned to become male, this skill seemed utterly useless. The system even teased, "With this skill, you'll never have to worry about reproduction again. But be careful, frequent use can be harmful." Resigned to this reality, Jun Lin turned his attention to inquiring about the exotic beast's ranking. The system prompted him to choose a name and asked if he would reveal his race information. Jun Lin decisively agreed, eager to learn about other powerful beings. However, the other 9 exotic beasts chose to remain anonymous. The exotic beasts' ranking displayed: 1. Ma Yin, 2. Malong, Dark Dragon, 3. Jun Lin, 4. Qi Yin, Flame Mountain Dragon Turtle, 5. Guisha, Ghost Flame Demon Eagle, 6. Hongjue, Soul Worm, 7. Qianmian, Sin Fox, 8. Wanzhu, Heaven's Grudge Centipede, 9. Shirshin, Nether Mantis. Satisfied with his ranking, Jun Lin was more curious about the identity of the first place. He pondered how to use his new skill to establish his own race while searching for a safe haven. Meanwhile, in a desolate forest of dead trees, a massive creature was hunting other exotic beasts. Its dark golden vertical pupils gleamed with curiosity and murderous intent towards Junlin. Junlin, there's only one item that can hide from the system's detection. So what kind of exotic beast are you? Its hoarse voice was laced with madness. As the scent of blood attracted more prey, the mysterious entity grinned viciously, ready to start a new round of hunting. In the distance, a seemingly endless canyon stretched across the land, hinting at more challenges to come. After a day of rest, Junlin dragged his slightly weakened body forward. After hours of arduous crawling, he once again reached the familiar lava field. By now, Junlin had fully recovered and was brimming with energy. He stretched out his icy blue skeletal frame and fixed his gaze on the surface of the lava, recalling the excruciating pain and subsequent weakness from the night he split the embryo. This experience made Junlin resolve never to use his extraordinary reproductive abilities unless absolutely necessary. Junlin slowly slid into the lava, the red flame spikes on his back emitting a faint red glow. Though he could no longer absorb the lava, the glow helped mitigate the burning pain. The fiery world came into view once more as he swam along the bottom of the lava. After an indeterminate amount of time, Junlin sensed a change in his surroundings. The solid rock above him gave way to an open cavern. He quickly surfaced, finding himself in a vast land, with enormous rock pillars supporting the sky. Looking up, he saw glowing stones embedded in the 100-meter-high rock walls, resembling stars illuminating the dim space. The openness of this new world lifted Junlin's spirits. Just as he was about to swim to the opposite shore, a massive, fiery creature came into view. It resembled a giant, snapping turtle, with a nearly 20-meter-wide, sharply ridged red shell and powerful limbs. Its menacing head, covered in palm-sized scales, emerged from the shell. The moment their eyes met, Junlin immediately activated his scanning ability. The familiar aura made Junlin wary. He realized that this creature was likely a kindred spirit. The scan revealed: species, Yin-Yu dragon turtle. Codename, Chi-Yin. Sequence, 4th. Level, 12. Health, 378-003-7800. Mana, 1200-1200. Strength, 120. Speed, 54. Defense, 420. Spirit, 80. Skills, unavailable. Passive skills, unavailable. Talent, unavailable. Upon seeing Chi-Yan's attributes, Junlin's expression darkened. Chi-Yan's defense had surpassed the third boundary, with 420 defense points far exceeding Junlin's 254. The oppressive aura emanating from Chi-Yan's thick shell made it clear that even if Junlin's bone blade wings could penetrate the exposed limbs, he would be powerless once Chi-Yan retreated into its shell. Despite knowing victory was unlikely, Junlin moved closer to Chi-Yan, exuding a powerful aura. Chi-Yan also raised its head, locking eyes with Junlin. After scanning Junlin's attributes, Chi-Yan realized that Junlin's speed advantage could pose a threat. Deciding to strike first, Chi-Yan's powerful limbs propelled it forward, charging at Junlin. Red light flickered in Junlin's eyes as he swiftly folded his wings, revealing his sharp bone blades. In the next instant, he transformed into a blue streak of lightning, stirring up the lava as he lunged at Chi-Yan. Chi-Yan raised a front paw to block, but Junlin's speed exceeded expectations. A blue flash streaked past Chi-Yan's front paw, followed by a sharp pain in its hind leg. Chi-Yan roared in anger, quickly turning its massive body to face Junlin. Seeing the blood dripping from Junlin's bone wings, Chi-Yan raised a broad front paw and slammed it onto the ground. Cracks spread from the impact, emitting an eerie red glow. Junlin alertly swam away, narrowly avoiding several scorching pillars of flame that erupted from the ground. After dodging the attack, Junlin no longer focused on Chi-Yan. The brief skirmish had made it clear that he couldn't kill Chi-Yan now, and his devouring talent was still on cooldown. Even if he managed to kill Chi-Yan, he wouldn't be able to absorb it immediately, and guarding the corpse for a month was impractical. As Junlin contemplated his next move, dozens of crimson lizard demons suddenly appeared ahead, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent as they slowly approached. Faced with this new threat, Junlin had to reassess his strategy and prepare for the imminent battle. Although the sheer number of elite beasts surprised Junlin slightly, there was no fear in his eyes. At that moment, a rough voice echoed through the cave. Did you provoke this species? Chi-Yan stepped forward slowly, his gaze fixed on the crimson demon lizard in front of Junlin. Both formidable figures knew well that they were evenly matched. The only way to break the stalemate was for one of them to reach level 31st. Chi-Yan couldn't allow Junlin to hunt these crimson demon lizards undisturbed. Junlin responded calmly, "I just killed a few of their clans." Before he finished speaking, his body transformed into a blue lightning bolt, swift as the wind. He had anticipated that the crimson dragon lizard wouldn't let him off easily, so he had expected this ambush upon reaching the second level. Dozens of level 20 Crimson Demon Lizards would be enough for him to level up twice. Seeing Junlin make his move, Qian wasn't about to be outdone. Although he currently led Junlin by 2 levels, he was slightly inferior in combat strength, with only a defensive advantage. Allowing Junlin to surpass him in level would have dire consequences. As the third in the sequence, Qian knew Junlin viewed him as a target for consumption, just as he did Junlin. In this cave, only one could survive. Qian took heavy steps toward a Crimson Demon Lizard. He opened his massive jaws and bit down on its neck. The immense bite force shattered bones instantly, and he tore off a large chunk of flesh, devouring it hungrily. Junlin paused and coldly observed Qian's actions before refocusing on the Crimson Demon Lizards. His rival clearly intended to steal his prey, but Junlin wouldn't let that happen. Junlin's bony tail began to glow red, followed by the spines on his back, lighting up one by one until they all shone with a dazzling red light. He slowly opened his jaws, gathering energy deep in his throat. In the next moment, a blood-red magma ray shot from his mouth, like a scorching sword, aimed directly at the Crimson Demon Lizard. Scorching rays spewed from Junlin's mouth, instantly burning a large, charred hole into the body of the Crimson Demon Lizard with intense heat and terrifying speed. Boiling lava flowed into the creature like a raging torrent, causing it to let out a pained roar. Junlin did not cease his attack. Instead, he turned his head, sweeping the ray like the scythe of death across all the surrounding Crimson Demon Lizards. The amount of lava stored in the fire-devouring bone spikes was far beyond Junlin's expectations. All the energy had been compressed to the limit, extending the duration of the Flame Emperor's roar unexpectedly long. For a full 3 minutes, searing rays poured out continuously, leaving no Crimson Demon Lizard unscathed. Their bodies were severely burned, and some had already died, lying in pools of their own blood. As the last Crimson Demon Lizard fell, Junlin felt a surge of power within him, successfully advancing to the next level. Qian, momentarily stunned, quickly locked onto a heavily injured Crimson Demon Lizard. He swiftly moved forward, his sharp claws deeply piercing the creature's body, ending its life with a single strike. A red light flickered in Junlin's eyes, and the bone spikes on his back glowed once more. He opened his massive jaws, and the remaining lava in the fire-devouring bone spikes converged into a single beam, shooting towards Qian. This time, Qian did not dodge. Instead, he turned and used his thick turtle shell to block the attack. He had determined that Junlin was a magma creature, and ordinary fire-based attacks would not harm him. To truly defeat, or even kill Junlin, physical attacks were necessary. If you mess with my prey again, you can try and see if I won't kill you. Junlin's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a murderous aura filled the air. Qian could feel the sudden drop in temperature around him, but he did not retreat in the face of the threat. He merely stopped finishing off the Crimson Demon Lizard. As the third in the sequence, Junlin's true strength was difficult to fathom. Qian did not dare to act rashly, fearing the consequences might be too severe. After issuing his warning, Junlin turned his attention to the remaining Crimson Demon Lizards. He now only wanted to quickly hunt these beasts to level up, putting other matters aside for the time being. Taking a deep breath, Junlin unfurled the bone wings on his back, which transformed into sharp blades. Though they couldn't fully close, they were more than sufficient for harvesting the heavily injured Crimson Demon Lizards. His body moved like a specter among them, with blood splattering and limbs flying wherever his bone wings passed. In a matter of moments, all the Crimson Demon Lizards lay dead, and Junlin advanced another level. Dozens of level 17 and above Crimson Demon Lizards, as Junlin had anticipated, only granted him 2 levels of advancement. He would need to hunt more exotic beasts to continue leveling up, and elite-level beasts were in limited supply. Junlin meticulously examined each corpse, using his harvesting skill to extract the last bit of value. To his delight, the Crimson Demon Lizards had dropped 2 weapons, a Crimson Scale Bow and a Crimson Scale Halberd. These weapons, along with the materials and spirit cores, brought him one step closer to his goal of 1 billion. Qian watched Junlin clean up the battlefield and, after careful consideration, spoke up. How about we join forces directly? Although both were powerful, they were not yet strong enough to dominate the entire second layer. The beasts here were more troublesome than anticipated. But if they teamed up, the second layer would become their hunting ground. Junlin merely glanced at him indifferently, without saying a word. Seeing this, Qian knew Junlin was considering it, and just needed another reason to cooperate. Our biggest enemy right now is the first in the sequence. Whether it's you or me, facing him, we might be crushed without a chance to fight back. Even if you devour me, it would be the same. So why not quickly level up to offset the power gap? And how do you know we would be crushed without a chance to fight back? Junlin asked with interest. He did not believe he would be completely powerless. A slight smile appeared on Qian's lips, knowing Junlin was already tempted. Because it doesn't belong to the exotic beasts but is a higher existence. At the same level, Our strength compared to his is like the difference between beasts and us. As you know, except for speed and this attribute, our attributes are roughly double that of beasts. Junlin's pupils contracted. He did not think Qi Yin was lying, and the other had no reason to lie. But for a simple cooperation, this reason was still far from enough. What species is it exactly? Junlin wondered, his mind filled with questions. Beyond the demon beasts and exotic creatures, could there be other unknown entities? This information was obtained through an equivalent exchange with the system, but that was all he knew. System, Junlin muttered under his breath, suddenly realizing a new possibility. So, it's possible to exchange with the system. Just then, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Each of the top 10 exotic creatures has its own unique system. I am the host's personal system. What other systems know, I may not know, and vice versa. Similarly, other systems may have functions I don't, but what I have, they may not. Junlin nodded thoughtfully. This explained why the items they drew from the initial 2 lottery chances were different, yet seemed tailored to each host. After a moment of contemplation, Junlin looked up and directly asked Qi Yin, I'm open to cooperation, but how can I trust you won't stab me in the back later? Qi Yin seemed prepared for this. A scroll materialized in front of him. As it slowly unfurled, 4 large characters became visible. Contract scroll. This scroll is an item I drew, Qi Yin explained. As long as we write our respective codes and the contract terms on it, it will take effect. If anyone violates the terms, they will be erased by the power of the contract. Junlin stared at the contract scroll, expressionless, while asking the system in his mind, is this thing reliable? Could there be any traps? The system responded immediately, ding, anything produced by the system is top-notch. This item is aligned with the world's laws. Unless one's power surpasses these laws, any violator will be eradicated. After confirming its safety, Junlin asked, how long do you want to cooperate? Qi Yin replied, 1 year. Within this year, we must find a way out of here, and then seek out the second in sequence to join forces. Otherwise, facing the first, we are doomed. All right, Junlin agreed, then added, however, once we're out, I don't plan to join you in dealing with the first. I want to handle it myself. Junlin calculated in his mind. After 24 evolutions in a year, he didn't know what he would become, but he was confident that he wouldn't be as powerless against the first as Qi Yin suggested. As long as the opponent couldn't kill him, his ability to devour infinitely would eventually allow him to surpass it. Besides, getting entangled with other exotic creatures would only expose him more, as their relationships were solely based on mutual devouring. Qi Yin was slightly taken aback, not understanding where Junlin's confidence came from, but since he had already expressed his stance, Qi Yin had nothing more to say. After finalizing the contract, the 2 beasts temporarily formed an alliance, no longer needing to guard against each other, thus conserving their energy. Junlin then inquired about their current environment. What's the power distribution on this level? Are there many elite exotic creatures? Are there any BOS level creatures? Faced with this barrage of questions, Qi Yin replied somewhat awkwardly, I've only just arrived on this level myself. Unlike the first level, this one is a snowy wasteland outside of here. Given our attributes, leaving this place would somewhat affect our strength. Junlin pondered for a moment, his gaze resting on Qi Yin. The red light flickering in Junlin's eye sockets made Qi Yin feel a bit uneasy. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Qi Yin asked warily. No, Junlin responded calmly. I just have some regrets. With that, he shifted his gaze forward and began to move. Let's go. We should explore this place thoroughly. Knowing the terrain, even if we encounter an unbeatable exotic creature, we won't run blindly into a dead end. Though unsure if there were any BOS-level creatures here, Junlin felt it was better to be cautious. Despite his attributes exceeding the limits, a boss could also possess attributes beyond the norm. In the dim forest, danger lurked everywhere. A young girl named Zilin Long was desperately fleeing, with several men hot on her heels. The leader of the group sneered. You'd better stop running, Zilin Long. Since the master wants you gone, we can't let you live. Realizing she couldn't shake off her pursuers, Zilin Long gritted her teeth and suddenly turned around. Her sword gleamed coldly as she charged at her enemies with determination. Knowing she was poisoned and had no chance of survival, she decided to fight to the death. The pursuers were caught off guard by her sudden counterattack. The leader's face twisted into a contemptuous smile as he raised his sword to meet her. He showed no fear in the face of the injured Zilin Long. Within just a few exchanges, the poison coursing through her body overwhelmed her, and she could no longer muster much of her spiritual power. The cold blade pressed against her neck, and the man's lips curled into a cruel smile. You're quite pretty and talented, he said lewdly. But it's a pity the young master needs your evil spirit eye for the human ranking competition. Sacrificing your eyes for the master's glory should be an honor for you. He sheathed his sword and stepped closer to Zilin Long, lifting her chin with a finger. But before I take your eyes, His eyes gleamed with a perverse light. I think I'll let you enjoy what a woman should enjoy. As his lascivious gaze bore into her, Linlong flicked a hidden dagger from her sleeve and thrust it towards his chest. He easily deflected it. Struggle all you want, he sneered. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Before he could finish his sentence, Linlong kicked out forcefully, using the momentum to spring backward. She rolled on the ground and quickly stood up, her eyes cold and unwavering as she held a scroll in her hand. Seeing the scroll, the man's expression changed dramatically. He lunged forward to snatch it, but it was too late. A purple light enveloped Linlong, and her figure vanished instantly. The man clenched his fists, his face pale. The destination of that teleportation scroll was the 9-layer demon caverna forbidden area sealed with mythical beasts, where no mortal could survive. His face darkened as he realized Linlong's secrets were far more than he had imagined. Go. Inform the master, he ordered sharply. The group hurried away, eager to find an excuse to cover their failure, knowing they would face dire consequences otherwise. Meanwhile, in another place, as Qian had said, the outside world was indeed a frozen wasteland. The temperature was shockingly low, and Qian's shell had lost its fiery glow, clearly suppressed by the environment. Damn, if I had a different attribute, I'd be frozen to death here. Qian shivered, estimating the temperature to be around -40 degrees. He turned to look at Junlin and was surprised to see that not only was Junlin unaffected, but his ice-blue skeleton was emitting a faint chill. Only then did Qian understand Junlin's earlier words. She possessed not only fire attributes, but also ice attributes. Qian felt a sense of relief. If it weren't for the contract's restrictions, with Junlin's speed and adaptability, he himself might have been devoured. Junlin paid no heed to Qian's scrutiny. He carefully observed the surroundings, puzzled. It was normal to find magma underground, but the extreme cold here defied logic, suggesting some force was affecting the climate. Stopping before an ice block, Junlin noticed a creature trapped within it. With a flick of his tailbone, he shattered the ice along with the beast inside. Though he didn't know how long the creature had been frozen, it was clear the temperature here wasn't always this harsh. But, aside from those crimson demon lizards, why haven't we encountered any other beasts? Junlin wondered aloud. Qian explained, it's not surprising. The harsh environment here means few can survive. I've killed a few before. Even the weakest were on par with elite-level creatures, and some were top-tier among elites. As he spoke, Qian suddenly stopped and looked up at the rock wall. Junlin followed his gaze, sensing a surge of unique energy filling the space. A purple array appeared in the sky, and fresh air flowed in. Junlin's eyes glowed red as he vigilantly observed the sudden change. It keenly sensed the presence of an outside force, astonished that someone could use a formation to connect to the external world. Junlin's thoughts raced, contemplating whether he could utilize this formation to escape. As he was engrossed in this idea, a dark figure emerged from the formation, descending slowly. Junlin's gaze remained fixed on the formation, trying to memorize every detail until it fully disappeared. Only then did he look down at the shadowy figure that had been transported in front of him. It was a curled-up form, slender arms tightly hugging its legs, the whole body trembling slightly. Blood had stained the clothes, freezing in the cold air at a visible speed. Scan. Junlin silently commanded in his mind. The system immediately responded. Ding. This is a human contaminated by the blood of a beast, thus automatically classified as a beast by the sealing rules here. A torrent of information then flooded Junlin's mind. Name, Linlong. Life, 460,800. Level, 13. Realm, Bone Refining Realm. Strength, 58. Speed, 40. Defense, 38. Spirit, 80. Martial skills. Purple Scale Shield. Uses spiritual energy to form a purple, diamond-shaped shield for defense. Purple Scale Sword Slash. No quality, power linked to the user's sword intent. Techniques. Purple Heart Technique. Boosts all attributes by 120 when activated. Talent. Evil Spirit Eye. An innate eye that can see through the essential weaknesses of creatures, currently undeveloped. Junlin observed the shivering girl before him, red light flickering in his eyes. He slowly moved closer, coiling around her to shield her from the cold wind. Though unaware of what she had encountered outside, her being transported here suggested she might know what this place was or even how to leave. Junlin judged that, given her current strength, she posed no immediate threat. And for non-threatening beings, Junlin generally showed a gentler side, except during hunting. She must have been transported from the outside, Junlin said to Qian. I could sense the external world's presence from that formation, but with her injuries, she probably won't survive long. Junlin's unexpected gentleness caught Qian off guard. It reminded Qian that they were once human too. Though they might retain some remnants of conscience now, continuous killing and devouring would eventually turn them into pure killing machines. Qian fell into a brief contemplation, then shook his head to dismiss these thoughts. Now is not the time to ponder such things, Qian muttered to himself. For now, we all fight for survival. Kindness will lead to our doom. He paused and added, besides, we might learn about the outside world from her. Hearing this, Junlin was slightly taken aback, his eyes turning sharp. He silently asked, System, is the marketplace and world channel a personal feature of yours or? The system immediately responded, Ding, each beast's marketplace is different, offering various items. While my functions are limited, I am the only one capable of communicating with players. Junlin's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed Qian was unaware of the external world situation, likely gaining his knowledge from the system. At that moment, movement around them caught Junlin's attention. He straightened up, scanning the surroundings. He noticed several beasts had gathered, their eyes locked on the girl protected by Junlin, filled with greed and desire. Junlin was momentarily stunned. Then a knowing smile crossed his face. He realized it was the scent of humans that had attracted these strange beasts. He and Qian had searched for a long time without success, but now they had encountered quite a few. The eyes of the beasts turned toward Junlin, glinting with dangerous intent. One of the creatures, nearly 20 meters long, opened its massive maw. Its thick, elastic neck began to swell, its diameter now more than twice that of its head. The surrounding air turned frigid as cold energy gathered. Junlin quickly activated his detection skill, obtaining detailed information about the beast. Explosive Scale Beast Elite Level. Level 20. Health 162,001, 6280. Strength 100. Speed 70. Defense 90. Spirit 170. Skill 1. Explosive Scale Special scales on the neck and tail can absorb ice elements, generating highly unstable ice energy. Fallen scales during combat can cause ice elemental explosive damage to enemies. Skill 2. Frost Breath. Inheriting the bloodline of an ice dragon, the explosive scale beast can release a weakened version of the ice dragon's breath. By absorbing ice elements from the air and compressing them in its mouth, it forms a ray that deals massive ice elemental damage to enemies. The attack's power is related to its spirit attribute and is doubled in snowy weather. In extremely cold regions, it can even severely injure a boss of the same level. Skill 3. Explosive Hammer. After absorbing enough ice elemental energy, the scales on its tail can be swung to attack enemies. If it hits the target, it will detonate all the scales on its tail, causing massive ice elemental damage. Seeing the creature's attributes and skills, Junlin's lips curled into a slight smile. Under normal circumstances, the explosive scale beast in this environment would indeed be a formidable opponent, capable of severely injuring him. However, Junlin happened to be immune to all ice elemental attacks, completely countering the beast's abilities. Qian warned in a deep voice, be careful. I can sense the power contained in that attack. I'll handle the defense. You take care of this creature. His eyes were fixed on the beast ahead, his expression serious. Such an attack was not something he could take lightly, and without using his skills, his turtle armor would definitely be damaged. Junlin glanced at the trembling girl and ignored Qian's suggestion. He quickly coiled himself around her, shielding her completely. Although he was immune to ice elemental attacks, the girl was extremely fragile in her current state and could easily die from even a minor mistake. Until he learned how to leave, Junlin couldn't let her die. Qian was taken aback by Junlin's actions. He hadn't expected Junlin to protect a girl he had never met so fiercely. Deeply moved, Qian gritted his teeth, deciding to help Junlin fend off the attack. Sensing Qian's movements, Junlin said calmly, I'm immune to ice attacks. Damn it. Qian cursed and quickly moved aside. An ice blue ray shot toward Junlin. The temperature around them plummeted. As the ray hit Junlin, the bone spurs on his back suddenly emitted a devouring force. All the released ice energy was absorbed and consumed by the bone spurs, eventually dissipating into the air. A sense of fullness filled Junlin's back. He squinted, checking his status. Most of his original skills remained unchanged, but Yanhong Howl had transformed into Binghong Howl, and devouring flame bone spikes had become devouring ice bone spikes. Junlin speculated that absorbing lava was due to his fire resistance reaching 80, and the bone spur's ability to dilute surrounding energy. So absorbing ice energy might be because he was completely immune to ice. If other elemental resistances reached 80, could he also absorb and store other elemental energies? As Junlin pondered, a pair of eyes focused on him, pulling him back to reality. He looked down to see the girl defiantly staring up at him, her small face covered in blood. Why did you help me? She asked, her voice trembling. Junlin replied coldly, we each have our reasons. I'll take you to a safe place later. Whether you survive or not depends on your own luck. He then stretched out his body, signaling Qian to watch over the girl. Qian understood and positioned himself beside Junlin, shielding the girl from the biting wind. Once he confirmed the girl was safe, Junlin turned his attention back to the explosive scale beast. From the beginning, he had never considered this ice elemental beast a threat. Sensing Junlin's disdainful gaze, the beast roared and charged at him. However, in Junlin's eyes, its movements were in slow motion, every detail crystal clear, including the scales on its tail that were continuously opening. Junlin made his move. His body transformed into a lightning bolt, instantly appearing before the beast. He twisted his body nimbly, his bone spurs slicing through the creature's neck with incredible speed. Blood gushed from the wound, quickly freezing into ice crystals in the cold air, scattering onto the rocks. The explosive scale beast maintained its charging posture, but its speed gradually slowed until it collapsed heavily to the ground, its life rapidly fading. Its eyes held a trace of confusion and disbelief, unable to comprehend how it had been defeated. From a distance, Qiyin watched with keen interest. With Junlin's speed, no creature below level 20, except for defensive types, could withstand his attacks. Qiyin felt a sense of relief, knowing that if he had a different attribute, he might have been devoured by Junlin long ago. If these beasts had professions, Junlin would undoubtedly be an elite assassin, while Qiyin would be the epitome of a tank. After killing the explosive scale beast, Junlin didn't stop. He continued his rapid movements, cutting down other beasts. These creatures, weaker than the explosive scale beast, were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in Junlin's eyes. Even if they were prepared, they could only become ghosts under Junlin's swift attacks. Surveying the field of corpses, Junlin confirmed his dominance on the second level. Unless a boss level or quasi-boss level beast appeared, he could move almost unchallenged. The explosive scale beast's spirit attribute was already at boss level, making it an elite among elites. Unfortunately, its ice elemental skills were completely countered by Junlin. Junlin couldn't help but wonder if all the beasts on this level were ice elemental, and whether he could challenge an ice elemental boss. However, Junlin quickly dismissed the thought. He was only at level 12, far from level 20. Until he reached level 20, he was no match for a boss-level beast. After cleaning up the battlefield, Junlin turned to Qiyin and said, "Let's go. Today's hunt is over. We'll head back now." He glanced at the girl and used his bone tail to gently lift her, placing her on Qiyin's back. The raised ridges on the turtle shell provided good wind protection. All right. Qiyin had long wanted to learn about the outside world, but he knew this wasn't the right place to ask, so he patiently waited for the right moment. Upon arriving in the magma zone, Zi Linlong leapt off Qiyin's back. She staggered a few steps before clutching her chest, a trickle of dark purple blood escaping her mouth and sizzling as it hit the scorching ground. She wiped the corner of her mouth, leaving a dark red streak. Her eyes were dull and lifeless as she leaned weakly against a protruding rock. "Do you want to know how to get out, or what's happening outside?" Her voice was clear but weak. Despite not understanding why this stage of the beast could speak, she knew they had saved her for one of these reasons. After all, who would truly care about the fate of a beast in this underground demon lair? Junlin glanced at the girl in surprise. He had expected her to ramble about her life story but was taken aback by her directness. Wasting no time, he got straight to the point. "I want to know what this place is and how to leave. Is it through a formation, or some other way?" Zi Linlong took a deep breath and looked up at the star-like, sparkling rock walls. "This is the underground demon lair, the sealing place for beasts, consisting of 9 levels. To leave, you must reach the 9th level to find a way out." She paused before continuing, "There is another way, similar to how I was transported here. You can use a formation to leave, but you need to locate the formation's core. These cores could be anywhere within the 9 levels, and even if you find one, you need to know how to use it." Junlin's eyes glowed red. The 9 levels likely corresponded to respective grades, meaning he would have to reach level 90 to have a chance to leave. He knew he couldn't wait that long, especially with the looming threats. Without time pressure, he could develop steadily, but reality didn't allow for that. Finding the formation core was now his priority. As for how to use it, he could communicate with the outside world and perhaps spend some resources to get players to help. Qiyan's face was also serious. He hadn't expected to find himself in a sealed place, meaning he wouldn't be able to break through to level 90 within a year. "Do you understand formations? If you do, we can ensure your safety," Qiyan asked urgently. Zi Linlong looked at him in surprise, feeling that these two beasts were unusual. Not only could they speak, but their strength was also extraordinary. "I'm sorry," she said with a bitter smile. "I think you can see that the poison has penetrated my bones. Surviving the night is uncertain." She turned to Qiyan, as if stating a simple fact. Qiyan was taken aback by her calmness towards death, feeling a bit of admiration. If possible, he did want to save her not for any particular reason, but to have someone to talk to in this strange place. Although he could converse with Junlin, there was always a distance between them, and too much communication would only expose their weaknesses. "It's a pity I don't have any antidote," Qiyan sighed, unable to afford the system's expensive medicines. He looked at Junlin, hoping for a solution. Don't look at me. I don't have the resources for an antidote right now. Junlin responded flatly. Suddenly, he silently asked the system, if I use an embryo to devour her, can her consciousness be preserved? The system responded, ding, yes, but it requires her consent. Then it added, ding, the sealing rules here only apply to beasts. This made Junlin ponder. If the sealing rules only applied to beasts, would merging with her mean his embryo would no longer be considered a beast? If so, Junlin raised his head, his eyes glowing red as they settled on the girl before him. Whether she agreed or not, she would become his first retainer. Rather than letting her corpse be devoured by other beasts, letting his embryo assimilate her might be a better option. Thinking this, Junlin found a place to rest, but his eyes never left Zilin Long. She felt his gaze and looked back, a slight smile playing on her lips. For some reason, she felt that her life was about to change. After a while, Qian approached. Junlin, let's go hunting. Unable to help the girl, Qian didn't want to waste more time. They didn't know how long it would take to break through to level 90, but it was certain that even 3 years wouldn't be enough. You go ahead. I'm thinking about something. Junlin looked up at Qian and then lay down, lost in thought. Qian didn't press further, assuming Junlin was disheartened after learning the way out. He looked into the distance and decided to hunt alone. After Qian left, Zilinlong slowly approached Junlin, looking up at his massive form. Do you need something? She asked weakly. Junlin slowly lifted his head, studying her carefully. The girl before him was smarter than he had imagined. I have a way to save you, he said directly, but you need to become my retainer. Do you agree? Retainer. Zilinlong thought for a moment before looking up to meet his eyes. What do I have to do? If there was a chance to live, why not take it? She still had a great revenge to exact. If she died now, those people would be pleased. The evil spirit eye was hers, and not even the main family's young master had a right to it. If they wanted her eyes, they would have to pay the price. It seems you have a lot of hatred in your heart, Junlin remarked. Forced into this, how could it be otherwise? Zilinlong replied bitterly. As a member of the Z family, she had been pressured to sacrifice her eyes for the main family's benefit. They had even resorted to underhanded tactics. If not for her strength, she would have been blinded and discarded like trash. The Z family's hypocrites didn't want anyone to know their deeds, so her fate was sealed regardless. Zilinlong's delicate face, smudged with blood, showed a determination that surprised Junlin. This was the look he admired most. With a slight smile, he stopped wasting words and directly took out a slime embryo from his system space. The blue, jelly-like embryo floated before Junlin. This is an embryo I split off, Junlin explained. Due to my innate ability, it can devour any creature and take on its form while inheriting my attributes. Besides devouring, it can merge with any creature and preserve its consciousness. Zilinlong paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. So, if I don't agree, you plan to devour me after I'm dead? Junlin nodded without hesitation. Yes, he said, looking directly into Zilinlong's eyes. The reason you're here now is because the poison in your body is made from the blood of a mythical beast. Once the blood is purged, you'll be expelled by the rules of this place. This domain only seals mythical beasts. He paused before continuing. If you don't agree, I'll use your corpse to create a clone of myself, allowing me to go out and handle some matters. Zilinlong, instead of being angry, smiled at Junlin's bluntness. She despised lies and betrayal more than anything, and found the straightforwardness of the mythical beast in front of her oddly endearing compared to human deceit. What I need to do? Eat it? Zilinlong asked cautiously, holding the slowly descending blue embryo in her hands and examining it closely. Junlin shook his head. No need. It will merge with you on its own. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue embryo seemed to sense the life in front of it and transformed into a large net, wrapping around Zilinlong's entire body. She felt every cell in her body being invaded by an unknown foreign substance. Knowing this was the beginning of the fusion, she did not resist but silently embraced the vitality brought by the new life. Because Zilinlong did not resist, the fusion with the embryo happened faster than expected. The blue net enveloping her gradually took on a human shape, and a young girl appeared before Junlin. Junlin's expression remained calm as he said, Clothes? Zilinlong, now awake, realized she was naked and felt a bit embarrassed. With a thought, a mass of blue liquid formed from her arm and transformed into a loose dress. After dressing, Zilinlong began to examine her new body. Her hair had turned blue, and her body size had shrunk significantly. If she had looked 17 or 18 before, she now appeared to be only 12 or 13 based on her height. She clenched her pale hands and felt a tremendous power coursing through her fingertips. Her body felt much lighter, almost weightless. Compared to her previous strength, the difference was like night and day. However, her cultivation level had dropped by 1 rank. now only at the second stage of bone refining. Raising her head, Zi Linlong looked at Junlin, the mythical beast that had given her a second life. At the same time, Junlin also looked at her, a strange emotion rising in his heart. Zi Linlong's feelings were even stronger. She opened her mouth slightly and involuntarily said, "Mother?" Junlin was stunned. The word daughter was now deeply imprinted in his heart. He tilted his head and carefully examined Zi Linlong's appearance. Red eyes, blue hair, a smooth forehead with a vertical line that seemed to hide something. Most notably, her body had shrunk considerably. "Scan." Junlin silently commanded. Name, Zi Linlong. Relationship, dependent. Level, 12. Health, 119-280-119-280. Mana, 1460-1460. Strength, 108. Speed, 568. Defense, 568. Spirit, 146. Skills, Extreme Cold Ice Array, Bone Blade Wings, Purple Scale Shield, Purple Scale Sword, Absolute. Passive skills, Bone Shock. Talents, Soul Link, Speed Balance, Poison Immunity, Evil Eye. Locked abilities, Detect Enemy Weaknesses. Race, Human. Seeing her attributes, Junlin's pupils contracted. Except for speed, her other attributes were twice that of a human, which was typical for a mythical beast. But her speed, this was insane. The speed balance talent was that powerful? Her speed had already broken the sound barrier, making her unbeatable. Right, Soul Link. Junlin suddenly thought. This talent can link our attributes. If her speed is 568, then mine should be... System. Show my status. Junlin suppressed his excitement and checked his own attributes. Host, Junlin. Level, 12. Body length, 30 meters. Health, 59, 640259, 6402. Mana, 1460-1460. Strength, 54. Speed, 568. Defense, 284. Spirit, 73. Free attribute points, 20. Skills from single attribute breaking through 3 levels. Extreme Cold Ice Array, Bone Blade Wings, Flame Emperor Roar, Extraordinary Reproduction. Passive skills, Bone Shock, Fire Devour, Bone Spikes. Talents, Soul Link, Speed Balance Note. Not active, Devour, Poison Immunity, Evil Eye. Race? Indeed, his speed had also reached 568, rendering speed balance ineffective for himself. But this was only for him. For the human Zi Linlong, it still worked. As long as Soul Link existed, speed balance would indirectly be effective. With a speed of 568, I no longer need to worry about the mythical beasts on this level, Junlin murmured to himself. Watching Junlin mutter to himself, Zi Linlong cautiously spoke up. Mother, is something wrong? Junlin snapped back to reality and looked at Zilinlong in front of her. Zilinlong hesitated slightly before answering. No, everything is fine. By the way, from now on, don't call me mother. You can call me master or by my name, Junlin. All right, master. Zilinlong responded respectfully, though she felt a bit uneasy. Addressing her by name seemed too intimate, while master felt more appropriate. Junlin didn't mind. As long as she was no longer called mother, she gazed at Zilinlong and said calmly, "You have now inherited most of my skills and talents. While I don't know how powerful you are in the human world, I hope you can distribute these embryos to the right people and strengthen my influence." As soon as she finished speaking, countless embryos appeared out of thin air in front of Junlin, numbering over 200. This sight reminded Zilinlong of that torturous night, and she secretly felt relieved that these embryos were finally used up. "Do you still have so many embryos?" Zilinlong asked in surprise. She had thought she was the only one, and this discovery made her feel a bit insecure. Junlin seemed to sense her concerns and explained calmly, "Yours is special and the only one that can be used to create a clone. The others are just ordinary embryos." Just as Zilinlong stored the embryos in her spatial ring, Junlin reminded her, "By the way, because of your poison immunity talent, the toxins in your body are almost completely purged. Soon, you'll be expelled by the rules of this place." With a slightly embarrassed expression, Zilinlong asked, "Where will I be transported to? I might need to sleep for a day to recover after merging with the embryo. It would be awkward if I ended up in the wilderness and got eaten by wild beasts." Junlin paused. This was something she hadn't considered. Her eyes flashed red, her curiosity about the outside world growing stronger. Although she couldn't leave herself, she might be able to take this opportunity. Looking down at Zilinlong, Junlin said calmly, "You can sleep inside me for a while." She planned to use the second feature of the Soul Link to transfer her consciousness between their bodies, taking this chance to learn about the outside world. Before Zilinlong could react, she suddenly felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes again, she was shocked to find herself looking at her own body. Before she could ask anything, A wave of drowsiness overcame her, and she slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, Zillenlong's body disappeared from the second layer of space in an instant. In a bustling marketplace, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Due to the large crowd, no one noticed this unexpected arrival. Junlin slowly opened her eyes, squinting slightly against the harsh sunlight. The familiar noise around her stirred a sense of nostalgia. Once her eyes adjusted, she looked around, taking in the lively market filled with people and the ancient architecture that made her feel as though she had stepped back into the Tang dynasty. As Junlin immersed herself in this long-lost atmosphere, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Make way! Make way! A sharp shout cut through the chaos, and a carriage barreled recklessly through the market, scattering pedestrians in its wake. A young man on the carriage watched the panic with a satisfied smile. However, when he noticed Junlin standing unflinchingly in his path, his eyes narrowed. "Shaoshun, bring me my Qiyang Bao," he commanded. "Yes, young master," replied a boy beside him, quickly retrieving a bow and arrow from a hidden compartment in the carriage and handing them over respectfully. The young man took the bow, a playful glint in his eyes, and without hesitation, drew an arrow and aimed at Junlin. The arrow flew towards Junlin at a speed too fast to see. The surrounding crowd gasped, certain that Junlin would be struck down. But to everyone's astonishment, the arrow stopped just before reaching her. Upon closer inspection, they saw that Junlin had somehow caught it in midair. The young man, seeing this, reclined back in his seat with a disdainful smirk and told the coachman, "Just run her over. In Xiang Town, no one dares to stand up to me. Miss, get out of the way!" A nearby boy shouted urgently, but Junlin remained unmoved. She casually tossed the arrow aside, her blood-red eyes glaring at the young man with disdain. A faint aura of pressure emanated from her, causing the horses pulling the carriage to panic and collapse to the ground like frightened rabbits. The carriage, moving too fast to stop, rolled over and crashed towards Junlin. With an impassive expression, she stepped forward, her slender hand facing the carriage. At the moment of impact, the carriage shattered into pieces, sending its occupants flying. Junlin paused, realizing that Zillenlong had also inherited her bone-shattering ability. "Are you blind?" A furious shout came from behind. A man who had tumbled to the ground was still oblivious to the danger, his years of dominance in Xiang Town having made him arrogant. But when he saw Junlin's blue hair and delicate features, he froze. "So beautiful," he blurted out, staring at Junlin in awe. Despite his self-proclaimed experience with women, he had never seen anyone as stunning as her. Junlin's exquisite face and blood-red eyes radiated an irresistible charm that drew him in. However, his infatuation quickly turned to terror as he remembered someone Zillenlong. Aside from the hair color and height, the blue-haired girl before him was a spitting image of Zillenlong. But if Zillenlong was merely cold, this girl was like an eternal glacier. Who are you to Zillenlong?" he stammered. Junlin had intended to kill him outright, but the mention of that name made her pause. She scrutinized the man on the ground, using her probing skills silently. Name, Zicheng. Life, 340,380. Level, 8. Realm, body refining. Strength, 20. Speed, 14. Spirit, 11. Defense, 10. Skills, basic swordsmanship. So weak, was Junlin's first impression. She looked at him coldly and asked, "Are you from the Z family?" After swapping consciousness with Zillenlong, Junlin was well aware of recent events and harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Z family. Since Zillenlong had become her retainer, Junlin felt obliged to clean up her enemies. Zicheng was momentarily stunned, realizing that the girl before him might not be Zillenlong. Recalling Zillenlong's fate, he calmed down a bit. If she wasn't Zillenlong, what was there to fear? Brushing off the dust, he stood up and forced a smile. "Miss, I am Zicheng from the Z family. Would you care to visit our residence?" Zicheng spoke confidently, believing that anyone aware of the Z family would not refuse their invitation. Even though this was merely a branch of the Z family, their influence was formidable. Moreover, members of the main Z family had recently stayed in Xiang Town, further emboldening him. The onlookers couldn't help but show expressions of pity. Another beautiful girl was about to be defiled by the Z family. Despite her earlier display of strength, this was still Xiang Town, the Z family's territory. Junlin's eyes glinted with cold light. "Since you're from the Z family," she raised her hand, slicing through Zicheng's neck like lightning. Zicheng was taken aback, suddenly feeling the world turn upside down. He soon found himself at the feet of the blue-haired girl. Drip. A drop of blood fell onto Zicheng's forehead from above. Straining to look up, he saw the dripping right hand and realized, too late, that his head had already been severed. Junlin's face remained expressionless as she lifted her foot and stomped down hard on Zicheng's head. In an instant, Zicheng's skull shattered like a watermelon, splintering into pieces. Blood and brain matter splattered across the ground, forming a gruesome pool of red. With a cold gaze, Junlin scanned the remaining two people. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she began to walk towards them. Each step she took left a crimson footprint, dragging a trail of blood behind her. Don't come any closer. The young boy named Xiaoshun and the stable hand were terrified, retreating frantically. They couldn't believe that the beautiful girl before them was capable of such brutality. Junlin bypassed the stable hand and headed straight for the boy. She lifted her foot and stomped heavily on his chest, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. The intense pain elicited a piercing scream from the boy, his face contorted in agony, eyes filled with venomous hatred. Junlin remained indifferent, coldly asking, "Where is the Z family?" The boy could only scream, unable to respond. Junlin's brow furrowed slightly, and she increased the pressure. "The Z family? Where are they?" she demanded, her voice full of menace. Realizing he would face an even worse fate if he didn't answer, the boy painfully raised a trembling hand and pointed in the direction behind Junlin. Junlin released her foot and turned to walk in the direction the boy had indicated. The boy lay on the ground, gasping for air, relieved to have narrowly escaped death. However, when he turned to look at the stable hand, his face turned ashen. The stable hand's head was already severed from his body, his wide eyes seemingly accusing. A sense of impending doom washed over the boy. In the next moment, he felt his entire body swell, a searing energy coursing through him. His skin began to smoke, and his internal organs exploded from the intense heat. Ultimately, his body could no longer withstand it, and he burst into pieces, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. By this time, Junlin had already walked away, leaving behind 3 mutilated corpses. The surrounding onlookers snapped out of their shock, with some vomiting on the spot. As ordinary citizens, they had never witnessed such a bloody scene. However, a few people showed expressions of delight. Many among them had suffered greatly at Zicheng's hands, losing their families and homes. Seeing their tormentor meet such a grim fate brought them some satisfaction. But soon, worry crept in. It was clear that Junlin's target was the entire Z family, whose influence was deeply entrenched. This was only a branch of the Z family. If they were annihilated, it would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the main Z family in the capital. In front of the Z family's grand estate, a girl, covered in blood and dirt, stood at the entrance, coldly scrutinizing the 2 individuals before her. Junlin politely inquired, "Excuse me, is this the Z family's residence?" She wanted to confirm to avoid killing the wrong people. The 2 at the door eyed Junlin warily, noticing the fresh blood on her hands and the blood-stained mud on her feet. They quickly realized this girl had just killed someone and was dangerous. One of them raised a spear, pointing it at Junlin, and sternly warned, "Who are you? I advise you not to cause trouble here, or you'll face the consequences." Junlin then became aware of her alarming appearance. As a mythical beast, she was long accustomed to the scent of blood, but in this world, she undoubtedly looked like a fugitive murderer. However, she didn't care and walked straight to the entrance. "Leave. I won't kill you," Junlin said indifferently, dispersing the aura of intimidation around her as she stepped over the threshold and entered. The 2 guards stood frozen, at a loss. They realized that the Z family might face a major crisis today, but had no intention of informing the head of the family. Having grown up serving the Z family, they harbored deep-seated resentment for the family's actions, but felt powerless. The 2 exchanged a glance, made a decision, and quietly put away their spears before slipping away. As Junlin stepped into the courtyard, she was immediately hit by a repulsive aura. She frowned, scanning the variety of people within, and realized the aura was emanating from them. A patrol of guards noticed Junlin's appearance. Initially, they showed expressions of disgust, but after seeing her face clearly, they replaced those looks with lecherous smiles. The leader of the group fawningly said, "Miss, did someone bully you out there? Don't worry, as long as you're with the Z family, no one will dare to harm you." In his mind, the man was already scheming. If he could present this beautiful girl to the young master, he would surely be rewarded. Little did he know, death was already upon him. Without a word, Junlin instantly appeared in front of the man and slapped him hard. With a loud bang, the man flew backward like a broken kite, smashing into the building behind him, his fate unknown. This scene alarmed the others. An angry shout echoed through the courtyard. "How dare you cause trouble at the Z family?" Junlin glanced indifferently at the newcomer and then raised her right hand. In an instant, massive ice formations began to materialize in the sky. Sensing the overwhelming ice energy, the newcomer felt both fear and anger, but Junlin never gave him a second look. As Junlin's arm fell, countless ice spikes rained down on the crowd below. In moments, a bloody mist enveloped the Z family estate. Hundreds were killed on the spot, and the survivors were left maimed and incapable of resistance. Witnessing all this, the man felt a chill in his heart. The once dominant Z family was now being trampled by a young woman. His eyes burned with rage, but he was helpless, forced to watch it all unfold. Fortunately, the main family members hadn't left yet. Junlin stood in the center of the room, her bare feet quietly touching the cold ground. Her gaze was calm yet vigilant. She could sense a presence approaching, not overwhelmingly powerful but stronger than anyone present. It had to be the head of the Z family. Junlin wasn't in a hurry to make a move. She was waiting for all the Z family members to gather so she could take them down in one fell swoop. From their previous encounters, she had learned that the Z family had long dominated Xiang Town, becoming arrogant and overbearing. These people wouldn't run away. They would come, all of them. Sure enough, within seconds, hurried footsteps echoed from all directions. A large group of Z family members swarmed in. Some were experts at the bone refining level, while most were martial artists at the body tempering level. They held specially made bows, their arrows uniformly aimed at Junlin. Soon after, a middle-aged man strode into the room, coldly scrutinizing Junlin. Junlin quietly activated her detection skill. Name, Ziying. Level, 30. Realm, 10th tier of the Cleansing Marrow stage. Health, 32803280. Strength, 328. Speed, 90. Spirit, 100. Defense, 130. Martial skills, Z Family Sword Technique, Floating Cloud Palm. Mind Technique, Z Yun Art increases all attributes by 20 when activated. Miss, our Z family seems to have no grudge against you. Do you really think you can slaughter my Z family branch without consequences? The middle-aged man spoke, his voice filled with suppressed anger. A subordinate was about to speak, but was cut off by the man's sharp command, silence. Junlin was somewhat surprised that he didn't attack immediately. She chuckled softly and said, "You're colder than I imagined. So many of your clan members have died, and yet you remain indifferent." Even though Zi Ying's level was more than 10 levels higher than hers, the attribute gap posed no threat to Junlin. Despite being surrounded by arrows, she remained calm and composed. Junlin pondered silently. Zi Linlong must have had some extraordinary opportunities, whether in martial arts or techniques, making her much stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, her mind techniques enhancement was several times higher than her opponent's. Unfortunately, Junlin's interface no longer displayed the mind technique section. It could be that her previous mind technique was incompatible with her current attributes, or perhaps her current attributes were so powerful that the mind technique could no longer support doubling them. Ziying narrowed his eyes and remained silent. He couldn't see through the cultivation level of the young girl before him, making him hesitant to act rashly. Suddenly, a gasp emerged from the crowd. Zi Linlong. All eyes instantly focused on Junlin, scrutinizing the mysterious girl. Aside from looking somewhat younger, she was almost identical to Zi Linlong. If one ignored her blue hair and blood-red eyes, she would appear to be a younger version of Zi Linlong. A look of joy appeared on Ziying's face. He had thought this mission was impossible to complete, but to his surprise, the target was still alive. Though he didn't know how she escaped from the 9 layers demonic cave, now that she was here, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he commanded sternly, "Seize her. I will personally take her to the Zijing family in the capital." In Ziying's view, even if she was Zi Linlong, her power couldn't surpass the Shisui realm. With his 10th level of Shisui cultivation, he was confident he could handle her. As the order was given, the people around began to close in on Junlin. At this moment, a man from earlier sensed something was wrong and shouted urgently, "Shadow Envoy, she is not Zi Linlong. Her power is immense. Don't be deceived by her appearance." Remembering the astonishing scene from before, he was certain that her strength was close to or even at the Shisui realm. However, Ziying responded with nothing but a cold glance. He knew Junlin's power was extraordinary, but he needed his subordinates to test her true strength. If she was within his capability, he would capture her directly. If stronger, he would negotiate. After all, no matter how powerful she was, she wouldn't dare to oppose the Zijing family in the capital, right? Junlin had no intention of sparing them. Slowly, an ice sword formed in her hand. Though unfamiliar with Zi Linlong's sword techniques, her astonishing speed of 580 points made even the simplest moves lethal. In an instant, Junlin's figure vanished from her original spot. The crowd could barely catch a fleeting blue shadow accompanied by sonic booms. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Ziying. A chilling wind swept over, and the ice-blue sword in her hand was now stained with blood. "Are you the head of the Zijing family?" Junlin's voice was icy, as if it could freeze the air around. Ziying froze, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Trembling, he pointed to the man beside him and stammered, "No, it's him." The man looked bewildered. "What's the matter, Shadow Envoy?" He was still mourning the loss of the Zijing family's elites, unaware that he had become the scapegoat. At that moment, a series of thuds echoed as bodies hit the ground. The man turned stiffly and saw the floor littered with corpses, each with a single fatal sword wound. Strangely, their blood had been frozen, preventing them from collapsing immediately. Realizing Ziying's sententiento offer him as a sacrifice, the man finally understood. The surviving members of the Zijing family also grasped the situation, retreating in terror as they stared at Junlin. They never imagined that a girl who appeared to be 12 or 13 could massacre all their top fighters in the blink of an eye. Facing Junlin's cold, merciless gaze, the man's lips trembled. Just as he was about to speak, he found himself voiceless. The world spun, and with a thud, his headless body fell to the ground. His rolling head stared wide-eyed, dying with unresolved hatred. After killing the man, Junlin turned her gaze to Ziying, a playful smile curling her lips. To others, the smile was captivating, but it felt as terrifying as a devil's grin. Did I hear him call you Shadow Envoy? Junlin asked leisurely. Ziying forced himself to remain calm, hurriedly explaining, yes, but they are merely a branch of the Zijing family. Their words and actions do not represent the Zijing family in the capital. If he offended you in any way, I hope you'll forgive him. Facing this ruthless and unpredictable girl, he dared not show any hint of resistance. However, he believed that as long as he could unravel these events, the other party wouldn't dare kill him. While speaking, he had deliberately emphasized the name of the Z family from the capital. Ziying calculated in his mind, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Who in the entire Tianyun kingdom didn't know the prestige of the Z family from the capital? As long as he could stall the other party today and return to the capital to verify identities, facing the mighty Z family, this ignorant fool would be nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. Thinking of this, a trace of killing intent flashed through Ziying's eyes. Today, anyone in Ziying town who knew about these matters had to die. His reputation could not afford to be tarnished in the slightest. The Z family from the capital? Junlin was slightly taken aback, not expecting the matter to be so far-reaching. However, considering the recent troubles Z Linlong had faced, it seemed the Z family from the capital was behind it. A cold glint appeared in Junlin's eyes. It seemed he had a new major target. No matter what capital family it was, if they dared to covet the eyes of his kin, there would be only one outcome: annihilation. Even if his current strength was insufficient, once he grew stronger, the first to be destroyed would be the Z family from the capital. Ziying had no idea what kind of terrifying enemy he had provoked for his family. Seeing Junlin's silence, he mistakenly thought the other party was scared, feeling even more smug. Indeed, the Z family's deterrent power in the Tianyun kingdom was as strong as ever. I see Miss has excellent skills. How about joining our Z family? Ziying said with feigned sincerity, I can recommend you to our young master. If he takes a liking to you, you'll have some influence in the entire Tianyun kingdom. Ziying was plotting. Regardless of success, it was better to lure her to the Z family first. If the young master didn't take a liking to her, he could toy with her as he pleased. Not now, Junlin said indifferently, but I might visit in the future. Heh, I hope Miss can come soon. Ziying continued, otherwise, after our young master wins the sequence battle, there might not be another chance. Sequence battle. The unfamiliar term made Junlin pause. Could it be something similar to the beast rankings? She didn't dwell on it. The immediate priority was to deal with the current trouble. Ziying smiled, waiting for Junlin's response. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged within him. Instinctively, he leapt back but was a step too slow, one of his arms severed. The intense pain made Ziying realize that the other party had never intended to let him go. As Junlin approached step by step, Ziying's face showed terror. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed a nearby person and hurled them at Junlin. You can't kill me, he screamed. If you do, the Z family will hunt you down. You'll have no place to stand in the entire Tianyun kingdom. Hearing this shrill threat, a rare mischievous smile appeared on Junlin's face. She casually cleaned her ear and said slowly, I'll give you a chance to live. Kill them, and I'll spare you. How about that? Ziying hesitated, his face darkening. How can I trust you? He asked. Junlin didn't answer, merely pointing her ice sword at him. Gritting his teeth, Ziying turned towards the terrified Z family members. He raised his sword and charged into the crowd. Whether her words were true or not, he had to seize this slim chance of survival. The Z family elites had already been slaughtered, so even with one arm, these people were no match for Ziying. In just a few minutes, all the Z family members lay dead in pools of blood. Panting heavily, Ziying used his sword to support himself, ignoring the pain from his severed arm, and looked up at Junlin. Is it enough? He asked shakily. Yes, I'm quite satisfied, Junlin nodded. Since I said I wouldn't kill you, I won't. Ziying's face lit up with joy, already plotting how to exact 100-fold revenge once he returned. He would make this girl before him pay dearly. However, at that moment, a searing pain nearly caused him to faint. To his horror, He found his legs and remaining arms severed from his body. You. Xing started to speak, but Junlin had already used her ice power to seal his wounds. I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said I would let you go, Junlin said with a slight smirk. Whether you survive is up to you. With that, she turned and walked leisurely into the hall ahead. Arriving at the grand hall, Junlin's sharp gaze swept across the room like a blade. The empty hall echoed with the sound of her solitary footsteps. Not coming out? She asked coldly, her voice piercing the silence. Just as she finished speaking, a figure crawled out from under a table in front of her. It was a young boy, his face full of embarrassment and fear as he looked at the blood-stained girl before him. Linlong Jia, the boy stammered. I was actually planning to help you get revenge. He awkwardly scratched his nose, his eyes darting nervously. Witnessing Linlong Jia's terrifying display of killing had left him too scared to make a move. At this moment, he even doubted whether the blood-soaked girl in front of him was still the Linlong Jia he knew. Am I that scary? Junlin asked in confusion. To her, Zi Linlong looked extremely cute, perfectly matching her childhood fantasies of anime characters. Yet the boy in front of her seemed utterly terrified, leaving her puzzled. The boy's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at the blood-drenched Junlin, he thought that even if someone said she was a messenger from hell, he wouldn't doubt it for a second. No, not scary at all. Linlong Jia is very cute, the boy lied through his teeth. It's just that your current appearance is a bit unsettling. Of course, he only dared to think this last part to himself. Junlin could hear the insincerity in his words and shook her head helplessly. She scrutinized the boy before her and then said, Take me to the Z family's treasury. Her earlier investigation had revealed that this boy, named Li Zimo, was not part of the Z family and didn't have that detestable aura she loathed. Therefore, Junlin had spared his life. It was worth noting that although Li Zimo's strength was only at level 10, it was comparable to some weaker elite beasts. He was adept at hiding his presence, and his cultivation technique had a concealing effect. If he hadn't accidentally revealed a trace of his presence when Junlin was dealing with Xing, even she might not have detected him. Such strength and stealth made him a rare talent among humans. Li Zimo was taken aback by her request. Tilting his head, he looked at Junlin in surprise. In his mind, she was clearly a member of the Z family, so why would she need an outsider to lead the way? Could she really not be Zi Linlong? Despite his heavy doubts, Li Zimo quickly sprang into action. Junlin followed closely, maintaining a certain distance from Li Zimo. After a short while, they arrived at a treasury. Before them stood a massive warehouse, with reinforced walls on all sides and a single entrance sealed by a tightly shut iron door. Junlin stepped forward, raising her blood-stained, delicate foot, and delivered a powerful kick. With a loud boom, the door twisted and flew off its hinges, revealing the cluttered goods inside. Standing at the entrance, Junlin's eyes scanned the room like lightning, quickly locking onto a pile of gold coins in the corner. A smile finally appeared on her face as she walked briskly over. She picked up a coin and bit into it. Crunch. It broke in half. Seems real, Junlin muttered to herself. With a wave of her small hand, all the gold coins were instantly absorbed by her system. Her panel now showed an astonishing value of over 60 million coins, bringing her one step closer to purchasing the Tear of Time. Linlong Jia. Li Zimo hesitated to speak. You seem to be in great need of gold coins. There are so many treasures here, yet you only took those old coins. It makes me a bit curious. Junlin glanced at Li Zimo but said nothing. She still wasn't clear about the relationship between Li Zimo and Zi Linlong, so it was best not to say too much. You should leave now, Junlin said indifferently. I'll come find you tomorrow. She thought, by tonight, Zi Linlong should wake up. It's better to leave the matter of Li Zimo to her. If she could recruit him, that would be ideal. Li Zimo was momentarily stunned, looking at the familiar yet strange girl before him. He eventually nodded and turned to leave, his mind replaying the words, find you tomorrow. Did Linlong Jia have something important to tell him? Junlin silently watched Li Zimo's departing figure until she could no longer sense his presence. Only then did she turn her attention back to the other treasures in the treasury. Although she could store all these items in her system space, the thought of looting Zi Linlong's home entirely made her feel a bit uneasy. Besides, for Zi Linlong to develop, she couldn't be left with no resources at all. Speaking of the Z family, Junlin opened her panel and looked at her only friend. After a moment of hesitation, she sent a message. Do you know about the Z family in the capital? How strong are they? To her surprise, the reply came quickly. Yes, they're considered a dominant power in this Tianyun nation. Why? Did you provoke them? This was the second time Junlin had heard the name Tianyun nation. Was the land she was on part of a nation? Suppressing her curiosity, she replied. Sort of, I wiped out one of their branch families. On the other side, upon seeing this message, Li Linfeng spat out the tea he had just sipped. Wiping out an entire branch family. This news shocked Junlin to his core. Even though they possessed the ability to resurrect indefinitely, at this stage, it was still unimaginable to annihilate a branch of a dominant power. Just how strong were their opponents? Junlin took a deep breath to steady himself. He turned to Li Linfeng and said in a relaxed tone, "You don't need to worry too much. If we really encounter them, we just need to fake our deaths once. Since we can resurrect indefinitely, we can just change our identities afterward." After pondering for a moment, he continued to analyze. But, since it's just a branch family, they probably won't go all out right now. They all seem to be preparing for that so-called sequence competition, so they likely can't spare their top experts to deal with us. However, Junlin's brow furrowed again. But they are very interested in my followers' eyes, and that's a problem. After a moment of silence, Junlin suddenly asked, "Are your nuclear weapons still operational?" This question startled Li Linfeng. He answered warily, "What are you planning? Let me be clear, even if they are operational, I don't have the authority to use them. These forbidden weapons are controlled by the higher-ups, and I don't even know if the launch codes have been compromised." Junlin quickly waved his hand. "Don't worry, I was just asking. By the way," he changed the subject, "can you check how far you are from my location? I want to borrow some people to help plan and rebuild this place. I'm planning to develop my own force here. Of course, I'll compensate them fairly." After saying this, Junlin sent his location over. He thought that since they were the military, it would be perfect to have them help with the defense construction. He just hoped the distance wasn't too far. Otherwise, he would have to make new plans. Li Linfeng didn't outright refuse. In fact, he had been eager to meet this genius. He had a hunch that once humans reached a certain level, this rule-defying resurrection ability would eventually disappear. So, making a powerful ally before that happened would ensure he wouldn't be left isolated in times of danger. He checked the address and was surprised to find it was only 300 kilometers away. This distance isn't too bad, Li Linfeng muttered to himself. Based on the base's surveillance of the surrounding area, there was only one place within 300 kilometers that matched the description. "Are you in Xiang Town right now?" Li Linfeng asked. Junlin was momentarily at a loss for words when he heard the question. Upon hearing that the other party knew about Xiang Town, Junlin was momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure. He responded succinctly, "Yes. When can you get there?" After confirming the location, Li Linfeng's lips curled into a cold smile. With a tone that carried both anticipation and threat, he said, "Haha, I'll bring people over tonight. I'm really looking forward to our first meeting. Don't disappoint me. Come over directly," Junlin said, narrowing his eyes in brief contemplation. After a moment, he asked the system, "Is there a way to convert Zillenlong's identity into a player?" He explained, "It wouldn't matter for others. I could just use the excuse of being away to let Zillenlong handle these matters. But Li Linfeng is different. Entrusting such a significant task to a local would definitely make him suspicious of my identity." The system immediately responded, "Ding. Local inhabitants cannot be converted into players. However, since Zillenlong is your first follower, I can create a subsystem to disguise her. As long as she doesn't reveal herself, no one will discover her local identity." Junlin nodded. "All right, let's do that. I'll explain it to her later." He knew that converting Zillenlong into a player was merely wishful thinking. If it were possible, he could create an invincible army, which was clearly an impossible bug. Turning his attention back to the chat interface, Junlin hesitated for a moment before deciding to share the attributes of the two weapons he had obtained. "Unexpected loot. I'll give you a 10 discount. Consider it the cost of this operation." Li Linfeng was momentarily stunned upon receiving the message and quickly opened the attributes of the two weapons. Red Scale Bow. Requirements: Strength 20. Attributes: 10 Strength, 5 Defense. Skills: Red Fire Arrow. Shoots a fire element arrow that deals piercing fire damage. Burn. Inflicts a burning pain on enemies hit by red fire arrow, intensifying the burn. Red Scale Halberd. Requirements: Strength 10. Attributes: 15 Strength. Skills: Red Flame. Coats the weapon in red flames, dealing physical and fire damage. Burn. Has a chance to inflict burning pain on enemies hit by red flame, intensifying the burn. After reviewing the attributes, Li Linfeng's eyes lit up and his heart raced. These weapons were arguably the strongest at this stage. Not only were the attribute bonuses impressive, but the active and passive skills provided even more ways to deal damage to enemies. He immediately replied, "I'll take both weapons, but I'll pay the full price. Make sure to contact me first if you get any more good stuff." For Li Linfeng, a good weapon was far more valuable than gold coins. Although their base had plenty of modern weapons, they didn't yield experience when used against monsters. Moreover, he realized that the monsters in this world were finite, unlike in games where they respawned. They would eventually face a resource shortage. Thus, having a good weapon early on would give him a significant advantage. Deal. Junlin agreed readily. He was currently in need of gold coins, so any amount was welcome. After setting the transaction time, Junlin ended the call. Now, he just needed to wait for Zillenlong to wake up and explain everything to her. By evening, Zillenlong stood in the Z family courtyard, staring blankly at herself. She could tolerate her bare feet on the ground, but the bloodstains on her body made her uneasy. Junlin's voice echoed calmly, "I didn't expect to run into the Z family members upon teleporting, so I helped you settle some old scores." Zillenlong's mouth twitched slightly, forcing out a response, "Thank you, master." She didn't know how else to respond. She couldn't refuse his goodwill, after all. "Do you have any instructions, master?" Zillenlong sensed that Junlin hadn't withdrawn his consciousness, guessing he had more to say. Her task now was to handle these matters for him. Junlin began explaining in detail. "Yes? After midnight, a team will arrive. I need you to meet them. I'll also create a subsystem for you. It contains their basic information and some essential knowledge that you need to understand." Although Zillenlong was puzzled, she could only wait for Junlin to explain everything. After half an hour of information transfer, Junlin finished detailing all the specifics. Also, Junlin added, "From now on, you'll be called Junlin. That's your second identity." Zillenlong was momentarily confused and asked, "If I'm called Junlin, then what should I call you?" "I'll still be Junlin," he explained, "but you'll be in the open, and I'll be in the shadows." Glancing at the system's time, he continued, "All right, handle the remaining matters yourself. I'll now create the subsystem." With that, Junlin's consciousness shifted to the system interface. "Let's get started," he said to the system. The system responded promptly, "Ding, please pay 40 million gold coins first." Junlin stood before the system interface, furrowing his brows. He had just received some unpleasant news. The subsystem separation would cost 40 million. "Hey, didn't you say it was free?" Junlin couldn't help but complain. "I've painstakingly saved up 60 million, and I'm just halfway to my goal of 100 million. And now you want 40 million? Is that fair?" The system's cold voice responded, "Ding, this system never promised free services. The separation of the subsystem requires a massive amount of energy, which must be provided by the host. This system has no obligation to contribute unilaterally." Junlin was taken aback. After some careful thought, he had to admit that the system had indeed never mentioned the word free. Gritting his teeth and steeling himself, he said, "Fine, I'll pay." Watching his account balance plummet from 60 million to 20 million, Junlin sighed inwardly. Making money is tough, and making big money is even tougher. With mixed feelings, Junlin returned to Zillenlong's side and began integrating the subsystem into her soul. Meanwhile, in a distant courtyard of the Z family in the capital, a young man stood with his hands behind his back, looking serene. Suddenly, a shadow silently slipped in, revealing itself and kneeling on one knee. "Young master, the two envoys sent to Xiang Town and the local Z family members were all killed. The culprit is a young girl," the black-clad man reported in a low voice. The young man slowly turned, his gaze sharp. He wasn't concerned about the death of the envoys or the Z family members in Xiang Town. Instead, he was intrigued by the identity of the killer. "A young girl? Interesting," he murmured. "Although I could defeat those two envoys, killing them wouldn't be easy. Could she have used some forbidden power?" "Not at all, young master," the black-clad man added. "According to the reports, the girl completely overpowered them from start to finish. They weren't even on the same level of strength." "Overpowered?" The young man's eyebrows raised slightly, a smile playing on his lips. "Then she probably isn't part of the younger generation anymore. Perhaps she used some secret treasure to maintain a youthful appearance." In his understanding, even the holy son of a sacred land couldn't possibly crush and kill a 10th level Shisui realm expert at this age, let alone an unknown girl. However, the young man's voice turned cold. "Since she dared to strike against the Z family in Tianyun Nation, I want to see where she can run," he decisively ordered. "Have the Ministry of Justice send 2 Yunshan realm enforcers to Xiang Town to investigate. If they encounter that girl, kill her on the spot and bring her head to me. I want to see who dares to offend the Z family." The Yunshan realm 10th level was the highest combat power the Z family could currently mobilize. If not for the upcoming sequence competition in a year, the young man would have preferred to investigate personally. But for now, he could only wait patiently for the results and see who this mysterious girl truly was. Junlin had just opened his eyes when a massive dragon head loomed into view. Instinctively, his bony tail whipped around, striking with sonic speed at the sudden face. "I am Qiyin," Qiyin shouted in panic, but it was too late. Junlin's slender, razor-sharp tail had already lashed heavily against Chiyin's shell. Boom! A wave of air blasted out, sending Qiyin skidding backward over 10 meters. Though his shell protected him from harm, the impact left Qiyin shaken. He realized that Junlin had not only changed in appearance, but had also surpassed a speed of 600, far exceeding his previous limits. Qiyin couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. If Junlin had been serious, he might not have had the chance to retreat into his shell. Don't get your face so close next time. You might not be so lucky, Junlin warned coldly. Qian swallowed hard and tentatively asked, I was just curious why your appearance has changed. Junlin's lips curled into a slight, mischievous smile as he replied, it's simple. I devoured Zilin. Devoured? You ate her? Qian stepped back in disbelief. Even though he had adapted to life as a mythical beast, his former human sensibilities struggled to accept cannibalism. Junlin explained calmly, yes, she could enhance my power. Rather than leaving her for other beasts, I chose to consume her myself. You've seen firsthand the results of that power. Qian took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. He felt like he was dealing with a ferocious beast. I found the lair of the Crimson Demon Lizard on the other side of the frozen plains, Qian cautiously proposed. There's a quasi-BOS level beast inside. If we team up, we could take it down together. Junlin saw through Qian's concerns but didn't mind. All right, let's do it together. He responded indifferently, knowing that Qian's worries were unnecessary. Relieved by Junlin's agreement, Qian secretly hoped that this collaboration would bring them closer. Meanwhile, Zilin was studying the knowledge provided by her subsystem in another location. She stretched and glanced at the system's time display, pondering the task given by her master to keep an eye on special mythical beasts. Could it be beasts that can speak and have high intelligence like the master? Zilin wondered as she headed to the designated meeting place. A few minutes later, she arrived at her destination. The moonlight kept the night from being too dark. Zilin was contemplating the two major issues she faced: the possible retaliation from the Zilin family in the capital and her master's countermeasures. Suddenly, she heard a commotion in the distance. Looking up, she saw a convoy of armored vehicles approaching. Despite her surprise at such unusual transportation, her expression remained unchanged as she walked straight toward the convoy. Li Linfeng, sitting in one of the vehicles, was momentarily stunned to see a girl appear in the middle of the night. He opened the door and stepped out, politely asking, Miss, do you need any help? Zilin tilted her head, her blue hair cascading to the side, her red eyes staring directly at him as she curiously asked, Li Linfeng? Although her subsystem could detect the other's identity, it would be impolite to do so. Therefore, Zilin directly asked. She stood in the desolate wilderness, surrounded by silence except for the rustling of the grass in the breeze. The young man before her was her target Li Linfeng. Are you Li Linfeng? Zilin asked softly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Li Linfeng was taken aback, his face full of confusion. He scrutinized the unfamiliar girl before him and then, with wide eyes, hesitantly asked, Are you Junlin? Yes, is there a problem? Zilin elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze lingering on Li Linfeng. Li Linfeng fell silent. He had imagined Junlin as a cheerful and spirited person, or perhaps a composed and charismatic leader. But the teenage girl standing before him shattered all his expectations, highlighting the vast chasm between the virtual world and reality. Taking a deep breath, Li Linfeng knew his next action might be rude, but he had to be sure. He quietly activated his detection skill. Name, Junlin. Level, 12. HP, 127, 680-127, 680. Strength, 108. Speed, 608. Defense, 608. Spirit, 146. Martial skill? Mental skill? Talent? The results left Li Linfeng standing in shock. These stats surpassed all his expectations for someone of this level. The terrifying defense and speed, the extraordinary health, and the unexpected talent. This was no ordinary player. She was practically a humanoid boss, even more formidable than a typical boss. Have you seen enough? Zilin asked indifferently, her smile barely noticeable. Ahem, sorry. Li Linfeng snapped out of his daze, realizing his rudeness, and coughed awkwardly to break the tension. His face flushed slightly despite his efforts. Though the girl before him was still young, Li Linfeng could already foresee that she would grow into an extraordinarily beautiful woman. After calming himself down, Li Linfeng couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Why are your attributes so high? His eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to know how the other had broken through such limits. Zilin was prepared for this question. She looked Li Linfeng straight in the eyes and asked, Have you ever heard of superpowers? Superpowers? Yes, I have. Li Linfeng nodded, though his brows remained furrowed. The term stirred memories, but he was still somewhat confused. What does that have to do with your attributes? Isn't that something out of urban fantasy novels? Zilin explained. The reason my attributes are higher than yours is that I had speed and defense-type superpowers before coming here. Naturally, these attributes are higher in this world as well. You call that a bit higher? Li Linfeng's mouth twitched slightly, but he chose to believe her. After all, the entire blue planet had landed on this fantastical continent, so the existence of superpowers wasn't out of the question. However, Li Linfeng had another question. Why have I never heard of humans with superpowers back on the blue planet? Given my status, shouldn't I have known? How many superhumans do you know of? Linlong answered without hesitation. Just me. Human bodies can't compete with modern weapons, so I don't use my powers lightly. Even if I did, I wouldn't let you find out. I don't want to be a lab rat cut up for research. Li Linfeng scratched his head awkwardly, thinking it was reasonable for her to have such concerns. He realized that in this new world, Linlong's superpowers could indeed allow her to shine. Although a part of him wanted to trick her into going to the base, he quickly dismissed the idea. Linlong might look young, but she clearly understood how to hide her powers back on the blue planet, indicating a sharp mind not easily deceived. Besides, they were partners now, and that was enough. Li Linfeng then asked, since you wiped out the Z family's branch, how do you plan to handle the upcoming crisis? It's fine if you're alone, but if you want to develop here, you'll undoubtedly face the risk of being destroyed by them. Linlong responded calmly, you don't need to worry about that. I have my ways. She glanced at the town behind her and continued, do you want to rest for a bit? I can't entertain you properly here. Li Linfeng laughed heartily. No need, no need. We rough men don't need much hospitality. By the way, what's your plan? Are you thinking of developing this area into a base or building a city? What about the residents here? He analyzed further. Creating a force is easy, but managing it is not. You have to consider people's emotions and be ready for crises. You also need to understand future trends to grow successfully. Linlong pondered for a moment before replying. The residents? I'll explain the situation to them. Those willing to stay, I'll protect with all my might against the Z family's attacks. Those unwilling, I won't stop them from leaving. She elaborated. Even before, many townspeople were oppressed and left. The Z family realized the crisis. If everyone left, their power would be meaningless. From then on, anyone trying to leave was caught by the Z family. The severe ones were beaten to death, and the lighter ones were crippled and thrown on the streets as a warning. The townspeople had to endure the oppression with no way out. A complex emotion flashed in Linlong's eyes. Now, although the Z family is gone, they face an even stronger Z family from the capital. So, most will likely choose to leave. But that's fine. It will allow me to implement the master's plan more freely. Li Linfeng nodded approvingly. Good. It seems you already have a plan. I won't interfere with your affairs. Noticing Linlong deep in thought, he guessed she had a plan but knew that creating a force was too much for one person. Li Linfeng's eyes flickered, and he said, if you need people, I can recommend my sister to you. Don't worry, I'm not trying to interfere with your internal plans. It's just that you might lack some management experience. My sister, though a bit spirited, is quite good at managing affairs. He paused and continued, creating a force isn't as easy as it seems. Even with my years in the military, starting a real force would be challenging. Linlong fell silent. Although her master had said she could decide everything, letting other forces intervene was indeed tricky. But she had no capable people around, and handling everything alone was difficult. While she was contemplating, a rustling sound caught her attention. A figure quickly emerged from the distant bushes, rushing toward Li Linfeng. Wow, bro, are you seriously just giving your sister away like that? A playful voice broke the silence, and a girl stormed over to Li Linfeng like a whirlwind. Without any hesitation, she landed a heavy punch on his back. After delivering the punch, she immediately craned her neck to look around, her eyes scanning the area with intense curiosity. She was eager to see who had convinced her brother to part with her so heartlessly. However, when she saw the petite figure in front of her, she froze. Blinking her large eyes, she asked uncertainly, are you the Junlin my brother has been secretly talking about? Linlong instinctively nodded her small head, feeling a bit puzzled herself. Could this be Li Linfeng's sister? It's really you, Junlin. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. She took a quick step forward and tightly hugged Linlong's small frame. Rubbing her face against her, she murmured contentedly, Junlin sis, you're so soft and comfy. I've decided, from now on, you're my only one. I don't need my brother anymore. Li Linfeng's face turned dark immediately. Without a word, he grabbed his sister by the back of her neck and placed her back on the ground. Xiaoka, behave, he warned in a low voice. No way. The girl pouted stubbornly and lunged at Linlong again, wrapping her arms tightly around her neck. Sis, my name is Li Xiaoka. From now on, I'm yours. Just let me know if you need anything. Linlong gently pried Li Xiaoka's arms off and took a good look at this lively girl. Her long black hair highlighted her youthful energy, and her childish face was full of enthusiasm. Although she was already over 1.5 meters tall, she seemed to have a lot of growing left to do. Linlong couldn't help but imagine what Li Xiaoka would look like when she grew up, and then shook her head, surprised at herself for even having such thoughts. Sis, what do you think? Are you satisfied with me? Li Xiaoka asked eagerly. If you are, I'll follow you forever. The corner of Zilin Long's mouth twitched slightly as she turned to Li Linfeng. Is this what you meant by a bit lively? And can she really manage anything? Why do I feel like she's not very reliable? Li Linfeng's face showed an awkward expression. He wasn't surprised by his sister's sudden appearance. However, her overly enthusiastic personality was giving him a headache. Her reaction to seeing a beautiful woman was even more exaggerated than a man's. As her brother, he was only thankful that Xiaoke was a sister and not a brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't know whether to lock her up at home to save face. To ease the awkwardness, Li Linfeng cleared his throat and changed the subject. By the way, I noticed there aren't many exotic beasts around here. Where did you hunt the spirit cores of those beasts? His eyes flickered, clearly trying to avoid the previous topic. Hey sis, where did you hunt those exotic beasts? Why have we never found any low-level ones? Li Linfeng's question made Li Xiaoke look puzzled as well. Zilin Long was silent for a moment, then a voice in her mind provided a solution. She pretended to think before speaking. In this region, there's a sealed place called the 9-layer Demon Cavern. It's one of the 10 major sealed locations. I accidentally stumbled into the first layer. The sealing rules there exclude all creatures except exotic beasts. I only stayed a few days before I was forced out. A sealed place. Li Linfeng repeated quietly, recalling rumors about places on this continent where exotic beasts are sealed. Excited, he asked, Sis, do you know where the entrance is? If we can secure the entrance and overcome the sealing rules, we could turn it into a dungeon. This would attract outside players and provide economic support, turning this place into an economic center. Zilin Long was taken aback and then cautiously pulled Li Xiaoke behind her, her eyes flashing red as she stared at Li Linfeng. Your sister will stay with me from now on. I'll give her some responsibilities. Li Linfeng felt uneasy but didn't want to miss this opportunity. He noticed that Zilin Long used responsibilities instead of management, indicating she intended to give Li Xiaoke some authority to keep her around. At this moment, Li Xiaoke leaned contentedly against Zilin Long, basking in the sense of security. Li Linfeng pondered whether his decision was correct, suspecting that his sister might not care about power but could be easily influenced. He began to question whether his sister's preferences were indeed unusual. Zilin Long suggested, Why don't you come to my place? It's not convenient to talk here. Sure, sure, Li Xiaoke said excitedly. I'm a bit tired anyway. Maybe I could take a nap in your room. Sister Junlin wouldn't mind, right? Ahem, Xiaoke, watch your words, Li Linfeng scolded, glaring at his sister. Bleno Wei. Li Xiaoke stuck out her tongue. You're not my brother anymore. To me, there's only Sister Junlin. Zilin Long gently stroked Li Xiaoke's hair, and she bent down to accommodate. Understanding her personality, Zilin Long made up her mind. For her master, she was willing to do anything. Li Linfeng stood frozen, thinking that he had never even patted his sister's head. Gritting his teeth, he said, You two go ahead. We'll set up camp here. Zilin Long smiled. That works for me. We'll be off then. With that, she took Li Xiaoke's hand and left. Meanwhile, Junlin's eyes glowed red. Although the girl's idea was just a hypothesis, if realized, it would certainly benefit him. This was why he had Zilin Long keep her. Despite appearing naive, the girl had many good ideas. Junlin pondered how to utilize Zilin Long's teleportation ability to create a dungeon and how to solve the exclusion issue. He glanced at the teleportation scrolls in his inventory. Zilin Long still had 2 of these scrolls. System, can you analyze the formation on this scroll? Junlin asked. The system responded. Ding. I can analyze it for free and create a set of teleportation devices and disguise tools. I can also provide leaderboard and other game equipment for free, but all your revenue must be split 5,050 with me. After a brief hesitation, Junlin agreed. The system's demand wasn't excessive, considering he would be reaping the benefits. What are you daydreaming about? Qi Yan's voice snapped Junlin out of his thoughts. Junlin replied calmly, just thinking about future plans. By the way, how far are we from the Crimson Magma Lizard's lair? Qi Yan explained. We're close. The temperature isn't very low now. It's strange. Although this place is icy, the Crimson Magma Lizard's lair has an area of magma. This works well for me since my abilities are limited in the snow, but the magma environment is perfect. Magma, huh? Junlin smirked, wondering if there were any extreme flame stalagmites there. Even if the second layer didn't have them, there would likely be significant mineral deposits. To maintain magma in this icy environment, the quantity must be substantial. After a long journey, Junlin and Qi Yan finally arrived at the lair of the Crimson Demon Lizards. Unlike the first layer, the lizards here lived in groups. Surveying the surroundings, Junlin understood. With the strength of a barefoot lizard, it would indeed be difficult to survive in this dangerous area alone. The unique traits of the exotic beasts here meant that only the Crimson Demon Lizards could hunt them effectively. However, Junlin's gaze lingered more on the stalagmites of crystal than on the lizards. As he had suspected, there were indeed fiery stalagmites here. Even better, The purity of these fiery stalagmites was higher, and their fire attributes were more intense. No wonder this area could fend off the cold winds. Once we take down the crimson demon lizards, those fiery stalagmites are mine, Junlin declared. Fine, Qi Yan replied. But the corpse of that quasi-boss level beast must go to me. Junlin looked at Qi Yan in surprise. The corpse of the beast? What did he need that for? Could Qi Yan also evolve by devouring exotic beasts? Though puzzled, Junlin knew it was his companion's secret and didn't press further. The immediate priority was to take over this lair and collect those precious fiery stalagmites. With this in mind, Junlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could exchange all these fiery stalagmites for gold, would it be enough to gather 1 billion gold coins? Suppressing his inner excitement, Junlin's massive frame charged directly at the group of crimson demon lizards. In the face of absolute power, strategy seemed futile. The crimson demon lizards, startled from their slumber, opened their beastly eyes and looked at Junlin. Seeing the massive figure charging towards their stronghold, they roared in anger and rushed to confront him. More crimson demon lizards arrived from the rear, their faces twisted with rage, determined to tear apart the intruder. Seeing Junlin already in the fray, Qi Yan was not to be outdone and launched his own attack against the lizards. With his incredible speed, Junlin could ignore most of the dangers. His defense was equally formidable, allowing him to handle these lizards single-handedly. With high immunity to fire attributes, he was unafraid of their fiery attacks. The only concern was the Crimson Terror lizard. If it escaped, finding it again in this vast area would be no easy task. As soon as the battle began, Junlin accelerated, darting like a lightning bolt through the lizard horde. He extended his bone wings, their sharp edges slicing through the lizards, painting him in their blood. Without hesitation, Junlin's spiked tail thrust forward, piercing a lizard's skull in an instant. The strike was swift and lethal, silencing the beast before it could even roar. Quickly retracting his tail, Junlin immediately locked onto his next target. At the same time, Qi Yan launched a fierce assault. He targeted a lizard, leaping into the air and slamming the enemy down with his massive claws. His hardened jaws clamped onto its neck. Crunch! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Qi Yan's front claws pinned the creature's body, while his jaws tore upward. Within seconds, the lizard's head was ripped clean off. The brutal scene caused the surrounding lizards to hesitate, fear flashing in their eyes. Compared to Junlin's slicing and stabbing, Qi Yan's combat style was even more terrifying. Some lizards began to retreat, knowing that Qi Yan's shell, covered in sharp ridges, was impenetrable. Continuing the fight would only lead to their demise. Just as the lizards faltered, a thunderous roar shook the entire area. The roar, like a shockwave, impacted every beast present. This single roar announced the arrival of the true overlord of the lair. The crimson demon lizards, reinvigorated by the roar, charged forward once more, determined to slay the intruders. Junlin, with his agility, quickly broke free from the lizard encirclement. But Qi Yan wasn't as fortunate. His heavy shell severely limited his speed. Soon, the surrounding lizards blocked his escape route. Junlin wasn't too worried about Qi Yan's predicament. That thick shell was a challenge even for him, let alone these fire attribute-reliant lizards. Turning his focus from the lesser threats, Junlin locked his gaze on the colossal beast ahead. It was a giant lizard over 30 meters long, covered in dark red scales. Its build was similar to the crimson demon lizards, but more robust and powerful. Its fierce face sported a pair of sharp dragon horns on its forehead. Most striking were the tumor-like protrusions on its back. If a crimson demon lizard could transform into a western dragon by sprouting wings, then this beast looked like a dragon that had lost its wings. The investigation revealed that the Crimson Terror lizard is a formidable quasi-boss level beast. It boasts 20 health points, an astonishing strength of 314,003,1400, a speed of 198, a defense of 120, and a mental attribute of 18,015. This behemoth commands 4 powerful skills. Flame Mantle surrounds itself with a barrier of flames, increasing fire attribute damage by 10 and blocking 30 of fire element attacks. Explosive Impact manipulates surrounding fire elements to gather underground and then erupt violently, creating a towering pillar of fire that deals significant fire damage and inflicts dragon flame on enemies. Dragon Flame Burst detonates the dragon flame on enemies, causing severe explosive damage. Battle Roar inspires the fighting spirit of its kin, making ordinary and elite beasts below level 30 fearless and boosting all attributes by 10. The effect is halved for elite beasts. Even more astonishing is its innate ability, Flame Guard Body, which permanently increases its defense by 8. Junlin's pupils flashed a hint of red as he thoughtfully examined the corpse of the Crimson Terror lizard. This defensive talent could indeed significantly enhance Qi Yan's power, but Junlin had no intention of intervening. In his view, even if Qi Yan grew stronger, it would pose no threat to him and might even become a valuable ally. Junlin had not forgotten the terrifying attributes of the Crimson Dragon Lizard and the grudge from wiping out its kin on the second floor today. He knew clearly that once he reached the third floor, he would face relentless pursuit from the Crimson Dragon Lizard. Suddenly, the Crimson Terror Lizard let out an ear-splitting roar, its massive body charging towards Junlin like an out-of-control heavy truck. The rocks along its path were pulverized into dust by its collision. However, this incredible speed seemed like slow motion to Junlin. He easily sidestepped the lizard's charge and then delivered a swift tail whip, striking the Crimson Terror Lizard's mouth with precision. The force of the blow sent the massive creature tumbling several times on the ground. The Crimson Terror Lizard shook its heavy head, eyes filled with confusion. Upon seeing Junlin's contemptuous gaze, it became enraged. Its body began to emit red mist, enveloping itself completely. Soon, its dark red scales started to glow ominously. Junlin keenly sensed a surge of intense energy gathering beneath the ground. He smirked inwardly at the Crimson Terror Lizard's intelligence, which seemed inferior even to the Crimson Demon Lizard on the first floor. Though explosive impact was powerful, its lengthy charge time was a fatal flaw. In a real battle, no one would be foolish enough to wait for an enemy to complete such a move. As the temperature soared, the ground suddenly shattered. Amidst flying debris, a massive pillar of fire with a diameter of 10 meters shot up, engulfing Junlin's figure. In the blazing inferno, Junlin's form seemed to dissolve like a bubble. Seeing this, the Scarlet Terror Lizard snorted with disdain, its eyes flashing with mockery. However, this contempt quickly vanished, replaced by deep fear. Junlin had silently maneuvered to the lizard's left side, and in an instant, its fearsome jaws clamped down on the lizard's neck like a steel trap. Junlin's 33-meter-long skeletal body swiftly coiled around the Scarlet Terror Lizard, tightening loop by loop. Its blade-like bone wings accurately pierced the lizard's eyes, pinning its head in place. Though there were many ways to kill an opponent, Junlin wanted to try a new tactic using constriction and high-speed movement to strangle instead of relying solely on brute force. Junlin's eyes glowed with a cold red light, completely ignoring the lizard's violent struggles. Its massive frame pressed tightly against the lizard's body, continuously contracting and accelerating. Under the intense friction of the bones, the lizard's dark red scales began to fall off. The constricted areas were being crushed and deformed, twisting grotesquely under the terrifying speed. Suddenly, there was a dull sound. The unprotected skin, now devoid of scales, could no longer withstand the pressure and burst open. White fatty tissue oozed from the cracks. Junlin grew even more excited at the sight, increasing its speed further, its hard bones nearly embedding into the lizard's body. The suffocating sensation and encroaching darkness overwhelmed the Scarlet Terror Lizard, causing it to thrash wildly, trying to shake off Junlin. However, these impacts were negligible to Junlin. Escaping this deadly grip was a mere fantasy. Unless the lizard could tear Junlin in half, all its struggles were in vain. The Scarlet Terror Lizard wanted to call for help, to summon its companions, but its neck was already in tatters, and Junlin's constriction made it impossible to make a sound. Nonetheless, some of the Scarlet Lizards noticed the commotion. Seeing the miserable state of their leader, they quickly abandoned their attack on Qiyin and charged towards Junlin. Junlin lifted its head, eyes filled with indifference. It exerted more force, and with a crisp crack, blood gushed from the lizard's neck like a fountain, pooling beneath Junlin. The massive head fell, rolling a few times before coming to a stop, lifeless. In the distance, Qiyin took a deep breath. Though the Scarlet Lizards hadn't caused him much harm, the scene before him was shocking. Junlin had twisted off the lizard's head purely through constriction. It was unbelievable. Qiyin knew Junlin's attributes well. Aside from speed and defense, the rest were quite average. There was no way its strength alone could decapitate a quasi-boss level beast. Could it be speed? A terrifying thought flashed through Qian's mind. Junlin's massive body combined with its incredible speed made it a perfect killing machine. Qiyin exhaled a breath of turbid air and moved his massive body towards the Scarlet Lizards. Now, he just wanted to clear out these minions quickly and assimilate the Scarlet Terror Lizard's abilities. Junlin's growth rate was astonishing, especially with that unique body. If other beasts' defenses came from scales and skin, Junlin's defense came entirely from its bones. This meant that Junlin had no weak points. To break through its defense, one would have to shatter its entire skeleton. Without the support of the Scarlet Terror Lizard's roar, these Scarlet Lizards were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter for Junlin and Qiyin. In their combined massacre, nearly 100 Scarlet Lizards were quickly eliminated. At this point, the second layer might not have a single Scarlet Lizard left. Level 15, Junlin murmured. Killing a quasi-boss level beast, and about 50 Scarlet Lizards had only raised him 2 levels. But now, his level was on par with Qiyin. Although Qiyin posed no threat to him, Junlin didn't want to be out-leveled. You take your corpse. I'll gather my extreme flame stalactites, Junlin said, swimming over to the Scarlet Terror lizard's body and using his bony tail to toss it to Qian. With that done, Junlin turned his attention to the stalactites in the cave. Compared to the equipment dropped by the lizard, Junlin valued these stalactites more. According to the system, they were worth a fortune. Qian glanced at Junlin. Though he coveted the stalactites, the lizard's corpse was more valuable to him. He placed his claws on the lizard's body, and his shell began to glow with a blinding red light. A powerful suction enveloped the corpse, slowly extracting pure energy from it. Qian swallowed the surge of energy without hesitation. Junlin watched intently, his curiosity piqued. He immediately asked the system, "Can you identify the skill he's using?" The system quickly responded, "Ding. The ability he used isn't a skill but his innate talent. This talent allows him to assimilate similar abilities, much like a river accepting tributaries. Though it's not as rare as your devouring ability, it's still quite uncommon. I suggest you devour him after the contract ends to acquire this talent." Junlin's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself, devouring Qian is indeed tempting, but now isn't the right time. Perhaps after evolving further in this 9-layered demon cave, I won't need this talent anymore. After all, there are plenty of exotic beasts here. The two ventured deeper into the cave. Junlin looked up and saw sharp, fiery stalactites hanging above, like inverted swords. This sight reminded him of how he had recently used these stalactites to counterattack the red demon lizard. Driven by curiosity, he asked, "System, how much are these fiery stalactites worth? Can they fetch 1,000,000,000 gold coins?" This question directly addressed his core concern whether he could quickly evolve by leveraging this opportunity. The system's response was unexpected. "Ding. The value of these fiery stalactites is beyond what can be measured in gold coins. I can offer you 1,000,000,000 gold coins plus a main city blueprint in exchange for these stalactites." Junlin pondered, his eyes gleaming with red light. The system's eagerness made him realize the true value of these stalactites. Perhaps he could negotiate for a higher price. However, the system seemed to read his thoughts. "Ding. The value of the main city blueprint is sufficient to pay for these stalactites, and the 1,000,000,000 gold coins are an additional bonus. If you're not satisfied, I can purchase them at market price, 10,000 spirit jades per ton." "Spirit jades?" Junlin asked, puzzled. "Is it another type of currency?" The system explained. "Ding. Gold coins are ordinary currency, only suitable for trading low-tier spiritual treasures and weapons. Spirit jades can purchase anything in this world." Junlin couldn't help but ask, "Then why didn't you mention the value of these stalactites on the first level?" The system answered with principle. "Ding. That was a critical part of your plan to hunt the red demon lizard, a matter of life and death, so I didn't interfere." Junlin was surprised by the system's response, but also slightly relieved. He decided to accept the deal. "All right, let's make the exchange." As soon as he spoke, 1,000,000,000 gold coins appeared in his account, along with an ancient blueprint in his inventory. With a thought, the blueprint floated before him. "View the main city blueprint," Junlin commanded. The system immediately displayed the blueprint's instructions. Fantasy City blueprint usage: gather sufficient wood and minerals to automatically generate a city on an empty plot. The strength of Fantasy City depends on the materials used. This simple description left Junlin deeply shaken. The ability to directly generate a city far exceeded his expectations. Although he had always planned to establish his own power, the resources and manpower required to build a city were daunting. This was why he had previously sought help from Li Linfeng. The military had obvious manpower advantages and specialized construction teams. Now, with this blueprint, the manpower issue was resolved. The only headache remaining was the massive resources needed initially, but this problem was now largely alleviated. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Junlin walked towards Qian. By now, Qian had fully assimilated the Red Terror Lizard's talent, with his defense attribute surpassing the 600 mark. "Looks like you've gained quite a bit," Junlin remarked. Though his face was expressionless, Qian could sense the joy in his tone. Qian thought, "It won't be long before Junlin's strength outpaces mine again." "Not bad, but still far behind you," Qian replied indifferently. Junlin simply smiled without speaking. He knew that with Qian's current defense, it almost matched his speed. If they were to fight, Qian could just retreat into his shell, leaving Junlin with no effective means to deal with him. Looking towards the northern distance, Junlin knew the temperature would drop further. He couldn't help but wonder if there would be another skeleton at the entrance to the third level. "Let's head back," Junlin said. Although this place was a good stronghold, he felt a sense of unease. On the first level, he had only killed one red demon lizard, and the red dragon lizard on the third level already harbored strong animosity towards him. Now, having slaughtered the entire second-level tribe, he feared it might trigger even greater trouble. However, just as Junlin and Qian were about to leave, the corpse of the Red Terror lizard exploded in the distance, and 2 red marks flew into their bodies. Both were momentarily stunned, and Junlin clearly felt a force monitoring him. "System, What was that mark just now? Junlin urgently inquired. The system immediately responded. Ding? That was the red dragon mark, exclusive to the red dragon. Any beast that hunts down the red dragon's subordinate quasi-boss level beasts has a chance to be marked. Beasts with this mark will be relentlessly hunted by the red dragon's minions, from boss level down to ordinary beasts. This news suddenly made Junlin and Qian's situation much more precarious. They realized that the journey ahead would be filled with even more challenges and threats. Junlin's eyes darkened, and his voice carried a hint of gravity. Crimson Dragon. So it's not just a Crimson Dragon lizard, which means the lizard is just a subordinate. If that's the case, the Crimson Dragon must be incredibly powerful. It seems we'll face some serious trouble when we reach the 3rd level. Qian frowned and said, Phew. Actually, I encountered a boss-level beast on the 1st level, the ruler of the 3rd level, a Crimson Dragon lizard, at level 30. Its attributes can crush us. But once we reach level 20, we should have some means to protect ourselves against it. Junlin added, the only thing we don't know now is the Crimson Dragon lizard's skills. No one knows how insane its abilities might be. If it has a skill that boosts all its attributes, it would be bad news for us. Qian, in particular, could be in serious trouble. A beast of that level can definitely break through Qian's defenses. Qian glanced at Junlin in surprise, thinking to himself, how did he manage to escape from a Crimson Dragon lizard? Could Junlin be hiding some other powers? If that's the case, I'll need to reassess him. After returning to the 1st level's exit, Junlin decided not to go hunting for the time being. He estimated that the people from the Zijing family in the capital might be arriving soon, and then he could put his plan into action. He just hoped their strength wouldn't exceed his expectations. Meanwhile, in Xiang town, Zilin Long looked at the empty streets and sighed. Only 3 people were left in the entire town, but this was expected. To ordinary townsfolk, the Zijing family from the capital was like gods, and they naturally didn't want to risk their lives by staying here. Li Zimo patted his chest and assured her, don't worry, Lin Long, even if everyone else leaves, I'll stay with you. 2 men behind him gritted their teeth and added, Miss Z, we'll always follow you. Zilin Long smiled and said, from now on, don't call me Z. Just call me Junlin. Junlin? Li Zimo tilted his head in confusion. Zilin Long explained, yes, ever since the Zijing family did that, I no longer belong to them. Her eyes flashed with cold light as she recalled the days of being constrained by the Zijing family. Just then, Li Linfeng walked over and asked, that murderous look you had just now wasn't fake, was it? So, what's your plan for the future, and how do you intend to manage this place? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. Humph, you don't need to think about the future anymore. Killing our Zijing family's branch and trying to take it over? Do you really think our family is that easy to deal with? 2 men in purple appeared on the rooftop ahead, arms crossed, their gazes cold. Li Zimo shouted, Junlin, they're strong at the Yunshan level. Run. Zilin Long waved her hand gently, signaling them to retreat. She stepped forward to face the 2 men, her expression unchanged. She secretly used a detection skill to quickly gather information about her opponents. Zimo sneered, Miss, do you think you can take us on? The young master wants your head this time. Li Linfeng asked, need any help? Zilin Long replied coldly, no, just watch. Her aura became icy, and she seemed to transform into a different person entirely. Zilin Long was about to make her move when a voice suddenly echoed in her mind, causing her to pause. She immediately understood and ceded control of her body to her master. She knew that her master had anticipated that the Zilin family would send someone. For now, all she needed to do was to watch and wait, then handle the aftermath for her master. Junlin exhaled deeply and looked up to face the 2 newcomers. A playful glint flashed in his eyes before he became serious. These 2 humans were indeed stronger than his current state, and with their equipment, they could be quite troublesome. Suddenly, a strange energy filled the air. Junlin's body slowly floated upward. To Li Linfeng's astonishment, Junlin's form grew several inches taller, transforming from a young girl into a mature woman. Her long blue hair cascaded down to her ankles. A white bony tail emerged from her skirt with a razor-sharp tip, and her back split open to reveal 2 massive white bone wings, their edges gleaming like knives in the sunlight. Li Linfeng involuntarily swallowed and took 2 steps back. At this moment, Junlin's attributes, except for her level, had all become unknown. He had only seen such a situation with powerful bosses. What are you exactly? A player or something else? Li Linfeng asked, trying to suppress his fear. Despite Junlin's stunning beauty, he had no distracting thoughts, only a desire to understand what was happening with her. Junlin opened her blood-red eyes and smiled faintly. Consider me a player, but not entirely. Just different from you. He knew his identity would eventually be exposed, so he chose not to hide it. Even if Li Linfeng decided to end their cooperation later, he didn't care. With these 2 as his enforcers, his plans would proceed much more smoothly. From the moment he decided to eliminate the Zelene family, Junlin had thought everything through. If the Zelene family from the capital sent people to attack, he would use the embryo to control them for his own purposes. This would not only neutralize the threat, but also provide inside information about the Zelene family. Even if their strength exceeded expectations, he was confident he could escape with Zillenlong and find a safe place to grow stronger. In the distance, the two enforcers from the Zelene family were momentarily stunned by Junlin's transformation, but quickly regained their composure. For them, completing their mission was paramount. What a pity for such a pretty face, one of them said coldly. No matter what forbidden technique you've used, your realm is still only at the bone refinement stage. Accept your fate. We'll give you a dignified death. Oh, is that so? Junlin's lips curled into a smile, and she suddenly vanished. The two enforcers' faces turned pale as they lost all trace of Junlin. This speed. Damn it, how can she wield such power at the bone refinement stage? They scanned their surroundings warily, realizing that the bone refinement level might just be a ruse. Li Linfeng was dumbfounded. As Junlin had somehow appeared above the two enforcers, she could easily kill them in an instant if she wished. Though he knew Junlin was powerful, witnessing her in action left him in awe. No wonder she had collected so many beast cores. She must already rank among the strongest. Sigh, I thought you'd be strong enough to give me some pressure. Seems I overestimated you. Junlin's clear voice came from above, making the enforcers realize she was right above them. They didn't dare hesitate and drew their swords, thrusting upward. But in the next second, Junlin vanished again and reappeared behind them. Her slender bone tail lashed out like a whip, aiming at the two enforcers. The terrifying sound of the air being sliced and the chill from behind made the enforcers react swiftly. They turned and raised their swords just in time to block the attack. With two sharp clangs, they were forced back several steps, barely maintaining their balance. Their hands trembled. If not for the special material of their swords, that strike would have seriously injured them. They exchanged a glance, realizing that capturing Junlin today was nearly impossible. The urgent task was to report back to their young master, but with Junlin's elusive speed, escaping simultaneously was nearly impossible. I'll hold her off. You go inform the family head, Ziyun shouted. Stop me? Just you alone? Do you really think you can? Junlin looked at the two with disdain, finally locking her gaze on Ziyun. In the next instant, Junlin's figure flickered like a phantom and appeared before Ziyun. She raised her hand, clenched her fist, and struck Ziyun's chest with lightning speed. A muffled grunt echoed as Ziyun flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the house behind him, buried under rubble and debris. Ziyun never saw Junlin's move clearly. He only felt an irresistible force sending him flying. His heart filled with fear, realizing that her speed far exceeded the realm's norms, surpassing even the strongest among them. Even more terrifying was that Junlin's physical strength perfectly matched her incredible speed. Comparing himself in his mind, Ziyun knew his speed was also fast, but when he pushed to his limits, his body quickly reached its threshold. Yet, Junlin showed no such signs, indicating her physical strength was unimaginably formidable. Ziyun couldn't help but doubt if his attacks could even break her defenses. At that moment, Zimu suddenly appeared behind Junlin. He took a heavy step forward, wielding his great sword, aiming a fierce slash at her back. Even before the blade reached, the terrifying force shattered the ground around them. Zimu's eyes were bloodshot, fully activating his purple gold art, pouring all his strength and resolve into this attack. With no hope of escape, he decided to fight to the death. Die! Zimu roared as his greatsword descended with a whistle. Boom! Clang! A piercing metallic clash resonated around them. Zimu was shocked to find his sword had struck something as hard as ancient black iron, unable to budge her figure at all. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger surged within him. Just as he attempted to withdraw, an overpowering force traveled through his sword. In a flash, both of Zimu's hands exploded under the watchful eyes of everyone. His body was sent flying like a cannonball, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. Not only was her defense terrifying, but the retaliatory force was also absurdly powerful. He couldn't help but wonder if the being before him was human or ghost. Junlin slowly turned around, her gaze falling on Zimu lying in the rubble. She looked down at her shoulder, where her clothes were torn, and her eyes grew colder. Zimu lay on the ground, filled with despair and fear, realizing they might have encountered a being far beyond their wildest imaginations. Boom! The surrounding air exploded like a tsunami, rushing towards Zimu. Junlin's figure instantly appeared in front of Zimu, delivering a powerful stomp. The ground shattered, web-like cracks spreading outward, embedding Zimu's body firmly into the ground. Junlin's bony tail coiled like a serpent in front of her, its sharp tip pointing directly at Zimu's forehead. I'll give you a chance to live, Junlin sneered. I'll let my embryo consume you, granting you a new life. How about it? Zimu's eyes widened with a hint of madness. You want me to become your puppet? He spat out a mouthful of blood. Unless you kill me. Come on. Show me if you dare to kill me. If you dare to go against the entire Z family. Zimu calculated in his mind. With both arms broken, he was of no use to the Z family anymore and might even be kicked out of his enforcer position. But he didn't believe Junlin would actually dare to kill him. Opposing the branch family of the Z family might leave a slim chance of survival, but killing him would make Junlin a target throughout Tianyun Kingdom. Junlin tilted her head with a smile, though her blood-red pupils darkened. Zimu, I do admire you. Seeing Junlin's exquisite face, Zimu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He regretted provoking her, but it was too late to take back his words. He could only hope she feared the power of the Z family and wouldn't dare to kill him. However, Junlin's bony tail rose high. With a soft sound, the tail pierced through Zimu's head as if cutting through tofu. Junlin withdrew her tail expressionlessly, flicking away the blood, and turned to look in the direction of Ziyun. In the distance, Ziyun, who had just crawled out of the rubble, turned pale and shuddered. She actually dared to kill Zimu. Was she not afraid of the Z family's retribution? Ziyun had thought Junlin would at most use them to negotiate with the Z family, which was why he stayed behind. But now, it seemed Junlin had no intention of sparing them. Miss, I've lost this time, Ziyun said grimly. Spare me, and I can ensure the Z family won't hold this against you. Junlin toyed with a blue embryo that appeared out of thin air, sneering. Won't hold it against me? Do you think you represent the Z family? She tossed the embryo behind her and walked straight towards Ziyun. Ziyun was about to retort, but was silenced by the sight of the blue liquid devouring Zimu's corpse behind Junlin. He reorganized his words. If you spare me, I will recommend you to our young master. With your strength, you could become his protector, and your future would be limitless. Junlin stopped, looking at him in surprise. Is this young master of the Z family really that strong? Why do you all have such blind confidence? I want to know, how powerful is your young master, and why should I follow him? Hearing her question, Ziyun's face lit up with hope. Our young master is one of the top fighters in all of Tianyun Kingdom, with an immeasurable future. With his current strength, he is sure to be in the top 5 in the sequence battle a year from now. If he obtains the Shelling Eye from the Z Linlong, he could even contend for first place. You should know, being sequence first means being the future strongest representative of Tianyun Kingdom. The prestige that comes with it is immense. Junlin squinted. The Shelling Eye? Huh? Too bad. It seems your young master won't be getting it. Before he finished speaking, Junlin had already appeared in front of Ziyun. Her nearly 3-meter-long bony tail whistled like a spear, piercing through Ziyun's body and lifting him high. Ziyun was bewildered, only realizing the pain when it hit him. Why? Why? He gasped, blood pouring from his mouth. In his final moments, he wanted to know why Junlin, who had shown interest just moments ago, suddenly attacked him. Junlin pulled Ziyun's body closer, leaned in, and whispered in his ear so only the two of them could hear, because I am Zillinlong. Surprised? Ziyun's eyes widened in shock, but before he could react, the light of life faded from his eyes. Junlin watched coldly as the body fell heavily to the ground after she withdrew her bony tail. She took an embryo out of her pocket and casually tossed it onto Ziyun's corpse. Blue liquid quickly enveloped the body, and Junlin's form began to change. Her body shrank, her features became youthful, and soon she looked like a girl of 12 or 13. She turned to face Li Linfeng, who had been silently observing from a distance, and smiled slightly. Still up for working together? Li Linfeng chuckled, understanding why she asked. But rather than Junlin's true identity, he was more interested in their potential partnership. In this new world, as in the old Blue Star, power and influence mattered more than identity. Having witnessed her abilities firsthand, he was certain that no one would surpass her in the coming months. Absolutely. Li Linfeng responded firmly. Junlin was momentarily taken aback by his decisiveness, but walked straight to him, extending her small, fair fist. To a successful partnership. Li Linfeng quickly extended his fist to meet hers. To a successful partnership. If you need anything, let me know. I might not represent the entire base, but I'll do my best to help. I will, Junlin replied with a faint smile. Just as she was about to say more, a disturbance came from behind her. The two corpses that had been dead began to rise. Li Linfeng's pupils contracted in shock as he exclaimed, "Watch out! They're alive!" Junlin paused for a moment, then turned around calmly, showing no sign of panic. She watched as the two figures approached her. Zimu and Ziyun knelt on one knee before her, their expressions respectful. Master. Seeing this, Junlin's lips curled into a smile. She thought to herself, it seems the slime embryos are different from Zillinlong's. Not only have these two retained their previous levels and skills, but they also kept their memories. Moreover, their attributes seem even stronger now. Huh, what happened? Why did everything change after just one night's sleep? As everyone was still reeling from the shock, an untimely voice suddenly broke the silence. Li Linfeng's face darkened as he turned to look at his little sister, Li Xiaoke. Despite the commotion, she had somehow managed to sleep through it all, now lying there with her bottom sticking up, still fast asleep. It was hard to tell if she was just carefree or hard of hearing. Just as Li Linfeng was about to scold her, Li Xiaoke bypassed him and quickly approached Junlin. Wow, Junlin, you're up so early. You're much more diligent than I am, Li Xiaoke said groggily. Li Linfeng and Junlin exchanged helpless glances and looked at the sky. It was nearly noon. The little girl's sleep schedule was truly astonishing. Suddenly, Li Xiaoke leaned in close to Junlin and sniffed hard. Wait a minute. I remember we took a bath together yesterday. Why do you still smell like blood? And why are your clothes torn? Seeing Li Xiaoke's puzzled expression, Junlin couldn't help but marvel at her slow reactions and carefree nature. Junlin decided to leave the follow-up matters to Zilinlong. Leave the rest to you, Junlin communicated telepathically to Zilinlong. Have Ziyun and Zimu head to the Z family and just make up an excuse for what happened here. Due to the risk of weakness, Junlin didn't plan to stay any longer. With Ziyun and Zimu's assistance, there was no immediate worry about Zilinlong's safety or the progression of their plans. Rest assured, Master. I'll handle everything here, Zilinlong respectfully replied. Before leaving, Junlin paused momentarily, feeling something odd about the conversation. Meanwhile, Qiyin was soaking his entire body in magma, absorbing the heat in preparation for the upcoming hunt. He only rose and approached the shore when he sensed Junlin opening her eyes, keeping a respectful distance. Why are you in a weakened state now? Qiyin keenly noticed the change in Junlin's aura and asked with curiosity. Junlin shot Qiyin a cold glance without answering. A chilling aura spread outwards. Mind your own business, she snapped before coiling up and drifting back to sleep. Despite their contract, Junlin still refused to show any weakness. Qiyin narrowed his eyes, quietly observing her and pondering. It seems she doesn't trust me, he muttered to himself. He then left the magma and ventured into the icy world outside, planning to level up while Junlin rested. By the next afternoon, Junlin finally woke up, stretching her massive body and gazing into the distance. Next step, find a suitable target for devouring. During her weakened state, Junlin had successfully consumed the Tear of Time, but the cooldown for her devouring ability had not reset. There was still over half a month until the cooldown would end. However, Junlin now had 2 devouring opportunities, indicating that the Tear of Time didn't negate the original cooldown but rather added 2 extra chances. Clearly, the investment of 1 billion gold coins was worth it. Junlin could distinctly feel a ticking clock in her right eye socket. Though it didn't grant any special abilities, she could sense the passage of time. Check attributes. Junlin mentally commanded. The attribute panel appeared. Host, Junlin. Level, 15. Length, 39 meters. Health, 73,292, 73,292. Mana, 1,800. Strength, 69. Speed, 698. Defense, 349. Spirit, 88. Free attribute points, 0. Active skills, Absolute 0 Ice Field, Bone Blade Wings, Emperor's Roar, Extraordinary Fertility. Passive skills, Bone Shaker, Devour Flame, Bone Spikes. Talents, Soul Link, Speed Scale Inactive, Devour, Poison Immunity, Evil Spirit Eye. Special Talent, Kurikuri Inactive, requires time attribute Celestial Treasures for activation. Current, 1120.000.000. Species, Kurikuri? What's this talent? Does it control time? Junlin wondered with a mix of curiosity and excitement, sensing the immense potential of the talent. Once activated, it would undoubtedly elevate her power beyond the second sequence, possibly even rivaling the first. Looks like you're in much better shape than before. Cheyenne voice interrupted Junlin's thoughts. She turned to him, her gaze no longer icy. By the way, I'm going to search for the source of extreme cold on this level, Junlin said, preparing for the next phase of her plan. After acquiring a new ability, Junlin's mood became noticeably more upbeat. He decided to head to the entrance of the 3rd layer to investigate. Qiyin, upon hearing this, couldn't hide his surprise and wondered if it had anything to do with Junlin's weakened state from the previous night. Faced with Qian's curiosity, Junlin paused for a moment before asking, the 3rd layer? Have you already found the entrance? Qiyin nodded in confirmation and then asked, want to go together? Junlin replied candidly, sure. He had no intention of hiding anything from Qiyin. However, Qiyin shook his head, no, I'm of the fire element. My abilities would be greatly diminished there, and I wouldn't be much help. The entrance to the 3rd layer is in the coldest part of this icy domain. Qiyin explained that the entire area was influenced by that place, and he could roughly guess Junlin's purpose for the trip. He was surprised, though, that Junlin's power had advanced so quickly in such a short time. It seemed he needed to speed up his own progress as well. Junlin was secretly pleased. Qi Yin not coming along suited him perfectly, as he wouldn't have to conceal his devouring ability. On this trip, he had an important matter to confirm the existence of a mysterious skeleton at the entrance of the third layer. Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard, a young man was intently listening to Ziyun and another person's report. So, after wiping out the entire branch of the Z family, the perpetrator fled Ziyang town, the young man asked. Zimu, kneeling on one knee, respectfully replied, "Yes, young master. If we are to track her down, we will need a considerable number of people." The young man waved his hand. "All right, I understand. You may go now." "Yes, young master." The two stood up and left. Watching their retreating figures, the young man smirked. Interesting. A parasitic beast. It seems the fall of the Z family wasn't the work of humans. This also explains why that girl could easily massacre the Z family's envoys. The young man stood up, gazing into the distance. Perhaps next year's sequence contest will feature some extraordinary individuals. But before that, I hope they can bring me some surprises. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, causing the nearby pool to freeze instantly. At that moment, a man appeared out of thin air, kneeling on one knee before the young man. "Young master, do you need me to take action?" The young man smiled faintly. "No, I prefer." Opponents like this, the cold wind ravaged the land, and Junlin moved forward, feeling the temperature plummet. Although the number of exotic beasts around had decreased, each one seemed exceptionally powerful. "There must be a ball-level beast around here," Junlin murmured, his anticipation for the entrance to the third layer growing stronger. After a long journey, Junlin finally reached the end of the second layer. Before him stood a vast expanse of rocky terrain, and at his current position, a colossal ice cave loomed, hundreds of meters high. The entrance was so large that it surpassed the ceiling of the space, and a bone-chilling cold continuously emanated from it. Despite his immunity to ice attributes, Junlin could still feel the biting cold. The ice cave was like a giant cold air machine, constantly lowering the surrounding temperature. Junlin cautiously scanned his surroundings before slowly entering the ice cave. As he stepped inside, an overwhelming sense of oppression hit him. Looking up, his eyes widened in shock. A massive skeleton came into view, standing nearly 100 meters tall and stretching almost a kilometer long, so vast that he couldn't see it all at once. The only certainty was that passing through this skeleton would lead him to the third layer. Something this massive. Can I really devour it? Junlin was filled with doubt. Suddenly, the system prompted. The last skeleton you devoured was no smaller than this one. You just didn't notice it at the time because you were in a hurry. Junlin was astonished, realizing that the previous skeleton was just as large. He began to eagerly anticipate the changes devouring this one might bring, his impatience growing. Just as Junlin was about to initiate the devouring process, a sudden disturbance made him alert. Scanning the area, he spotted a blue spherical creature appearing before him. Junlin's eyes flashed red, realizing that any opponent appearing here was no ordinary foe. Scan. Junlin immediately used his skill. Mirror Beast Special Boss. Level 20. HP 100, 001, 0000. Strength 100. Speed 100. Defense 100. Spirit 100. Skills none. Talent 1. Mirror Replication can perfectly copy any beast not exceeding its own level, including attributes, skills, talents, and appearance. Talent 2. Mimicry can record the form of each species and undergo mimicry transformation. Note: each species can only be recorded once, and the mimicry form is random. Mirror Replication. Junlin's pupils contracted as he swiftly moved towards the mirror beast. As the creature was about to be enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, Junlin didn't hesitate and swung his bone tail forcefully. The sound of a sonic boom erupted, but striking the smoke felt like hitting a swamp, with no effect. A moment later, a forceful backlash sent Junlin flying. Regaining his balance, his eyes glowed with a dark red light. The backlash hadn't caused any real harm, but it confirmed his suspicion the opponent was copying his skills and attributes. As the thick white smoke dissipated, a beast identical to Junlin appeared before him. The creature's face showed a satisfied expression, followed by a greedy look directed at Junlin. Scan. Junlin used the skill again. Mirror Beast Mirror Replication Form. Fake Junlin. Level 15. Body length 39. HP 73290273292. Mana 18001800. Strength 69. Speed 698. Defense 349. Spirit 88. Active skills: Extreme Ice Array, Bone Blade Wings, Flame Emperor Roar, Super Reproduction. Passive skills, Bone Shock, Flame Devouring Bone Spikes. Talents, Soul Link, Speed Balance Note. Not activated, Devour, Poison Immunity, Evil Eye. Seeing the opponent's attributes, Junlin couldn't help but curse. Skills, passive skills, even talents were perfectly copied, including the Devour talent. Now, the enemy was essentially another version of himself, and it was clear from its expression that it intended to devour him. A cold light flashed in Junlin's eyes. An identical beast posed a threat to his identity and status. Even if the opponent had no intention of devouring him, Junlin wouldn't let it live. As long as it possessed the Devour talent, he couldn't allow it to survive. A beast capable of evolving through devouring, despite its current strength, held unpredictable potential for the future. Junlin didn't rush to attack. He understood his own attributes and skills. For now, neither he nor the opponent could break through the passive effect of Bone Shock. However, his flame-devouring bone spikes had been replaced with magma to suppress the ice attribute beasts here. This was his only chance. If Soul Link wasn't on cooldown, he could have used Zillinlong's attributes to crush the opponent. Junlin doubted the opponent had an active Soul Link. The mirror beast suddenly crouched, then lunged at Junlin with incredible speed. In a moment, it was right in front of him, jaws open to bite his neck. However, Junlin didn't dodge, instead looking at the creature as if it were a fool. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as several white teeth shattered and flew. The mirror beast recoiled in pain, re-evaluating Junlin, searching for a weakness. While the mirror beast observed him, Junlin was also studying it. Aside from external forces, his Flame Emperor Roar could injure it, but with its 80 fire immunity, the damage would be minimal. For the first time, Junlin realized how formidable he was. However, the mirror beast had a critical weakness. It seemed unfamiliar with his skills and body. Perhaps it sensed his skills were powerful, but didn't know how to use them effectively. Junlin's eyes glowed red as he charged at the mirror beast. Reaching it, he twisted his body, his bone tail like a steel whip lashing out. The mirror beast instinctively dodged, creating distance. Boom! Rocks shattered, and the surrounding frozen ground cracked, covered in fissures. Seeing the opponent dodge, Junlin showed no sign of disappointment. This strike was merely a test. He never intended to actually harm the creature. From the reaction of the jingling beast, it was clear that it hadn't yet realized the passive skill brought about by the Bone Shock. Junlin knew well that given enough time, the jingling beast would eventually master this body completely. But for now, it was like a newborn, awkwardly familiarizing itself with its own being. This was Junlin's perfect opportunity to strike. Noticing the jingling beast's intent to retreat, Junlin was not about to let it escape easily. He swiftly unfurled the bone wings behind him and shot towards his opponent like an arrow released from a bowstring. A trail of afterimages was left on the ground, accompanied by a whistling sound that pierced through the air. However, the jingling beast, with its speed of 710 points, though not yet proficient, could still manage short bursts of evasion. After several rounds of attacks, all of Junlin's strikes missed their mark. Undeterred, Junlin continued his assault. He glanced at the stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling and kept up his relentless attacks. Each strike was calculated perfectly, allowing the beast to dodge while continuously forcing it back. Finally, the jingling beast was cornered, and Junlin halted his assault, his cold gaze locking onto his opponent. The jingling beast, now in a sorry state, let out an enraged roar. Dozens of extreme cold ice arrays formed around it, filling the entire space and cutting off all of Junlin's escape routes. It then activated the ice arrays and charged towards Junlin with its massive body. Ignoring the surrounding ice arrays, Junlin focused entirely on the jingling beast's every move. It wasn't until the beast was close that he deliberately exposed his entire Bodis weak points, allowing the beast to attack. With a thunderous crash, the entire cave trembled. Junlin was sent flying by the high-speed collision, but remained mostly unharmed. In contrast, the jingling beast was launched like a cannonball into the rock wall behind it, its massive skeletal body deeply embedded within. Falling rocks from above buried it under a pile of rubble. Seeing this, Junlin didn't hesitate. The bone spines on his back began to glow one by one, covering his entire back with a crimson light. His open mouth emitted a scorching red glow, as if containing boundless energy. He aimed at the top of the rock wall and unleashed a searing beam of lava from his mouth. Under the high-temperature assault, the ice layer on the cave ceiling began to crack. The long-standing ice quickly melted under the intense heat, causing large chunks to fall. Though they looked like mere fragments, each had a diameter of several meters, crashing down onto the jingling beast, which was just about to climb out, burying it once again. The surrounding ice shards turned into a mist, obscuring visibility for hundreds of meters. Junlin, relying on his senses, swam towards the buried beast. He knew this level of attack wasn't enough to kill the jingling beast, but would severely injure it. The bone spines on his back lit up once more, and Junlin poured all his remaining lava energy into the pile of ice in front of him. As the ice melted, Junlin suddenly became alert. The pile of melted ice was empty. A 39-meter-long jingling beast couldn't have vanished into thin air. It had to be nearby. At that moment, a system alert sounded. The jingling beast is devouring the skeletal remains. Host must stop it immediately. If it completely envelopes the bones, they will lose their value for devouring. Junlin's face darkened, realizing the urgency. He quickly made his way to the skeletal remains. Seeing that they were already 1/5 covered in blue liquid, his expression grew even grimmer. In an instant, Junlin conjured dozens of extreme cold ice arrays, covering the entire sky. Countless ice spikes shot towards the blue liquid like bullets, but only created ripples, failing to cause any substantial damage. Junlin paused, then understood the reason. He spread his bone wings and with a sonic boom, shot through the blue liquid, creating a crack. However, when he turned to look, the damage had already healed. By now, the skeletal remains were nearly 1/3 covered. System, why can't I interrupt its devouring process? Junlin's face turned black, realizing that with his attack range, he couldn't destroy the beast in a short time. The system replied, the devouring target is massive. It's normal for the host to be unable to interrupt the process, but you can deliver a devastating blow during its reshaping. Damn it! Junlin couldn't help but curse, realizing he might waste a valuable devouring target. He glared at the half-covered bones with a grim expression. Scan. The system responded. No target detected. This reply stunned Junlin. Unable to be detected? That meant the liquid form of the jingling beast was not considered a life form at the moment. If that was the case, Junlin slowly swam to the skeletal remains enveloped in blue liquid and asked, System, since it's not a life form, can I devour it along with the bones? After a moment, the system answered, the devouring ability allows the host to consume any energy-containing object. Although the opponent currently lacks life, the blue liquid contains energy that drives its actions. In theory, the host can devour it, but it may lead to uncontrollable mutations in the host's form. Mutations, huh? Junlin murmured, then revealed a menacing smile. To him, no matter what he turned into, as long as he survived and gained immense power, that was the ultimate goal. Watching the still writhing blue liquid, Junlin slowly opened his mouth. Devour. Activate. As soon as the words left his mouth, Junlin's body instantly transformed into a large blue net, swiftly enveloping the blue liquid that the jingling beast had morphed into. The two entities raced to encase the mysterious skeleton, with Junlin leveraging the jingling beast's pathfinding advantage to outpace his opponent. The blue liquid proliferated wildly, like a living organism, and within moments, it completely enveloped the skeleton. At the exact moment Junlin completed the coverage, a powerful energy burst forth, attempting to expel him. Even though it had lost its life force, the skeleton seemed to retain an instinctual resistance. However, this feeble counterattack was futile against Junlin's formidable dissolving ability. The jingling beast seemed trapped in a massive stomach, passively awaiting its fate of being devoured. In the blink of an eye, the jingling beast was entirely digested. The volume of Junlin's blue liquid noticeably swelled, beginning to assault the skeleton from within. This ancient skeleton, encased in a layer of ice as hard as steel, was far tougher and more intimidating than the one found in the magma. The assimilation process thus became slow and arduous. As time passed, the skeleton finally vanished. Everything before him turned into a mass of writhing liquid, which gradually solidified and compressed, eventually forming a blue pool about 50 meters in diameter. The liquid began to reshape itself, similar to its original form but noticeably bulkier. Suddenly, four tumors swelled on either side of its body, quickly rupturing and recoalescing into 4 powerful blue skeletal dragon claws. Just as Junlin's new body was about to complete its transformation, a sudden wave of intense pain struck, accompanied by the system's notification sound. The system informed Junlin that he faced 2 evolutionary choices. The first was the path of the Dominator, enhancing his bones and attributes to become a perfect killing machine. The second was to revert to a slime form, following the omniform evolution path, granting him more transformative possibilities and multiple lives. Junlin fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons of each option. Ultimately, he made his decision. System, choose the second evolution form. Although the Dominator path offered immediate power boosts, the Omniform path's promise of multiple lives and limitless possibilities was far more enticing. With his choice confirmed, Junlin's body began restructuring again. The blue liquid gradually turned silvery white, and tender flesh buds sprouted from his skeleton, quickly covering his entire form. His slender bone tail split into 2, enveloped in silver scales. The single pair of bone wings on his back split into 2 pairs, not only retaining their sharpness but also becoming larger. Junlin's new form was gradually taking shape, heralding a future filled with endless possibilities. Junlin's body began to transform towards that of a dragon, but unlike the bulky dragons, his form was slender and refined. Suddenly, an intense itch spread across the right half of his forehead, followed by a sharp, knife-like pain. Two blood-red eyes appeared above and below his original right eye, slightly smaller in size. The demonic eye that was originally in the center of his forehead also shifted to the right, for eyes now crowded the right side of Junlin's face, making his already menacing appearance even more terrifying. As his transformation completed, the surrounding temperature plummeted. A deafening roar echoed throughout the cave, and Junlin felt a surge of power coursing through his body. He lifted his massive dragon claw and gently pressed it against the ground. In an instant, the ground split open, leaving a shocking claw mark. Eager to understand his newfound strength, Junlin immediately checked his status panel. Host, Junlin. Rank, Tier 1 Boss. Level, 13. Body length, 48 meters. Health, 120,000,2120,0002. Mana, 80,000,8000. Strength, 321. Speed, 800. Defense, 400. Spirit, 200. Free attribute points, 20. Speed Breakthrough grants the following active skills. 1. Ice Aurora. Consumes 500 mana to concentrate ice at a point, creating an extreme 0-degree burst that deals massive ice damage to surrounding enemies. Guarantees a freeze effect on enemies, with freeze duration depending on the enemy's strength. In the Ice Moon field, the freeze duration is forcibly extended by 1 second, and enemies with combined attributes not exceeding 4 times the host's cannot negate it. 2. Ice Moon. Consumes 3,000 mana to conjure an ice moon that ascends into the sky, creating a 10-kilometer radius ice field. Within the field, all attributes increase by 30, and all ice attacks are instant. Enemies within the field have their speed reduced by 30. The Ice Moon inherits the host's highest health and defense values, and gains a 50 damage reduction. When its health reaches 0, it grants 30 seconds of invincibility before shattering. 3. Phantom Ice. Can conjure and control ice element creatures proportional to the mana used. 4. Ice Shield. Consumes 100 mana to create 4 diamond-shaped ice shields that orbit around the host, blocking all damage. The shields automatically inherit 66 of the host's health and defense. 5. Mimicry. Can record and mimic the form of any species. Due to the Devour talent, the host can only perform 1 mimicry, with all attributes of the mimicked form reduced by 30. Passive skills. Bone-chilling speed. In the Ice Moon field or snowy weather, speed increases by an additional 30. Talents. Soul Link inactive. Speed balance. Devour. Poison immunity. Demonic Eye. Breath of the Moon. Restores 10 mana per second under the moon, and 20 under the Ice Moon. Stackable. Special talent. Chronicazer locked. Note. Each level up increases all attributes by 10 points and grants 10 free attribute points. Junlin gazed at his attribute panel. Despite the data showing that he had become immensely powerful, he took a deep breath, unable to contain his excitement. While most of his attributes hadn't changed much, his once lagging strength and spirit had finally seen significant improvement. The most astonishing part was a skill called Moon of Ice. Not only did it provide terrifying attribute boosts, but it also allowed all ice-based skills to be cast instantly, without any charge time. Junlin clearly understood that this skill had become the core of all his ice abilities. Losing it would cut his power by at least half. Exhaling slowly, he looked into the distance. His vision had become extraordinarily clear, especially with 4 eyes on his right side, observing the world simultaneously. This not only allowed him to capture more subtle details, but also made the world's motion seem slower. Though it was hard to accept his deformed face, Junlin had to admit that these extra eyes brought numerous benefits. Just as he was about to leave, Junlin suddenly remembered a skill he possessed: mimicry. It was a good concealment skill, but unfortunately limited by his devouring ability, allowing him to record only 1 species and 1 transformation opportunity. After careful consideration, Junlin ultimately chose humans as his mimicry target. He softly said, "Mimicry. Replicate a human body." As soon as he finished speaking, a white ice mist enveloped his large silver body. Junlin felt his body changing, seemingly shrinking and reshaping. When the ice mist dissipated, a girl who appeared to be 5 or 6 years old stood in his place. Her long silver hair reached her ankles, and she stood there barefoot. Junlin stared at his small palm in confusion. The system explained that since Junlin had been here for less than a month, his human form could only be this small. Although a bit disappointed, Junlin quickly accepted reality. He touched his right forehead, clearly feeling the presence of the other 3 eyes. With a hint of unease, he asked the system for a mirror. When Junlin saw his reflection, he was stunned, a delicate little girl with silver hair and red eyes, exuding a cold aura. However, The four asymmetrical eyes on his right cheek looked particularly eerie, with the main right eye featuring a golden rotating clock. Junlin tried to adapt to this new appearance. Despite its oddity, he finally had a human body. He checked his attributes in mimicry form and found that although all attributes were reduced by 30, the impact on his combat power wasn't significant. This reassured him, and he decided to maintain his human form outside of combat from now on. Finally, Junlin decided to hunt some prey before returning, planning to treat himself well. Despite his appearance as a little girl, his heart still craved delicious food. Qi Yin, who had just returned from hunting, was soaking in the magma. His massive head quietly observed the small figure approaching from afar. The tiny human child was dragging a gigantic creature, which, judging by its size, was at least 30 meters long. Qi Yin was perplexed. Why would such a strange human appear here? As Qi Yin was about to investigate the stranger's identity, Junlin noticed him in the magma. She aimed at Qi Yan's head and effortlessly flung the giant beast she was holding. Licking her lips, Junlin thought to herself, the temperature of Qi Yan's shell is so high, it would be perfect for grilling. Qi Yan was momentarily stunned, but then his gaze turned dangerous. He slowly rose, revealing his enormous body, nearly 30 meters in diameter. Looking at the drooling little girl, Qi Yan thought, is this little creature planning to eat me? Although he didn't know how she entered this place, since she dared to have such an idea, Qi Yan's eyes darkened as he stomped the flying corpse into the magma with his massive claw. Qi Yan opened his huge mouth, and fiery energy began to gather. Junlin stopped in her tracks, squinted her eyes, and quickly formed 4 diamond-shaped shields around herself. As Qi Yan's breath attack came, Junlin didn't dodge but instead charged directly into the flames, instantly arriving in front of Qi Yan, placing her small hand on his mouth. Qi Yan's pupils contracted, and before he could react, he felt an immense force. His massive body was effortlessly lifted by Junlin and thrown onto the shore, flying a full 100 meters. As the dust settled, Qi Yan shook his head and stood up, eyes filled with shock. He knew his own weight. Anything less than 300 units of strength couldn't move him. The opponent's strength must be at least 400. Is she really human? As Qi Yan pondered, a soft voice rang out, Qi Yan, I didn't expect you to attack me the moment we met. You must be very confident in your strength these past 2 days. Junlin's round toes tapped on the frozen magma as she walked slowly towards Qi Yan. Qi Yan looked puzzled. The only one who could call him by name here was Junlin. Suddenly, he realized, Junlin? Such abnormal speed and strength could only belong to Junlin. Junlin nodded. Yes, I was planning to share some grilled meat with you, but given the situation now, she glanced at the beast's corpse in the magma, and an ice pillar rose from the bottom, lifting the charred remains to the surface. Junlin pouted. I guess only a small part inside is still edible. With our appetites, it's far from enough. Qi Yan exclaimed in surprise, wow, it really is Junlin. I didn't realize you were female. Junlin's face darkened instantly, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Are you sure you don't want to rephrase that? Qi Yan quickly corrected himself. I didn't realize Junlin was a lady. That was rude of me. He took another look at Junlin and found her quite cute. But why couldn't he transform? Junlin couldn't be bothered to explain her lack of gender and instead suggested, how about joining me for a hunt later? I'll make some grilled meat. She had long grown tired of the bland taste of raw meat. Now that she had hands, she could finally cook herself. Qi Yan's eyes lit up. He hadn't eaten a decent meal in nearly a month since arriving here. Now that Junlin had taken human form, she could surely do many things that were impossible before. Sure, what kind of meat do you want? I'll hunt it down. Junlin circled behind Qi Yan, placing her small hand on his fiery red shell. Feeling the temperature, she frowned. The temperature is normal, but with your attributes, raising the shell's temperature to 100 degrees shouldn't be a problem. Just as Junlin was about to speak further, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The sudden chime of the system broke the silence of the 9-level demon cave. Junlin and Qi Yan looked up simultaneously, exchanging puzzled glances. The system announced, the foreign battlefield instance is now open. Hosts must reach level 20 within 1 week to participate. Completing it will yield substantial rewards. A hint of confusion flickered in their eyes. Junlin frowned and said, aren't we in the 9-level demon cave? How can we join the instance? Qi Yan also showed a perplexed expression and asked in a low voice, can the system transport us out of here? As if responding to their questions, the system immediately clarified, this is a starfield instance, involving players and alien beasts from different starfields. Participation levels range from 20 to 30. All registered players will be automatically transported to the designated area in 1 week. The system continued to elaborate on the instance rules. This is a hunting game divided into 9 zones. Each zone will have 100 alien beasts and 100,000 players. All alien beasts will disguise as humans, but their attributes will be sealed by 50. For every 10 attribute increase, part of their alien features will be revealed. When their attributes are fully restored, they will completely reveal their alien forms. Junlin and Qi Yin listened attentively, their eyes gleaming with interest. The system added, the goal of the alien beasts is to kill as many human players as possible while disguised. Once their identity is exposed, they will face human retaliation. The battle continues until one side is entirely wiped out and the other side wins. Victors will level up by 3 levels and receive attribute points, talents, and other rewards based on their ranking. However, the system's final remark made Junlin's face darken. Note, deaths in this instance are real for the alien beasts. Junlin couldn't help but feel like cursing. He turned to Qi Yin and asked, should we sign up? Qi Yin's lips curled into a slight, cold smile. Of course. Since we can increase our strength, how can we miss this opportunity? We are already in this damn world, and without fighting, we will inevitably be swallowed up. He paused, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. But before we participate, we need to level up. 1 week is a bit tight. A week? Junlin was momentarily stunned, and his face darkened instantly. The regression after evolution made him anxious. He needed to level up at least once a day to reach level 20 within the deadline. However, the scarcity of beasts on this icy plane made rapid leveling nearly impossible, unless he could locate another beast den. Unfortunately, most of the beasts here roamed alone, and even the few that lived in groups were scarce. Observing Junlin's change in expression, Qi Yin asked curiously, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Junlin forced a calm demeanor and replied, nothing. Let's get moving. Otherwise, I might not reach level 20 in a week. Qi Yin's curiosity deepened. He hadn't had a chance to check Junlin's status. Could Junlin's level actually regress? Logically, reaching level 20 within a week shouldn't be an issue given his current level. He discreetly used a probing skill on Junlin. No way, your level can really regress, Qi Yin exclaimed. But upon seeing Junlin's attributes, he was stunned again. Junlin's strength had clearly improved significantly, and this probably wasn't even his true potential. After all, a human's small body couldn't possibly contain such immense power. Qi Yin said, I know where there's a gathering of beasts. If we slay a few more, we might be able to catch up on your levels. With that, he started running towards the distant icy plain. Junlin followed closely but felt a bit frustrated at Qi Yin's pace. It was just too slow. As they arrived at the icy plain, a strangely shaped beast suddenly attacked. Moreover, the temperature of the entire plain seemed to rise, and the usual ice-bound beasts had vanished. After dealing with the attacking beast, Junlin narrowed his eyes. It seemed that after he devoured that ice carcass, something had indeed changed here. Beast activity had increased, and even those frozen beasts had broken free. Just as they were about to proceed, the ground began to shake. A blizzard erupted in the distance, sweeping towards them, accompanied by the roars of wild beasts. Junlin instantly understood. A beast tide? I didn't expect a beast tide in a place like this. Qi Yin shook his head. No, it's not a beast tide. I can feel many presences targeting you. They must be here for you. His lips twitched slightly, wondering what Junlin had done to make these typically solitary beasts unite against her. Hearing Qi Yin's explanation, Junlin frowned. These presences were indeed directed at her. Was it because she had devoured that ice carcass? Soon, the beasts were upon them. Junlin decided not to dwell on the cause. She knew these beasts could significantly boost her levels. She licked her lips and took a step forward. Her back swelled, and 2 pairs of massive bone wings burst through her clothes, followed by 2 long bone tails. After a brief transformation, Junlin was on all fours, and ice crystals began to form around her. These crystals accumulated until they spread to a diameter of 50 meters, completely enveloping her small body. When the ice crystals finally dispersed, a nearly 50-meter-long beast stood before Qi Yin. It resembled a dragon, but was more slender. Qi Yin's mouth dropped open, struggling to accept Junlin's transformation. He remembered her beast form as skeletal. Had she evolved further? Ignoring Qi Yin's confusion, Junlin focused on the charging beasts. Their combined presence could make even a level 20 boss flee in panic. But to Junlin, they were just walking experience points. These beasts seemed powerful, but they all had ice attributes and lacked strength. With these 2 points alone, Junlin could remain undefeated. Junlin stepped forward, her body moving like a cannonball among the beasts. Her bone wings, now edged with ice blades, began slicing through them indiscriminately. Despite her overwhelming strength, the beasts didn't retreat. They surged towards her madly, layering over each other, some even being trampled. Yet, this didn't halt their advance. The sheer madness of it made Junlin's eye twitch. Was this really necessary? It wasn't like she had a deep-seated grudge against them. Facing the onslaught, Junlin went all out. Her massive dragon claw slammed down on an attacking beast, crushing it into the ground with terrifying force. Her two tails, like steel whips, cleared a swath of space. Junlin narrowed her eyes, her bone wings flapping as her body lifted into the air. While she couldn't fly, she could hover briefly. In the distance, Qi Yin, watching Junlin being besieged, began his own battle. After taking down a few beasts, he was about to strike again when he suddenly felt a chill, shivering involuntarily. Looking up, he saw an ice moon hanging high in the sky, emitting a cold aura. Qian's eyes widened. A boss. Junlin has evolved into a boss. Such a stat-boosting skill could only belong to a boss. Not even top-tier elite beasts could possess it. No wonder these beasts were attacking her. They must have felt threatened by her evolution, forcing them to unite against her. But eliminating Junlin alone wouldn't drive these beasts to such madness. Was there another factor? Qi Yin was puzzled. Nonetheless, it seemed Junlin no longer had to worry about her level. Clearing out these beasts would raise her level by at least 3, maybe even more. In the sky, Junlin gazed down at the horde of mythical beasts below, with a massive ice moon, nearly 30 meters in diameter, hanging behind him. With a mere thought, countless ice spikes materialized around him, covering an area of about 300 meters. Junlin's eyes were as calm as a still lake, as if he were watching a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Killed, this single word echoed in his mind, and in the next instant, all the ice spikes rained down like a torrential storm. Qi Yin was caught off guard and immediately withdrew from the attack range. Although this kind of attack was ineffective against it, Qi Yin had no intention of enduring it needlessly. After escaping, Qi Yin observed the downpour of ice spikes and couldn't help but click its tongue. This area effect skill might not be powerful individually, but its sheer number was enough to exhaust any opponent with insufficient defense. On the ground, the beasts fell one after another into pools of blood. The few survivors were either the elite among the beasts or those with innate defensive capabilities. A massive beast glanced at Junlin, its aura shattered, and promptly turned to flee. Seeing this, the other beasts scattered in all directions, silently lamenting that this icy plane might never be their domain again. Junlin silently watched the fleeing beasts, then turned his gaze to the distance. Phantom ice, he muttered, channeling all his magical energy, curious to see what kind of ice elemental creature could be formed with 8,000 mana points. As soon as he spoke, the ice and snow under the ice moon domain began to stir. Guided by his magic, the snow transformed into a blizzard, rapidly converging. The surrounding ice elements were instantly drained, merging into the swirling snowstorm. Encircled by icy blue lightning, a tornado of ice and snow, 100 meters in diameter and reaching up to the second layer sky, appeared before the eyes of the beasts. The tornado instantly sucked in the nearby weakened beasts. The other beasts tried to escape, but were immobilized by both the field's restrictions and the tornado's pull. A thunderous dragon roar echoed throughout the second layer, as if announcing the birth of a new entity. In the distance, Qi Yin was numb with shock. It could sense the immense power of the creature forming within the ice tornado. Though not as strong as itself, it definitely held the strength of a top-tier entity. That creature had already reached the level of a boss. Junlin was also astonished. 8,000 mana points shouldn't have been able to create such a powerful being, let alone a complete life form. As he sensed the rapidly rising temperature outside his domain, he realized Phantom Ice was inherently an ice elemental creature, and within this icy world, it had directly absorbed all the ice elements from the surroundings. With a thunderous crash, a massive ice claw emerged from the storm, pinning a beast to the ground. With this strike, the ice tornado shattered, sending countless ice crystals shooting outward. The ice elemental creature finally revealed itself, a dragon over 60 meters long, entirely composed of ice elements, its size even surpassing Junlin. Without waiting for Junlin's command, the ice dragon grabbed the beast beneath its claw and began to feast. As it consumed its prey, thin red lines of blood seeped into the dragon, gradually turning its pure icy blue hue into a sinister red, with a reddish glow emanating from its edges. After devouring the beast, the ice dragon lifted its head, scanning its surroundings before locking onto the fleeing beasts, commencing its hunting spree. High above, Junlin watched the rampaging ice dragon, perplexed. What state was this ice dragon in? Was it still under his control? For at that moment, Junlin could no longer feel any connection to it. Inspect, Junlin silently commanded. A system prompt appeared. Extreme Frost Dragon and Ice Elemental Creation, formed under human intervention in an extremely low-temperature, snowy world. Creator, Junlin, level 15. Bound to the host's life, 79, 20079, 200 strength, 500 defense, 380 climbing speed, 100 flying speed, 340 mental power, 240. On the battlefield, a massive frost dragon was wreaking havoc. Each of its attacks was accompanied by a bone-chilling cold, with ice crystals dancing in the air. Junlin stood at a distance, his gaze fixed on the dragon, murmuring softly, "Creation." He carefully observed the dragon's combat style. Despite being an ice element creation, its fighting technique was unmistakably close quarters. The dragon's four abilities sliced through the battlefield like blades. Blizzard summons a fierce blizzard, altering the surrounding environment and reducing the enemy's speed by 10, turning the battlefield to its advantage. Frost Claw. The dragon's claws are imbued with piercing ice elements, each strike delivering lethal ice and physical damage to the enemy. Ice Shackles. Summons sturdy ice shackles from the void, firmly binding the enemy's movements. Ice Abyss. Centers around itself to create a 100-meter radius of ice abyss. Any creature within this range is pulled in by a powerful force, with all attributes reduced by 30, while ice element creatures experience a 10 reduction. Additionally, the dragon possessed the innate ability, Frost Breath. Its body continuously emitted a freezing breath that sapped the enemy's vitality, reducing their healing speed by 90 and freezing wounds, allowing the cold to seep into their bodies. Junlin silently evaluated. If placed directly on the second level, it would undoubtedly be a dominant force. As the last beast was torn apart and devoured by the frost dragon, the battlefield suddenly fell silent. The dragon slowly turned, locking eyes with Junlin. In its icy blue eyes, a glint of intelligence shimmered, hinting at a profound connection. In the next moment, the frost dragon transformed into a stream of light, flying towards Junlin. He didn't evade but stood there quietly. The light finally merged into his right eye. Junlin closed his eyes, feeling the surge of new power within him. When he opened them again, a vivid dragon pattern was etched above his right eye. At that moment, Junlin realized that the frost dragon had become an independent life form. It would not disappear with the vanishing ice, but had established a mysterious bond with him. This bond was not only reflected in their linked levels, but also resonated on a deeper, life level. Junlin extended his claws to rub his eyes, feeling the extreme cold of the ice dragon sealed within. He looked around. The sight of blood everywhere was shocking. As the domain dissipated, a relatively warm air current hit him. Junlin paused for a moment, realizing that this so-called heat wave was merely -3 or 4 degrees. Compared to the previous extreme cold, it indeed felt warm. The rough rock surface reappeared, dotted with patches of snow. Hovering in the air, he looked towards the remaining white snow near the entrance to the third layer, marveling at the ice dragon's significant impact on the environment. Muttering softly to himself, Junlin's enormous body gradually shrank, eventually transforming into a silver-haired girl who landed lightly on the ground. He turned to Qian, casually picking up a beast carcass as he approached. The ice dragon does have dragon blood in it. The meat should be good, Junlin said, licking his rosy lips and tilting his head with a look of enjoyment, as if he had already tasted the delicacy. After slaughtering the beasts, Junlin had reached level 16. He still had 6 days left, so there was no rush. Moreover, the beast hunted by the ice dragon had contributed half of the experience points, significantly speeding up his leveling process. Qian watched Junlin tilt his head, finding him increasingly adorable. He wanted to poke that chubby little face with his massive claw, but recalling Junlin's strength and temperament, he quickly dismissed the idea. With Junlin's temper, he'd surely get a severe reprimand. Besides, in Junlin's current petite form, a light touch might knock him over, despite his formidable strength. By the way, how do you plan to eat? Qian began, but then noticed the 3 slits on Junlin's right cheek. Initially thinking they were battle scars, he now sensed there was more to them. What's with those 3 slits on your face? Qian asked curiously. Earlier, he thought he saw a slight movement there, like closed eyes, but it seemed unlikely. Junlin looked up at Qian's massive head, instantly opening 3 additional eyes, staring intently. Qian gulped, stepping back in fear. What, do I look that ugly? Junlin's voice was low and displeased, his delicate face falling. Although he didn't care much about his appearance, the ugly old turtle in front of him disliking him first was quite annoying. I didn't dislike you, and besides, we've turned into beasts. Who cares about looks? Ahem, no, not at all, just wasn't ready for it, Qian explained awkwardly. Despite being accustomed to slaughter, facing such a bizarre face reminded him of horror movies, especially the moment those eyes opened. While Junlin's 5 eyes looked peculiar, especially with the rotating dials in them, they presented a unique beauty on his delicate face. It was just that Qian's aesthetics couldn't quite appreciate it. Junlin shot him a cold glance, dropping the topic. As the afternoon arrived, Qian lay on the ground, one claw supporting his head, the other rhythmically tapping the ground. He had expected Junlin to choose roasting or boiling the meat, but to his surprise, Junlin decided to fry it on Qian's back. If Junlin were still in his skeletal form, Qian would never allow such a thing. But now, facing Junlin's childlike appearance, he couldn't muster any anger. As time passed, smoke began to rise from Qian's back, the sizzling sound of oil becoming more pronounced. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qian turned to look at his shell, taking a deep breath and feeling a sense of transcendence. Been here so long. It's been ages since I smelled something this good. If I can eat such delicious food, cooking on my shell isn't a bad idea, Qian praised sincerely. Of course, when I used to camp outdoors, I often did barbecues, Junlin boasted. Hands on hips, her bare feet stepping on the tough turtle shell. Suddenly remembering something, she picked up a large piece of cooked meat and tossed it forward. Here, try this. Qian didn't hesitate, catching it with his mouth and chewing slowly. The nostalgic flavor exploded on his taste buds, making his eyes light up instantly. Delicious. This tastes great. Seems like I'll be enjoying myself from now on. Qian savored every piece of the roasted meat, almost reluctant to swallow it. On the other side, Junlin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the roast meat in front of him, which was even larger than himself. Carefully pulling it closer, his heart was filled with anticipation. The freedom to eat meat, something he had yearned for in his past life, was finally within his grasp. Junlin, having taken on a human form, sat before the mountain of meat with waves of happiness washing over him. Unable to contain his joy, he grinned and exclaimed, "Hee hee, time to eat." With that, he picked up the knife and fork dropped by the beast and eagerly began to feast. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The second layer had undergone a transformation. The snow had melted, and the exotic beasts had become more active. This was good news for Junlin and Qian, as it meant more prey. Just a day ago, the two had successfully reached level 20. Technically, they were now eligible to proceed to the third layer. However, considering the red dragon mark on them, they decided to wait until this instance was over before moving on to the third layer. After all, given their current level, advancing another level seemed nearly impossible. At that moment, an emotionless mechanical voice echoed in their minds. Ding! The host's level has met the requirement. Teleportation will commence in 10 seconds, and the destination will be random. Clearly, this was not their individual systems but the mysterious main system. Junlin looked puzzled. Random destination? What does this mean? Does it mean I won't be teleported with Qian? The system immediately explained. Ding! All allocations are random. This instance matching mechanism randomly selects from the 9-star regions, so the probability of you being together is 1 in 9. Qian shrugged. Oh well, looks like I won't be able to help you this time. Hope you make it back alive. Junlin raised an eyebrow. I get the feeling you're hoping I don't make it back. A subtle smile played on Qian's lips, with a hint of an unfathomable expression in his eyes. Relax, so far, besides you, no one has been able to break my defenses. Just make sure you don't fall behind when you return. Junlin was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. I'm actually looking forward to that. Ever since that meal, the relationship between the two beasts had noticeably improved. Although they each still had their secrets, their casual conversations had become quite engaging. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! 10 seconds have passed. Teleportation commencing. As soon as the words were spoken, Junlin's body was enveloped in a layer of white light. When the light faded, he was nowhere to be seen. In a blank space, Junlin stood motionless. It wasn't until a system prompt sounded in his ear that he snapped back to reality. Ding! All players and exotic beasts in the foreign battlefield cannot use detection on any life forms other than themselves, but they can receive system evaluations. The evaluations are classified as ordinary, elite, dangerous, and extremely dangerous. This is the preparation area. The foreign battlefield will open in 10 minutes. Please prepare in advance. Junlin quickly processed this information but didn't pay much attention to it. In his view, there shouldn't be anyone below level 30 who could pose a threat to him. He instinctively clenched his fist, only to realize that the immense power he once had was gone, and his hair had changed from silver to icy blue. A hint of confusion appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "Have I been forcibly reverted to my slime form?" Puzzled, he immediately used his detection skill. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, Junlin. Mimicry human form. Slime retains 30 of Ice Abyss form attributes. Life, 302,200. Strength, 260. Speed, 373. Defense, 373. Spirit, 180. Passive, bone-chilling speed. Talent, Life Soul Link Speed Scale not active. Devour, Poison Immunity, Evil Eye. Special Talent, Kurumi. Slime form, subordinate to humans. Ice Abyss form, subordinate to exotic beasts. Trait, Infinite Cell Division. Such low attributes, Junlin remarked softly. However, one thing surprised him now belonged to the human faction. As long as he didn't transform into his Ice Abyss form, humans couldn't kill him. On second thought, Junlin realized that with the trait of Infinite Cell Division, there shouldn't be anyone here capable of truly erasing him. Looking around, Lin noticed roughly 100 people scattered about. It seemed these human players were randomly dispersed together. Suddenly, a rough voice broke the silence. Everyone, quiet down. Lin frowned slightly and looked toward the source of the voice. On a distant white platform stood a burly man with a few youths beside him. As the man's words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Those farther away were fine, but those near the man stepped back in shock. Interesting. Lin's lips curved slightly. Although the man's level had reached the peak here, in Lin's eyes, this strength was indeed the strongest within level 30, but compared to exotic beasts, he was merely a stronger elite, roughly equivalent to the common level of those exotic beasts before the second layer of ice melted. The surrounding people were shaken but gradually regained their composure after a few seconds. They whispered among themselves, speculating whether this powerful man was from the sequence ranking. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. In a distant corner, a thin man disdainfully picked his ear and shouted, "Who the hell are you to tell us to be quiet? We're all players here for the foreign battlefield. You think you can boss us around? No one's afraid of dying here." The burly man's gaze locked onto the thin man. He slowly raised his right hand, and in the next moment, the air around the thin man compressed. In an instant, the disrespectful player turned into a pool of meat, losing his qualification to compete entirely. After this, the burly man's expression remained calm, as if nothing had happened. He spoke, "I forgot to tell you, before the foreign battlefield begins, as long as you're strong enough, you can eliminate anyone." He paused and continued, "By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Ping, from the Tianheng Starfield Sequence 6. In the last foreign battlefield, I led the humans to victory with a level 20 strength. You might think 10,000 humans can easily handle 100 exotic beasts, but the reality is, even the weakest of these beasts have strength comparable to the sequence. Now, they're in the dark, and we're in the light. Our chances of winning are slim if we don't unite. We'll be picked off one by one and lose the rewards." A young man cautiously raised his hand and asked, excuse me, what is the sequence? Why do I not understand? Is it different from other rankings?" They had only descended for less than 2 months, and very few had reached level 20, let alone heard of the sequence. Hearing this, Chen Ping's mouth curled into a proud smile. He explained, "The sequence ranking isn't part of the system but is unique to each starfield. Both players and locals can compete for it. The top 10 on the list are the elite of your starfield. However, to unlock the sequence ranking, your entire region's average level must reach 20. As soon as he finished speaking, many players below were already eager, their eyes gleaming with excitement, seemingly impatient to try and climb that local ranking. Chen Ping simply smiled when he saw the situation, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. He knew his own strength was not weak, and securing the 7th rank was thanks to the rewards he earned from the last interdimensional battlefield. These people dreaming of taking his spot were just deluding themselves. Lin's gaze swept around, finally understanding why the Z family held their young master in such high regard. A genius hailed as the future top talent in the star region who wouldn't want to follow him? But to Lin, this so-called genius posed no real threat. Clearing his throat, Chen Ping raised his voice a bit. "All right, enough with the chatter. If you want to win this competition, you must follow my lead. Those who agree, raise your hand." His eyes flashed with a cold light as he scanned the crowd, making it clear those who agreed could stay, and those who didn't would end their journey here. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, most people immediately raised their hands. Those who hesitated quickly followed suit, raising their hands as well. Only a handful of people remained motionless, including Lin. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction, already planning how to deal with the dissenters. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, whispering, "Hurry up, Chen Ping. We don't have much time." Hearing this, Chen Ping immediately showed a respectful expression. "Understood, second leader." He then turned his gaze to those who hadn't raised their hands, his tone becoming low and threatening. "Are you sure you won't raise your hands? Don't forget the rewards here. If you win the competition, even with minimal contribution, you can advance 3 levels. After level 20, advancing 3 levels would take at least half a month. Plus, the interdimensional battlefield is filled with countless rare treasures and minerals. I suggest you reconsider." Chen Ping knew that hunting exotic beasts was far from simple. He needed a large number of expendable fighters to wear down the enemy's strength so that his elite team could preserve their power for the later stages and not fall behind other teams. Despite having his elite team and the second leader to hold the line, it was still not enough to control the entire exotic beast battlefield. Their squad wasn't strong enough to simultaneously fight off 3 exotic beasts. If 2 beasts managed to tie down him and the second leader, the third beast would be a devastating threat to the team. Although the probability of encountering 3 exotic beasts at once was low, it was a risk they couldn't ignore. SP, Lin, level 20, HP 151, 1002 strength, 391 speed, 1120 defense, 560 spirit, 270. With the allure of higher ranks and rare treasures, the remaining players couldn't resist. Although they loathed the idea of submitting to others, they knew that unity was essential for survival in this battle against the beasts. Even if Ping didn't eliminate them, they would stand no chance alone. As everyone raised their hands in agreement, Ping scanned the crowd with satisfaction. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on an adorable young girl in the distance. Well, little one, are you planning to challenge my authority? Ping said as he descended the steps, heading straight for Junlin. Junlin's infantile appearance left Ping astonished. How could a kid barely 5 or 6 years old reach level 20? Did her star domain descend earlier than ours? Just as Junlin was about to take a bite of her jerky, Ping's words made her pause. You don't bother me, I won't bother you, Junlin said calmly, then took a big bite of her jerky. She intended to gather more intel using her human disguise and avoid revealing her true identity unless absolutely necessary. Ping squinted his eyes. This little brat, so brazen. Does she think I won't make a move because she's a kid? Just as he was about to scold her, he caught a whiff of an unusual smell in the air and stared at the jerky in Junlin's hand in surprise. Beast meat. Alarm bells rang in Ping's mind. Beast meat had a distinct odor compared to demon beast meat, and consuming it could cause terrifying mutations. He surmised that this little girl might actually be a beast. How did you know? Junlin tilted her head, looking puzzled. Hadn't the system already classified her as part of the human faction? Ping was taken aback by her candidness. He smirked slightly. I can give you a chance to live. Sign a contract with me, and I'll take you to the human world and grant you freedom. But you must obey me. By now, a crowd of players had gathered, curiously eyeing Junlin. Some were seeing a beast for the first time, and were eager to see her true form. Junlin's eyes narrowed before she smiled. You all are so weak. Too weak to interest me. This blatant disdain gave Ping a sense of foreboding. System, evaluate her. Name, Junlin evaluation. Extremely dangerous. Seeing those blood-red words, Ping's pupils contracted. How is that possible? Even the second in command is only rated as dangerous. Everyone, clear out. This little one is rated as extremely dangerous. Ping shouted a warning. He had to protect his elite team. Their ranking depended on it. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Extremely dangerous? No way. Last time, only a few dangerous levels appeared in the final battle. How could an extremely dangerous show up now? Yeah, Chun. This kid looks harmless. Her aura isn't strong at all. Could the system be wrong? Impossible. The system doesn't make mistakes. A man beside Ping said. Let me check. He stared intently at the smiling Junlin. Detect. Name. Junlin evaluation. Extremely dangerous. Ding. Evaluation error. Target strength is unaccessible. Unaccessible? Does she have hidden abilities? The man wondered, but the tension had already dissipated. Everyone tried evaluating her and, upon finding her strength unaccessible, breathed a sigh of relief. They began to scrutinize Junlin as if she were a rare animal on display. I think Chun should contract her as the team's mascot, a young man suggested fawningly. She might help us hunt more beasts and even take the top spot. Hey, are those eyes on her face? Another man beside Ping, his wrinkled hand reaching out to touch Junlin's face, saw her as nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered, incapable of resisting the 100-strong crowd. Snap! A crisp sound echoed through the room, and everyone felt a sudden drop in temperature, a chill piercing straight to their core. All eyes turned to the man who dared to touch Junlin, only to see him instantly frozen solid. With a gentle touch from Junlin, the ice shattered into pieces, scattering across the floor. The entire scene unfolded in eerie silence until the ice fragments rolled to their feet. Suddenly, a young boy, pale as a sheet, staggered back a few steps before doubling over and retching uncontrollably. The others cast a disdainful glance his way. Idiot. He was just teleported away. Someone scoffed. Oh, I see. The boy replied awkwardly, still shaken. Attention quickly shifted back to Junlin, as if the disappearance of one player was of no consequence. Only Ping took a cautious step back, feeling an inexplicable sense of danger. He thought to himself, how could someone's power and presence give me such an illusion? With a smile playing on her lips, Junlin's gaze swept over the crowd. She extended her chubby little hand, ready to deal with the players, when suddenly a shadow flashed behind her. The speed was so fast that no one could react. Don't waste time. These beasts are far more troublesome than we imagined. Finish her quickly, a low voice commanded. A man sheathed his dagger and wiped the blood from his hand with a handkerchief. He turned to Junlin, a look of surprise crossing his face. The man, known as the second in command, thought to himself, my dagger, a reward from the foreign battlefield, can bypass any defense. Coupled with my skills and techniques, it should have been a surefire kill. Yet, apart from some blood, she's unharmed. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Whoa, the second in command actually made a move. He's so fast. There's no way to react to that. That little one probably doesn't even know who attacked her. Their faces were filled with shock, relieved that they had chosen to cooperate. Chen Ping glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and sighed in relief, thinking, if she can be hurt, she's not invincible. Maybe I was overthinking it. I understand, second in command, Chen Ping said, taking a deep breath, his eyes turning steely. He stepped back and began gathering energy, while his companions formed a protective circle, ready for Junlin's possible counterattack. Junlin seemed unconcerned, tilting her head as her blue hair cascaded down. She touched her cheek. Although the wound had healed, the bloodstains were still visible. She turned to the assassin, her eyes growing cold. To break through my defense, your dagger must be quite something. You're the first to wound me in a long time, Junlin said, her voice carrying a hint of admiration but more of a menacing tone. The second in command responded bluntly, no, I don't just want to wound you. My goal is to kill you. There was no pity in his eyes, despite her cute appearance. Who knew what kind of monster lay beneath that facade? Junlin squinted, and her blue hair turned silver in an instant. A violent aura erupted from her, causing the second in command's expression to change drastically. This aura? How is this possible? How can you be this strong? He exclaimed in disbelief. He tried to slip into the shadows to escape, but the next moment, a small hand clamped onto his wrist. Looking down, he saw it was Junlin. Where do you think you're going? Junlin asked, lifting her head with a smile. Her blood-red eyes radiated intense killing intent, her 5 eyes fixed on the second in command, as if she would devour him. All composure vanished from the second in command's face, replaced by sheer terror. He struggled desperately to break free from Junlin's grip, but the seemingly delicate hand was like an unbreakable prison. Let go of me. Now! He roared, his aura surging as he used every ounce of his strength, yet he couldn't budge Junlin an inch. The crowd was jolted back to reality by the roar, their faces etched with terror. They couldn't comprehend why the second in command, who had been so confident moments ago, was now in such a disheveled state. Even more baffling was the sight of the little girl before them. Her hair had merely grown longer and changed color, yet she exuded an aura so terrifying that no one dared to meet her gaze. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed through the air. Ignoring the astonished looks of the onlookers, Junlin gazed contemptuously at the second in command. She coldly remarked, the human body is so fragile. Before the words even settled, she crushed his wrist with a swift, forceful grip. Freed from the restraint, the second in command, now missing a hand, looked at her with a mix of pain and malice. He endured the agony, clutching a dagger in his other hand, and thrust it directly at Junlin's forehead. Junlin's lips curled into a smile. She remained motionless. Seeing this, the second in command smirked, convinced that if his strike landed, no matter how powerful she was, she would surely die. However, a deafening clang rang out, and he felt as if he had struck an impenetrable iron wall. The dagger didn't even scratch her. Immediately, a violent force surged into his arm, far exceeding his limits. In an instant, the skin on his arm shattered and peeled away, the pain contorting his face. At this point, the second in command completely lost the will to resist. Desperately, he pleaded, you can't kill me. I can give you a map to the mines, where endless riches await. I can't be eliminated. If we lose this battle, I'll lose my second in command position. Junlin paid no heed to his words. An ice sword materialized in her hand, and with a swift motion, she bisected him effortlessly. She disdainfully said, idiot, if I kill you, I can just collect the gear from your body directly. As she finished speaking, a golden light surged into her hand, which she quickly stored in her system space. The silence was terrifying, and everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before them. The once invincible second in command had been instantly killed, as if it were an illusion. This can't be real. It's impossible, someone muttered. The second in command is the second-ranked master. How could he be defeated without any resistance? Even the top-ranked couldn't kill him so easily. Second-ranked? Is that all? Junlin looked at the corpse before him and scoffed. He thought to himself, I was worried about Qi Yan, but it seems your strength is nothing compared to the fourth-ranked Qi Yan. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, wait a minute, a ranking system? How can beasts have a ranking system? Faces turned from shock to horror. If this were true, did it mean that the beasts they had encountered on the battlefield were just ordinary ones? Junlin was also puzzled. It seemed these people didn't understand the true nature of the beasts here. He decided to ask the system about it later. For now, Junlin refocused his attention on the crowd. His eyes glowed red as he slowly raised his right hand, about to unleash a skill. Just then, a furious roar echoed, super collapse. Chen Ping, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth as he stared at Jun Lin. At this moment, they had no choice but to resist. Luckily, his ultimate skill had finally charged up. If they could hold off for a minute, they might have a chance to escape when the battlefield opened. With Chen Ping's roar, Jun Lin felt his body sink, and the ground within a 10-meter radius collapsed by half a meter. Everyone, attack now! Chen Ping shouted to the other players. I can only suppress her for half a minute. If we can't kill her by then, we're all done for. However, when he turned to look at the players, he saw them all staring blankly at Jun Lin. A sense of foreboding surged in Chen Ping's heart. He quickly turned back to see Jun Lin walking out of the collapsed area, seemingly unaffected. Game over, Jun Lin said calmly. In the sky, countless ice spikes formed, instantly covering the area where the players stood. Jun Lin's raised arm slashed down, and the next moment, the ice spikes rained down like a storm. In an instant, all the players were wiped out. Jun Lin wasn't surprised by the outcome. He recalled the scenes of slaughtering numerous beasts with this move before. Humans, whether in defense or health, couldn't compare to beasts. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being the first to achieve 100 kills. The kill rankings are now open. Do you wish to hide your identity? Note: even on the battlefield, beasts can still fight and devour each other, but only those from their own star region. Hide my identity? Absolutely not. That's something only the weak would do, Jun Lin smirked. So far, he had only encountered Qi Yin and was eager to see the strength of other beasts. The system issued 3 consecutive announcements. Ding! Battlefield-wide announcement. Beast Jun Lin is the first to achieve 100 kills, earning 10 free attribute points and 100 reputation points. The system added, note: reputation points can be exchanged for talents, skills, passive skills, and free attribute points in the instance shop. The exchange rate is 100 to 1, with an upper limit of 1,000. A new interface appeared, showing the kill rankings. Jun Lin's name was at the top, and no other beast had made the list yet. This disappointed him a bit. He had hoped to see some of the top 10 ranked strong beasts, but it seemed unlikely for now. Check the instance shop, Jun Lin thought. With 100 reputation points, he wondered what he could exchange for. The talents and skills sold by the system should be good. The instance shop interface displayed 3 categories: talents, skills, and passive skills. There were 5 talents: strength scale, speed scale, defense scale, spirit scale, and attribute scale. Jun Lin was momentarily stunned, then frowned. The prices were exorbitant, each costing 10 million reputation points. 100 to 10 million? It would take ages to accumulate that much. If talents were this expensive, skills wouldn't be much better. So Jun Lin didn't bother to look. He figured that without at least 10,000 reputation points, he couldn't buy anything worthwhile. Jun Lin set his next goal: to acquire the strength scale. His skeletal form was perfect for close combat, and increasing his strength would make his combat power comparable to his Ice Abyss form. Plus, his skeletal form was highly adaptable, capable of surviving in both icy and molten environments. Suddenly, Jun Lin remembered a question. System, why are human rankings so weak? They seem so fragile. The system responded immediately. Ding! Because there are strong and weak star regions. The host's Tianyun star region is the strongest among the 9 star regions, which is why it produces ranked beasts. The beast ranking system only exists in the Tianyun star region. Jun Lin understood. No wonder those people were shocked when they heard about the 4th rank. The other beasts here probably weren't that strong either, and his desire to devour them faded. He decided to return to the 9-layered abyss to continue his devouring after completing his task. Looking around, the white space had disappeared, replaced by a dense forest with mountains in the distance. Jun Lin took out a map from the system space and examined it carefully. The mines, he muttered. I wonder if I can gather the materials needed for the City of Illusions. Inside the cavern, a group of strange-looking humans gathered, their expressions grave. They were discussing a disturbing piece of news. Another beast had activated the kill rankings, leading to the massacre of over 100 people. If we don't unlock 100 of our strength, achieving something like this would be nearly impossible, a deep voice murmured. Revealing its true form right away. This guy named Jun Lin seems pretty arrogant, another beast sneered. I wonder if it can withstand the onslaught of human players. Upon entering the alien battlefield, this group of beasts quickly separated from the human players, planning to ambush others of their kind. However, according to the system-provided detection device, only a dozen beasts had gathered so far. Though they were stronger than ordinary humans, there were still powerful human fighters capable of matching them. Acting alone would only hasten their demise, and unlike players, they didn't have the luxury of unlimited revivals. Every step had to be meticulously calculated. This beast named Jun Lin, a small beast, suggested, if possible, we should join forces with other players to hunt it down. That way, we can fully integrate into the player community. Team up with them, learn their movements, and strike at the right moment to take them down. At that moment, a hulking figure emerged from the darkness. A deep voice echoed, causing the other beasts to immediately halt their conversation, their faces showing fear. This being, known as anew, was rated as extremely dangerous. He was likely the strongest among the 100 beasts and was the undisputed leader. Hunt it down! A clear voice suddenly rang out from a distance. You all seem quite confident in your abilities. The sudden voice made all the beasts wary, their eyes quickly focusing on the cave entrance. Bathed in sunlight, a young girl slowly approached and stopped about 10 meters away. Seeing the girl's appearance, many beasts grinned. One bold beast stepped forward, pointing at her and snarling, "Who do you think you are, interrupting us? Just because you're female doesn't mean I won't hurt you. Believe me, I'll make you regret it." Before he could finish, anew suddenly appeared behind the beast, crushing its head with one swift motion. The unexpected turn of events left the other beasts terrified and confused. "Boss?" One beast began to question, but stopped upon seeing the deathly gray aura surrounding anew, his eyes vacant. Turning to the girl, they noticed 9 silver-gray fox tails behind her, wrapped in the same deathly aura, as if an evil energy was controlling their minds. "Now, I am your leader," the girl said coldly. "Your lives, everything you have, belong to me." With that, she turned and walked away. Junlin, ranked 3rd, anew thought to himself, "I never expected to be matched with this one. It seems I have to be careful." Scene change. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Junlin stopped and carefully examined the map in his hand. Looking around, he scratched his head awkwardly. "How do you read this map again?" he muttered. The system's prompt sounded, "If the host can't understand it, you can ask me for help. And don't worry, even if you can't read it, I won't laugh at you." Junlin pouted. "So, are you serious about that last part? I can already feel you laughing." "Humph. Of course I can read it," Junlin stubbornly said. "I just think the air here is much fresher than in the 9-layer demon cave, so I wanted to take a walk." "Go away, I don't need you." Putting away the map, Junlin pretended to stretch, internally debating whether to swallow his pride and ask the system. But remembering the system's words, he felt a surge of anger. The system prompted again, "Well, I wish you a pleasant journey. If you change your mind, you can call me anytime." "Darn it! How dare you look down on me?" Junlin puffed up his cheeks, feeling an urge to grab the system and give it a good thrashing. But considering his current situation, he deflated. At that moment, a distant sound caught Junlin's attention. He quickened his pace towards the source. Seeing a group of about a dozen people ahead, Junlin's face lit up, and he quickly ran towards them. "Excuse me, sir, can I ask for directions?" Junlin approached a middle-aged man, pointing to the map taken from the system space. "How do I get here?" The middle-aged man looked at the sudden appearance of the little girl in surprise, but patiently examined the map. "Here, you just need to." Suddenly, the man fell silent. "I can't believe it, the map of the amethyst mine," he exclaimed. "You dare to ask for directions with this? Aren't you afraid of getting robbed?" Junlin was momentarily stunned, staring directly at the man. "So, uncle, are you going to rob me?" The middle-aged man felt uncomfortable under her innocent gaze, as if he had committed a heinous crime. He awkwardly explained, "Ahem. No, don't worry. I wouldn't rob a child." The man began to reassess Junlin's identity. Being at least level 20 at such a young age suggested that this little girl had a significant background. Without help, it was hard to believe a delicate girl could reach such a level on her own. Hearing his response, Junlin looked disappointed. She muttered softly, "I should have disabled them first before asking for directions. That way, I could have spared them the pain." The middle-aged man's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, "Disable? Disable what? Us? At such a young age, being so violent, is that really okay? And do you think your short arms and legs can take us on?" Just then, a woman approached, crouching down to speak kindly to Junlin. "If you don't mind, why don't you join our group? Our team isn't the strongest, but we can keep you safe and help you level up. Plus, we have the same map, so we can work together." You have it too?" Junlin asked in surprise. "I thought it was unique." "Oh, it's not unique," the woman explained. "But it's quite expensive, with only 5 copies in total. We have one, you have one, and there are 3 more out there. So we need to hurry. There will likely be a lot of people there, and a fight might be unavoidable." "A lot of people." Junlin's eyes lit up. After searching for so long without encountering many groups, the prospect of a crowd excited him. Another chance to rack up points. Sure, although there are only 5 maps, human greed is bound to spark conflicts. Junlin knew all too well that various forces would inevitably form alliances to gain more benefits through sheer numbers. The fight for the ownership of the Amethyst Cavern was unavoidable. Such rare resources have always been the focal point of player battles. A glint appeared in Junlin's eyes. If she could get ahead, she might get a piece of the action. But she also understood that, given the current unity among players against the beasts, such disputes would usually be resolved peacefully unless absolutely necessary. Noticing the excitement in Junlin's eyes, the woman asked, somewhat surprised, "What's up? You seem to enjoy the chaos, don't you?" She had thought Junlin was a shy girl. "Yeah, the more people, the better. I love it when it's crowded," Junlin blurted out. Realizing what she had said, she quickly opened the system interface. She swiftly sent the map blueprint to the regional channel and clapped her hands, feeling ready. Junlin secretly hoped this time she could gather 1,000 people to achieve her 1,000 kills goal. The sudden message in the channel stunned everyone. When they saw it was the map from the little girl earlier, their eyes widened. "No way. Isn't this the map that little girl had? How did it end up in the channel?" Everyone looked at Junlin in confusion. "Was it you?" Although they were still skeptical about Junlin's identity, her ability to control the player channel suggested she wasn't a beast. Junlin licked her lips, ready for the upcoming battle. She put on an innocent face and said, "I was taught to share good things with everyone. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty." The woman was taken aback, her gaze softening. Such a kind-hearted child, she thought. But unfortunately, the real world is nothing like what you were taught. Human greed knows no bounds. While I'd love to protect this innocence, it might be the greatest harm to her growth. "Let's go. We need to hurry," the woman said. "And remember, some things shouldn't be shared freely with others, like valuable items." She realized that although Junlin had acted innocently, the fight for the Amethyst Cavern could exceed expectations and even lead to bloodshed. After all, the situation had shifted from abundant resources to scarce supply, and many groups would want to share. Junlin looked up at the woman, surprised she wasn't furious about her disrupting the plan. She sighed inwardly. "Looks like I'll have to let them off the hook again." As they were about to set off, a loud explosion echoed from the distant mountains, drawing everyone's attention. Even from afar, the billowing smoke was clearly visible. Junlin was still puzzled, but her team members were already on edge. "This isn't good. It looks like many people have already arrived there," one team member said urgently. "The map you shared must have stirred them up, and now they're fighting for the Amethyst Cavern." "What do we do, Uncle Lee?" another asked. "It'll take us at least half a day to get there at full speed." Navigating through the mountains was much harder than the plains, with thick underbrush and tall trees posing obstacles. Reaching the destination quickly and accurately was no easy task. Uncle Lee pondered for a moment before speaking. "Let's leave it to fate. It's just some amethyst. There are plenty of other treasures here. No point getting eliminated over a few minerals." Though he was strong, ensuring his team's survival in a chaotic battle wouldn't be easy. "Actually, if we fly, it shouldn't take that long," Junlin said innocently, tilting her head. "Fly? How do we fly?" "No one can fly at this stage." Everyone looked at Junlin in confusion. Seeing Junlin's cute expression, the nearby woman didn't take her words seriously and raised her hand to pat her fluffy head. Junlin's expression instantly darkened. She grabbed the woman's wrist tightly, her voice icy. "Do not touch my head." Though her strength made her head no longer a weak point, Junlin still hated anyone touching it. Even if the person was weak, she wouldn't expose her vital spot to a stranger's hand. The sharp pain in her wrist snapped the woman back to reality. She looked at Junlin in confusion. If Junlin had seemed lively and adorable before, she now resembled a block of ancient ice. How could someone so young have such a cold aura? What was her true identity? "Sorry." The woman quickly withdrew her swollen wrist as Junlin released her grip. Such strength did she put all her attribute points into power? Junlin ignored their confusion and turned to look at the open space nearby. The second eye on the right slowly opened, revealing an intricate dragon pattern that seemed to come to life, twisting and stretching its body. In an instant, a beam of blue light shot from Junlin's eye, accompanied by a deafening roar. Everyone stared in awe as a massive ice dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, exuding an abyssal aura that was suffocating. The temperature plummeted, and snowflakes began to drift down. "A boss-level beast," a woman exclaimed in shock. "That dragon seems to have come out of that little girl's eye." "There's a dragon sealed inside her eye." "No, it's not a beast," another person corrected. "This is a boss-level mythical creature. Ordinary beasts can't affect the weather. Its danger level is probably beyond extreme." The ice dragon dove from the sky and landed steadily in front of Junlin. It lowered its massive head, nuzzling her affectionately. Junlin reached out to stroke the icy scales, a long-forgotten comfort softening her expression. The team members watched in stunned silence, their minds racing with various speculations. This ice dragon seemed to be the girl's pet, but how could a mythical creature submit to a human? Did she have some secret? Or perhaps a magical artifact capable of taming mythical creatures? Junlin opened her demonic eye, sensing the rising malevolence behind her. She sighed, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Since they were already adversaries, letting them live a little longer was generous enough. With that thought, Junlin leaped gracefully onto the ice dragon's head. Let's go. Together. Junlin's voice was no longer soft. Each word was like ice, piercing the hearts of everyone around. Now that she knew the location of the amethyst mine, she couldn't be bothered to keep up the pretense any longer. Just now, there was a strange beast aura coming from over there. That must be the Junlin the boss mentioned. The girl beside him frowned slightly but remained silent. Despite the powerful aura, she was confident in her ability to handle it. Someone ranked third in the sequence couldn't be that weak. Calmly analyzing the situation, the girl said, "It seems to be approaching us. In a moment, you and the other players should cautiously surround and probe it to understand its capabilities. Remember, do not engage in prolonged combat. Retreat immediately after contact." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl turned and left. She didn't tell them that their chances of survival were almost zero the moment they engaged with the beast. Not far away, a massive cave came into view. The cave, nearly 100 meters high, had walls densely embedded with purple minerals. Numerous players gathered there, their greedy eyes fixed on the precious purple crystals. Even a small piece of purple crystal was worth tens of thousands of gold coins, and those of top quality could be exchanged for a spirit jade. Spirit jade was the hard currency for obtaining high-level equipment in the mall. Such a treasure trove was irresistible. A man stepped forward, his tone urgent. "Everyone, listen to me. The map has been leaked by someone named Junlin. We need to gather some crystals quickly before more people flood in. Otherwise, we won't even get a taste of the soup." The surrounding players nodded in agreement. However, some were visibly displeased. They had spent a lot of money on the map, only to have their plans ruined by its public release. Even though their strength was unparalleled on this battlefield, they were powerless against the influx of hundreds or even thousands of players. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the air. In the distance, a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 20 meters soared through the sky, with 5 figures standing on its back. "Hey, Zhao Tian, you're here too? Was that commotion caused by you guys? Do you need help clearing out the outsiders?" A domineering voice called out from afar. Everyone was stunned by the scene. At this stage, someone had actually tamed such a powerful beast as a mount. Judging by the size of the eagle, it was at least of elite rank. Someone's face darkened, and they angrily retorted, "Join forces to clear us out? Do you think a single mount can disregard the power of so many of us?" Humph. In the distance, Zhang Tian snorted coldly. Although he didn't speak, he clearly agreed with the proposal to join forces. If the 5 teams holding the map teamed up with the forces from the original world, they indeed had a chance to suppress these people. However, it was uncertain how many of them belonged to their star domain. If not, the others might not even bother. As the 5 were about to land, the sky suddenly darkened. A bone-chilling cold spread rapidly, filling everyone with a sense of foreboding. Looking up, they saw a massive pair of dragon claws silently approaching, their sharp talons embedding into the eagle's wings. A piercing scream echoed through the sky as the giant eagle's massive wings were pinned down by the dragon. With a tearing sound, the wings were ripped off, and hot blood rained down on the ground. The people on the eagle fell to the ground in a disheveled state. They looked up, both shocked and furious, at the colossal figure in the sky. How dare the beast appear so brazenly in front of humans and openly attack them? Didn't it fear being besieged by the players? Just as they were about to rally the players to fight the dragon, a young yet commanding voice rang out, "This purple crystal cave is now mine. Who agrees? Who objects?" As the dragon slowly descended, the crowd finally saw the figures on its back, their hearts filled with shock. Who could tame such a mythical dragon? Who were these people? Junlin, standing on the dragon's head, leaped down and surveyed the surroundings with a frown. "It seems not everyone is here yet. Should we act now, or wait for the others to arrive?" Uncle Li and his group also dismounted from the dragon, shivering uncontrollably. It wasn't out of fear, but because the dragon's back was freezing cold. Though Junlin was little known, Uncle Li and his group were quickly recognized. One of the men who had fallen from the eagle angrily demanded, "Li Qing, what's the meaning of this? Why did you attack my golden eagle?" Rage boiled within Junlin, but it was quickly overshadowed by an even stronger surge of jealousy. His gaze was fixed on the dragon, calculating its worth. This was no ordinary dragon. It was a rare beast, so valuable that even the entire amethyst mine couldn't compare. Junlin couldn't help but imagine that if this dragon were allowed to grow, it alone could sweep through countless players and even dominate the entire galaxy. This thought made Junlin and his faction uneasy. They silently vowed that no matter the cost, they would seize this dragon from its current owner. When questioned, Li Qing hadn't even had a chance to speak before Junlin interjected. "Because it's hungry and needs to eat." As he spoke, he tilted his head and glanced at the group of 5 opposite him, flashing a dangerous smile. The man's expression darkened as he retorted harshly, "Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Do you really think being cute allows you to disrespect your elders? Maybe you're a little princess at home, but out here, you're just a fat lamb. The man clearly mistook Junlin for a spoiled brat. If it weren't for the crowd and the dragon backing Junlin, he would have already taken action. He calculated that a high-quality, mutated silver-haired girl like this would fetch a high price from certain buyers. However, Junlin wasn't angered by these words. Instead, he smiled, staring directly at the man, and calmly said, "You know, sometimes I envy you. Envy your ability to respawn infinitely. So, I have to fight for resources, for everything that can make me stronger." Junlin's tone suddenly turned icy. "But I believe that your kind of twisted bug will eventually disappear. When that happens, you'll be like flowers in a greenhouse, and death will become your greatest fear." Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Junlin raised a finger and pointed it at the man's forehead. With a slight movement of his lips, a bang was heard as an ice spike instantly pierced through the man's skull. After this, Junlin's gaze swept over everyone around him, his voice carrying undeniable authority. "Now, I announce that you have 1 hour. In this hour, you can call for anyone you want. After that, you will become my hunt value." As soon as he finished speaking, Junlin suddenly opened 3 additional eyes. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged from him like a tidal wave, intimidating everyone present. How is this even possible? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief, eyes fixed on Junlin. How could someone at level 30 possess such overwhelming power? A sudden storm of energy swept through the area, forcing everyone to grit their teeth and hold their ground. The weaker ones were blown away, clinging desperately to the rocky edges to avoid being swept off. Junlin surveyed the terrified players around her, a smile playing on her lips. Slowly, she raised her right hand, gathering an immense amount of energy in her palm. The surrounding ice elements were instantly drawn in, forming a sphere of ice. Junlin pushed it into the sky, and as it ascended to about 500 meters, it suddenly expanded into a 30-meter diameter moon. A cold wave rapidly spread out, covering a 10-kilometer radius within seconds. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe that a single person could alter such a vast environment. This was beyond the power expected at their level. The temperature plummeted, leaving the weaker ones shivering uncontrollably. Junlin clenched her fist lightly, and the cold wave vanished instantly. She spoke calmly. "Use this ice moon as a reference point. You can call for reinforcements." The crowd struggled to move their stiffened bodies, staring at the moon in the sky with a gulp. Could they really handle such power? "Zhang Tian, what should we do?" someone asked anxiously. Zhang Tian took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on Junlin. "Call for reinforcements," he ordered decisively. "Use the hunt teleport. This is our only chance. If she escapes and picks us off one by one, we're done for." On the other side, for survivors from the eagle's back approached, their faces grim and eyes filled with hatred. They had tamed the golden eagle to show off, only to be slaughtered. They were determined to settle this score. Use the hunt teleport directly. Bring as many as possible. They gritted their teeth. "Let's take her down together. And those traitors, too." Li Qing and her group were caught in a dilemma, their faces stiff. They never expected the cute girl they met on the road to be such a powerful beast. Now they were stuck, unsure of what to do. Junlin spoke calmly. "You can leave now. In the end, you'll all die by my hand anyway. This war, the beasts cannot lose." Li Qing smiled bitterly and turned to join the players. She couldn't abandon the competition just to save her own life. One by one, figures were teleported in. Junlin closed her eyes, waiting, as if victory was already hers. In a distant forest, a team hunting monsters stopped in their tracks. They looked up at the ice moon in shock, feeling the terrifying aura. "Is this really the power of a level 30 beast?" someone murmured. Behind them, a wild lion also halted, glanced at the ice moon, and fled swiftly, abandoning even its precious herbs. It just wanted to get as far away as possible. Its instincts told it staying meant certain death. "Boss, the monster ran away," a team member reminded. "Forget it, gather the herbs and let's check it out," the leader ordered decisively. The channel mentioned a powerful beast appeared there. "If we don't deal with it, we might lose the competition." Similar scenes played out everywhere, with all players heading towards the ice moon. In a volcanic area, a team collecting yin crystals also received the news. "Boss, should we teleport there?" a young boy asked. "No," the burly man refused decisively. "With our strength, we'd just be cannon fodder. Better to keep collecting yin crystals. Even if humanity loses, at least we'll break even." The team members nodded, agreeing with the decision. An hour later, Junlin opened her eyes, surveying the densely packed players around her. She stretched her muscles, a smile curling on her lips. "More than I expected," Junlin chuckled softly. "Looks like I might achieve a 10,000 kill streak this time. Come on, show me your strength. Show me how strong last year's champions really are." All of you, come at me together. Standing atop a stone pillar, Junlin gazed down at the players below with a look of disdain. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on her, their foreheads beaded with sweat. The moment Junlin opened her eyes, the players felt as if they were not facing a beast, but a towering mountain. A sense of helplessness spread among the players, as if all hope of victory against Junlin had vanished. A middle-aged man stared intently at her, trying to etch her image into his memory. Others clenched their fists, ready to attack, but found themselves paralyzed by fear. Junlin surveyed the scene with a cold smile, then leapt gracefully from the pillar, walking calmly toward the players. Everyone's throats tightened as they watched the small figure approaching. Damn it! How arrogant! Everyone, attack her together! Someone finally shouted, rushing toward Junlin. This act ignited the others, and they surged forward like a tidal wave, ready to overwhelm the entire amethyst mine. Suddenly, a sonic boom erupted. Junlin's figure appeared instantly in front of the players, her teeth bared in a menacing grin. Her fist clenched, she delivered a powerful punch before anyone could react. The air around her distorted, and a shockwave disrupted the players' charge. But the pause was brief. The players quickly regrouped and resumed their assault on Junlin. She moved nimbly through the crowd, each strike lethal. She grabbed a player and flung him aside, knocking down dozens more. With her overwhelming strength and speed, the players were powerless against her. Junlin conjured an ice sword, sweeping it in an arc that froze the ground and sliced through players. Her silver hair, now stained with blood, and her blood-splattered clothes didn't faze her. She merely licked the blood from her lips. Two dragon tails burst from her back, whipping around to fend off incoming attackers. In just half an hour, fewer than 100 players remained standing. Suddenly, a large group of players emerged from a distant cliff, surrounding Junlin once more. They held their magical weapons at the ready. Everyone, prepare. Frontline, release your skills. Rear line, charge up for the next wave. A player commanded loudly. I refuse to believe she can survive a full-scale bombardment from this many people. With that command, hundreds of multicolored magical attacks rained down on Junlin. She watched coldly, not bothering to dodge. Soon, the attacks landed, filling the area with fire and smoke. The players continued their assault, bombarding Junlin's location relentlessly. After a minute of non-stop attacks from thousands of players, the entrance to the amethyst mine had widened, and the entire cavern seemed on the verge of collapse. Stop, came the order, and all attacks ceased. The players held their breath, eyes fixed on the 100-meter-wide cloud of smoke. Despite their confidence that no creature below level 30 could survive such an onslaught, they were still anxious. Junlin had killed over 1,000 players in just half an hour. Her strength was etched in everyone's mind. From the dense smoke, a massive figure began to emerge. As the enormous silhouette became clearer, all the players instinctively looked up, their hearts trembling with unease. Unbelievable. She survived. Despite the combined efforts of thousands of players, they had only managed to reveal her true form, without leaving so much as a scratch. Instead, her aura grew even stronger, only increasing in intensity. Players stared in stunned silence at the colossal figure before them. Even a level 40 beast had never exhibited such an astonishing size. Was this truly just a mere beast? This was their first large-scale coordinated attack, yet they hadn't even managed to breach her defenses. Junlin slowly unfurled her 4 pairs of bone wings, dispersing the surrounding mist and revealing her true form. Her nearly 80-meter body stood at the entrance of the amethyst mine, making the entire cavern seem insignificant. Everyone gasped in horror, their faces etched with fear. At this moment, no one believed that Junlin was merely a level 30 beast. Her strength had to be at least level 40. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to possess such a massive body. Even level 50 beasts didn't necessarily grow this large. Cheating. She must be cheating. There's no way she's just level 30. Finally, one player couldn't help but shout. Others quickly echoed the sentiment, suspecting that she had exploited a system glitch to enter this area. In response to their accusations, Junlin merely lifted her head slightly, her 5 blood-red eyes scanning the players around her. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual and looked into the distance. On a mountaintop several kilometers away, a young girl watched the battle near the amethyst mine with a calculating gaze. She weighed her options. If she were to face so many players, she could kill them, but she certainly couldn't ignore their attacks as Junlin did. Even if the attacks were weak, they were still from players above level 20. Just how high was Junlin's defense to completely disregard these attacks? The girl's eyes glowed with a gray light as she tried to gauge Junlin's peak strength. Suddenly, her pupils contracted as she realized something. This is bad, she muttered under her breath, hesitating no longer and swiftly departing. Moments after the girl left, the surroundings instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow. Junlin unfurled her skeletal wings and took flight, surveying the players below. Slowly, an energy began to gather in her mouth, causing the temperature around her to plummet, even colder than the surrounding area. Despite the distance, the players could feel the biting chill, shivering involuntarily and hugging themselves tightly. Clearly, Junlin had no intention of engaging with them. Her gaze drifted to the distance as if sensing something. The players, realizing escape was futile, lost their will to fight. Their stiff bodies made them aware that running was no longer an option. They could only send all known data about her to the regional channel, hoping other players could devise a strategy. Yet, facing such a formidable opponent, the hope for a human victory seemed bleak. Suddenly, a faint tremor was felt. The energy in Junlin's mouth exploded, sending a blue wave outward from her. Everything it touched turned into blue eye sculptures, including the players whose lives froze in their final moments. After confirming no one had survived, Junlin transformed into her human form, leaving only her massive skeletal wings. Although her beast form couldn't fly, her human form's wings were enough to keep her aloft. She looked in the direction where the girl had been, flapped her wings, and swiftly flew hundreds of meters, following the scent. Soon, Junlin spotted a figure ahead and landed. In front of her stood a girl who appeared to be about 15 or 16, with long gray hair reaching her calves and skin as fair as a baby's. The girl clasped her hands behind her back, smiling warmly at Junlin. Junlin cautiously sized her up, trying to gauge her strength. However, the girl approached familiarly, sniffing Junlin. She whispered softly, "Who would have thought that the third-ranked beast in the sequence would take the form of a little girl? I wonder what the other beasts would think if they knew. So cute, even the first in the sequence might hesitate to harm you." The girl extended a delicate finger, aiming to touch Junlin's cheek. Junlin swiftly grabbed her wrist, her gaze dangerous. "Want to try and see if I can trace this avatar back to your true form? Sequence 7 Chimyon?" The girl's expression stiffened, a hint of panic crossing her face. She coughed lightly and withdrew her hand. "Well, maybe we can chat next time. I'll bring you some candy, okay?" With that, her body dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. Junlin watched her disappear, then broke into a smile. Although the girl had escaped, there was an unexpected gain. She recalled the girl's panic in the amethyst mine compared to her calm demeanor just now, confirming this wasn't her true form but an avatar created by some skill. This played right into Junlin's ice abyss form's characteristic mirror replication. She checked the newly acquired skill Phantom and felt a surge of joy. Phantom was a unique skill of the Sin Fox, allowing the user to create an avatar by consuming magic points. The avatar's strength depended on the amount of magic consumed. Junlin licked her lips, glancing at her magic points, which were just over 10,000, enough to use the skill. Phantom, activate. In the next moment, a spectral figure separated from Junlin, solidifying into an exact replica of her, supported by a vast amount of magic. Seeing the soft and adorable face, Junlin couldn't help but pause. She reached out and pinched the phantom's cheek, feeling the bouncy texture, indistinguishable from the real thing. Ignoring the difference in strength, this was indeed a useful skill, whether for reconnaissance or escape. With a thought, Junlin granted the phantom consciousness. To her amazement, she found she could perfectly control both the phantom's body and her own. Multitasking between herself and the phantom came naturally. Junlin bit his finger, his gaze drifting over his own reflection. Wasting 10,000 points of magic seemed excessive. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered the unmined amethyst cavern. If they both went, the mining speed would double. With that thought, Junlin grinned and tilted his head, spreading his arms wide. His phantom clone understood immediately, grabbing Junlin by the legs and lifting him up. Together, they sped towards the amethyst cavern. Not having to walk myself feels great, Junlin thought, savoring the rare moment of ease. Moments later, Junlin and his phantom clone arrived at the amethyst cavern. The sight before them was shocking. The cavern looked like it had been hit by a missile, with debris everywhere. Undeterred, Junlin focused on the important thing. As long as the minerals were intact, they could proceed. He quickly took out the blueprint for the City of Illusions and picked up a piece of amethyst, tossing it into the blueprint. The stone caused ripples before displaying a percentage 0. Junlin muttered to himself, "Looks like we need to fill it to 100 to use it." Turning to his phantom clone, Junlin decisively commanded, "Let's get to work." Without another word, they both dove into the intense mining effort. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. At first, players didn't take the news seriously. But when photos of the frozen players surfaced in the regional channel, everyone was stunned, and the screen was flooded with question marks. The news is absolutely true. I personally witnessed a 10-kilometer radius turn into a snowy wasteland, one player testified. The power to change such a large area is simply unbelievable. Doubts persisted, however. This is too exaggerated. Even if that beast is powerful, If we all use ranged attacks, we could take it down in a minute, even if it has 100,000 health points. How could thousands of players fail to beat one beast and end up wiped out? It's impossible. Someone raised a crucial point. Have you considered that maybe their attacks couldn't even break through its defenses? I can't think of any other explanation. This suggestion made everyone ponder. Unable to break its defense? That means its defense must be at least 1,000, probably more, someone analyzed. And it has to be more than that because we have some strong players among us who should have been able to break through. Finally, someone made a bold guess. Maybe it's a boss-level beast, or even a super boss. Otherwise, why would such a powerful beast appear at this stage? Unless its level and information are incorrect. The players began discussing strategies. What should we do next? If we really can't break its defense, the human faction might lose this battle. Any experts have advice? I remember some top-ranked players on this battlefield. With their strength, they should be able to break its defense, right? A top player stepped up to address their concerns. I am ranked 7th in the Stardust sequence. Frankly, players on the leaderboard can break through its defense. But remember, each Starfield's leaderboard has only 10 spots, including the natives. That means at most, there are 5 top players on each interdimensional battlefield. Even if we can break its defense, winning is still challenging. Besides, there's more than one beast. If she's as strong as you say, and if she rallies the surrounding beasts, our chances remain slim. Meanwhile, a team collecting flame crystals in the volcanic region saw these messages and felt relieved about their wise decision, which saved them from greater losses. Looking around, one man had an idea and quickly typed in the regional channel. Since that beast is ice-based, what if we lure her to the eastern volcanic area? The heat might weaken her. Or we could try to make her fall into the volcano, using the molten lava to kill her. Even if it doesn't kill her, it could damage her scales and reduce her defense. Wait, there's a volcano in this battlefield, some players asked, looking around at the mountains and plains. An experienced player explained. As someone who's participated in an interdimensional battlefield before, I can tell you this place is much larger than it seems and mimics various real-world environments. There are volcanoes, seas, swamps, canyons, and more, just scaled down. But remember, when either side's numbers drop to 10, the battlefield's borders release poison gas, forcing everyone to the center. This plan sounds good, he continued. But the center is usually a plain. So to execute the plan in the volcanic area, we must ensure neither side's numbers fall below 10, or fighting in the poison gas would be suicide. However, someone raised a concern. Even so, she's not stupid. Do you think she would knowingly walk into a trap in the volcanic area? Soon, another idea emerged in the channel. Simple. She appeared at the Amethyst Cavern for the minerals, right? She must need them. We could leak information about the flame crystals here. Even if she doesn't come, we can hold our ground here. Let's set up a mining base and collect these flame crystals. We might not level up here, but the resources we gather will make up for the gap. After extensive discussion, the players agreed on this plan. They decided to rally the remaining players to ensure at least 10 stayed in the volcanic area. They also realized they couldn't afford to hunt beasts indiscriminately anymore. Junlin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes scanning the pitch-black mine. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only a few scattered minerals emitting a faint glow. He summoned the blueprint of the fantasy city, which showed a progress of merely 10. It seems unrealistic to collect enough minerals on this foreign battlefield. The plan for Fantasy City will probably have to be postponed, Junlin muttered to himself. Suddenly, a faint noise came from below. Alert, Junlin sensed his surroundings and quickly spotted a particularly striking amethyst crystal. His eyes curved into crescents as he quietly approached it. Investigate, Junlin whispered. The system promptly responded. Amethyst rock python, extremely dangerous. Trait, camouflage, can hide its presence within amethyst crystals. Junlin immediately jumped onto the back of the amethyst rock python, lightly tapping it. The python coiled up instantly as if saying, "You can't see me. You can't see me." Much harder than those amethyst crystals. And the purity is nearly perfect, Junlin murmured to himself. The amethyst rock python suddenly emitted a faint hissing sound, seemingly trying to convey a message. Junlin paused, quickly understanding its meaning. Are you saying there's amethyst mica here? What is amethyst mica? Junlin asked, puzzled. The system timely explained. Amethyst mica is the source of amethyst crystals, capable of continuously producing amethyst minerals. Junlin's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked for the location of the amethyst mica. However, the amethyst rock python merely trembled, unwilling to cooperate. Feeling helpless, Junlin proposed a deal. If you follow me and work for me, I'll spare your life. He took out an elite embryo. I will use this embryo to make you my subordinate. But if you dare to cause trouble and waste my embryo... A cold gleam flickered in Junlin's eyes, making the amethyst rock python shiver in fear. It could only nod stiffly in agreement. Junlin immediately pushed the embryo towards the amethyst rock python. The blue embryo transformed into a large net, swiftly enveloping the python entirely. Time ticked by, and within the giant egg before him, a purple figure struggled and moved. Finally, with a crisp pop, the giant egg cracked open, and a massive figure emerged from within. Junlin felt a powerful yet familiar presence wash over him. The massive, nearly 50-meter-long amethyst rock python had a powerful, purple body adorned with glistening amethyst crystals on its back, which sparkled enchantingly in the cave. Junlin's gaze was drawn to these crystals, and she couldn't help but think about plucking them off to use as decorations. Apart from the more vibrant crystals on its back, the amethyst rock python's appearance hadn't changed much. However, when it locked eyes with Junlin, it began to tremble slightly for some reason, especially when Junlin licked her rosy lips. Its unease became even more apparent. Trying to divert Junlin's attention, the amethyst rock python quickly suggested taking her to find some amethyst mica. The suggestion worked. Junlin's gaze finally shifted from its back, now focusing intently on its eyes. She reached out her small hand, gently stroking the python's head, and calmly said, "Where is it? I have other matters to attend to later." Junlin continued, explaining that after collecting the amethyst or here, she planned to deal with the remaining players. She was eager for the potential rewards the system might grant her for reaching a milestone of 10,000 kills. No sooner had she finished speaking than something astonishing occurred. The python's massive body rapidly shrank before her eyes, transforming from a gigantic creature into a tiny, 30-centimeter-long worm. Junlin tilted her head, curiously observing the transformation and wondering if it was a special ability of the amethyst rock python or a newly awakened skill. As Junlin pondered, the python hissed, explaining that the entrance to their destination was very small, and the surrounding amethyst ore was exceptionally hard. Upon hearing this, Junlin's eyes lit up with understanding. She realized the reason behind the python shrinking and no longer questioned it. She understood that the amethyst ore, which even the python couldn't crush, must be of much higher purity and value than the ordinary amethyst ore here. Junlin beckoned the now tiny python, which immediately understood and leaped onto her wrist, coiling itself several times until it resembled a delicate amethyst bracelet. After learning the specific route to the amethyst mica, Junlin wasted no time. She swiftly left her current location and dashed deeper into the amethyst mine, ready to embark on her new adventure. As they ventured deeper, the cave gradually narrowed, and the surroundings were completely covered in purple crystals. Junlin arrived at a narrow opening and peeked inside. The interior was unexpectedly spacious, illuminated by a bright purple light as if it were daylight. At the center, a massive purple crystal could be vaguely seen, its exact size indeterminable. Junlin took a deep breath, stepped back a couple of paces, and clenched his small, chubby fists, getting into a stance. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he threw a powerful punch forward. Boom! A loud crash echoed, causing the entire mine to tremble slightly. The crystal didn't shatter. It only developed a few cracks. Junlin's fist remained on the crystal surface. He slowly withdrew his small hand, placing it behind his back, trying to act nonchalant. How could it be? How could my hand possibly hurt? I'm just thinking about how to break it, Junlin said, feigning calmness, though his eyes involuntarily watered. He realized that compared to his original form, this mimicry body was still too weak. Silently, he blew on his fist and hesitated for a moment before lightly tapping the crystal with his finger. Instantly, an intense chill surged, freezing the entire opening and the crystal's interior. Junlin stepped back 2 paces and then punched again with renewed force. A cracking sound emerged, and fissures spread from the center of the eye surface, followed by the entire purple crystal collapsing, revealing an opening about 5 meters in diameter. I knew it. Just a mere ice crystal. How could it hinder my progress? I must have been using the wrong method earlier, Junlin said, clapping his hands with a smug expression. Suddenly, the purple crystal python on his wrist hissed softly, seemingly concerned about his injury. Junlin's temper flared. I told you it doesn't hurt. Can you stop fixating on that? The purple crystal python lay down on his wrist, feeling wronged and not daring to make another sound. Looking at the space ahead, Junlin leapt down. Before him was a massive circular underground cave, with a giant purple crystal, nearly 50 meters in diameter, standing at the center. Junlin approached and touched it, deeply attracted by the pure energy contained within. System, stored in the space, Junlin said reluctantly. The system responded, it's too large, it won't fit, but I can purchase it. Junlin frowned. You're definitely doing this on purpose. The system wants to buy it cheap and sell it high, making a profit. What a darn middleman. He conjured an ice blade, preparing to cut the crystal when the blueprint of the fantasy city behind him suddenly expanded, quickly covering the entire purple mica. Junlin tried to stop it, but it was too late. The blueprint, like a giant mouth, devoured the purple mica in an instant. Junlin stood frozen, unsure whether to feel happy or worried. Checking the blueprint, he saw the progress had reached 90. He sighed and put away the blueprint. Looks like I'll have to reach 100 progress here. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Junlin finally emerged from the purple crystal mine. The morning light was faint, and on the kill leaderboard, the 7th-ranked Sin Fox had risen to 2nd place, trailing Junlin by only 1,000 points. Just as he was about to take action, a man suddenly appeared in front of him. Their eyes met, and the man immediately used the system to check Junlin's information. A young girl, about 6 or 7 years old, appeared on the foreign battlefield, an image that was clearly out of place. Her long silver hair nearly touched the ground, far exceeding the length typical for a child. Observers thought to themselves that this was no ordinary child. She was likely the rumored mythical beast. He quickly opened the regional channel, his gaze fixed on the silver-haired girl before him. What does the beast's mimicry look like? He muttered to himself, snapping a photo and posting it on the channel. This little one. So young and unidentified, could she be the one? The channel erupted instantly. She's so cute. I can't bring myself to harm her. Those little white feet. I just want to hold her and keep her warm. I've heard that the beast's mimicry is related to appearance. This little cutie might be a beauty among beasts. Shaking his head, the observer thought to himself that these Lilicon fans might ruin the plan, and if they did, humanity's camp would be doomed. At that moment, the silver-haired girl, Junlin, frowned. Sensing the unusual atmosphere around her, she curiously opened the regional channel. Upon seeing the filthy comments, she was instantly filled with rage. You bastards, do you believe I'll slaughter you all? Junlin roared in the channel. Everyone was stunned by the message. The man standing next to Junlin looked up at her, shocked by the little girl's angry expression and the furious tapping of her fingers. Holy crap, the beast can use the regional channel? A flood of terrifying thoughts raced through his mind, making his hair stand on end. The channel exploded again. Who the hell is this? Is it wrong to like Lolis? Come on, let's see who ends up killing whom. The man trembled as he attempted to reveal Junlin's identity, but in the next moment, a cold flash of light, and his head fell to the ground. Junlin flicked the blood off her hand, an evil smile spreading across her face. Since you were kind enough to tell me your locations, I'll reluctantly send you on your way, she said, her laugh chilling to the bone. The amethyst rock python coiled around Junlin's wrist swallowed hard. It suddenly found its little master both adorable and terrifying. Unsure if this was some form of malicious cuteness, Junlin unfurled his massive skeletal wings and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, a grand assembly was taking place in the distant volcanic region. Tens of thousands of players had gathered there, with one man standing atop a giant rock, looking down on the dense crowd below. These players had come after hearing the recent news. Initially, many were indifferent, but when they learned that 2 top-ranking players were involved, especially with the 4th-ranked player leading the battle, their excitement surged. Players are known for their rebellious nature and reluctance to follow orders. However, with the 7th and 4th-ranked players stepping forward, the situation changed dramatically. It once again proved that in any world, the influence of the strong is unparalleled. The man standing on the giant rock, Qinfeng, scanned the crowd below with a proud gleam in his eyes. He spoke, "If no one objects, I will lead this hunt for the beast." No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice of dissent rang out. "I object," someone shouted. "She's so cute. Why do you want to hunt her? She might even be a little girl, for all we know." "Exactly," another voice chimed in. "You're all grown men bullying a little girl. Isn't that a bit unfair?" The crowd couldn't help but show a look of helplessness. If it were truly about bullying, there would be no need for such a grand mobilization. Yet, they couldn't deny that the beast's appearance did evoke a sense of pity. However, this was a battle between 2 factions, and for the sake of rich rewards, no one cared about the opponent's appearance. Qinfeng sneered and looked around, slowly speaking, "Don't forget, this is a confrontation between players and the beast. One side must win. Do you want all players to surrender, or become the beast's food?" He paused and continued, "Although we won't truly die, who wants to experience the feeling of death? Plus, opportunities to enhance our strength are rare. If we win, we'll get ahead of everyone else. How many of you are willing to give up such a chance?" As Chen Feng's words settled, the crowd fell silent. In this world where strength reigns supreme, even though they were currently in the relatively safe position of players, no one knew what the future held. Only by constantly enhancing their strength could they survive. The voices of dissent gradually died down. They reluctantly accepted that they couldn't stop this hunt. At that moment, another voice emerged from the crowd. "I want to ask, what's your plan for dealing with that beast?" Everyone turned to see a young man speaking calmly. Qinfeng, intrigued, scrutinized him before answering, "It's simple. The environment here can suppress her attributes. I just need to break her defense, and then everyone else can keep attacking her wounds." Once her defense is down, no matter how strong she is, she can't withstand the concentrated attacks of tens of thousands of players. As he spoke, Chun Feng spread his arms, his voice rising. Yet, this was only part of his plan. Given the beast's exhibited strength, even if injured, she wouldn't be easily killed. His real aim was to use these players to exhaust her stamina. As long as she wasn't an endless source of energy, she would eventually tire. At that point, few players would be left, making it the perfect time for him to claim the first kill. The equipment she dropped would naturally be his alone. The idea of using lava to kill her had long been dismissed. That would not only forfeit the dropped equipment, but also nullify the kill reward. Just as Chen Feng was reveling in his dream of increased power, the young man's voice rang out again, instantly turning Chen Feng's expression grim. Then I object, the young man said after a moment of thought. He had already seen through Chen Feng's plan, realizing it would only endanger all players and might lead to their faction's total defeat. You object? Chen Feng laughed in anger. Then tell me, who else can break her defense? Who else can lead the players to hunt her? Before he finished speaking, a powerful pressure emanated from Chen Feng, bearing down on the young man. However, the young man remained calm, walking directly towards Chen Feng. He then leaped and landed steadily on the giant rock. Me. With just one word, he pushed Chun Feng's anger to its peak. Staring at the young man before him, Chun Feng laughed furiously. You? Fine, let's see what you've got. Chun Feng roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He pulled out a long spear from the system space, its cold gleam hinting at its extraordinary nature. Despite the raging anger within him, Chun Feng managed to retain a sliver of rationality. He knew that if his opponent lacked real skill, they wouldn't dare challenge him so boldly. Though he wanted nothing more than to tear his adversary apart, he decided to showcase his strongest abilities first, both to settle the score and to intimidate the onlookers. The spear shot forward like a dragon unleashed, enveloped in a crimson gust, aiming straight for the young man. However, the young man merely glanced at it indifferently, sidestepped with ease, and evaded the deadly strike. In the next instant, he appeared right in front of Chen Feng. So fast, Chen Feng's pupils contracted. He instinctively swung his spear sideways, attempting to knock his opponent down. But the young man smirked, extending a finger that shimmered with a golden light, and lightly tapped the spear's shaft. A powerful shockwave burst forth, catching the surrounding players off guard. They were all forced back several steps before they managed to steady themselves. They looked towards the battlefield with astonishment in their eyes. If just the residual force was this terrifying, facing such a master directly would surely mean instant defeat. Chun Feng felt his hands go numb, almost losing his grip on the spear. He gritted his teeth, ready to strike again. But the young man's seemingly gentle palm was already heading for his chest. The palm appeared delicate but carried immense power. Chun Feng heard the clear sound of bones fracturing, and the next moment, he was sent flying like a cannonball, embedding into a massive rock 100 meters away. Struggling to his feet, Chun Feng clutched his chest and coughed up blood. Who are you? He demanded, his face pale with disbelief. It was his first crushing defeat since reaching fourth on the leaderboard, and his opponent's strength seemed boundless. If not for his one-time use defensive gear, he might not have been able to stand at all. The first in the dust-sealed starfield, Chen Qing. The young man replied calmly. His simple words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar among the players. Being first on the leaderboard carried far more weight than being fourth, or even second. Though players prided themselves on their skills, they were still a notch below the ancient native powers. To surpass the second in the dust-sealed starfield and claim the top spot, his strength must be terrifying. Players whispered among themselves, recalling the top experts of the Tianheng starfield. Even the second-in-command, known for his ghostly agility, was only second on the leaderboard. The leader, supposedly stronger, still fell short of the top rank. They remembered the leader's secret duel when he founded his faction. Though the result was unknown, the opponent's relaxed demeanor suggested the leader had lost. The leaderboard didn't feature his name, but it seemed the Saint Sun admired the leader, leading to an agreement that allowed the player's faction to thrive and become the strongest in the Tianheng starfield. Are you planning to solo her? Chen Feng asked hoarsely. He had a hunch about Chen Qing's purpose. Besides showcasing his prowess and defeating a formidable enemy alone, he couldn't think of another reason. Soloing this epic battle would boost his fame and earn him substantial reputation rewards. Chen Feng felt a pang of regret, wondering why he had to face such a master. The glory and loot that should have been his were now likely to be snatched away. Chen Qing ignored Chen Feng's words, scanning the surrounding players. His calm gaze alone made everyone hold their breath, eagerly awaiting his next words. The thought of challenging the beast under this top expert's lead filled them with excitement. After a long silence, Chen Qing finally spoke. I just want to tell you, our chances of winning this battle are less than half. His words left everyone stunned. Chen Qing continued. Only by facing the beasts on the leaderboard can you truly understand their terror. Players who reach the top of the leaderboard get a chance to challenge the phantom beasts on the beast ranking. Although he had heard of the beast rankings before, Chunqing initially didn't take them seriously. He was brimming with confidence, believing that even if a beast's attributes were twice that of a human's, he could still rival the top 3 ranked beasts. However, when he finally faced one in battle, he understood what true despair was. Even the beast ranked 6th possessed such monstrous skills, innate talents, and overwhelming soul power that Chen Qing saw no chance of victory. What made it even more disheartening was that this beast had been adjusted by the system to match his level. If the beast had reached this level on its own, its power would have at least doubled. This harsh reality made Chen Qing suddenly realize his own insignificance. While he couldn't pinpoint the exact rank of this beast, as long as it was on the list, the player's chances of winning were less than half. Unless the beast had just reached level 20 or wasn't in the top 5, defeating it would be nearly impossible. As soon as Chen Qing finished speaking, everyone fell silent, including Chen Feng, who was standing nearby. If these words had come from anyone else, they would have been met with disbelief. But who was speaking? It was the top-ranked player in the Qinfeng Starfield, a figure considered one of the best among both players and natives. Even with the top player leading them and over 10,000 people on their side, they still couldn't defeat the beast. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Seeing the doubtful expressions on the faces of the players below, Chen Qing took a deep breath and continued to explain. I know it sounds hard to believe, but this is the reality. Given her strength, if she wants to escape, we wouldn't be able to stop her. She could then pick us off one by one, or use guerrilla tactics. Who among us could stand against that? Don't forget, she can fly. How many of us can fly at this stage? To fly, one must break through to level 30, and this battlefield restricts us to level 30. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent again. They had been so focused on luring the beast that they forgot she wasn't foolish. Why would she engage them hidden in unfavorable terrain? Only someone extremely confident in their abilities would do that. I assume you have a plan to deal with this, right? One of the calmer players asked, staring intently at Chen Qing. It's not a perfect plan, Chen Qing replied, but it's similar to what some of you might have thought. We need to use the volcano's properties to suppress her. This requires everyone to work together, and the key is to get her to land on the ground. Chen Qing elaborated on his plan. We will gather thousands of fire element players to manipulate the fire elements of the entire volcano, making it unstable. Even if we can't trigger an eruption, we can still drive some lava. At the same time, earth element players can control the ground to collapse. One person's strength isn't enough, but with 10, 100, or 1,000 people, we can make the ground give way. When the time is right, fire and earth element players will act together. No matter how strong she is, she won't escape falling into the lava with such a surprise attack. If she somehow avoids falling, the remaining players will attack with all they've got. Our attacks might not cause significant damage, but they will be enough to push her into the lava. After finishing, Chen Qing let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't entirely sure they could manipulate the volcano's power. Nature's force wasn't something humans could easily control, even with thousands of people. But at this moment, there was no other option. Chen Qing's only solace was that their opponent was ice element. If they were facing the 6th-ranked soul worm, their only option would be to wait for death. Now, the most urgent task was to quickly recruit fire and earth element players and set everything up. As for the battle location, fire element players could scout the area to find the most active volcanic zone. Found it. The magma here is the most active, a player exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a roiling pool of lava inside the volcano. Chen Qing approached, feeling the dense fire element in the air despite not being a fire type himself. He quickly issued a command, everyone, gather here and prepare for an ambush. I'll lure the beast over. Chen Qing calculated that although he might not match the beast in strength, his speed advantage would allow him to evade it and lead it here. Just then, a flock of birds suddenly took flight from the distant forest, as if startled by some threat. Jun Lin hovered in the air, his gaze sweeping over the map before settling on the volcano ahead. A cold smile curved his lips as he muttered, "Found you. Let's see if you're as arrogant as you were in chat." With that, he sped towards the volcano. As he ascended, the entire volcano came into view. Jun Lin's sharp eyes spotted a dense group of players on the mountainside. Folding his skeletal wings, he dived down like an arrow. The players on the ground noticed something amiss but couldn't identify the intruder due to the speed. With a thunderous crash, Jun Lin landed, the ground cracking beneath his feet and dust billowing up. As the dust settled, the players were stunned to see a little girl, about 6 years old, who looked even cuter than the image posted in the channel. Jun Lin tilted her head, puzzled by the strange glint in their eyes. In an instant, she flashed an evil smile and declared, "Today, none of you will escape." One player reacted immediately, shouting, "Attack as planned. Don't let her fly away." Chun Qing arrived at the scene, eyes locked on Jun Lin, ready to prevent her escape. He sighed in relief, thinking that the beast's power was reduced by at least 30 in mimicked form, which gave them a chance. Fire-type players quickly mobilized the surrounding fire elements, while Earth-type players manipulated the ground. Junlin felt the fire elements agitating around her, and the ground softening beneath her feet, but dismissed these minor tricks. She raised her delicate hand, and the temperature around her plummeted. The volcano is on the brink of eruption, a player exclaimed. The Earth-type players were ready, shouting in unison. The ground beneath Junlin collapsed, forming a massive pit 50 meters in diameter. Her body fell with the crumbling rocks. Realizing their plan, Junlin swiftly adjusted her posture and spread her skeletal wings to fly away. Though her second form was immune to fire, the amethyst python on her wrist couldn't withstand the molten lava's heat. Seeing Junlin about to escape, the players launched ranged attacks. Chun Qing conjured a golden spear, leaping high and aiming at Junlin. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and threw the spear. The golden spear gleamed as it shot towards Junlin's left chest. A crisp collision sound echoed as the spear was deflected and fell into the searing magma. Junlin murmured in surprise. It actually managed to break through my defense. Junlin felt a faint itch on his wrist, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although the second vial of blood was not yet depleted and he knew he was safe for now, the slight anomaly made him alert. He narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze locking onto the man who had made the move. Without hesitation, Junlin grabbed the amethyst python on his wrist and hurled it forcefully. The purple creature traced an arc through the air, and the crowd only caught a glimpse of a purple blur. However, they had no time to spare, remaining fully focused on their attack. Junlin leapt into the air, letting himself plunge into the scorching magma below. The searing lava enveloped his body, but his expression remained unusually calm, as if he had merely jumped into a pool of warm water. The surrounding players didn't dare to relax for a moment. Even though their target had sunk into the magma, they continued their onslaught with full force. They knew that any lapse would give Junlin a chance to recover, rendering all their previous efforts in vain. Their vigilance had become second nature, making it nearly impossible to defeat him again. No one believed that Junlin would be trapped in the magma. Cooling it down with ice elements to break free was likely a trivial task for him. Chengqing stood silently on the side, observing the players who were still fiercely attacking. Inside, however, he was in turmoil. His full-strength strike had only reduced the opponent's health by a mere 10 points, failing to cause any substantial damage. Even more terrifying, this was just the opponent's simulated form. If it were his true form, how powerful would he be? What rank was he in the sequence? Recalling Junlin's calm gaze and his composed demeanor as he fell into the magma, a sense of unease rose in Chengqing's heart. Suddenly, Chengqing's eyes widened. A violent energy was rapidly accumulating deep within the magma, hot and frenzied. The already bright magma became even more dazzling, clearly not caused by the player's attacks. As the light condensed into a single point, the unease in Chengqing's heart surged to its peak. "Everyone, get out of the way!" she shouted loudly, turning and sprinting away from the danger zone without hesitation. At that moment, a 3-meter-wide beam of magma shot skyward. The scorching pillar of fire soared into the clouds, instantly forcing the surrounding players to retreat. The blistering heat wave hit them, and everyone felt the suffocating high temperatures. Everyone stared in shock at the beam of light shooting up from the bottom of the magma. This unexpected sight left them stunned. The depths of the magma held life, and its aura was far more powerful than the small creature they had encountered earlier. Just as they began to consider retreating, a deafening roar from behind grabbed their attention. In the distance, a massive amethyst serpent suddenly appeared behind them. This gigantic beast charged at the players with thunderous momentum, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Its thick tail swept across like a steel whip, catching the players off guard. By the time they realized the danger, it was already too late. "What the hell? How is there another beast here?" someone exclaimed. Dealing with the unknown creature in the magma was already challenging enough, and now another beast had appeared, completely disrupting their plans. Chengqing's eyes narrowed as he recalled the purple item their opponent had thrown earlier. Clearly, it was the key to summoning this beast. What was even more unsettling was that this creature was different from those they had hunted before. It was a powerful native of this land. Chengqing pondered silently, realizing that their opponent had grown strong enough to command such formidable beasts. Taking a deep breath, Chengqing assessed the situation. If the unknown beast in the volcano emerged, they would be caught in a pincer attack. While he might have a chance to escape, the players behind him would likely face a grim fate. The aura was overwhelmingly oppressive, more so than even the 6th-ranked phantom he had faced before. "Everyone, let's take it down together," Chengqing shouted. However, just as he was about to make his move, the beam of magma behind him suddenly changed direction. It sliced through everything in its path like a giant sword, heading straight for Chengqing. Seeing this, Chengqing quickly dodged, barely escaping the attack. As the beam dissipated, it left a shocking marka massive rift nearly 10 meters wide and stretching for kilometers. Chun Qing's heart raced. All eyes were on the huge hole in the ground. The earth began to tremble slightly, as if some terrible monster was about to emerge. Suddenly, a pair of enormous skeletal wings, dripping with molten lava, burst from the ground and slammed onto the surface. Another pair of wings followed. Each impact felt like a hammer striking everyone's heart. The skeletal wings pushed off the ground, and a massive skull emerged, entering their view. The sight of the grotesque skull, with 5 eyes glowing red, sent chills down their spines. "It's her," someone whispered, trembling. Wasn't her true form supposed to be a dragon? Why does she look like this? This was no longer just a beast. It was an undead, a skeletal undead. The 5 eyes were even more terrifying than her dragon form. Damn it. Weren't they supposed to be linked to their true forms? It's hard to believe this monstrous form came from that cute little girl we saw earlier. A man tried to suppress his fear, attempting to stay calm. Faced with this monstrous creature, he had lost all will to fight, overcome by an innate fear of the horrific. Even Chen Qing stood frozen, staring at the beast. As the top-ranked warrior in the sealed star domain, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Clearly, this was far beyond what they could handle. At that moment, Jun Lin raised its head, and the entire skeletal serpent body slithered out of the ground. Its bones were no longer icy blue but a deep, ancient gold. During its 3rd evolution, it had shed all ice elements, gaining immunity to fire. Its body was now more slender and nearly 100 meters long. Even without attacking, its sheer presence was enough to paralyze weaker creatures. Jun Lin's 5 red eyes flickered as it scanned everyone, finally locking onto Chen Qing. Meeting Jun Lin's gaze, Chun Qing's body tensed. He knew that Jun Lin had chosen him as its target. Boom. In an instant, Jun Lin broke the sound barrier, charging at Chen Qing. So fast, Chen Qing's pupils contracted. Jun Lin's speed was too fast for him to track. Though he felt the gust of wind signaling the incoming attack, his body couldn't react in time. How can something so massive move so quickly? In desperation, Chun Qing crossed his arms, bracing for the impact. The sonic booms hurt his ears, and he knew that if he took the hit, he would be severely injured, if not killed. Jun Lin's strength was definitely among the top 5, possibly even higher. Boom. The colossal skeletal tail whipped through the air, smashing everything around it. Some rocks were pulverized into dust under the immense force of the attack. The players who were caught in the blast turned into blood mist and vanished into thin air. However, these obstacles did nothing to slow down the iron whip, which charged towards Chun Qing like an unstoppable force. The massive impact sent Chun Qing flying like a cannonball, disappearing from sight in an instant. Seconds later, a boulder several kilometers away exploded, marking the point where Chun Qing landed. Jun Lin gazed coldly into the distance, silently evaluating. To withstand my full-force strike, he must have some decent defensive gear. But given the current situation, that piece of equipment is probably ruined now. Surveying the remaining players, Jun Lin felt the bone spines on his back light up one by one. In this volcanic region, he could replenish magma at any time, enabling his devouring flame bone spines to reach saturation. The entire volcano had effectively become his domain. Although in terms of raw power and attributes, this form was not as strong as his ice abyss form. As long as he was in a place with magma, he could continuously recharge and unleash the fiery howl, which was enough to threaten even his ice abyss form. With all the bone spines on his back fully illuminated, Jun Lin opened his massive jaws, and a scorching line of fire erupted once more. He slowly lowered his head, sweeping the battlefield with a high-density, compressed magma beam. This force of nature was unstoppable. The intense heat of the magma could destroy everything in its path. Those hit would not survive long, even if they didn't die instantly. With this single strike, half of the surrounding players were eliminated. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being the first to achieve a 10th Assan player kill streak. You have earned 100 free attribute points and 10,000 reputation points. The unexpected announcement made Jun Lin pause for a moment, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. After killing so many players, he had finally reached the 10th Assan player mark, and the rewards were exceptionally generous. Jun Lin lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the remaining players, eyes gleaming with dangerous red light. He thought, if he could consume the remaining players, he wouldn't be far from achieving a 20,000 player kill streak. Just as Jun Lin was about to launch his next attack, the entire volcano began to tremble violently. Thick smoke billowed from the volcano's summit, as if heralding an even greater impending crisis. Is the volcano about to erupt? Jun Lin suddenly froze, sensing the abrupt agitation of fire elemental energy around him. The intense battle had already pushed the unstable volcano to the brink of eruption. Suddenly, A deafening roar echoed through the valley, and the entire volcano shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. The pit created by the players instantly spread outwards in a web of cracks, and scorching lava gushed out like a fountain. The volcanic crater could no longer contain the violent energy, and massive chunks of rock, enveloped in molten lava, shot skyward like meteors, only to rain down in all directions. At this moment, the players had already forgotten Junlin's presence. They stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the apocalyptic scene before them. Compared to the destruction Junlin had caused earlier, the current spectacle was on a completely different scale. Experiencing the wrath of nature firsthand made them acutely aware of their own insignificance. Thick volcanic ash quickly enveloped the entire sky, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Junlin averted his gaze and swiftly maneuvered through the players. He knew that if he didn't act immediately, these players would soon be consumed by the lava. Rather than letting them die in the lava, Junlin believed they should be put to better use. Junlin's massive form no longer needed complex attacks. Even a simple charge was enough to kill these players. However, despite Junlin's rapid pace of harvesting, each time a huge boulder carrying lava fell from the sky, it would instantly claim a large group of players' lives. The falling rocks were enormous and struck with tremendous force, making even Junlin tread cautiously. As a massive boulder hit the ground, sending waves of intense heat, the few remaining players finally snapped out of their stupor and fled in all directions in a panic. However, in the distance, the amethyst rock python was already on guard. Its task was to prevent these players from escaping, ensuring the master could reap maximum benefits. The amethyst rock python thrust its crystalline tail into the ground, and instantly, the entire area seemed to crystallize. Countless crystals emerged from the ground, stretching nearly a kilometer, forming a natural barrier. Although this barrier couldn't completely stop the players from escaping, it blocked the main pathways of the volcano, forcing the fleeing players to take treacherous side routes, significantly prolonging their escape time. Just as Junlin was enthusiastically continuing his hunt, the ground suddenly caved in. The land spanning several kilometers began to sink, and neither Junlin nor the players could escape the calamity. Everything fell into the boiling lava, a turn of events even Junlin hadn't anticipated. As Junlin and the players plummeted, everything here came to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chongqing panted heavily, staring intently at the erupting volcano in the distance. He took a deep breath, realizing that staying here any longer would only lead to elimination. Without further hesitation, he limped away from the danger zone. After walking several kilometers, a gentle voice suddenly echoed, "Do you want to become stronger?" The voice startled Chongqing. He clutched his chest, leaning against a tree as he warily scanned the surroundings. "Who's there? Come out," he shouted, only to cough painfully as his injury flared up, his forehead beaded with sweat. At that moment, a rustling sound of footsteps approached. Chongqing turned to see a young girl slowly walking towards him, her long, grayish-white hair cascading down to her calves. Despite her youthful figure, her stunning beauty was undeniable. She was the most beautiful girl Chongqing had ever seen, and her grayish-white hair accentuated both her fragility and ethereal beauty. Chongqing was momentarily spellbound, but quickly regained his composure. "Who are you?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. Someone who could approach him so silently was clearly no ordinary player. The girl's every movement exuded a seductive charm, and her voice was enchanting, reminding Chongqing of the legendary fox spirits. Seeing Chongqing recover his vigilance so quickly, the girl was momentarily surprised, then smiled. "Although seduction isn't my specialty, your willpower is quite impressive to recover so fast." With that, a grayish aura of malevolence rose from the girl and surged towards Chongqing. The girl, who had seemed adorable in Chongqing's eyes, now appeared sinister. He watched her warily, sensing an ominous premonition from the gray aura, despite knowing that players wouldn't truly die. "Don't be afraid," the girl said softly. "Absorb this malevolent energy. It will enhance your physical attributes and strengthen your abilities. While it can't compare to the beasts of the sequences, it will allow you to overpower humans of the same level." Chongqing, who had intended to resist, suddenly froze, his eyes becoming dazed as he watched the malevolent energy enter his body with longing. The girl slowly approached, lifting Chongqing's chin with her slender fingers. "When you tap into this dark power, your will shall be eroded bit by bit." The girl's voice was as soft as silk, brushing past Chongqing's ear. "I hope that next time we meet, you will be completely under my command." A mysterious smile played on her lips as she gracefully lifted the hem of her dress, then vanished into thin air like a wisp of smoke. A few seconds later, Chongqing's vision cleared. He looked down at his body and was astonished to find that his wounds had mostly healed, and his limbs could move freely again. Clenching his fists, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. Despite the many questions swirling in his mind, The rumbling of the erupting volcano behind him reminded him that he had to leave this place immediately. I'll figure out what's going on with my body later, Chongqing thought to himself. Whatever she injected into me doesn't seem harmful at the moment. And if it is, worst case scenario, I die once. As he took his first step, a blue, jelly-like object suddenly fell from his body. Before Chongqing could react, it expanded into a massive blue net and lunged at him. His pupils contracted in shock, and he had no time to evade before the net engulfed him. Ding! The host is being devoured. The system will initiate a self-defense purge. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. The blue net seemed to sense the threat and quickly retracted, ultimately burrowing into Chongqing's body through his wounds. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Junlin lay on the magma, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Even though I can't directly devour the player, this is still a decent catch, he muttered to himself. As long as the embryo parasitizes the host without posing an immediate threat, the system won't purge this slime embryo. Over time, the embryo will gradually influence the host's thoughts, achieving an effect similar to devouring. However, this process could take a long time. There's no telling how long precisely. Licking his lips, Junlin recalled the surge of energy he had felt earlier. Such pure energy, I've never encountered anything like it. This guy must be hiding quite a few secrets. He stood up from the magma and removed the skull mask from the side of his head. This mask was a unique adornment in the form of a skull, meticulously crafted from real bones. Tossing the mask in his hand, Junlin remarked, "It seems like just a simple ornament, nothing particularly special about it. Could it really just be a mask?" With a sense of doubt, Junlin picked up the skeletal mask and put it on his face. In an instant, the mask fit perfectly against Junlin's cheeks, as if it had become one with his skin. Moments later, the mask turned transparent, revealing Junlin's small face once again. Miraculously, the 3 extra eyes on his forehead had vanished, making his face look normal again. Junlin gently touched his forehead, surprised to discover that although the 3 eyes had disappeared, their vision remained unobstructed. He murmured to himself, "This way, I shouldn't have to worry about my identity being exposed among humans." However, he quickly realized that the mask seemed to only work on his skeletal form. If he shifted to his other forms, he would still have 5 eyes. Junlin lightly leaped out of the magma, scanned his surroundings, and finally fixed his gaze on the distant amethyst rock python. He approached the python and waved. The amethyst rock python tilted its head, scrutinizing Junlin with curiosity before shrinking in size and coiling gracefully around Junlin's wrist. Junlin took a deep breath, looked back at the volcano behind him, and then sped off in another direction. There, he sensed a special energy previously consumed by the embryo. Meanwhile, the eruption of the volcano had alarmed all the players in the otherworldly battlefield. Despite the distance, everyone could clearly witness the spectacular sight. The volcanic ash spread over tens of kilometers. Players began to flood the chat channels with inquiries. The news of over 10,000 players besieging a beast was no longer a secret. Although most players hadn't participated due to the distance, it didn't stop them from being interested in the outcome. What's happening over there? Did you manage to kill the beast? However, after a long time, there were no responses, only similar questions. This puzzled many. Someone speculated, could it be that the battle is too intense for anyone to reply? You should all be able to see the erupting volcano. Just think, if the volcano erupted because of the battle, it must be extremely fierce right now, probably the critical moment of the siege. Another player analyzed rationally, I don't think so. Perhaps they've all been eliminated. Think about it, such a massive volcanic eruption, and they were at the volcano's midslope. Under these conditions, with the current physical capabilities of players, it's impossible to survive. No way, eliminated? Over 10,000 players? Many players found it hard to believe. That's over 10,000 players. If they were really eliminated, that beast must be incredibly strong. Yet, reality seemed to force them to consider this possibility. Someone asked unwillingly, does this mean no one can subdue that beast this time? There were 2 top-ranked players in that hunting party. Soon, a more plausible explanation emerged. Why do you think the beast survived? Don't forget, it was an ice type. The volcanic eruption and so many players, the most likely scenario is that the beast's final struggle caused the eruption, trying to take the players down with it. Judging by the current situation, it probably succeeded. Everyone agreed with this explanation, as they couldn't imagine any creature surviving a volcanic eruption. Still, the outcome left them in a wee 1,000 players versus 1 beast, ending in mutual destruction. Elsewhere, after half an hour of sprinting, Junlin finally stopped. He gazed at the chaotic crowd ahead, stunned to see players entangled in evil energy, fighting each other. His eyes then shifted to a leisurely girl nearby, and he narrowed his eyes. Chinmian. The girl turned to look at Junlin, not surprised by his arrival. She had long sensed his presence. There was no one else in the entire otherworldly battlefield who could make her feel threatened, except for him. However, she sensed something different about him. Qian Mian frowned, taking a closer look at Junlin. She noticed that his once silver-white hair now had a faint golden hue, making it platinum blonde. The change wasn't just in his hair. His aura had transformed. Previously cold, he now exuded a blazing, violent energy, though the level of danger seemed unchanged. Recalling his species ranking, Qian Mian smiled and said, "It seems you have many forms, which explains the question marks for your species. I wonder if the silver-white hair is your final form, or your most powerful one." A glint of danger flashed in Junlin's eyes, one golden and one red, as he fixed his gaze on her, murderous intent rising. You know, the smarter someone is, the less they can be trusted. Qian Mian shrugged helplessly. Come on, don't be so serious. With my strength, I pose no threat to you. Seemingly recalling something, Qian Mian smiled at Junlin. How about I help you gather the players here for you to hunt, and in return, you don't trouble me in this battlefield? Deal? As she spoke, Qian Mian walked up to Junlin, reaching out to pat his fluffy head. Junlin grabbed her wrist and flung it aside. Cooperation is possible, but first, keep your thoughts in check. Junlin knew this wasn't her true form, so he agreed. As for finding her real body based on this avatar, it was just to scare her. However, he figured she would quickly realize this given her intelligence. Feigning pain, Qian Mian rubbed her wrist, looking displeased. What bad thoughts could I have? I just wanted to pat your cute little head. Qian Mian tried to keep her face calm. From the brief contact, she sensed that the one who disrupted her plans on Dusty Path was this little guy. But it made sense. She had already controlled all the beasts in the battlefield, and besides the third-ranked player, no one else could thwart her plans. What an adorable yet infuriating little brat. Junlin ignored Qianmian's evasive responses and asked directly, "So, what's your plan to gather these players together?" Junlin was quite curious about Qianmian. The ability to control players and make them turn against each other was truly terrifying. Unlike Qi Yin, whose attributes and abilities were clear at first glance, Qianmian was shrouded in mystery, making her hard to figure out. Qianmian slowly bent down until her eyes were level with Junlin's. Taking a deep breath, a faint milky scent wafted through the air, surprising her. She wondered if this little one often drank the milk of other exotic beasts, or if it was her own unique scent. "Come on, give your big sister a kiss on the cheek, and I'll tell you," Qianmian teased, pointing to her cheek with a slender finger. Junlin raised her hand, and a ball of blood-red flame formed in her palm. Her gaze coldly fixed on Qianmian, the warning clear. Qianmian reluctantly straightened up and put some distance between them. The heat from the flame was overwhelming, making her uncomfortable. Despite Junlin's wariness, Qianmian couldn't help but sigh internally. It seemed that Junlin was unaffected by her dark powers. She didn't know if she could control Junlin directly, but provoking her to the point of relentless pursuit on the battlefield wasn't a good idea. "All right, no more teasing," Qianmian said, her expression returning to normal as she smiled at Junlin. "Actually, it's quite simple to gather them. Just control a few humans to spread the word, and let the remaining exotic beasts draw them in. Even if they know it's a trap, the players won't be too concerned. With their overwhelming numbers, they'd love for all the beasts to gather in one place." Junlin narrowed her eyes. "So, you've controlled all the exotic beasts on the battlefield. How could I? I don't have that kind of power," Qianmian said shyly, looking very delicate. "If I had control over all the beasts, you wouldn't be standing here. Hee. Why don't you help fulfill that wish for me?" "You talk too much," Junlin coldly interrupted her. Qianmian's face stiffened, and she finally sighed. "All right, they'll stop talking." She then looked at Junlin, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. Snap! The crisp sound resonated deeply, and the distant forest began to stir as if some wild beast was running through it. Junlin looked into the distance. Despite the trees, her 5 eyes could still see the faint figures, and the ground trembled slightly. "You brought them all with you? Well, I'm not like you, able to withstand the players' attacks. I value my life too much to chat with you here without enough security. But this isn't your real body, so what are you afraid of?" Junlin said meaningfully. Qianmian stared at Junlin, trying to discern any change in her expression, but all she saw was the innocent face of a child. The disguise was very convincing. If she didn't know Junlin's true identity and strength, she might have been fooled. "I don't want to, but creating a clone consumes a lot of energy, so I need to ensure its safety." As she finished speaking, several large exotic beasts stopped behind Qianmian. They were different in shape, but all powerful by human standards. Among them, 3 beasts, whose true forms were not revealed, walked up to Qianmian, warily eyeing Junlin. Seeing their stance, Qianmian frowned. "This is a guest. Show some respect." With just a few words, the 3 trembled, lowered their heads, and retreated behind Qianmian. If this child was a guest of theirs, what could her true identity be? Turning back to the numerous exotic beasts in front of her, Qinyan quickly laid out the plan. The gathering point was the plain at the center of the battlefield. After giving her instructions, Qinyan stretched lazily. Let's go find a place to rest. It's rare to find a safe spot among all this fighting. For the exotic beasts, the battlefield seemed dangerous, but it was more like a vacation spot where they could even gain some loot. With a super bodyguard like Junlin, their sense of security was significantly heightened. Unless Junlin turned against them, getting injured was almost impossible. As Qinyan left, Junlin silently followed her. Meanwhile, on the other side, several dazed players suddenly regained their senses and simultaneously opened the regional channel as if receiving instructions. A beast has been spotted in Rift Valley. Any players nearby, come quickly and help. Don't let it escape. Where exactly? I'm nearby but haven't seen anything, someone quickly responded. Don't make it complicated. Just send your location. That beast has been causing so much trouble. I'm itching to take it down. Let's see if it's my blade that's dull or if the beast is just that tough. Many players noticed the message and started preparing for the hunt. Even if that beast couldn't move, other beasts could. The drop rates for exotic beasts were quite high. It's heading east. I'm sharing my location now. Just follow me. With that, they shared their position in the channel. This scene played out not just there but in other places as well. Most players were being mobilized, all heading towards the same destination, the plain at the center of the battlefield. The two arrived at a flat grassy field. Qinyan looked around and found a comfortable spot to lie down. She placed her hands behind her head, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the brief tranquility. Junlin followed closely, sitting down cross-legged next to Qinyan instead of lying down. Junlin's long platinum hair began to slowly shorten, gradually turning blue. Although the ice slime wasn't her most powerful form, it was the safest. After transforming, Junlin relaxed a bit. She looked up at the dazzling sun and then glanced at Qinyan beside her, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, Junlin decided to further lower her guard and transformed into a basketball-sized ice blue slime. She bounced lightly on the ground, putting about a meter of distance between her and Qinyan. This was her original form, excelling in both devouring and digestion speed compared to her other forms. Although Qinyan had her eyes closed, she was secretly monitoring Junlin's aura. As she sensed it gradually weakening, she abruptly opened her eyes and turned to look at Junlin in surprise. All she saw was an ice slime that appeared to be peacefully sleeping. Junlin? Qinyan asked with a puzzled expression, a gleam of realization crossing her eyes. She understood that this might be Junlin's most vulnerable form, perhaps even her true form. A bold idea formed in her mind. If she were to strike now with her main body, Qinyan's gaze locked onto Junlin. She slowly raised her hand, her fingertips glowing with a cold light, and reached out towards Junlin with claw-like fingers. At that moment, Qinyan's heart raced, her tension peaking. Just as Qinyan was about to touch Junlin, she hesitated. In the end, her hand gently rested on Junlin's head. She exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Only then did she realize she was drenched in sweat, her gray-white hair sticking to her face. Gently stroking the ice slime's head, Qinyan murmured, "Since you trust me so much, I won't harm you." With that, she pulled Junlin into her arms and continued to lie on the grass. Although Qinyan was confident that with her main body's help, she had a 90% chance of killing and devouring Junlin if she prevented her from transforming for a short time, she sighed at the thought of Junlin's appearance. Perhaps on Blue Star, Junlin was just an innocent child, swept into this conflict by unforeseen events. If she were a player, it would be one thing, but she became a different beast. Despite Junlin's seemingly composed and domineering demeanor, she was still just a child. Falling asleep so peacefully next to a potential devourer was indeed naive. Sensing Qinyan's hostility fading, Junlin realized her plan had failed. It seemed Qinyan wasn't going to attack her. Devouring this avatar wouldn't benefit her much, but it was a shame to miss such a good opportunity. Since she couldn't draw out Qinyan's main body, Junlin decided to jump out of Qinyan's embrace. However, as soon as she tried, Qinyan held her tightly. "Don't move," Qinyan mumbled. "You feel so cool and comfortable. Let me hold you a bit longer." With that, she fell into a deep sleep. Junlin looked up at Qinyan and then closed her eyes as well. She had wanted a good sleep for a long time. Since Qinyan wasn't planning to attack, she might as well rest and prepare for the upcoming battles. Junlin adjusted her position slightly, found a comfortable spot, and soon drifted off to sleep. Time passed, and Junlin had never felt such a comfortable sleep. Bathed in the warm sunlight, all her worries seemed to melt away. When night fell completely, Junlin rolled off Qinyan and quickly transformed back into her humanoid form. This time, she chose her ice abyss form instead of her slime form. By dawn, the first batch of players should be drawn to this area. Although the slime form had impressive regeneration abilities, it was less efficient in combat. Junlin turned to Qinyan and asked, "By the way, does your avatar need sleep?" She clearly remembered that the Mirage skill lasted no more than 10 hours, but it had obviously been longer since they met. Qinyan stopped pretending to sleep, lazily turning to look at Junlin and replied, "Well, even avatars get tired sometimes and need a rest." She sighed and continued, "9 different battlefields, and although we knew 2 of us would be paired together, I didn't expect it to be me. Now my resources are being taken away." Qinyan pretended to be pitiful and said, "Sigh. How about little Junlin comes over to comfort me and warm this battered heart of mine?" Seeing Qinyan's act, Junlin pondered for a moment and then spoke. "Do you want to follow me? I can guarantee that, apart from the first and second in the hierarchy, no other beast can devour you. Of course, that's assuming you don't devour me first." A sly glint flashed in Qinyan's eyes, and she suddenly found teasing the little one in front of her rather amusing. Junlin tilted his head, looking confused. "Really?" Seeing Junlin's innocent expression, Qinyan couldn't help but laugh. She sat up gracefully and gently tapped Junlin's forehead with her slender fingers. "Of course not, silly. Sometimes I think that even if someone sold you, you'd probably help them count the money." Qinyan's expression suddenly turned serious. "Think about our relationship. We're destined never to be together, let alone cooperate. If any other beast is willing to work with you or even pledge loyalty, it only means you have something they can use." She paused, watching Junlin's bewildered face, and continued, "Do you know? When I first learned of your existence, my first thought was how to devour you. The second time we met, I used enchantment on you, and even tried to corrupt your body with dark energy to control you. Unfortunately, even though my dark energy contained neurotoxins, it had no effect on you. What surprised me even more was that when I got close to you, my power was instead absorbed by you." Qinyan spoke candidly. The reason she told Junlin all this was that she didn't want this naive little one to be deceived. Although their time together was short, she had discovered that while Junlin was decisive in action, he was also very trusting. She didn't want to see the only one who had managed to endear himself to her get tricked and devoured by others. After hearing Qinyan's words, Junlin turned away angrily, but a hint of loneliness flickered in his eyes. In truth, if he could, he also wanted to live like a normal person. But as Qinyan had said, cooperation between them was impossible, and being together was even more so. Take himself and Qian, for example. If it weren't for the binding contract, they would probably have been plotting to devour each other by now. After all, in this world, every bit of power increases the hope of survival. Peaceful coexistence? That's just a pipe dream. The thirst for power always takes precedence over everything else. "Hey, you're not mad, are you?" Qinyan teased, her voice dripping with playful sarcasm as she slowly moved closer to Junlin, her body nearly brushing against his. A subtle, elegant fragrance enveloped him. Junlin looked up, giving her a sidelong glance. "Not mad, no," Junlin replied calmly. "But when I find your true form, I won't hesitate." He paused, retrieving a blue embryo from his system space. "Here, take this. Consider it a token of our meeting. It might come in handy someday, maybe even save your life." Qinyan accepted the embryo, her 5 eyes fixated on it in unison, creating a rather eerie sight. She held it up against the starlit sky, inspecting its translucent, gelatinous form. "What is this for?" she asked. Junlin, unfazed, explained. "A small gadget. It can regenerate lost limbs and fully restore your health." Qinyan raised an eyebrow. "What's the catch?" She didn't believe Junlin would be so generous, especially after his earlier threat. "No catch," Junlin replied. "I just don't want you dying too quickly. Besides your mysterious control abilities, you don't seem particularly strong." Qinyan's lips curled slightly. "If I hadn't just used the system to scan it, I might have been fooled by you." A slime embryo with devouring properties, not even trying to hide it. Despite her words, she pocketed the embryo. In return, Qinyan conjured a gray evil bead and handed it to Junlin. "Here, absorb a bit each day. It'll replenish your energy and keep your mind sharp." Junlin hesitated for a moment, sensing the bead's energy was similar to the embryo's. Without further ado, he popped it into his mouth and bit down, swallowing the grayish liquid energy in one gulp. "Burpum, tasty. Thanks for the treat," Junlin said sincerely, his bright eyes locking onto Qinyan. Qinyan remained silent for a while before finally speaking. "So, are you immune to toxins or something?" She couldn't fathom any other reason why Junlin could withstand the neurotoxin she had spent half a month perfecting. How did you know?" Junlin asked, puzzled. Then, patting his stomach, he added, "Got any more?" "I'd love another." "No more," Qinyan snapped, annoyed at wasting a valuable item meant for controlling a major faction successor. Their conversation continued until dawn, the surroundings gradually coming to life. 3 exotic beasts had partially revealed their true forms, standing behind them. In the distance, rustling noises indicated the approach of several people. Qinyan stood up, regaining her poised demeanor. "Enough talk. It's time to welcome our guests. Junlin rose as well, noticing a number of players closing in. The other beasts Qinyan had sent out were likely in trouble, as the players had moved faster than expected. A young man emerged from the underbrush, speaking plainly. So, you were the ones who led us here. Correct? Qinyan stretched lazily, her tone casual. Since we all need to settle this, why not have a final showdown? What do you think? The young man agreed with Qinyan's proposal. Given their strength, there was no need to stick to the previous rules. Their eyes met as he looked down at Junlin. The young man thought to himself. He had already recognized this powerful beast. Even with over 10,000 players joining forces, they had failed to bring down Junlin. This realization made him aware that in this alien battlefield, the human faction stood little chance. Despite this, the young man resolved to give it a try. He stared at Junlin, his tone firm. Though the odds are slim, the battle hasn't started yet. How can we give up so easily? The fact that Junlin was still alive did not surprise the young man. As an exceptionally intelligent beast, Junlin wouldn't have chosen to inhabit such a dangerous volcanic region without some capability. The young man silently mocked those self-deceiving players, believing they were merely fooling themselves. Junlin seemed to sense something and asked with slight curiosity, "It seems your objective aligns with mine?" The young man nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. But as you said, without someone among us who can match you, it doesn't matter how many come. It's all in vain." Junlin sneered and explained. "To match me, you need to break through my defenses. Unless one of you can raise your power to at least 2/3 of my defense, even if I stand still, you won't be able to harm me." Taking a deep breath, the young man responded, "Is that so? Then let's wait and see." With that, he turned and merged into the crowd behind him. At this moment, Qinyan suddenly spoke up, "Junlin? What's the matter?" Junlin looked at Qinyan in confusion. Qinyan hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Can you use your full strength? I want to see the gap between us." She longed to understand the disparity between the 3rd and 7th ranks. Despite having witnessed Junlin's battles before, she was never sure if he was going all out. Junlin flashed a bright smile, a hint of cunning in his expression. "Sure, I don't want to drag this out anyway. Let's finish this quickly. I have other matters to attend to." Though the rewards in this alien battlefield were substantial, Junlin clearly didn't want to linger here for too long. With a final glance at Qinyan, Junlin stepped toward the players. As he moved, a terrifying energy gathered, forming a massive snowstorm that enveloped him and rapidly expanded outward. At this moment, all the players were on high alert, tensely watching the continuously growing storm. They finally had the chance to witness the beast that had left them all helpless. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. An epic battle was about to unfold. "Everyone, get ready. Form the array." The young man, hidden within the crowd, shouted, his eyes never leaving Junlin's every move. He knew full well that she was about to transform into her true form for battle. Though they couldn't stop Junlin from morphing, this brief moment was enough for them to conjure a powerful attack. Their past 2 encounters had taught them that ordinary attacks were useless against Junlin. Killing her was nearly impossible. However, while humans weren't as strong as mythical beasts individually, they could use formations to bridge the power gap. Following the young man's orders, those around him quickly calmed themselves and took their positions. The young man produced a scroll inscribed with a strange formation and held it high above his head. In an instant, the scroll floated into the air, radiating light that enveloped all the players. This formation scroll had cost the young man a fortune, initially meant for dealing with boss-level monsters. Now, using it against Junlin seemed worth the investment. With this scroll, even players unfamiliar with formations could still follow the instructions and conjure a powerful attack array. The young man calculated that if they won this battle, the expenses would be worth it. Even if they failed, it would just be a monetary loss. To him, money was just an external possession that could be earned back, but improving his strength would put him ahead of other players, promising greater returns in the future. Thousands of players were enveloped by the formation's light, their hands moving involuntarily to form seals as their internal energy was rapidly drained and funneled into the scroll in the sky. The remaining players stood ready, prepared to strike when Junlin showed any sign of weakness. Qinyan watched all this with a serious expression. Although she had only heard of such formations in the human world, she hadn't expected the players to master one of such formidable power. The situation seemed to be slipping out of control. The power of a formation conjured by thousands was unpredictable, and she wasn't sure if Junlin could withstand it. Weighing her options, Qinyan concluded that escaping wouldn't be a problem, but to resist, she would need to disrupt the formation immediately or flee. Her gaze fell on Junlin, who had fully transformed into her dragon form, ready to take her body and run if necessary. After all, devouring a Sequence 3 entity was better than letting these players succeed. Junlin felt Qinyan's intense gaze from behind and couldn't help but twitch her lips, wary of a potential betrayal. She shifted her focus to the players, calmly spreading her skeletal wings and soaring into the sky. A powerful energy gathered rapidly above Junlin's head, dominantly absorbing the surrounding ice elements. In an instant, a massive ice moon formed, rising to a height of 100 meters under her control. As the ice moon stabilized, a wave of blue energy swept across the area, turning the entire region into frozen ground. The biting cold, infused with extreme chill, ravaged the land. All the players felt their bodies stiffen, the cold making them acutely aware of the power gap. At this moment, fighting was out of the question. Even moving became difficult. Each frigid gust eroded their limbs, sapping their vitality. The young man looked up at the nearly completed formation, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Transfer your energy from the back." He had expected Junlin to arrogantly wait for the formation to complete, but she had unleashed her ultimate move right away. The cold hindered the energy flow, making the completion of the formation seem unlikely. After releasing the ice moon, Junlin watched the forming array with a calm demeanor. Streams of energy continuously poured into the scroll, gradually manifesting a blood-red sword about 20 meters long. Judging by its aura, it could easily pierce through her defenses. This made Junlin reflect that while she could disregard tens of thousands of individual players, a formation powered by thousands posed a real threat. Clearly, even the weakest forces, when concentrated, could endanger powerful beings. Junlin realized that the threat from the players was greater than she had anticipated. However, as long as they were within her domain, everything was under her control. Hence, she was also curious to witness the full power of this formation scroll. At that moment, the young boy saw that Junlin remained unmoved, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, striving to overcome the freezing cold that gripped his body, and poured even more spiritual energy into the magic array. The blood-red giant sword in the air began to solidify, and the boy rejoiced inwardly. Almost there, just a bit more effort, and this strike will surely pierce through him. As the giant sword became more solid, the boy finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought smugly to himself, "Arrogance is often the most fatal weakness." Now, there's no way he can counterattack in time. He simply can't muster a skill strong enough to match this array. As for escaping, the moment the array is complete, it will lock onto its target. Unless he can move faster than this blood-red sword, everything will be in vain. Junlin watched the nearly completed blood-red sword, a slight smile curling his lips. He thought, "Hope can be so fleeting, but I won't give you that chance." Suddenly, Junlin's childish voice rang out, causing the boy's pupils to contract sharply. The opponent opened his mouth wide, and an extremely compressed ice energy instantly coalesced and then exploded. The terrifying cold swept through the entire area in an instant. Holy crap! Instant cast before the boy could finish his sentence, he was turned into an ice sculpture. Not just him, but everything around, trees, weeds, anything within Junlin's ice moon domain was frozen solid. This place now resembled a forest of ice. Junlin glanced at the giant sword, which was gradually dissipating due to the lack of further energy input, and quickly seized the array diagram into his system space. Then, his gaze shifted to the distance. In the moment he released the ice point aurora, he sensed a figure rapidly escaping the bounds of his domain. Other than Qianmian's true form, he couldn't think of anyone else with such keen instincts. On the other side, Qianmian, who had just escaped the ice, couldn't help but shiver. 3 seconds. She had been frozen for a full 3 seconds. If they had been in a real confrontation, those 3 seconds would have been enough to kill her several times over. Looking up at Junlin, Qianmian felt a chill in her heart, grateful that she had managed to let her true form escape in time. Otherwise, this would have been a disaster. If Junlin discovered that her true form was among the frozen humans, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, Qianmian suddenly felt a wave of heat, and sweat beaded on her forehead. Junlin, now in the form of a silver-haired lowly, had somehow appeared beside Qianmian, a ball of cold energy in hand. Mimicking Qianmian's tone, he said softly, "Oh, why are you sweating? Is it too hot? Miss Qianmian, do you need me to cool you down?" Qianmian was immediately flustered, stammering, cough. "No, no need." Junlin interrupted her, his voice tinged with amusement. "What are you so nervous about? Let me guess, your true form can't be too far away, right? With my spee." Qianmian took a deep breath, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Junlin's smug expression set off alarm bells in her mind. If she didn't handle today's situation well, she might be in serious trouble. Junlin's lips curled into a slight smirk, his 5 pupils gleaming with amusement. "Relax," he said softly. "We have an agreement. I won't harm your true form. My greatest strength is keeping my word." Hearing this, Qianmian felt slightly relieved. However, Junlin's next words made her heart race again. "Actually," Junlin drawled, "I could have easily dodged your attack." The reason I froze you along with everything else was to test something to see the strength of this avatar of yours. He squinted. If I'm not mistaken, this avatar has at least 80 of your original strength, if not more. This indicates that your mental power is quite formidable. Junlin paused before continuing. But there's something I can't figure out. An illusionary avatar can only exist for 10 hours at most, yet you've surpassed this limit. I initially thought it was due to your innate talent. It wasn't until our conversation last night that I realized something was off about this avatar. He looked directly into Qian Mian's eyes. You don't feel like an avatar at all, but rather a living person. So, I have to ask, does this avatar contain a part of your soul or perhaps a separate personality? Although phrased as a question, Junlin was already confident in his hypothesis. He thought to himself that it was impossible for Qian Mian to be controlling an avatar to chat with him all night out of boredom. To verify, he had even removed the illusion skill from his mirror replication ability and tried to use it on Qian Mian again, but it failed, indicating she wasn't using any skills at the moment. If this was true, things were getting interesting. Qian Mian feigned confusion, but inside, she was panicking. Her skills had been seen through so easily, and she hadn't even noticed. In front of Junlin, she felt utterly exposed. She started to reassess this child before her. Junlin's appearance was incredibly deceptive. Even knowing his strength surpassed her own, she hadn't taken him seriously. From the beginning, she believed that as long as she didn't expose herself, she wouldn't be in danger. But now, it was clear she had underestimated him. Anyone who could reach the third rank in the sequence was not to be taken lightly. Even with immense talent, one couldn't grow without the necessary means. Admitting the truth was out of the question. Qian Mian just hoped to bluff her way through. She was genuinely worried that this kid might tear her apart right then and there. After all, he only promised not to harm her true form, not this so-called avatar. After weighing her options, Qian Mian decided to play dumb. She tilted her head, looking at Junlin with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? Junlin was taken aback. When he mentioned her true form earlier, she seemed nervous. But when he brought up the avatar, she looked genuinely confused. Had he guessed wrong? Or was there some special enhancement to her illusion skills that made it so realistic? Or perhaps her soul could freely switch between the avatar and the original? These questions made Junlin reconsider using the slime embryo to devour this avatar. If it was just an ordinary avatar, there was no need to make an enemy of her now. He didn't want such a troublesome opponent. With Qian Mian's mysterious control methods, she likely had significant influence and powerful allies in the human world. After considering the pros and cons, Junlin decided to let go of his doubts for now. He spoke again. All right, I was just trying to scare you. I'm actually quite friendly. With that, Junlin flashed a bright smile and walked forward with open arms. Come on, as a farewell, let's have a big hug. Ignoring Qian Mian's resistance, Junlin hugged her directly. Qian Mian stiffened but relaxed when she realized he wasn't doing anything further. She looked down at Junlin, who had his eyes closed and head resting on her stomach, hesitated for a moment, and then patted his head. Goodbye, Qian Mian said, while secretly vowing, never again. This mission had yielded nothing and almost cost her life. At this moment, Junlin discreetly attached a slime embryo to Qian Mian's back before releasing her from the hug. I hope to see you again, he said, glancing at the players frozen in ice. Unlike Qian Mian, they didn't have the strength to break free and would ultimately freeze to death. The system notification sounded. Ding. All players in the alien battlefield have been eliminated. Congratulations to the host for achieving 50,000 kills, earning 500 free attribute points and 50,000 reputation points. Ding. The host can stay here for another half hour, or return now to settle rewards. Would you like to return now? All frozen to death? That quickly? Junlin was surprised. He thought it would take longer for the players to die, even if frozen. Their constitution is really lacking. Without hesitation, Junlin chose to return. As his body began to disappear, he gave Qian Mian one last meaningful look. Finally, Qian Mian sighed in relief as Junlin vanished completely, collapsing to the ground. That was close. As the surroundings returned to silence, a girl identical to Qian Mian emerged. This second Qian Mian looked colder, her eyes glinting with danger. You're too soft, she said coldly. When it comes to her, there's no need for any interaction-only combat. A chilling aura spread as she spoke. Qian Mian rubbed her temples helplessly. Easy for you to say. Why did you run earlier if you're so tough? We couldn't beat her, could we? Stop acting high and mighty in front of me. She paused, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. And when Junlin hugged me earlier, you were clearly jealous. Stop pretending. Thinking of Junlin's deceptive appearance, Qian Mian rested her chin in her hands and murmured, such an unfairly cute face. I wonder if she knows it herself? After a night of her cutely messing with me, I almost wanted to pinch those cheeks. The other Qian Mian remained silent for a long time before saying coldly, next time. Let me handle it. You've been exposed and aren't suitable to interact with her anymore. Once my mental strength improves, I'll try to control her. When Junlin's vision cleared again, he found himself in a completely white space. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, delivering a series of exhilarating messages. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up 3 times. Your current level is 23. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving an SSS rating in this foreign battlefield. You have received 1 random talent enhancement and 2 designated active skill enhancements. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ranking first on the kill leaderboard. You have earned 100,000 reputation points and 100 free attribute points. The unexpected and generous rewards left Junlin stunned. In just this one instance, he had gained over 700 free attribute points, not to mention the talent and skill enhancements. A reward of 500 points for slaying 50,000 enemies made him wonder. If he could kill 100,000 players, would he receive 1,000 free attribute points? However, Junlin quickly realized how unrealistic this idea was. The slaughter among players already made reaching 100,000 kills nearly impossible, not to mention the presence of other exotic beasts. Even if the kills were evenly distributed among 100 beasts, each would only get 1,000 kills, which offered no rewards. Understanding this, Junlin felt relieved. If those 100 beasts were all as powerful as he was, the rewards he could earn would be minimal. System, show the panel and use the random talent enhancement, Junlin commanded, placing great importance on this reward. Although the talent enhancement was random, whether it would enhance a desired talent was a matter of luck. Fortunately, he still had 2 designated active skill enhancements. The system promptly displayed Junlin's attribute panel. Host, Junlin. Rank, Tier 1 boss. Level, 23. Body length, 100. Health, 160, 1002, 160, 1002. Mana, 12,000. Strength, 421. Speed, 1,180. Defense, 590. Mind, 300. Free attribute points, 755. Passive skills, Bone Shaker, Ice Rush. Talents, Life Soul Link, Speed Scales Note. Not activated, Devour, Poison Immunity, Evil Eye, Moon Breath. Special talent, Kurumi currently unlocked, 112. Kurumi's 8th bullet enhanced. Summons a past self with its own consciousness, stored in the user's shadow and can be summoned at any time. Enhancement, removes storage and time consumption limits, allowing the storage and summoning of 10 past selves with all attributes except for talents and skills. Note, after level 20, each level up increases all attributes by 10 points and grants 15 free attribute points. Unlocked 112? Junlin muttered to himself, realizing that the random talent enhancement must have hit Kurumi, thus forcibly unlocking it. Joy quickly replaced his confusion. 10 clones possessing all his attributes, even without skills and talents, represented a formidable force. The most exciting part was that this was just 1/12, indicating 11 more abilities yet to be unlocked. Suppressing his excitement, Junlin's eyes gleamed with a golden light. Instantly, 2 flintlock pistols of varying lengths materialized in his hands. Simultaneously, a clock with a 2-meter diameter appeared behind him, accompanied by the sound of chimes. 8th bullet! Junlin shouted. A wisp of purple-black energy flew from the 8 o'clock position on the clock, directly entering the flintlock pistol in Junlin's left hand. He aimed the gun at his temple. Although his talent-given intuition told him this was the correct way to use it, the action made him feel uneasy, as if he were about to commit suicide. Shaking off his distracting thoughts, Junlin resolutely looked forward and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 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 After 10 consecutive shots, Junlin silently observed the clones before him, who were winking back at him, then looked down at himself and fell into silence. Wait, why am I wearing a gothic dress? Junlin mumbled, his cheeks inexplicably turning red. Can summoning Kurumi also change outfits? Although a bit uncomfortable, Junlin quickly accepted this fact. Given his current appearance, wearing a dress wasn't entirely inappropriate. Besides, after all this time, he had grown indifferent to his changing gender. Storing 9 clones in his shadow, Junlin's gaze fell on the lone remaining clone. Unlike the phantom clones, this one seemed like a real life form and didn't require Junlin's direct control. Remembering that he still had 2 designated active skill enhancements, Junlin transformed his silver hair into a blue slime and jumped into the clone's embrace. Silently observing his attribute panel and struggling internally for a moment, Junlin finally made up his mind and said, System, enhance extraordinary reproduction and allocate all free attribute points to defense. Junlin vividly recalled the system mentioning that extraordinary reproduction had vast potential for development. As he pondered the enhanced effects, a sudden wave of itching swept over his body, vanishing in an instant. The enhancement complete, he eagerly opened the panel to check the skill details. The panel displayed, Host, Junlin. Life 405002 405002. Mana 12,000. Strength 421. Speed 2,730. Defense 1,365. Spirit 300. Skill Extraordinary Reproduction Enhanced. Enhancement Directions 1. Supreme Embryo. Each reproduction has a 20 chance of producing a BOS level slime embryo, which can elevate the consumed target to a standard boss level. The strength depends on the consumed target's innate talent. 2. Parasitism. The embryo can hide within a host and control it. The host can activate this ability at will, remaining undetectable until activation. After activation, it can evade most detection methods, with the host's attributes remaining unchanged except for its life force. Note: if the parasite is a clone, the slime embryo will merge with the main body when the clone is retracted or combined. Despite being mentally prepared for the significant boost from 755 free attribute points, Junlin couldn't help but twitch at the sight of these staggering numbers. Even he found these attributes excessively powerful. After calming his excitement, his gaze fell on the enhanced extraordinary reproduction skill. A thought flashed through his mind. If he encountered Qianmian again, could he parasitize her through one of her clones? The idea brought a hopeful smile to his lips. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding. If the host has claimed the reward, you may choose to leave. If you wish to stay, 100 gold coins will be deducted per minute. Friendly reminder. Since the interdimensional battlefield ended 25 days early, the host can choose to teleport back to the original location or to any player respawn point in the Tianyun starfield randomly. Please choose carefully. Junlin responded without hesitation. Choose random teleportation. He completely ignored the system's warning. Who would want to stay in the dark 9-layered dungeon when they could explore the human world for over half a month? Besides, Fantasy City could now be set up at any time, making it perfect to utilize this period for some arrangements. As for the enhancement of another active skill, Junlin decided to hold off for now. He didn't lack offensive capabilities, and further enhancement would just be icing on the cake. He believed he would eventually find a skill that suited him even better. The city of Qingyang was bustling, with the player's respawn point more crowded than ever, several times more so than before. This sudden influx was due to one reason. Someone had uploaded a picture of a cute little girl in the regional channel. In the center of the crowd, the little girl stood, looking bewildered. She wore a black and red gothic lace dress with a delicate gothic headband, epitomizing cuteness. The most striking feature was her heterochromatic eyes, one red and one gold, with faint golden clock patterns in the pupils, exuding an extraordinary aura. Junlin's clone clutched the slime in his arms, swallowing nervously. The surrounding players' gazes were like hungry wolves, sending a shiver down his spine. However, this small action only drew more attention, with many players fantasizing about being that lucky slime. Junlin silently looked up, observing his clone, thinking that he might be braver than he realized. Sensing Junlin's gaze, the clone hugged Junlin tighter and bolted through the crowd. Despite deliberately suppressing his speed, it was still too fast for the average player to follow. Hey! The little girl ran away, someone exclaimed. Did anyone see where she went? No idea where she went, another player chimed in. But I'm going home to tell my mom I found a girlfriend. This comment immediately drew disdainful looks from those around. Someone scoffed. You call that a relationship? You're just lusting after her. Even a little girl isn't safe from you, pathetic. The man retorted defiantly. Don't act all high and mighty. You came here for the same reason. At least I admit it. You're just trash. He flipped the other player off. Ha, don't assume everyone is as perverted as you. Another player shot back. I just appreciate beauty. With that, he turned and left, afraid his girlfriend would find out he was there. Someone suddenly asked, did any of you check her info? I'm curious where she's from. Haha, I took a screenshot the moment I saw her. A man said proudly, then posted the picture in the regional channel. Unfortunately, aside from her name, everything else is question marks. The crowd speculated that this could only mean one thing. She had a noble identity and possessed a treasure that concealed her details, likely the child of a powerful faction leader. Meanwhile, Junlin's clone finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking around and feeling a playful urge in the bustling streets. Junlin, seeing this, let the clone play while he turned to face the clone's abdomen to contact Zilin Long. Junlin internally criticized the system's incompetence for not even having a map of the Tianyun starfield. The system, sensing Junlin's disdain, silently endured it. Zilin Long, send me your location. I'll come to find you in a few days. Junlin waited for a few minutes, but received no response, feeling a bit puzzled. The system explained, she might be in some kind of secret realm. Some realms can completely block system connections, like on the alien battlefield. Junlin pondered, recalling that Zilin Long had obtained a teleportation scroll from a secret realm. Perhaps she had discovered another one. The system continued, I can enable location sharing at any time. As long as she has a signal, I can get her location and analyze the terrain. If it's urgent, you can leave her a message, and she'll likely follow the shared location to find you. As Junlin considered this suggestion, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air. He turned to see a bold sign. Big Eater Contest. Winners eat free at Lu forever. Junlin paused, thinking it might be a player-run tavern. Before he could think further, a gust of wind blew past, and his clone had already flashed to the registration booth, excitedly shouting, "I want to sign up! I want to sign up!" A sudden, youthful voice rang out, causing the middle-aged man seated in the chair to freeze for a moment. He looked around but saw no one. Just as he was about to recline back into his chair, the table in front of him suddenly sank several inches into the ground, revealing a small, silver-white head. The stark contrast between the black and red headpiece and the silver hair allowed the middle-aged man to finally see the newcomer clearly. Despite the surprising display of strength, the middle-aged man didn't seem bothered by the damage to the floor. Instead, he wore a kind smile and said, "Little one, this is a big eater contest. I'm afraid your tiny stomach might not hold much." At that moment, a tiny figure with a dark expression, Kunlin's original form, which had been tossed aside by his doppelganger, jumped up onto the doppelganger's head. Kunlin muttered to himself, "Seriously, to think he'd throw me aside for food. Is this really my true form? Why does it feel like a child?" The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this personality was nothing like his own. The middle-aged man noticed the slime atop the little girl's head, and his eyes lit up. While slimes were typically mutated beasts, some could transform into exotic creatures. This one seemed likely to be the latter. Even the weakest exotic slime was far superior to ordinary beasts. He pondered, this little one's identity must be extraordinary, though her attire from Earth seemed a bit odd. Do the locals here adapt so quickly? He thought. Maybe it's time to consider opening another clothing store for the young master. The doppelganger Kunlin patted her flat chest confidently and said, "Don't worry, I can eat a lot. I could probably eat your whole place empty." That pleasant voice pulled the middle-aged man back to reality. He looked at the petite figure before him and smiled helplessly. "If you're hungry, little sister, I can have someone bring you a steamed bun. How about that?" Although this contest wasn't exactly formal, he wasn't inclined to let a child participate. After all, if outsiders saw, they might ridicule him for being a sore loser. Just then, a young man approached, eyeing the doppelganger Kunlin up and down. "Uncle Wong, let her join," he said. "Such an adorable little one. Might just boost the popularity of our newly opened restaurant." As a businessman, he knew that what they needed most right now was attention. Only by making the restaurant famous could they continue to attract customers. He calculated that with her small body, one bun might be enough to fill her up. He couldn't help but look forward to seeing the little girl with a round, full belly. The little girl's eyes curved into crescents as she cheerfully said, "Thank you, Uncle." The word uncle stung the young man's ears. He was only in his early 20s. How had he become an uncle? Looking at the innocent expression on the little girl's face, he could only helplessly touch his nose and think to himself, "Kids say the darndest things, no point in getting upset." "Follow me," he said. "I'll explain the rules of the eating contest." With that, he led Junlin into the restaurant. The restaurant had 5 floors. The first floor was a lobby, surrounded by rooms and corridors, already packed with spectators. The lobby had an open space leading up to the roof, making the interior feel like a courtyard with a roof. The lobby was filled with tables, each laden with various delicacies. The young man explained, "To celebrate the opening of our restaurant, we've prepared nearly 100 different dishes. If you can finish all the food, you'll win a lifetime of free meals at Lu. If no one can finish, we'll select the person who eats the most and give them a free 1-month membership card." He smiled confidently, clearly believing he could make the contestants eat until they were stuffed. As Junlin entered, all eyes were drawn to her. When she walked toward the contest area, people looked at the young man in confusion, wondering what advantage this little girl had. Some quickly realized it was a strategy to attract customers. After all, the street was sparsely populated, and Lu was the main attraction thanks to this little girl. Junlin walked to her table, her mouth watering at the sight of the delicious food. Before the contest even started, she grabbed the nearest roast chicken. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she tore off a drumstick and stuffed it into her mouth, filling her tiny mouth to the brim. With a gulp, Junlin swallowed the drumstick, bones and all. She licked her lips and continued devouring the food. Seeing this, the young man could only announce helplessly, "The contest has begun. Please enjoy your meal." Everyone was stunned by Junlin's eating. A chicken larger than her head disappeared in a blink, yet her belly remained flat, not even slightly bulging. The crowd went from shocked to bewildered, eventually suspecting she might be some kind of humanoid monster. Meanwhile, the real Junlin, nestled on her doppelganger's head, was exasperated, thinking, "Eat with some manners. This is my reputation on the line. However, the doppelganger ignored her and continued to wolf down the food. In desperation, Junlin jumped onto the table and transformed into a slime, enveloping the surrounding dishes. Seconds later, Junlin spat out plate after plate, each spotless and devoid of even a drop of oil. This was the most delicious meal she had had in nearly a month. Seeing the slime competing alongside its owner, everyone turned to the restaurant owner, eyes filled with doubt and astonishment. This scene caused quite a stir in the tavern. The little girl and the strange beast, a slime, devoured the feast on the table as if they had bottomless stomachs. Even more surprising was that the tavern owner didn't stop them. Instead, he picked up a camera to record this rare sight. Under the watchful eyes of many, a young man coughed lightly, pretending to be nonchalant. He speculated that the little girl must have practiced some special technique that required a large amount of food to replenish energy. Though he wasn't clear about her exact identity, he believed this was just a one-time special treatment. After all, who would stay here long-term just to get free meals? As time passed, the food on the table was completely devoured. The hungry doppelganger glanced at the neighboring table. It quickly extended its little paw and, in the blink of an eye, grabbed the food from the next table. The diners at that table only felt a slight breeze and then continued to enjoy their meal, unaware of what had happened. Junlin could only watch this scene helplessly. He wasn't about to jump onto someone else's table to snatch their food. Meanwhile, in a private room of the tavern, a young man was thoughtfully observing Junlin downstairs. Just as he was about to continue his observation, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and a man walked in briskly. The young man was about to lose his temper, but upon recognizing the newcomer, he calmed down. "Speak. What's the matter?" he asked coolly. The man bent down and whispered in the young man's ear, "Young master, that special beast has been acquired by the Lee family. They plan to auction it off, and it's likely to attract competing forces from all over. It will be very difficult to buy it." After hearing the report, the young man's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. He had spent a considerable amount of money to confirm that the beast wasn't a youngling of any other powerful beast before daring to send people to capture it. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly, benefiting the Lee family instead. "I understand. You may leave now," the young man said, clenching his fists before waving the man away. Now that the beast had entered the auction house, trying to snatch it by force was futile. Unless one had overwhelming power to crush the auction house, no one would dare seize its items. Though they had kept their voices down, Junlin still caught the conversation. He withdrew his gaze from the neighboring table and muttered to himself, "A special beast." Based on the descriptions from Zillenlong and Li Linfeng, the unsealed beasts outside had already reached very high levels of power, and few dared to provoke them. Since the Li family could capture a beast, it clearly wasn't one of those powerful beasts or their young. The only possibility was that the beast was of the same kind of beast with a human soul. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Junlin's eyes. If it was indeed a kindred spirit, he had to find a way to buy it. After all, their identities couldn't be revealed to these players and locals, at least not until their strength had grown. The series of small movements had already caught the attention of the people nearby. They glanced at the clean plate, then shifted their gaze to the little ones sucking on their fingers. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly. This astonishing appetite made them a bit fearful. Just the food expenses alone could bankrupt a small family. However, they didn't say anything and quietly moved some food closer to the table's edge. After all, who would refuse a lifetime of free meals? Junlin's doppelganger looked up, blinked, and instantly understood the gesture. Without further pretense, it went straight to the table and began devouring the food, even handing a bun to its main body during the feast. The man coughed lightly, feeling a pang in his heart. If this appetite consumed all the contestants' food, his restaurant might have to shut down the day it opened. Yet the doppelganger merely glanced at him in confusion before continuing to eat voraciously. The man was at his wit's end, unsure if the doppelganger truly didn't understand or was just pretending. He was about to call its name but realized he didn't even know it. After silently investigating its identity, he finally spoke. "Miss Junlin, you've already earned free meals for life at our restaurant. There's no need to eat anymore." Hearing this, the doppelganger froze, looked at the food in its hands, and then gazed at the man with pitiful eyes, saying softly, "But I'm still hungry." This almost made Junlin fall off the doppelganger's head. Steadying itself, it jumped down and silently headed for the door. Playing cute? Junlin couldn't afford such a disgrace. It wanted to retract this image-damaging doppelganger, but couldn't do so in front of everyone. Out of sight, out of mind. The crowd didn't care about the slime's departure. Their eyes were fixed on the restaurant owner. Their gazes were filled with doubt, anger, and resentment. What's wrong with a little girl eating more? How could he be so heartless? Didn't he have any compassion or the spirit of helping others, which Longbo is known for? Feeling the pressure of moral judgment, the man was at a loss for words. This wasn't their food, so of course, they didn't care. But he still had a business to run. He already regretted letting the little one enter the Conti-stan unknown identity, a bunch of question marks, and a huge appetite. Fine, follow me. I'll have someone make food just for you, he said, feeling weakened. What a start to the day, getting a troublesome guest right off the bat. He should have checked the almanac before setting the date. Meanwhile, after making sure no one was around, Junlin transformed into the little girl's form. Still a slime. It dared not use its icy form in public, fearing it would lose face completely. Walking along, Junlin began to ponder. It had considered directly snatching the exotic beast, but didn't know enough about the local powers. Although it wasn't afraid of anyone below level 50, those above were a mystery, even to the system. Judging by the city's size and prosperity, there were likely ancient beings around level 60. It seemed waiting for someone to buy the beast at auction, and then making a move was the best plan. Although not very honorable, Junlin wasn't bound by human rules. Besides, it wouldn't be the only one trying to snatch the beast. Judging by the chatter and the current state of exotic beasts, a special one would definitely attract attention. Unknowingly, Junlin had walked into an alley. After staring at the wall for a few seconds, it squinted and turned around. A young man approached, followed by a middle-aged man. Mental interference? Or something else? Junlin had been walking on the main street but ended up in a dead-end alley, clearly someone's doing. Although it wasn't particularly guarded, the fact that someone could influence it showed some level of skill. Oh, quite quick on the uptake, huh? Your mental power seems high. Do you know illusions? Or maybe... The young man rested his hands behind his head, a slight smile on his lips, but his eyes lingered on the purple bracelet on Junlin's wrist. Illusions? Junlin was momentarily taken aback, then squinted. It remembered Xinyan also mastered illusions but hadn't used them on it, possibly because they were wary of each other. Clearly, illusions still affected it, especially when it wasn't on guard. Looking at the middle-aged man behind the young one, Junlin initiated a scan. Name: Qianhe. Level: 47 Fusion Realm, Stage 7. Health: 186,001,8600. Strength: 420. Speed: 1,300. Defense: 512. Mental: 300. Seeing the stats, Junlin paused. A speed of 1,300 was the highest it had seen in humans or beasts. With such speed, Qianhe was top tier in the fusion realm, at least a boss-level figure if humans had such classifications. What puzzled Junlin was why he followed the young man so willingly. Noticing Junlin's daze, the young man smirked and said nonchalantly, I've been watching you for a while. A slime with 2 auras. If my mental power wasn't high, I might have missed those details. But I didn't expect such a surprise. You can morph and have human-level intelligence. This usually only appears in high-level beasts. He paused, turning to the middle-aged man behind him, uncertain. Qianhe, are you sure she's not a high-level beast? If she were, the outcome of this encounter would be uncertain. Although just a slime, her mental power was exceptionally high, possibly even mastering illusions. And the unknown beast on her wrist's strength was a mystery. If she were a high-level beast, the beast on her wrist could easily overpower him. Either way, they would be at a disadvantage. The middle-aged man shook his head. Her realm is at most the marrow-cleansing realm. Even though beasts are inherently stronger than humans, a marrow-cleansing realm beast is still within my control. And even if she's disguising as a high-level beast, my speed alone is enough to get you out of here. Upon hearing Uncle Qin's words, the young man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a trace of a relieved smile appearing on his face. He grinned and said, All right then, let's get started. I need him alive. After all, living ones are worth more than dead ones. Junlin lazily stretched his arms, showing no interest in the young man's words. His gaze drifted over the man's shoulder as he nonchalantly asked, What brings you here? A childish voice came from behind. I sensed you were in danger, so I came to check on you. The clone spoke while licking her greasy little hands. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Qianhe broke into a cold sweat. He was stunned. When did this little one appear? He hadn't noticed at all. Just as he was about to make a move, the clone had already darted behind him, lightly jumping onto his shoulders. With greasy little hands gripping Qianhe's head tightly and feet pressing hard against his shoulders, the clone gave a sharp pull upwards. With a rip, the sound of flesh and bone separating was clearly audible. The clone casually tossed aside the head with wide-open eyes and gracefully jumped off Qianhe's now headless corpse. The young man who witnessed all this was completely dumbfounded, collapsing onto the cold ground. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Uncle Qin, who had been so confident moments ago, was now decapitated. And the culprit was that seemingly harmless little girl. How could such a petite figure be so brutal? The clone, unconcerned about the blood staining her clothes, gently licked the blood off her lips. Her gaze shifted from the terrified young man to Junlin as she asked, What should we do with him? Kill him too? Junlin's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course not. I still don't know why he attacked me. He mused, even though I am a mythical beast, I am bonded with the clone. Generally, people wouldn't ignore the clone and attack me directly. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, I am considered a mythical beast with an owner. His gaze fell on the terrified young man on the ground, his tone turning severe. Speak up. Give me a good reason, or your end won't just be losing your head. The young man trembled as he spoke. You can't kill me. If you harm me, my father won't let you off. Junlin frowned. This kid's attitude had changed too drastically. He had been so confident just a moment ago, and now he was this scared. Even if he was afraid of dying, couldn't he show a bit more backbone? However, Junlin's silence made the young man mistakenly think he was scared. The young man's fear lessened slightly, and he slowly stood up, intending to slip away. He planned to make threats once he was safe. But as soon as he turned, he was kicked to the ground. The clone, her cute face still splattered with blood, gave him a mocking smile and said, "Trying to run? You need to answer the question first." The young man swallowed hard, trembling as he asked, "If I tell you, you promise not to kill me?" "You are in no position to negotiate," Junlin said coldly. "As long as you tell me everything you know, I won't kill you and will send you back home in one piece." The clone looked at Junlin, puzzled as to why he would let this kid go. Wouldn't it be easier just to kill him? Junlin simply smiled at the clone, then took out a blue embryo and threw it at Chinha's corpse. The embryo instantly turned into a blue net, enveloping the body entirely. After finishing this, Junlin turned his gaze back to the young man. The young man glanced at the corpse wrapped in the blue net and shivered. Realizing they intended to destroy the evidence, he quickly spoke up. There's a mysterious person collecting low-level mythical beasts. As long as their cultivation isn't above the 30th level of the Yunshin realm, he pays a lot of rare minerals for them. Even though you're just a slime, Uncle Qian said your strength hadn't surpassed the Shisui realm, so I got greedy. If I could take you to him in exchange for rare minerals, it would greatly benefit my family, giving me a good chance to inherit the family head position. That's why He stopped, looking fearfully at Junlin, afraid that saying too much might anger him. Collecting mythical beasts, and those below the 30th level. Junlin murmured to himself. Tilting his head towards the young man, he smiled thoughtfully. Do you know what this person looks like? Though still unsure, Junlin had a pretty good idea of who might be behind this. Someone who needed mythical beasts and was brazenly capturing them. It couldn't be anyone outside the ranking list. Even those on the ranking list wouldn't dare take such risks unless they were at the top. No, I don't, the young man quickly answered. I only know he wears a black robe and is very tall. Although his cultivation isn't high, even Uncle Qian feared him when he revealed his aura. And he has a lot of rare minerals, each worth a fortune. Even families like ours have very few in storage, desperate to save his life. The young man quickly spilled everything he knew. He just wanted to leave this oppressive alley as soon as possible. Low cultivation, high strength. Junlin's lips curled into a slight smile, a knowing look in his eyes. The system's voice suddenly echoed, causing Junlin to pause. With your current strength, how would you fare against the second in the sequence? This involves personal privacy, so it's inconvenient to answer directly. However, the system's voice softened, almost as if whispering. Junlin was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, is there such a possibility? The system did not respond to his confusion, but continued in a low voice. At the moment, facing the second in the sequence alone would result in your defeat. But if you combine forces with 10 of your clones, you might stand a chance to contend with, or even defeat, him. 10 clones with all of your attributes, even without using skills, would be enough to make it difficult for him to secure a victory. Your speed-focused and defense-oriented traits are more suited for guerrilla tactics, disrupting your opponent. The system paused, then continued. However, the chances of killing him are not high. He can fight at high altitudes, while you would be a sitting duck in the air. If he wants to retreat, you won't be able to stop him. Junlin pondered. So, only in close combat on the ground would I have a chance to kill him with the help of my clones? Yes, but not entirely, the system responded. Once the cooldown for the soul link is over, as long as you link with Zi Linlong's attributes, you can dominate anyone except the first in the sequence. Junlin frowned and thought. The soul link still needs quite some time to cool down. Using myself as bait now is too risky. Even with clones, I can't be sure how many tricks he has up his sleeve. The system's suggestion to kill him might be hard to achieve. If things go wrong, I could end up in serious trouble, especially with these powerful families eyeing the rare ores. It seems his strength is far from what it appears on the surface. He finally decided for now, it's best to put this on hold. To hunt him down, I need to be fully prepared, at least until the soul link cooldown is complete. After contemplating for a moment, Junlin raised his head, looking past the young man in front of him. The young man, sensing Junlin's gaze, turned to look behind him as well. Instantly, His pupils contracted, and a look of terror appeared on his face. Because he saw someone who was supposed to be dead. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. Uncle Qian, who had just been beheaded, stood there completely unscathed, as if he had come back to life. He instinctively took a few steps back, his face as pale as a sheet. How is this possible? Uncle Qian was clearly dead. How could he be revived? What kind of dark magic did they use? The boy muttered to himself, his gaze drifting towards the bloody head lying in the distance. Qian He moved his newly regenerated neck, ignoring the boy's terror. He walked straight to Junlin, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head respectfully. My lord. Qian He's words, though brief, instantly pulled the boy back to the harsh reality. The boy then realized that the Uncle Qian before him was no longer the loyal guardian he once knew. He had become a servant to the seemingly harmless young girl. What was even more chilling was that the girl who had just decapitated Uncle Qian didn't appear to be the true master either. Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Looks good. Continue to protect the boy from now on. Remember, stay close to him. If anything happens. Her 5 eyes flashed coldly as she stared directly at the trembling boy on the ground. You can kill him on the spot. The boy felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss upon hearing this. He scrambled to Junlin's feet, his voice shaking. I swear I won't tell anyone. Really? Please don't kill me. Junlin frowned in disgust. If the boy had shown a bit more courage, she wouldn't have minded using a slime embryo to control him. Unfortunately, he was too cowardly, and she didn't want to waste a precious elite embryo on him. All right, as long as you behave, I won't kill you, Junlin said indifferently. I might even make you the head of the Qian family. But remember, you must obey me from now on. She paused before continuing. Your Uncle Qian has decent strength and will likely break through to the next level soon. When that happens, he will be nearly unbeatable in his rank. So, don't try anything foolish. Just then, footsteps echoed from around the alley corner. A man dressed in a patrol uniform approached, curiosity evident on his face. He seemed to have heard someone begging for mercy and suspected a fight had broken out. The patrolman's alarm bells rang as soon as he saw the blood on the ground. When he looked up and saw the familiar severed head, he broke into a cold sweat. That was one of the renowned experts of the Qian family. Few in Qingyang City could rival him. Struggling to suppress his fear, the patrolman tried to remain calm. He kept reminding himself that he worked for the city lord's office, and the other party should not dare to act recklessly. However, when he saw the blood-soaked, silver-haired girl, all his confidence crumbled. The girl looked at him with innocent eyes, but a chilling smile played on her lips. Uncle, you've seen something you shouldn't have, she said softly, her words plunging the patrolman into an icy despair. Forcing a smile, the patrolman stammered, did I walk onto the wrong set? Junlin looked at him with a mocking smile. What do you think? At this moment, Qian He volunteered. My lord, let me handle this. Junlin nodded in agreement, and then left the scene with her doppelganger. Qian He turned to the patrolman and said coldly, clean this place up and keep your mouth shut. While dead men tell no tales, I'd rather not cause unnecessary trouble. The patrolman, trembling, agreed. But his eyes couldn't help but dart to the severed head on the ground. Qian He added icily, erase everything, leave no traces. With that, he took the boy and left the scene. Elsewhere, Junlin carried her doppelganger through the air. The doppelganger grumbled, hey, show some respect. I'm still your incarnation, you know? Junlin retorted irritably, if I weren't worried about being labeled a murderer, I'd have already reabsorbed you. You've embarrassed me enough today. The doppelganger muttered under its breath. You enjoyed it too, didn't you? Noticing Junlin's darkening expression, the doppelganger wisely fell silent. It wanted to stay out a bit longer, and didn't want to be reabsorbed into the main boat's shadow so soon. Soon, Junlin arrived at an inn with her doppelganger. Amidst curious stares, she rented a premium room. Once inside, she locked the door and swiftly stripped the doppelganger's clothes, tossing it into the bathroom. Clean yourself up, Junlin ordered. I want to take a hot bath after you're done. The doppelganger sighed helplessly and began washing the blood off its body. After throwing his clone into the bathroom, Junlin immediately opened the system. A new message flashed on the screen, catching his attention. At this stage, the only people who could message him were Zilinlong and his soul friend, Li Linfeng. Considering the distance between Li Linfeng and Zilinlong, Junlin concluded that the message must be from Zilinlong. Clicking open the message panel, Junlin's brows furrowed slightly. A secret realm? And you found some good stuff? Since acquiring the subsystem, there hadn't been many things that could impress Zilinlong. After a brief hesitation, he decided to click the video chat button. Since she was contacting him at this moment, it implied she was alone, and Junlin felt safe using the system's video function. The screen shifted to a dense jungle. 2 middle-aged men and a young girl were swiftly moving through the trees. Suddenly, the girl stopped, made a few gestures in the air, then turned to the two men behind her and said, "You two go down first. Make sure no one gets close." The men exchanged glances, nodded respectfully, and cautiously left the area. After ensuring no one else was around, the girl initiated the video call. Despite this not being her first time seeing her master, she couldn't help but feel a mix of nervousness and excitement. As the most special of his followers, she didn't need to compete for his favor, but with more followers joining due to the use of embryos, she couldn't help but feel a slight sense of insecurity. "Master, do you have any instructions?" Zillenlong froze when she saw the scene on the other end of the video. She blinked, wondering if she was under some illusion. How did the usually dark and gloomy 9-layer demon cave turn into an ordinary room? And who was the tiny figure on the screen? Why couldn't she see her master's massive form? "Don't be confused. I am Junlin. This is just my mimicked form," Junlin explained with a slight cough. Zillenlong put away her puzzled look, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She hadn't expected her master to look like this in his mimicked form. Did this mean her master was actually quite young and, among the beasts, considered cute? However, recalling his terrifying skeletal form, she doubted there was any cuteness involved. It seemed there was indeed a significant difference in aesthetics between beasts and humans. Calming herself, Zillenlong voiced her curiosity. "Master, have you come out? Did you find the teleportation array of the 9-layer demon cave and successfully teleport out?" "No, I can just temporarily come out and move around," Julin clarified. "So, what did you find in the secret realm?" Judging by her expression, Junlin guessed her haul was quite good. Zillenlong couldn't help but smile at the mention of her gains from the secret realm. Compared to the rare herbs and treasures, the corpses devoured by the slime embryos were the biggest haul. Unfortunately, only those retaining a trace of their original energy could be successfully devoured, leaving many ancient corpses to waste the embryos. "That's a secret," Zillenlong said playfully. "I checked the address you sent. Xiang Town is about 2 days away from Qingyang City. You'll know when I come to pick you up. By the way, I've got news on those special beasts you asked me to investigate. Coincidentally, they are in Qingyang City, held at the Qingyang auction house. According to Li Xiaoka, they were recently captured by a family." Junlin nodded, not too concerned about Zillenlong's findings in the secret realm. "Yeah, I've heard about that. I'm planning to make a move when they leave the city in 2 days." To Junlin, anything that didn't enhance his own power wasn't particularly important. Human secret realms probably only contained equipment, weapons, or herbs useful to humans. Seeing that her master wasn't overly interested in her gains, Zillenlong felt a bit disappointed. If he had asked one more time, she would have shared everything. However, hearing that her master planned to act in 2 days, her heart skipped a beat. "Master, Qingyang City is quite a large city, very close to the capital. If we convert your level, I can't be sure if there are any level 70 existences, but reliable sources confirm there are cultivators above level 60. This auction will definitely attract many above level 50. Although I'm not very familiar with levels above 50, it's a significant threshold. If you encounter someone above level 55, you might escape by drawing on my power. But if you face someone above level 60, escaping will be extremely difficult. Because level 60 involves some spatial powers, even if one cannot fully grasp them, they can still hinder an enemy's movements." Junlin was taken aback by this, his brows furrowing slightly. He knew that level 50 was a significant milestone, but he hadn't expected opponents at level 55 to be so troublesome. The fact that he needed to rely on the properties of the purple scale dragon to have a chance of escape, and even then with low success rates, was concerning. Junlin fell silent, calculating in his mind. Even if he added the purple scale dragon's speed to his own, it would only reach about 6,000. This number kept circling in his head, making him realize the severity of the situation. Seeing this, the purple scale dragon continued to suggest, "So I recommend that you buy it first, master. If someone else gets it before you, your chances of taking it back would be slim. If you purchase it, I can bring people to support you." Hearing the words "buy it," Junlin shot the purple scale dragon a frustrated glance and replied with a hint of helplessness, "If I could afford it, would I need to snatch it? Besides, you coming to get me wouldn't be much help, would it?" This sudden tone of petulance caught the purple scale dragon off guard. She looked at Junlin's adorable face and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Aren't you curious about what I got in the secret realm, master?" Junlin turned his head away, pretending to be indifferent. "Not curious, don't want to know, don't tell me." Despite his words, he felt much more at ease. Knowing the purple scale dragon's personality, she wouldn't promise his safety without being absolutely sure. The purple scale dragon sighed softly. "All right then, I'll transfer 30 million spirit jade to you first. If you see something you like, just buy it." This instantly grabbed Junlin's attention. He stared at the purple scale dragon in surprise, thinking to himself, did this girl strike it rich in the secret realm? However, he chose not to ask further. At that moment, the bathroom door suddenly creaked open. Junlin's clone came out barefoot, shaking its wet silver hair, and flopped onto the large bed behind Junlin. Just as the clone was about to lie comfortably, a voice caught its attention. Huh, who are you chatting with? The clone curiously sat up and leaned closer to Junlin's cheek. A sweet scent mixed with a faint milky fragrance wafted over. Milky fragrance? Junlin was puzzled, thinking, when did I start smelling like milk? I don't recall drinking any milk. On the other side, the purple scale dragon saw the two little faces squished together on the screen and found them incredibly cute. The sight of these two little ones made her want to take them home and raise them. But this thought quickly vanished, as she knew that if her master found out, she could face severe consequences. She carefully observed the two similar-looking little ones in front of her. Except for their hair color, they were almost identical. The purple scale dragon wondered, does the master have siblings? But she chose not to ask and just silently watched them. At this moment, a strong desire surged in her heart. I wish I could be by the master's side right now. Junlin pushed aside the soft face of his doppelganger and turned his gaze to the screen in front of Zillinlong. Let's talk later. See you in 2 days, he said briefly, ending the video chat. With 30 million spirit jades in hand, Junlin felt a wave of comfort wash over him. As the saying goes, when you have no money, you stay home. When you have money, you go out and splurge. But before that, he decided to alleviate his fatigue with a good sleep. After shutting down the communication device, Junlin stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes falling on his shadow. As the shadow grew larger, figures began to emerge from it. Each doppelganger had long silver hair, identical appearances, and 5 eyes fixed on Junlin. Finally, the main body lets us out. One of the doppelgangers cheered. Honestly, I was getting jealous of the fourth always being out. Boring. Don't bother me unless necessary. Another doppelganger, looking cool and aloof, crossed his arms and turned his head away, not even glancing at Junlin. The other doppelgangers each displayed their unique personalities. Junlin's mouth twitched at the sight. It was exactly as he had expected. Each doppelganger had a distinct personality but behaved like children. Given his current age, he figured this was somewhat reasonable. Understanding the drawbacks of their current form, Junlin decided to retract the doppelgangers back into his shadow. For now, they were not suitable to be out. Please don't send me back. It's dark and no fun. One doppelganger struggled as he was being retracted, lunging at Junlin and clinging tightly to his waist. Caught off guard, Junlin fell onto the bed, their silver and blue hair intertwining. His face darkened as he realized that all his doppelgangers acted like children, making it impossible to relax. As morning sunshine filtered through the window, Junlin felt something slippery on his face. Groggily opening his eyes to darkness, he quickly realized what was happening by the faint milky scent near his nose. He pushed the body off his face, glaring at the still sleeping doppelganger. An entire night, Junlin fumed internally. No wonder I felt suffocated while sleeping. One of the doppelgangers had been pressing his abdomen on Junlin's face, holding his head while sleeping. Rubbing his face, Junlin noticed another doppelganger clutching his leg and drooling. He felt an urge to toss the doppelganger off the bed. Stay calm, he told himself, taking a deep breath. In a way, these doppelgangers were part of him, so there was no point in getting angry. Carefully extracting his leg from the doppelganger's grasp, Junlin glanced at the two still asleep and quietly left the room. His blue hair turned silver, cascading to his ankles. Only after making these changes did Junlin step outside. The streets outside the inn were bustling, even more lively than the previous day. Among the crowd were powerful presences, clearly not locals, likely here for the upcoming auction. Auction? Junlin muttered, quickly checking the system for the date. It confirmed he had slept for an entire day and night. Though surprised by how long he had slept, he was relieved not to have missed anything important. Patting his small chest, he let out a sigh of relief. However, his actions quickly attracted attention, especially from newcomers to Qingyang City. Seeing such an adorable child, they were utterly charmed. A young girl in a purple dress approached, squatting down in front of Junlin and lifting her hat to reveal a kind face. Little girl, are you lost? Where's your family? She asked in a sweet, melodic voice. This scene drew the attention of others. When they saw the girl, their eyes widened. She was the saintess of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Known for her stunning beauty and top-10 ranking in the sequence, her favor could bring immense benefits to any individual or family. Initially, people just thought the little girl was cute and wanted to pat her head, but now, they saw an opportunity for connection. Ignoring the chatter around him, Junlin focused on the girl in front of him, her information displayed before his eyes. The girl sensed something odd, looking at the child with curiosity. She felt entirely seen by this mysterious child, whose golden eyes bore clock-like patterns that were more than mere decoration. Your strength, it's impressive, Junlin remarked casually, not giving her time to respond before walking away. Her strength surpassed even the top-ranked individuals in the otherworldly battlefield, yet she was only among the top 10 in her sequence. It seemed that the Tianyun starfield was far more potent than others. The girl's confusion deepened. My strength? She wondered. Was that feeling real? Or is this just someone pretending to be a child? While some powerful individuals could revert to a childlike form, it was rare unless they were particularly eccentric. Standing up, the girl watched Junlin leave. Uncertain of his identity, she hesitated to approach him again. Moreover, she could sense a faint spiritual pressure from him, enough to deter any ill-intentioned men. After some thought, she decided to focus on her task to acquire the special beast. Though she didn't understand why the Holy Master emphasized this, as the Saintess, she had to comply. So far, she had encountered 3 individuals who posed a significant challenge. As Junlin walked away, a young man hidden in the crowd kept a keen eye on his departing figure. The Master's voice echoed in the young man's mind, tinged with gravity. I can sense that she's very strong. Just her physical presence alone exerts immense pressure on me. The young man frowned, and the Master continued to explain. It's quite normal because she isn't human, nor is she a demon beast. She's a shape-shifting exotic beast. Among the younger generation of exotic beasts I've encountered, her strength is unparalleled. Her abilities and talent might even allow her to surpass the legendary Titan beasts. Titan beasts? What are those? The young man asked, puzzled. Though he was surprised to learn that the little girl was an exotic beast, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, many unsealed exotic beasts had integrated into human society. However, he had never heard of Titan beasts before. The Master patiently explained, Titan beasts are the true royalty among exotic beasts. They possess not only colossal bodies but also unmatched power. Even those with emperor-level bloodlines would bow before a Titan beast. Their strength is beyond comprehension, much like the kings of demon beasts compared to the kings of exotic beasts. If a Titan beast were to emerge, not even the combined forces of all races could seal them again. Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but gasp. If such a creature existed, the little girl would indeed be a potential threat to humans and other races alike. Seeing the young man's tense expression, the Master chuckled and reassured him, there's no need to worry too much. Although there's a slight chance she could become a Titan beast, it's just a slim possibility. With the current existing exotic beasts and resources, it's impossible to create a Titan beast. Her talent might allow her to reach a dominant level, but she can't break through the bloodline barrier to become a Titan beast. However, if you use her heart's blood to perfect your technique, your strength would definitely not be inferior to those with emperor-level bloodlines. Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed again. Forget it, Master. She doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. While I'm not a saint, I won't harm a young exotic beast. To others, Junlin might be a coveted exotic beast, but to me, she's just a curious child. Despite her arrogance, she hasn't been disrespectful. The Master nodded appreciatively but warned, don't be deceived by appearances. There's a faint murderous aura around her, which would require killing tens of thousands to accumulate. Her surface isn't what you see. Tens of thousands? The young man was stunned. A small, exotic beast killing tens of thousands, how had she done it? Moreover, he hadn't heard of any city being massacred in recent years. Though he found it hard to believe, he chose to trust his master. After all, his master's cultivation and insight in his past life were unparalleled. As the little girl's figure disappeared, a fierce determination flashed in the young man's eyes. His reluctance to act against her was partly due to her innocent appearance, but knowing she was a murderous exotic beast, he resolved to show no mercy. He was eager to test the strength of this exotic beast that pressured him. With his current level at the peak of the cleansing realm, he needed to continually challenge himself and fight stronger opponents to progress. She seemed like a worthy adversary. Seeing the battle intent in the young man's eyes, the Master interjected, with your current strength, you're no match for her. I'll temporarily possess your body and help you. Though I can't exert much power, it'll be enough to subdue her. The young man was taken aback. He considered himself unmatched among his peers, and his current realm was at the pinnacle of the cleansing realm. Even so, his master said he wasn't her match. Given his master's nature, he rarely intervened in his fights. For his master to step in, it meant the girl had the power to kill him. Yet, according to the master's assessment, her strength was only at the 3rd level of the cleansing realm. This was the first time he faced an opponent who could challenge him across levels. No wonder those geniuses he defeated hated him so much. Sensing his thoughts, the master's voice echoed again. Actually, you could escape with your strength, but causing a commotion here within Qingyang City's jurisdiction isn't wise. Follow her now, and don't let her get too far. At least figure out her range of activities and background. Upon hearing his master's words, the young man couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, realizing that he had indeed been too fixated on winning and losing. For someone who had always had smooth sailing, this failure was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for growth. I understand, Master. I'll go with you, the young man replied, lifting his head with a determined glint in his eyes. Watching Junlin's figure disappear around the corner, the young man paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and then silently melted into the bustling crowd. Meanwhile, at the corner, Junlin suddenly halted. An identical clone of him appeared without a sound, taking his place. The real Junlin had already quietly left, vanishing to the other end of the street. System, tell me, Junlin inquired internally, furrowing his brows. What capabilities does the opponent have that made me use a clone to shake them off? That guy seemed strong, but not particularly dangerous to me. Junlin recalled the earlier scene when he noticed someone watching him from behind. He originally intended to lure the person to a secluded spot and deal with them. However, at the critical moment, the system stopped him, sending out a clone instead, and even dispatched all of his clones to ambush. Such a grand maneuver was a first for him. The system's voice promptly responded, "Ding? Based on my recent calculations and investigations, the opponent appears to be a child of the plane in this world. If the host's main body antagonizes them, it could trigger unforeseen disasters. However, a clone can completely avoid this threat. Moreover, there's a hidden soul within that boy's body. If the opponent takes control of the boy, the host's mimic strength might not be a match." Junlin was taken aback by this and thought to himself, isn't this the typical grandpa in the ring scenario for protagonists? Weighing the pros and cons quickly, he decided not to provoke the opponent further. It wasn't out of fear, but given his current adversaries were the first and second in the sequence, adding another major problem would likely stretch his resources too thin. Just as Junlin was about to recall his clone, the system spoke again. "Ding. One clone indeed won't suffice, but based on my assessment, the soul entity within the boy's body can only exert power slightly above that of the host's clone. 10 clones acting together can suppress him, and with the clone's speed, even if the opponent has hidden abilities, they won't be able to stop the clones from leaving. The host doesn't need to kill him, just implant the slime embryo to monitor him." The system continued to analyze. Even if the host doesn't act, other similar entities, upon realizing the opponent's child of the plane status, will try to approach and negotiate, which would also be detrimental to the host. Rather than waiting for another potential rival, it's better to act first and keep him under control. With the current characteristics of the host's slime embryo, other systems of the same kind will find it hard to detect, so there's no need to worry about exposure. As long as the host doesn't actively trigger the parasitism, there's no concern about being exposed. Junlin fell into deep thought, carefully weighing the system's suggestions. At this moment, elsewhere, the clone led the other party through a maze of twists and turns, finally arriving at a secluded alley. Tall walls flanked the narrow path, and the air was thick with dampness. The clone halted, and the other party stopped as well. The little girl turned around, revealing her white teeth, and asked in a childish voice, "All right, what's your business following me?" The young man was momentarily dazed, staring at the little girl who tilted her head and fixed her gaze on him. He kept reminding himself that she was nothing more than a bloodthirsty beast. Being led here clearly indicated that she intended to eliminate him. He took a deep breath and silently thought, "Master, I'll leave it to you." Knowing he was no match, he decided not to act tough. He was worried that if he got seriously injured, his master's abilities would be greatly diminished. Facing this seemingly cute little girl might become a real struggle. After a silent prayer, the young man suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was as if he had transformed into a different person. His clear eyes no longer showed any naivety. Instead, they exuded a sense of ancient wisdom, like someone who had lived for 1,000 years. Although the clone had already understood the soul within the young man's body, the sudden change in aura still surprised it. The young man's face showed a flicker of astonishment, thinking, "To detect my existence from this alone, I must have underestimated her." For a beast still in its juvenile phase to possess such strength and intelligence is truly daunting. "Sort of," the young man replied calmly, holding a small array diagram between his fingers. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the diagram transformed into a wave of energy, quickly spreading out to form an invisible barrier that enveloped the area. The young man looked intently at Junlin, slightly surprised by her composure but not overthinking it. Although the barrier could block external perception, it wouldn't last long due to limited spiritual energy. He planned to end this quickly but decided to give her a chance to live first. After a brief silence, he spoke. "You have two choices. First, form a master-servant contract with my disciple and offer a drop of your heart's blood, and I will spare you. Second, I will take a drop of your heart's blood myself and kill you, as your talent is already a threat to humanity." He thought that although she was bloodthirsty, she was still in her juvenile phase. If she formed a master-servant contract with his disciple and was properly trained, there might still be hope for her to change. A master-servant contract. The clone's face darkened. Initially, it only intended to teach him a lesson and then feed him the slime embryo, but now it had changed its mind. With a cruel expression, the clone retorted, "Are you sure you can handle me?" "If it's just you, I can," the young man replied unhurriedly, seemingly giving Junlin time to consider. He then released a faint spiritual pressure, trying to intimidate her. Under the pressure, the clone suddenly laughed and pointed behind the young man, saying, "Too bad. I'm not alone." For some reason, a sense of dread gripped the young man. He turned around to see another figure identical to the little girl sitting on the wall ahead, looking at him with a mocking expression. "Hey, who said she was alone?" The clone on the wall spoke. "Old man, I admit you're currently stronger than me, and in an unknown fight, she might not be your match, but she's not alone." As she spoke, this clone tossed the slime embryo in her hand before catching it midair. She then leaped down, struck a cool pose, and snapped her fingers. In the next moment, 8 more identical clones emerged from all sides, surrounding the young man. Seeing 10 identical figures before him, the young man fell silent. He turned to the original little girl, thinking, "For me to be completely unaware, these must all be her clones. If they were ordinary clones, I wouldn't be too concerned, but each of these clones exudes the same powerful aura as the original." The young man began to ponder whether this was a talent or some other ability. If it was a talent, he would have to reassess her threat level. A single overlord-level beast could be disregarded, but 10 of them made for a force that no one could ignore. Taking a deep breath, the young man slowly spoke. "It seems I'm in danger." He questioned whether controlling the young man's body could suppress the beast before him, but only one. Facing 2 would be challenging, 3 would be difficult, and 10 would be nearly impossible. He was already considering retreat. Even with his extensive combat experience as a strong fighter, he couldn't handle being outnumbered like this. Seeing the young man's hesitation, the clone's lips curled into a slight smile as she began analyzing his abilities. Strength 2180, Speed 1148, Defense 780, Spirit 1280. Your overall strength does surpass mine, and adding your martial techniques, we might not even win with all 10 of us. But the question is, do you dare to use them? As she spoke, her eyes grew sharper. She thought that with the young man's physical strength, he couldn't sustain such attributes for long. If he used his techniques, his body would undoubtedly break apart. "Attack him together," the clone ordered, tossing the blue slime embryo in her hand while staring intently at him. She no longer cared about the destined child. She just wanted to feed him the slime embryo first. Upon a command from the clone, the other 9 figures darted towards the young boy like lightning. His pupils contracted as he was taken aback by their unexpected speed. He had assumed these creatures were either defensive or strength-oriented, but their swiftness was astonishing. Relying on his instinctive sense of danger, the boy barely twisted his body to dodge the first wave of attacks. However, the relentless follow-up strikes left him overwhelmed. A heavy punch landed on his abdomen, sending him flying. Before he could even hit the ground, another clone was already waiting behind him, a wicked smile on its face. A vicious kick struck his waist, contorting his face in pain. The boy's body slammed into the wall. Just as he regained his senses, a pale fist came hurtling towards him. In a hurried response, he raised his own fist to meet it. The clash of fists left the boy unmoved, while the clone was forced back several steps. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the boy silently thanked his luck that their strength wasn't overwhelming. But he remained cautious, fully aware that their defense and speed posed the real threat. The punch he had thrown earlier, though not his full strength, still carried 90% of his power, yet it felt like hitting cotton, and he suffered the recoil. The clone shook her numbed arm and smirked. She nodded to the other 9 clones, who immediately understood. Cracking their knuckles, they approached the boy with friendly smiles. Leaning against the corner, the boy's mind raced. Escape was impossible, and using his techniques might cause his body to explode. He noticed that his opponents didn't seem to have lethal intent, as if they were merely playing. The voice of an elder echoed in the boy's consciousness, teaching him the way of survival. Reluctantly, the boy accepted, deciding to endure the humiliation. He ceased his resistance, curling up and bracing himself for a beating. The clones were puzzled by the boy's sudden surrender. One of the cooler clones nudged him with her foot, demanding to know why he had given up. The boy remained silent, fully aware that provoking them now could lead to even worse outcomes. "Take it easy, and remember not to kill him." Hearing this childish voice, the boy couldn't help but shiver and instinctively curled up. Just then, a barrage of punches rained down on him. Despite being somewhat prepared, the intense pain almost made him cry out. The beating continued for a while until the little girls stopped. One of them pretended to wipe off non-existent sweat and exclaimed, "Phew, that was exhausting." One of the clones of Junlin grabbed the boy by the collar and lifted him like a rag doll. She pinched his mouth open with one hand and fished out a blue slime embryo with the other. "Here, eat this," Junlin said, ignoring the boy's resistance as she stuffed the slime embryo into his mouth. When he tried to spit it out, she punched him in the face and threatened, "Swallow it." If you spit it out, I'll beat you until you eat it. The boy reluctantly swallowed, staring at the fierce little girl baring her small fangs at him. Satisfied, the clone of Junlin tossed him aside, clapped her hands and said, "All right, job's done. Let's get out of here." She glanced at the other clones and quickly left. She could feel that the time for the barrier formation was almost up, and if they were discovered, it would be troublesome. As the 10 little girls left one after another, the boy struggled to his feet. To his surprise, his injuries were healing at a visible rate. "Master, what was that thing she made me eat?" the boy asked. At first, he thought it was some kind of parasite or control device, but aside from his body healing rapidly, he felt no other discomfort. The elder examined the boy's body and replied, "I didn't find anything unusual in your body. It seems that blue jelly was just to scare you." With his spiritual power, if there were any real issues with the blue jelly, he would have detected it. "Fortunately, at this rate, you'll be fully healed soon. After the auction, I'll give you a thorough checkup just to be safe. No abnormalities," the boy muttered. If that's the case, then what kind of strange beast was that little one? At least during the fight, he noticed that she didn't seem to be a bloodthirsty creature. Junlin learned that his avatars had completed their tasks, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He didn't rush to recall them, but instead felt their joy. Since he would leave after acquiring the mythical beast, Junlin decided to let his avatars roam freely and planned to assign them new tasks once back in Xiang Town. He stopped in front of a tall building, looking up at the large characters above the entrance. "Tian Kue Auction House," Junlin murmured to himself. "This should be the place." With that, he walked up the steps. However, as he was about to enter, a guard blocked his way. The guard looked Junlin up and down. Although puzzled by the child's bare feet, the attire and demeanor suggested someone of high status. Even as an auction house servant, he didn't want to cause trouble. The guard said politely, "Excuse me, miss. The seats for the auction are fully booked. If you have a reservation, please show it." Junlin was taken aback. "A reservation? The auction hasn't even started yet, and the seats are already booked?" At that moment, a greasy voice came from behind. "Hey there, little girl. So young and already at the auction house? Want uncle to take you inside for some fun?" Junlin turned around to see a middle-aged man with a fat face and lecherous eyes scanning him up and down, as if trying to see through his clothes. Junlin's expression darkened instantly, glaring at the fat pig. The guard wisely stepped aside, knowing that as long as the auction house wasn't threatened, they wouldn't intervene in such matters. The middle-aged man, seeing Junlin's glare, became even more excited. "Yes, yes. That look in your eyes, I haven't seen it in a long time. This trip to Qingyang City was worth it." He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and reached out his fat hand to touch Junlin's silver hair. At the critical moment, a hand firmly grasped the middle-aged man's wrist. A cold voice rang out, "Sir, it's still broad daylight. Isn't this a bit too much?" The speaker was a young man who had just walked over. The middle-aged man's face darkened. "Are you telling me what to do?" "No, just planning to kill you." A voice colder than ice whispered in the middle-aged man's ear. The man named Qianhe stared at him full of killing intent, increasing the pressure on his wrist. In his eyes, anyone who disrespected his master deserved to die. The middle-aged man sneered. "Kill me? You have some nerve. I don't believe anyone in Qingyang City would dare touch me." The young man took a deep breath, as if making a decision. He walked up to the middle-aged man, lightly patting his chubby cheek, and smiled. "Never seen you before. A new face, huh? It's rare to see an outsider so arrogant here." It was the first time in his life that someone dared to slap the middle-aged man's face. He squinted his already small eyes, releasing a powerful aura aimed at crushing the young man. "Little brat, let me teach you how to respect your elders." But just as he was about to strike, he was suppressed by an even more overwhelming aura. Turning his head, he saw it was Qianhe who held his wrist. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be accompanied by a high-level Huajing master. But 3 years ago, I reached the 10th stage of the Huajing realm, level 50. Do you really think a mere high-level Huajing master can deal with me?" Though he couldn't understand why he couldn't break free, he felt confident that in the Huajing realm, only a few geniuses could challenge him. The young man suddenly smiled. "Apologies, this is my Uncle Qian." "Qianhe?" Then he turned to Qianhe. "Uncle Qian, knock him out and bring him back. Do as you see fit." Upon hearing the name Qianhe, the middle-aged man froze. In the Huajing realm, he indeed feared few, but Qianhe of Qingyang City was an exception. Even the imperial city had heard of Qianhe's prowess, marking him as an absolute genius. "Knock me out? I admit you." Before the middle-aged man could finish, Qianhe struck. He clamped his hand onto the man's cheek, kneed him in the stomach, and delivered a chopping blow to his neck. The fat body collapsed instantly. The sudden scene left the onlookers in shock. Some murmured, "What just happened? Didn't that guy claim to be at the 10th stage of the Huajing realm, level 50? How could he not withstand a single blow from Chinha? Has Chinha become that powerful? Meanwhile, a young man in disguise quietly slipped to the back of the crowd and whispered, "Master, just how strong is Chinha?" After arriving in Qingyang City, he had heard of Chinha's reputation, but only now understood his terrifying strength. Defeating an enemy 2 minor realms above him so effortlessly was indeed alarming. At his current level, such ease was impossible. Even an ordinary second-stage transcendent could contend with him, his master replied. A genius like him, even in our era, would be among the top. I wonder why he follows a young man whose strength is, at best, first-rate. His master's gaze shifted to the little girl nearby. If you could obtain a drop of that girl's heart blood and use the technique I taught you, you could crush him at the same level. Hearing this, the young man's face darkened. Master, let's focus on the bigger picture. I don't want to die young. Ahem, just a joke. His master coughed lightly. I know we're not her match for now, but that might change in the future. To be honest, even he was tempted by the girl's bloodline. If he had integrated her heart blood while cultivating his technique back then, he wouldn't have perished sealing the mythical beast. Hey Ling Feng, you're here too. A clear voice suddenly sounded from behind, causing Ling Feng's heart to skip a beat. He quickly turned around to see a young girl wearing a bamboo hat standing behind him. Her large, curious eyes sparkled through the gaps in the hat. Ling Feng immediately recognized her and couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. Why do I run into you everywhere? Ling Feng asked, slightly annoyed. The girl tilted her head, removing the bamboo hat to reveal a delicate face. She touched her cheek in confusion. Everywhere? Do I seem that old to you? Ling Feng's mouth twitched slightly, wondering if she was genuinely clueless or just playing dumb. But he didn't pursue the topic further, as the girl's attention had already shifted to the entrance of the Tiankue auction house. I saw you staring at her just now, the girl said, pointing to a little girl at the entrance. Isn't she adorable? Honestly, I feel like taking her home. Ling Feng mentally scoffed. Take her home? If you knew that she's actually a violent beast in disguise, you might reconsider. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now, Ling Feng said, turning to leave. He had no intention of encountering that little girl and risking another beating. Wait! The girl quickly reached out to stop him. There is something. I need a partner for this auction, she quickly explained. You know how chaotic it is with all the different factions. Whoever buys that beast will definitely get robbed once they leave Qingyang City. I want to team up with you. With our combined strength, even Zi Yuan from the Z family wouldn't be a problem. Ling Feng looked at the naive girl and sighed. You've got the wrong guy. Look at me, no strength, no background. If things go south, I'll be the first to run. And crossing those factions would mean sleepless nights for me. The girl, full of confidence, replied, Don't worry. If the elders get involved, our Yaoguang sanctuary isn't to be trifled with. I'm more worried they won't step in. If they do, there's nothing to worry about. Ling Feng was about to refuse when his master's aged voice echoed in his mind. Disciple, don't be hasty. Think about it, if you get something valuable at this auction, you won't be able to fend off all those factions. But if you ally with this girl, the influence of Yaoguang's sanctuary will deter the ill-intentioned. After considering his master's advice, Ling Feng thought for a moment and then said, I suppose we could cooperate. But what's in it for me? The girl's eyes lit up at his agreement. In a month, it will be the full moon at Yaoguang Sanctuary's heavenly pool. Soaking in it for an hour can stabilize your foundation and even lead to enlightenment. I see you're stuck at the 30th level of the purification stage. I can invite you to our sanctuary's arena battle. If an outsider invited by us places in the top 3, they can enjoy the heavenly pool's benefits. With your strength, even our sanctuary's holy sun might not be able to beat you. So you're sure to make the top 3. Ling Feng muttered under his breath. The heavenly pool. He was already tempted, despite the risks. He had heard about Yaoguang Sanctuary's heavenly pool and its power to attract talents from outside, ensuring the sanctuary's enduring strength. Your offer is hard to refuse, Ling Feng said. But first, let's leave here for a bit. And be careful of that little girl. She's not as simple as she looks, Ling Feng thought. Since she's at the Tiankue auction house, she's probably after the beast too. But he doubted she had the funds to compete with Yaoguang's sanctuary. Hopefully, she doesn't have other powerful beasts backing her. The girl glanced at the little girl at the auction house entrance, feeling a bit suspicious. Despite her harmless appearance, the girl chose to trust Ling Feng's judgment and followed him away from the scene. After Chinha dragged the unconscious middle-aged man away, the young boy finally turned to look at Junlin. Junlin didn't ask him to leave. After all, she still needed his identity to enter the auction. So, why are you here? Junlin asked. She already had an idea, but she wanted to hear his explanation. It seemed too much of a coincidence that he arrived just after she did. The boy was prepared and responded respectfully. I assumed you came here for the auction, so I reserved 2 private rooms. When I heard you had left the inn, I hurried over to wait for you. I didn't expect you to arrive before me, Miss Junlin. So, you investigated my identity, Junlin said calmly. At her words, a bead of cold sweat appeared on the boy's forehead. He knew that a wrong answer could lead to the same fate as Uncle Qian. No, I didn't, he quickly explained. I just thought you might not be familiar with the rules of the Tiankue auction house, so I took the liberty of finding out where you were staying to arrange a room for you. Seeing his anxious expression, Junlin smiled slightly. Since you seem sincere, I won't hold it against you. With that, she stepped into the auction house. The boy hurried to follow, and the guards wisely didn't stop them. For people of their status, the reserved room information was already well known to avoid unnecessary conflicts. They hadn't expected the little girl to have such a significant background, enough to make Qianji of Qingyang City show such fear. At this moment, the onlookers and most players were filled with curiosity about the identity of this young girl. In Qingyang City, besides the city lord, the Qian family held unrivaled power. As the young master of the Qian family, Qianji's status was unquestionable. This girl must have an extraordinary background, possibly a little princess from the capital. Although Qingyang City was significant, no other city could make Qianji show such respect. By the way, look into that man's family and power background, and when the opportunity arises, eliminate them, Junlin said in a calm voice, though a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. The image of the obese man was utterly repulsive to her. If it weren't for the consequences of killing someone in broad daylight, she would have torn him to pieces on the spot. Qianji, standing behind her, felt his heart skip a beat. This seemingly delicate and cute girl had just uttered the most ruthless words in the softest voice. He had no doubt about Junlin's capabilities. After all, even a formidable figure like Uncle Qian was completely under her control. Who knew how many other experts she commanded? And in Qingyang City, how many people secretly pledged their loyalty to her? Understood, Miss Junlin, Qianji replied quietly, feeling a pang of pity for the obese man. Even if Junlin couldn't immediately dismantle his power, with her talent, it was only a matter of time. He just hoped that following Junlin was the right decision. Soon, Qianji led Junlin to their reserved private room. Located on the 4th floor of the auction house, the room offered an excellent view, allowing them to clearly overlook the display stage and seating area below. As soon as Junlin entered the room, she collapsed onto a lounge chair and casually grabbed some fruit from the table to snack on. Qianji tactfully exited the room, leaving Junlin alone. Junlin picked up the auction catalog from the table and started flipping through it. Such detailed catalogs were evidently a privilege for private room guests. She quickly found the page introducing the special beast. Seeing the picture, Junlin paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. A Zifeng? No wonder it attracted so many people, she muttered to herself. In Blue Star mythology, both Feng and Huang were considered divine beasts. Even in this world, a Zifeng was at least a quasi-boss level beast, capable of easily crushing same-level BOS steer monsters. Too bad it's only level 9, Junlin remarked with a hint of regret. If it reached level 20, it could definitely evolve into a BOS steer beast, and perhaps even secure a spot on the beast rankings. She speculated that this Zifeng might have been born in a human town, which led to its low strength. Closing the catalog, Junlin continued enjoying the fruit, contemplating her next move. If the Zifeng had any talents or skills worth devouring, she wouldn't hesitate to act. If not, making it a subordinate was also a good option. However, compared to this low-level Zifeng, Junlin was more interested in the skeleton at the entrance of the 4th layer of the 90-year demon cavern. As Junlin pondered, a knock suddenly came at the door. "Come in," she said without looking up. With her keen senses, she already knew who was outside. Qianji entered, quickly approaching Junlin and bowing. "Miss Junlin, I have the information you asked for. That man is from the Liang family in the capital. He relies on his family's power and has a penchant for keeping young girls. He came here to buy that beast to please the youngest daughter of the Z family. His family is no less powerful than the Z family." Hearing this, a hint of apprehension flashed in Qianji's eyes. Even if the man wasn't highly valued within his family, the Liang family was still a formidable force comparable to the Z family. Killing him rashly would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from his family. Noticing Qianji's concern, Junlin spoke directly. "Later, throw him outside the city. I'll have someone else take care of it. As long as you don't do it personally, it should be fine. My avatars are idle outside anyway. Might as well give them something to do." Relieved by Junlin's words, Qianji let out a sigh of relief. He was grateful that Uncle Qian, despite being Junlin's subordinate, still maintained a meticulous mindset, weighing the pros and cons before making decisions. "Thank you, Miss Junlin. I'll handle the rest," Qianji said, bowing as he exited the room. Being with this young girl always made him feel immense pressure. If he didn't know her true identity and methods, he wouldn't be so tense. After the door closed, Junlin thoughtfully tapped her chin. "Comparable to the Z family? Huh? It seems I can't completely eradicate them for now." However, one thing made her smile. He likes keeping young girls and came here for the Z family's youngest daughter. If the Z family doesn't act, that would be strange. Maybe there are Z family members in this auction house. Who could it be? Junlin closed her eyes, sensing the auras around her, a slight smile forming on her lips. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. The auction house was packed, buzzing with chatter. Suddenly, the roof slowly opened, revealing a circular skylight. Sunlight streamed through, perfectly illuminating the auction stage below. The dim surroundings highlighted the bright center, making everything on the stage clearly visible. A middle-aged man stepped onto the stage, surveying the crowd before speaking in a deep voice. Silence. His voice was loud yet carried a hint of warmth. Junlin awoke from her nap to see two young women carrying trays onto the stage. The middle-aged man continued, I know you all have been waiting eagerly, so let's not waste any time. The first item up for auction is an egg, a bird's egg. Our experts have determined that this egg belongs to a quasi-emperor level fierce eagle. Listening to the lengthy explanation, Junlin quickly lost interest. Quasi-emperor level, at best, meant quasi-boss tier. While beasts were another matter, a mere monster egg held no appeal for her. Although she hadn't thoroughly read the entire auction catalog, a quick glance revealed nothing particularly captivating. Junlin decided to get straight to the point and secure that beast first. The auction was in full swing, with items on the stage constantly changing hands, though most only caught the interest of the lower-tier factions. The big shots in the private room sat quietly, a hint of disdain in their eyes. To them, while the auction items were decent, they were far from captivating. Their true objective was singular the legendary beast. As another item was sold, the middle-aged auctioneer pressed a hidden button and slowly descended from the stage. He cast his gaze toward the display area, causing everyone to hold their breath. The floor of the display area folded and retracted like a mechanism, revealing a bottomless square pit. A deafening roar erupted from the pit, filled with rage and unwillingness. Everyone instinctively covered their ears, eyes wide with terror. A massive cage slowly rose from the pit, containing an enormous creature, the Zifeng. Junlin's attention was immediately drawn, his fatigue vanishing. He stared intently at the Zifeng in the cage, silently marveling. No wonder even the great families failed multiple times. This beast is truly extraordinary. He quickly used his probing skill. Species, Zifeng. Code, Z. Level, 9. Length, 13 meters. HP, 140,002,7000. MP, 62006200. Strength, 64. Speed, 100. Flight speed, 140. Defense, 50. Spirit, 310. Status, severely injured. Skills, unavailable. Passive skills, unavailable. Talents, unavailable. Junlin frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. Once again, he couldn't access the full attributes, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Without knowing the beast's talents and skills, he was missing a crucial card. He pondered whether he could extract some information from the Zifeng. The auctioneer raised his hand, instantly suppressing the violent aura emanating from the Zifeng. He scanned the room and said in a deep voice, Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is the reason for your visit. I can assure you, as long as you're within Qingyang City, this beast is absolutely safe. But once you leave the city, its safety depends on your abilities. These words were clearly well considered, giving hope to the lower-tier factions without offending the dominant powers. The audience buzzed with excitement, their eyes gleaming. They finally had a chance to act without the Overlord's shadow. However, Junlin was displeased by this turn of events. He had hoped to save some money, but now that seemed impossible. He cursed the auctioneer inwardly and decided to take the Zifeng by force later. The auctioneer inexplicably shivered, but quickly dismissed the feeling. With the status of the Tiankue auction house, they didn't need to worry about the thoughts of these juniors. Let's start the bidding at 100,000 spirit jades, the auctioneer announced loudly, barely able to conceal his excitement. This auction might set a new record in Qingyang City's history. Bids came flooding in. 120,000, 160,000, 400,000, 1 million. Amidst the heated bidding, a calm voice suddenly rang out, 10 million. The room fell silent instantly, all eyes turning to the source of the voice, Junlin. Junlin silently thanked his luck for not rushing to ask Zillenlong for more money. He had expected the starting bid to be at least 1 million, but it had only just reached that amount. It seemed the 30 million spirit jades he had might be more than enough. Damn it, whose brat is this? If you can't bid properly, just don't. The auction hall suddenly erupted in chaos. With a sharp curse, the dissatisfaction among the crowd spread like wildfire. More and more people joined in the cursing, their anger rising. The voice clearly came from a child. Everyone present couldn't help but wonder. How could a child be at an auction? It was simply unbelievable. The auctioneer frowned, his gaze directed towards the booth where the voice had come from. Letting a child participate in bidding was indeed inappropriate, but he didn't interfere too much. At this auction, If you dared to bid, you had to be prepared to pay. If anyone tried to pull a fast one, the auction had its own ways of dealing with it. Meanwhile, in a concealed booth, Jun Lin nonchalantly cleaned his ears and whispered to the system, "System, have you finished drawing the faces of those who cursed me? Make sure not to miss a single one. Ding. Rest assured, host. The system's AI drawing function will ensure none of them escape." The system quickly responded. Jun Lin nodded in satisfaction. Good. A wicked smile appeared on his youthful face. He thought to himself, keep cursing. Soon, you won't be able to say another word. Dare to insult my ancestors? I'll send you down to meet them. The cursing continued for a long time until a calm voice broke through the noise. 11 million. Though the crowd was still angry, the higher bid forced them to hold back their rage. They couldn't help but feel frustrated, thinking they might have secured it at a lower price if not for the meddling kid. Many silently vowed, I better not find out whose brat this is or else. Just then, a clear child's voice rang out again. 20 million. Are you kidding me? They actually dared, someone muttered under their breath. 20 million might not be much for a dominant power, but it far exceeded the actual value of the exotic beast. Unlike demonic beasts, the chances of taming an exotic beast were almost zero. Without special means, buying it would be a waste of money. In another booth, a young man gracefully set down his teacup and calmly instructed, keep an eye on the opposite booth. See if she shows any signs of leaving the city. 20 million was indeed not worth it anymore. This wasn't ordinary gold coins, but precious spirit jade. 20 million spirit jade could nurture a medium-sized power. At this moment, Jun Lin was quietly calculating, feeling a bit smug. His disguised appearance had successfully fooled everyone. After waiting for over 10 seconds and seeing no one else bidding, the auctioneer finally struck the gavel. 20 million spirit jades, sold, he announced, his voice brimming with excitement. This price had far exceeded expectations. Normally, selling this beast for 10 million would already be impressive. 20 million not only broke the historical record of Qingyang City, but also left everyone present gasping in astonishment. However, the auctioneer felt a bit uneasy. His gaze fell on the small figure, wondering privately, where would a child get so much money? Although defaulters could be punished, the beast would face the risk of being unsold again. This would mean the auction house would have to bear the costs of feeding and maintaining this massive creature, which was no small expense. And who knew when the next auction would be? After handing over the duties to another auctioneer, the middle-aged man hurried towards Jun Lin's private room. His steps were swift. Only by confirming the transaction could the weight on his heart be lifted. Meanwhile, Jun Lin had already leapt from his lounge chair and was striding towards the door. The moment the auctioneer struck the final gavel, he had instructed the system to prepare a gold card loaded with spirit jades. This type of gold card was a high-end tool for storing spirit jades, with a limit of up to 1 billion. Usually, only high-ranking members of dominant forces could possess such a card. Merely having the system create this gold card had cost him 10,000 spirit jades, a testament to its value. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jun Lin's mind, Ding, please, host, do not slander me. While I might take small advantages in our personal dealings, these prices are set by the main system, and I have no control over them. Besides, what the system sells is more affordable than what's outside. If you don't believe me, you can ask any local here. Jun Lin was momentarily stunned, his face darkening. He had suspected it before, but now it seemed clear that the system had indeed taken advantage of him. However, he quickly regained his composure as the door was knocked. Come in, Jun Lin said, his voice as calm as ever. The middle-aged auctioneer entered, his eyes immediately drawn to the gold card in Jun Lin's hand. His worries vanished instantly, replaced by a broad smile. Here, just deduct the 20 million, Jun Lin said nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial amount. Miss, I'll handle it right away. The middle-aged man replied respectfully, taking the gold card with both hands and hurriedly leaving the room. On his way out, the auctioneer was deeply shaken. The gold card symbolized supreme status. Even the heirs of dominant forces usually only had silver cards. To possess a gold card, just how noble was this young lady? Could she be the newly born princess of Tianyun Kingdom? After all, only Tianyun Kingdom in the entire Tianyun starfield could afford such luxury. Considering her adorable appearance, it seemed reasonable that she would be so cherished. About a minute later, the middle-aged man returned to Jun Lin's room. He handed back the gold card with both hands and also presented a black gold card. Jun Lin took the gold card but looked puzzled at the black gold card. What is this? He asked. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time he had heard someone refer to this prestigious card as this thing. Patiently, he explained, Miss, this is the highest level membership card of our Tiankuei auction house. With this card, you can enjoy the highest standard of private rooms in any of our auction houses across cities without needing a reservation. Each branch of Tiankuei auction house has only one such card, and opportunities to gift it are exceedingly rare. After hearing the explanation, Junlin's eyes lit up, and he accepted the black gold card without hesitation. This kind of no-reservation privilege would indeed be convenient, he thought, and might come in handy someday. All right, take me to see the beast, Junlin said, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Yes, miss, please follow me, the middle-aged man replied respectfully, leading Junlin out of the room. About 2 minutes later, they arrived at a spacious basement. The warm glow of embedded luminescent stones lit the space as brightly as daylight. In the center of the basement, a specially made iron cage held the massive purple phoenix. Upon seeing the auctioneer, the purple phoenix became enraged, letting out a deafening screech. But it quickly calmed down with a gesture from the auctioneer. Junlin carefully examined the purple phoenix again, a faint smile on his face. He turned to the middle-aged man and said, "You can leave now. I want to observe the beast alone. Oh, and please deliver these portraits to Qianji. He'll know what to do with them." Taking the stack of portraits from Junlin, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched slightly. Although he didn't recognize most of the people in the portraits, he vividly remembered the person on the first one. That man was the first to hurl insults, and his language was so crude that it had made even the auctioneer want to slap him. Just moments ago, Junlin had admired the temperament of the person in front of her, but she hadn't anticipated that they were already prepared. She scanned her surroundings thoughtfully. If these people were not locals of Qingyang City, it would be fine. But if they were, and they lacked any significant backing, their situation could become quite perilous. The middle-aged man respectfully said, "Miss, please be careful and don't get too close. Although this beast is under control, its bloodline is of the highest tier, and its strength is far more formidable than it appears." "I know," Junlin replied nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively as she walked straight toward the beast confined in the iron cage. The middle-aged man sighed but didn't show much concern. He thought to himself, if a young girl can easily produce 20 million spirit jades, it's hard to believe she wouldn't have some decent protection on her. Once the middle-aged man had left, Junlin finally looked up, staring directly at the purple phoenix caged before her. She murmured softly, "Tell me, if I were to devour you, would it grant me a different kind of evolution?" Upon hearing this, the phoenix's eyes narrowed in disbelief, staring intently at Junlin. Moments later, its eyes ignited with a raging fire. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the phoenix's mouth. This was no longer the call of a bird, but the furious howl of a beast. The purple phoenix slowly stood up, its massive purple wings unfurling as its gaze burned with ferocity. Junlin merely glanced at it indifferently, then released an even more violent aura, instantly subduing the phoenix to the ground. She spoke coldly, "Don't try to resist. Now that I've bought you, you are my property. Compared to being tamed by those humans, being devoured by me should be considered a release." Roar! "You! Damn you!" The phoenix continued to struggle. Junlin raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, prying open the cage and pressing her foot down on the phoenix's head. Feeling the heavy pressure on its head, the phoenix finally remembered to check Junlin's information. When it saw her details, its eyes filled with terror. Aside from the glaring, third in sequence, everything else was marked with question marks. The phoenix's mind raced. It knew about the sequence rankings. It even had a chance to be listed on this leaderboard, according to the system's evaluation. But it had never imagined that this seemingly weak human in front of it was ranked third, signifying that her strength was enough to place her in the top 3 among all the beasts. The phoenix realized in despair that, even with its proud speed advantage, there was absolutely no way to escape from her clutches. It was engulfed in deep fear, unable to move. Zifeng's face showed a trace of a bitter smile. Ever since it arrived in this world, it had been relentlessly hunted by humans, forced to hide and flee constantly. Even hunting other magical beasts had become a luxury, as any action would expose its location and attract endless pursuit. If it hadn't been underestimated by humans and managed to counterattack during its escape, it wouldn't have reached the 9th level. Junlin watched Zifeng for a long time before finally lifting his small foot off its body. His youthful, clear voice rang out, "Not bad." This unexpected response made Zifeng momentarily think it was imagining things. Looking at Junlin's small, adorable face, a glimmer of hope reignited in Zifeng's eyes. Facing humans, it might barely survive, but against powerful kin, it had long given up hope of survival. However, Junlin's words seemed to open a new door for it. "What do you need me to do?" Zifeng asked cautiously. It understood that the other party must have some motive for sparing it, perhaps wanting it to submit or seeking something from it. Nonetheless, compared to falling into human hands and being tamed, it would rather survive under a fellow magical beast's dominion. After all, having been human in a previous life, it was well aware of human methods and its likely fate. Junlin thoughtfully stroked his chin and slowly opened his other 3 eyes. One of the eyes turned from red to blue, with a faint reflection of an ice dragon exuding cold air deep within the pupil. He realized that this eye seemed to have gained the innate ability of the frost dragon frost breath. Any creature locked by this eye would experience significantly slowed healing, stamina, and spiritual power recovery, rendering them almost ineffective. Junlin's gaze fell on Zifeng as he calculated in his mind. If he could let Zifeng reside in his eye like the frost dragon, could he then acquire its innate abilities? Even if Zifeng currently lacked special abilities, as a magical beast with great potential, the likelihood of future awakenings was high. Bringing his thoughts back, Junlin asked the system internally, "System, I've always wanted to ask, why are my creations parasitizing in my eyes? Can other eyes also host creatures?" The system responded, "Does the host not know? The evil spirit eye is an innate eye, containing an innate space. Any creature that has a binding relationship with the host, or can be fully controlled can enter the evil spirit eye." The frost dragon was able to enter other eyes because the mirror beast you devoured replicated the evil spirit eye's characteristics. All 5 eyes can host 1 creature each, and in return, your eyes will automatically acquire the creature's innate ability. However, each eye can only copy 1 ability, except for the true evil spirit eye, which has no such limitation. After hearing the system's explanation, Junlin was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the evil spirit eye to be this powerful. This discovery excited him, and his mind began to race with ideas on how to utilize this ability. Oh! Junlin suddenly realized that the host was not a native of this world, and was understandably unaware of the evil spirit eye's properties. After all, even the locals who knew about it were few and far between. Probably only those ancient beings who survived the sealing of the mythical beasts might have some knowledge about it. This made Junlin think of the Ziyu family, who coveted the evil spirit eye of his kin. He speculated that they might have obtained some information from a relic, so on the surface, it seemed like they were trying to take Zillenlong's eye to compete for the top sequence. In reality, they had ulterior motives. Based on the strength Junlin detected at the auction, that person was already capable of claiming the top spot among the younger generation in the Tianyun Star region. Ziyuan, huh? Junlin muttered to himself, surprised by the opponent's attributes and strength. However, it was a pity that the opponent practiced ice-based techniques. Upon learning this, Junlin lost further interest. After all, as long as there was ice and cold, he could gain a bunch of advantages. The power of the ice abyss form lay in extremely cold environments. After sorting out all the information, Junlin breathed a sigh of relief. He decided to let Zifeng host the evil spirit eye, as no one was more suitable than him. At that moment, Zifeng was still mesmerized by Junlin's 5 peculiar eyes. Reflected in his pupils were images of an ice dragon and clock-like eyes. Zifeng couldn't help but wonder what kind of mythical beast could have such unique eyes. He was curious about Junlin's true form but couldn't investigate due to the vast difference in their levels. As Zifeng was lost in thought, Junlin's appearance subtly changed. His originally silver hair shortened to knee-length and gradually turned ice blue. Before Zifeng could react, Junlin used his hand as a blade and decisively cut off half of his arm. Zifeng watched in shock as blue liquid oozed from Junlin's wound, writhing and regenerating a new arm in just a moment. What surprised him even more was that Junlin handed the severed arm to him. "Here, eat it," Junlin said calmly. Zifeng stood there stunned, unsure of how to respond. Junlin scrutinized the purple phoenix before him, contemplating a more reliable plan. Instead of embryo parasitism, he decided on a more direct approach, injecting a part of himself into the phoenix. This method would not only avoid potential system interference with the slime embryo, but also enhance the parasitic capability. Muttering to himself, Junlin planned his next move. Parasitism is just a temporary safeguard. The real goal is to turn it completely into my minion. He resolved to stockpile more embryos quickly, hoping to create even a BOS-level entity. The purple phoenix looked at Junlin in confusion and asked uncertainly, "Is this for me to eat?" It was filled with bewilderment, unable to grasp the true intention behind Junlin's self-mutilation, and astonished by his regenerative abilities. "Yes, it's for you," Junlin replied. Snapping back to reality and without hesitation, he tossed half of his arm towards the phoenix. Instinctively, the phoenix opened its mouth, and the severed arm transformed into blue liquid, swiftly seeping into its body. The phoenix felt a unique energy taking root inside, connecting to its vital organs. It now understood Junlin's true purpose and realized its life was in his hands. Despite the reluctance to become a subordinate, survival left the phoenix with no choice. Junlin pointed to the sinister eye on his forehead and commanded succinctly, "Enter." The phoenix was stunned, looking at its massive body and then at the intricate eye on Junlin's forehead, utterly perplexed about how to comply. Junlin offered no further explanation, effortlessly tearing apart the iron cage, restraining the phoenix as if it were made of paper. He then leapt back, putting some distance between himself and the phoenix. Taking a deep breath, the phoenix, unsure of how to enter the eye, spread its wings and charged at Junlin. silently praying it wouldn't be punished for knocking him over. To its surprise, as it approached Junlin, the phoenix suddenly transformed into a streak of light and instantly entered the sinister eye. Junlin exhaled in relief, thankful his hypothesis was correct. As Junlin pondered how to replicate the phoenix's abilities, the sinister eye suddenly emitted a powerful suction, rapidly draining his spiritual energy. In mere seconds, nearly half of Junlin's energy was depleted. The system quickly detected the anomaly and established a barrier to isolate the disturbance. Although the system understood the basic information about the sinister eye, it wasn't fully aware of its operational specifics. It hadn't anticipated the eye's domineering nature. Without timely replenishment, Junlin risked being drained dry, potentially interrupting the replication process. Ding. Host's spiritual energy is nearing depletion. The sinister eye's evolution requires a vast amount of energy. Would the host like to pay for energy replenishment? The system promptly alerted. Gritting his teeth, Junlin responded, activate. Compared to money, successfully replicating the phoenix's abilities was paramount. He knew that his own power alone couldn't complete this replication. Upon his confirmation, a surge of pure spiritual energy rushed into Junlin's body, quickly replenishing the drained energy. Meanwhile, the sinister eye on his forehead began to change. The crimson pupil gradually lightened, blending with purplish-red hues, and a striking violet-red phoenix pattern emerged within the pupil, then started to split. From the tail of the phoenix, 9 blood-red diamond patterns emerged, evenly distributed around the pupil in his eye. Upon closer inspection, these diamonds were slowly rotating around the pupil, resembling a mysterious magic circle. Supported by the system's abundant spiritual power, the replication process of the demonic eye was unexpectedly swift, completing this evolution in just a few dozen minutes. Once everything calmed down, Junlin attempted to sense the new properties of the demonic eye on his forehead. However, after a few seconds, he didn't detect any changes or the chilling effect that the other eye possessed. He blinked lightly, and the demonic eye on his forehead returned to its previous state, while his appearance shifted into the ice abyss form. System, display the panel, Junlin commanded. As soon as he spoke, a blue, semi-transparent panel appeared in front of him, detailing his various attributes. Host, Junlin. Form, ice abyss mimicry. Health points, 405002, 405002. Mana points, 8400. Strength, 590. Speed, 2730. Defense, 1911. Spirit, 420. Passive skills, Bone Shatter, Ice Rush. Talents, Soul Link speed scale not activated. Devour, Poison immunity. Demonic eye skills developed. 1. Detect enemy weaknesses. 2. Phoenix Rebirth Eye. Retains a life seed upon death. If sufficient fire elemental energy is present, rebirth will occur. If not, it will continuously absorb surrounding fire elemental spiritual power until the requirement is met for rebirth. Each rebirth elevates the life force. Remaining rebirths. 9. Special talent, Chrono Emperor. Seeing the effects of the Phoenix Rebirth Eye, Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought. It seems Zifeng still held back. He then analyzed why Zifeng didn't dare to commit suicide for rebirth. Firstly, this place wasn't abundant in fire elements. Secondly, in front of humans, even in death, its body wouldn't remain. Humans are well aware that a phoenix possesses the rebirth talent. And in front of Junlin, death only meant being devoured. Thus, despite having such a powerful talent, Zifeng was constantly restricted. Junlin realized that this limitation applied to him as well. But undeniably, this was a powerful talent. As long as the enemy couldn't annihilate him completely, he had 9 chances to revive and grow stronger. More importantly, he possessed other forms. As long as not all forms perished simultaneously, he could find a volcano, burrow in, and slowly recover. After handling the matters in the basement, Junlin pushed open the door and stepped out. His gaze fell on the middle-aged man standing outside, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "What are you doing here?" Junlin asked, squinting. The middle-aged man coughed lightly and explained. "I saw you were in there for a long time and was worried you might be in danger. I was about to check on you when you came out." His tone was sincere. Spending so much time alone with a mythical beast. If something went wrong and those behind it came looking, I couldn't just stand by. Junlin scrutinized the man's eyes and sensed he wasn't lying. However, he didn't offer further explanation and silently walked away. At this point, Junlin had already obtained the purple phoenix and lost interest in the remaining items at the Tiankue auction. Besides, he only had a few 100,000 spirit jades left. The rest had been used by the system to replenish his spiritual power. Seeing Junlin about to leave, the middle-aged man kindly reminded him, "A lot of people are watching you. I wouldn't suggest leaving the city right now." Junlin paused, turned, and replied, "I know, but so what?" Watching the expressionless young girl, the The middle-aged man couldn't help but marvel at the energy seemingly contained within her small frame. He observed Junlin's departing figure and finally sighed helplessly. After leaving the auction, Junlin quickly returned to the inn. He opened the system and clicked on the avatar of Zillenlong. Soon, the system connected to her screen. Master, has the auction ended? Zillenlong asked, surprised to see Junlin's room in the background. I left after buying the mythical beast, Junlin briefly explained. By the way, where are you now? I'm planning to leave the city. I'm already waiting outside the city. You can leave anytime, Master, Zillenlong replied. She had initially planned to enter the city to find Junlin but decided to wait outside, thinking he might want to explore the city. After ending the call with Zillenlong, Junlin walked to the window and glanced at the bustling crowd below, a slight smile forming on his lips. He then summoned all his clones, ready to assign tasks. I have a task for one of you. Who wants to take it? Junlin asked. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 clones shook their heads rapidly, resembling rattles. This scene irritated Junlin, who thought these clones ran fast when playing but shirked tasks. He considered whether to wait until his main body matured, or their minds developed before reshaping them. Finally, Junlin's gaze settled on the last clone. He was relieved that at least one hadn't refused, planning to focus on cultivating this clone and putting it in charge of the others. Following Junlin's gaze, the other clones all looked at the 4th clone, who was wolfing down food. He's so dumb. All he does is eat, someone muttered quietly. Why are you all looking at me? The 4th clone felt uneasy under their stares and looked at Junlin, suddenly worried they might want to take his food. He quickly hid the food behind him, eyes fixed on Junlin, ready to defend his meal. Junlin sighed. I take back what I said, but then he thought, perhaps being naive would make him easier to persuade. Junlin walked over to the 4th clone and placed a hand on his shoulder. The unexpected gesture made the 4th clone shiver, and he hurriedly stuffed all the food into his mouth, cheeks bulging like a hamster. Suppressing the urge to throw him out the window, Junlin said, I'll have you stay outside alone later. Just leave the city normally. If anyone tries to stop you, don't waste time talking, just fight. Before the 4th clone could agree, the 2nd clone's eyes lit up, and he interjected, Fight? You should have said so earlier. I'll handle it. With how dumb the 4th one is, he'd just embarrass us. He crossed his arms, looking proud, as if fighting was his specialty. Junlin glanced between the two, and finally decided to give the task to the 2nd clone. As the 2nd one said, the 4th clone indeed had some uncertainties. In fact, Junlin wasn't too concerned about the potential ambush. He sent a clone to handle it to test whether these top human talents could pose a threat to his clones. Since the last battle in the alien battlefield, Junlin's view of human talents had become somewhat unclear, as their strength seemed insignificant to him. But after arriving in Qingyang City, he began to rethink this perspective. One of them, Ziyuan, exuded a powerful aura comparable to that of an elite-level beast. The other individual, though slightly weaker, was still formidable. As for the rest of the group, most possessed strength on par with ordinary elite beasts. To some, this group's power might seem insignificant, but for the majority, it was an unattainable height. It chose not to act directly, but rather watched with interest to see how far these people could push its avatar. After all, humans were different from mythical and exotic beasts. Their cooperation could exponentially increase their combat effectiveness. In a private room at the Tian Kue auction house, a young girl entered and reported to the boy sitting on the chair, Young master, the little girl has left, heading towards the city gates. The boy waved his hand dismissively. Got it, you may go. After she left, a slight smile tugged at his lips, and a glint of interest flashed in his eyes. This competition among the younger generation is bound to determine the strongest. Perhaps the ranking list can be opened ahead of schedule. He pondered silently, knowing that many coveted the exotic beast. However, the little girl's situation was lamentable. Even with strong backing, possibly even from the royal family, this was ultimately a contest among the younger generation. Her willingness to appear alone meant she was prepared to face these young talents. In this circle, age was never an excuse. The boy could sense the considerable strength within her, but that was all. Her youth was still her weakness. If given another decade, she might secure a spot on the ranking list. Although she was already a genius among her peers, those present were all heirs with the strength to compete for the rankings. Any one of them was far superior to ordinary people lacking resources. The boy sneered. To dare venture out alone at such a young age. It's time these kids learned a lesson. Without strength, it's better to stay home. He turned to a rugged man beside him and smiled warmly. If she were your age, judging by the faint aura I sensed, you might not be her match. The rugged man initially bristled at the boy's taunt, but then deflated. In terms of strength, the boy before him was the most likely candidate for the top rank. Though Ziyuan from the Z family was considered the best hope to challenge him for first place, those who truly understood his terrifying power knew how laughable those predictions were. He had managed to escape from a king-level beast at the 10th tier of the Huajing realm with only the 2nd tier of the Yunshan realm, even while carrying a burden like himself. Such a feat was unmatched among the younger generation. With his potential, if he reached the 10th tier of the Yunshan realm, he might indeed contend with a king-level or even an emperor-level beast at the 10th tier of the Huajing realm. An emperor-level beast was already equivalent to the top human geniuses. Coupled with their powerful physical bodies, there were fewer than a handful in the entire Tianyun kingdom who could defeat an emperor-level beast of the same tier. This alone was enough to prove his terrifying strength. Looking up at the towering city gate, her alter ego Junlin adjusted the black and red Gothic-style dress she was wearing, gently running her fingers through her ankle-length silver hair. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her posture, elegantly opened her lace parasol, and walked towards the gate with what she believed was a dignified stride. Oomph! Junlin thought to herself, the main body has no sense of style, always so lazy. Looks like I'll have to take over and dress it up from now on. Players and passers-by around her stopped to watch, and Junlin felt quite pleased with her performance. For this grand entrance, she had gone out of her way to smooth her tangled silver hair. Under the gaze of the crowd, Junlin left Qingyang City with her head held high. No sooner had she left than the chat channel exploded. Did you see that? She was trying so hard to look majestic, but she doesn't realize how cute she is. Not only does she not realize it, but I bet she doesn't even know what cute means. Did you see those chubby little legs? Every step she took felt like it was stomping on my heart. Humph, if I find out which faction she belongs to, I'm heading over there tonight. Outside the city, Junlin and Zilin Long sat side by side on a tall tree. Zilin Long cautiously spoke up, Master. I actually think you might need to pay more attention to your image sometimes. Seeing Junlin's icy glare, her voice trailed off and she wisely shut her mouth. Glancing at Junlin's bare feet, Zilin Long thought she should make her a pair of shoes when she had the chance. Junlin turned off the regional channel, feeling a bit annoyed. If she had known her second alter ego would cause such a scene, she would have sent the fourth one instead. Although the fourth might be a bit slow, at least it wouldn't be so out of character. Suddenly, Zilin Long looked alertly into the distance. Master, someone's coming. This was the only way out of Qingyang City, several miles away from the city. Those people were clearly here to intercept Junlin's alter ego. As time passed, dozens of people gathered in the clearing. When a girl in purple and a young boy arrived, a woman immediately focused her gaze on them. Well, isn't this Meng Tianyao from Yaoguang Holy Land? The woman sneered. What? You think you can snatch the purple phoenix with this nobody? He doesn't even qualify to join our fight. Meng Tianyao was about to retort, but was stopped by Ling Feng beside her. Ling Feng said calmly, sorry, we're not here to compete with you. We're just here to watch. If it bothers you, we'll move further away. He chuckled inwardly, thinking that when the fight broke out, these people would be in for a shock. The woman snorted, good to know. And Meng Tianyao, take your little lover and get lost. Her words sparked gossip among the crowd, and many looked at Meng Tianyao with changed expressions. Meng Tianyao didn't defend herself against the slander, which only fueled the suspicions. Just as someone was about to challenge Ling Feng, he suddenly smiled. You know, I'm quite a tolerant person. I can handle people pointing fingers at me, but if anyone tries to attack my friends, whether verbally or physically, I won't stand for it. With that, Ling Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared next to the woman in an instant. She was startled and stammered. What are you trying to do? At first, the woman felt a bit panicked, but she quickly calmed down. She thought to herself that in terms of status, she was no less than Meng Tianyao, and while her strength might not place her on the sequence list, she was still among the top-tier warriors. Why should she fear a mere youngster? However, her confidence was soon shattered. With a faint smile, Ling Feng raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. The sheer force sent her flying, and when she landed, she was still in a daze. Dozens of onlookers gasped in shock. Hitting a woman, and not just any woman, but a saintess from a holy land. How bold could this young man be? Was he not afraid of the Holy Land's retaliation? This was a serious matter concerning the Holy Land's dignity. Yet, more than that, what caught everyone's attention was the power Ling Feng displayed. Judging by the aura he emitted, he was at most at the 10th stage of the cleansing marrow realm. But the woman was clearly at the first stage of the divine resonance realm. The gap of one realm seemed non-existent before Ling Feng, showcasing strength that could easily compete for a spot on the sequence list. Ling Feng was indifferent to the surrounding whispers and fearful gazes. He walked up to the woman, looked at her resentful eyes, and spread his hands, saying, this is a contest among the younger generation. If you can't win, you're not planning to break the rules and call for backup, are you? Surely, you wouldn't want to destroy a tradition that has lasted for thousands of years, right? You. The woman glared at Ling Feng but didn't let her anger cloud her judgment. To hold the position of a Holy Land saintess, one must possess a great deal of patience. She realized she had underestimated her opponent, and fighting him with her current strength would only lead to defeat. Although the elders couldn't interfere in matters of the younger generation, a holy land could easily assassinate someone without being overt about it. At this moment, Meng Tianyao also regained her composure. She had initially felt a bit thrilled when people misunderstood her relationship with Ling Feng, but hearing that he only considered her a friend left her somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, she was already grateful that he stood up for her. As for the possibility of the Holy Land breaking the rules to assassinate Ling Feng, Yaguang Holy Land was not to be trifled with either. Besides, once Ling Feng experienced the heavenly pool of Yaguang Holy Land, even other Holy Lands would think twice before targeting him. Just then, a round of applause rang out, followed by a gentle voice. I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene here. Let me see who had the audacity to provoke Brother Ling Feng. Oh, it's Yang Baihe from Hundred Flowers Holy Land? Judging by your expression, it seems you plan to take revenge on Brother Ling Feng later. No, I wouldn't dare. Yang Baihe looked at the refined man before her, feeling waves of shock within. Tianquan from Tianqing Holy Land, the one most likely to claim the top spot on the sequence list, actually knew Ling Feng, and they seemed quite familiar with each other. Only Ziyuan had ever received Tianquan's acknowledgement, and now there was another person she hadn't known about. This meant Ling Feng possessed strength that could rival both Tianquan and Ziyuan. In such a scenario, not only could she not harm Ling Feng, but her holy land wouldn't dare provoke someone of his caliber. After warning Yang Baihe, Tianquan turned his gaze to Ling Feng. Brother Ling, if you have time, you should visit Tianqing Holy Land. I would welcome you with open arms. Ling Feng politely declined. Thank you for the invitation, Brother Tian, but I won't be able to visit Tianqing Holy Land. I have other matters to attend to after this. Oh, and I won't be participating in the competition this time. With that, he took Meng Tianyao and left the scene. Ling Feng understood Tianquan's intentions to recruit him, but he didn't like dealing with such calculating individuals. Entering their circle could mean being exploited without knowing it. As Ling Feng departed, Tianquan maintained a smile, revealing nothing about his thoughts. His attention was soon drawn to a petite figure ahead. After giving the person a once-over, Tianquan's smile widened. I happen to need a sister. How about becoming my sister? I can guarantee that no one here will take the purple phoenix from you. Tianquan was somewhat surprised by Junlin's appearance. The current look was adorably perfect, a stark contrast to the disheveled state he had glimpsed earlier. Everyone turned their attention to the newly arrived Ziyuan. If Junlin agreed, what would Ziyuan do? Could he truly surpass Tianquan in strength? However, Ziyuan's expression remained unusually calm, showing no hint of emotion, as if the matter was of no concern to him. On the other side, Junlin's clone was momentarily stunned, tilting her head and saying, Are you senile? The childish voice sent a shiver through everyone present. Did this little one not understand who she was talking to? How could she say such a thing? Did she really think that Tianquan's desire to make her his sister meant he wouldn't harm her? Even the royal princess, known for her beauty, had been beaten to a pulp by Tianquan for a disrespectful remark. What chance did a mere cute little girl have? To everyone's astonishment, Tianquan did not get angry. Instead, his tone remained surprisingly gentle. Don't agree? That's truly a pity. But if you ever change your mind, you can always find me. I can even take care of your purple phoenix for you. After speaking, Tianquan scanned the surroundings. Since everyone is here, let's start the sequence competition. The reward for the first place will be the purple phoenix. What do you think, Brother Z? But Ziyuan did not answer Tianquan. Instead, he focused on Junlin, squinting in thought before finally speaking. I have no objections. To everyone, Junlin seemed like an easy target. Her appearance was so misleading that they didn't believe a child her age could pose any threat. Seeing that no one took her seriously, Junlin's clone smirked, closed her small parasol, pointed at the crowd, and in a clear, childish voice, declared, You are all surrounded by me. Pfft. Haha. A man suddenly burst out laughing, his eyes filled with disdain. This little girl must still be dreaming. Does she really think we're just a bunch of ordinary cultivators or regular people? As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed abruptly, as if he had thought of something terrifying. He quickly turned his head, looking fearfully in the direction of Tianquan. When he saw the enigmatic smile on Tianquan's face, his own face turned deathly pale. Tu didn't mean to. The man stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Tianquan responded in a gentle tone. I know, but be more careful with your words next time. Instead of calming him down, Tianquan's gentle tone made the man even more terrified. He wasn't scared of Tianquan losing his temper on the spot. What truly frightened him was Tianquan's unfathomable mind. If Tianquan had gotten angry, he could have braced himself for it. But seeing Tianquan smile, he knew that Tianquan would not let him off easily. Tianquan's domineering nature was well known, and it was the uncertainty of the punishment that was the most terrifying. The man thought to himself, you never know what method he will use to deal with you. Tianquan silently noted the man's identity and then didn't spare him another glance. Meanwhile, Junlin also memorized the man's face, deciding that if a fight broke out later, he would give this guy some special attention. At this moment, however, Junlin was more concerned about the human sequence competition. He was curious about how these people competed for the rankings and where they checked their positions. Obviously, these human cultivators didn't have a system like human players to directly view the rankings. Junlin recalled the ranking method of the beasts. The rankings for beasts were automatically generated by the system based on their data and combat index. After all, if the beasts really gathered to start a sequence competition, they would likely be slaughtered by the top-ranked powerhouses, making it impossible to continue the game. As Junlin pondered, the expressions on Tianquan and Ziyuan's faces caught his attention. The two of them looked around and, seeing no movement, exchanged a glance. Ziyuan was the first to speak. Could it be that there's someone around here whose strength surpasses ours? Is it Lingfeng? Besides Lingfeng, Ziyuan couldn't think of anyone else with such strength. But this idea seemed unrealistic to him. Lingfeng was indeed strong, but there was a significant gap between their realms. In the same realm, they might be evenly matched, but Ziyuan didn't believe Lingfeng had any trump card that could allow him to leapfrog an entire realm and defeat him. Tianquan's gaze swept in the direction Lingfeng had left, and his heart rippled slightly. He had the same suspicion as Ziyuan. Among the younger generation, apart from Ziyuan, Lingfeng was the second person he couldn't see through. Therefore, he did not rule out this possibility. In fact, the sequence competition could have started immediately, but they chose to wait. They were waiting for Lingfeng to break through to the Yunshan realm, reaching the same realm as them. Only a Lingfeng who had reached the Yunshan realm could truly pique their interest. Without a special opportunity, it would take Lingfeng at least a year to reach this realm. On the other side, Junlin, who was observing the group, also showed a puzzled expression. Sequence competition? He muttered to himself. It seems like there are certain conditions that need to be met for them to start the sequence competition. Junlin turned to look at Zilin, intending to ask her about the sequence competition, only to find her completely engrossed in stroking her silver hair, looking utterly fascinated. Junlin's expression darkened slightly. Noticing Junlin's gaze, Zilin quickly tucked her silver hair into Junlin's arms, her eyes darting around as she said, "Ahem. Well, the sequence competition, from what I understand, requires the approval of the two strongest individuals, and at least 7 people around them must meet the requirements for the sequence competition. As for any rising talents who want to get ranked, they need to challenge someone on the list. If they win, they take the spot. If they lose, the other party might let them go if they aren't too bothered, but if they are annoyed, they might cripple the challenger. So, unless they are absolutely certain, few people dare to challenge the top-ranked individuals." Junlin let the silver hair fall behind him, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Is that so? What if you agreed?" "Me?" Zilin was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood her master's intent. Normally, Ziyuan and Tianquan's strength was undeniable. They were already recognized as the strongest. If even they couldn't start the sequence competition, Zilin slowly raised her eyes, gazing at everyone below. She parted her lips and uttered 2 simple words, "Begin it." As soon as these words left her mouth, a celestial phenomenon was triggered. The once clear sky began to gather golden clouds, which swirled and formed a vortex that descended slowly. When it reached a certain distance, the vortex exploded, transforming into countless golden particles that enveloped everything below. As the golden particles fell on him, Junlin felt everything around him changing, yet it remained the same. It was as if this area had been isolated by the golden clouds, forming an independent space. At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Junlin's mind. "Ding! The host has been drawn into the human sequence competition. As the third-ranked beast in the sequence, the host will replace the final boss of this sequence competition." After the human rankings were determined, the top 3 humans took turns challenging the host. If the host lost, they would be eliminated. Winning 3 consecutive rounds would grant the host a random skill enhancement. This sudden announcement echoed through the air, causing Junlin to pause slightly. A glimmer of delight flashed in Junlin's eyes as he thought this was a stroke of luck. He scanned the crowd below, and his gaze finally settled on Zilin. Noticing her master's gaze, Zilin quickly waved her hand and said, "Master, I won't fight you." As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light enveloped Zilin body. In the next instant, she appeared in front of Tianquan and Ziyuan. The sudden appearance of the blue-haired girl caused Tianquan and Ziyuan's expressions to change. They realized that anyone who could be transported by the golden light must have been observing them in secret. Considering the delay in the start of the ranking battle, this girl's strength was likely above theirs. Tianquan and Ziyuan pondered silently. When did such a genius appear in the Tianyun star field? Why have we never heard of her? Zilin winked at Junlin's avatar before slowly turning around, her gaze becoming icy. As the crowd saw her face, many were momentarily stunned. their cheeks flushing slightly. Zi Linlong's beauty surpassed worldly descriptions, even outshining the royal princess known for her stunning looks. For a moment, many felt a surge of desire. Suddenly, a wave of cold air swept through, jolting everyone back to their senses. They looked at Zi Linlong with a mix of fear and awe. As beautiful as she was, her strength was far beyond their reach. Just as Zi Linlong was about to raise her hand to conjure an ice sword, a small parasol appeared in front of her. Junlin's avatar spoke. "Step back, I'll handle this." "Yes, miss," Zi Linlong replied with a faint smile, taking the small parasol from the avatar and retreating. "Miss?" Everyone wore expressions of surprise. They wondered how such a powerful girl could willingly submit to someone who seemed so young. Were they being tricked? Ignoring their confusion, Junlin's avatar surveyed everyone present with disdain. "Before you start your rankings, try surviving against me first," she declared, clenching her chubby hand. The immense force distorted the air, and a booming sound filled the ears of everyone present. The sheer destructive power caused everyone's pupils to constrict. In the distant sky above Qingyang City, an elder stood, gazing intently at the area shrouded in auspicious clouds. A massive celestial tablet hovered in the sky above. The elder murmured to himself, "Is the ranking battle about to begin? The decennial ranking change is here. I wonder if these youngsters can surpass the previous generation's glory. With Tian Quan and Zi Yuan involved, I eagerly anticipate their performance." "Let's start with you," Junlin's clone said, her lips curling into a slight smirk as she looked at the person who had just mocked her. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and her body tensed up in an instant. The next moment, a crack echoed through the air, and Junlin's clone vanished like a phantom. The man had no time to react before a petite figure materialized before him. Her speed was so extreme that he couldn't even blink, only watch helplessly as her small fist aimed for his head. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, and blood sprayed like rain, staining the ground a shocking red. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone stared dumbfounded at the headless corpse on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. Although Tian Quan and Zi Yuan appeared calm on the surface, their hearts were in turmoil. Even with their strength, they could barely catch a glimpse of her blurred figure. They quickly realized that this seemingly 4- or 5-year-old girl was far more powerful than they were. "Why are you all frozen? Not planning to fight back? If you don't, I'll be coming for you." Her childish voice spoke like a devil's whisper, sending chills down everyone's spines. A cultivator was the first to react, pressing his hands to the ground and casting the earth prison technique. Instantly, numerous earth spikes, each several meters high, rose from the ground, encircling Junlin. "Don't just stand there. Attack together," he shouted to the others. Snapped out of their stupor, the crowd began to unleash their spells towards the earthen cage. Dust and smoke filled the air, turning the area into a crater dozens of meters in diameter. However, Tian Quan and Zi Yuan's gaze shifted to another direction. In the distance, Junlin stood drenched in blood, holding a severed head, smiling at them. This sight made them shiver, realizing that even together, they might not be a match for her. Zi Yuan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and conjured a purple longsword. "Brother Tian, I hope you aren't holding back. If we can't drive her away this time, we might all perish here." "I understand," Tian Quan responded solemnly, drawing a silver spear from his back. Who would have thought that the little girl they intended to protect now had the power to slaughter them all? Purple Extreme Slash. Zi Yuan launched his attack first, a streak of purple sword energy tearing through everything in its path. Tian Quan followed closely, his aura surging as he channeled it into his spear. Just as the purple sword energy was about to reach Junlin, he propelled himself forward like a missile. Junlin effortlessly sidestepped the sword energy and faced the incoming spear with a grin, catching its tip with her bare hand. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and shock filled Tianquan's eyes. Despite his full strength, the spear didn't budge an inch. Realizing that close combat with her was suicidal, Tianquan decisively struck the spear's shaft and used the force to retreat. Junlin grabbed the silver spear and, seeing Zi Yuan charging at her, hurled it back. Clang! Even with his sword blocking, Zi Yuan was knocked back several meters. At that moment, he understood why Tianquan had abandoned his spear. A casual attack from her required his full effort to defend. With such terrifying physical strength, close combat was a hopeless endeavor. Zi Yuan quickly joined forces with Tian Quan, his gaze fixed intently on the doppelganger Junlin. The two prodigies now stood side by side, facing an opponent younger yet astonishingly formidable. A trace of bitterness welled up in their hearts. Never had they imagined needing to join forces against a younger adversary. The intense clash immediately drew everyone's attention. As they saw the little girl holding her own against the two elite fighters, disbelief was written all over their faces. The crowd was shocked to realize that not only had she easily escaped their encirclement, but she was also gaining the upper hand in the battle with the two great masters. This scene shattered their preconceived notions about strength and age. Standing in the center of the crowd, the doppelganger Junlin licked her lips, her silver hair stained with blood, resembling a gruesome banner. Her blood-red eyes gleamed with a savage light. Neither the previous ambush on Ling Feng, the child of fate, nor the brutal slaughter of the fat man outside the city had awakened the beast within her. As a doppelganger, she inherited part of Junlin's personality but lacked the memories of her past life, making her savagery even purer. Today, this bloody battle had finally stirred the sleeping beast inside her. Slowly opening her other three eyes, the doppelganger Junlin exuded a thick aura of slaughter. This aura manifested as a tangible crimson energy, sweeping across the battlefield. Everyone present felt suffocated, as if facing a demon that had crawled out of hell, ready to claim their lives at any moment. Even Tian Quan couldn't help but show a grave expression. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they were sharp as knives. To defeat her, we must break her momentum. If we are suppressed by her aura, we have no chance of winning, Tian Quan said in a low voice. As for killing her, that's nearly impossible. Even if she's gravely injured, we can't stop her from escaping. And then there's that other terrifying woman. Ziyuan let out a bitter laugh at these words. Break her momentum? Given the current situation, surviving her attacks would already be a blessing. Despite his words, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in Ziyuan's eyes. As a leading figure of the younger generation, he refused to admit defeat. Even if it costs me my life, I will face this beast Hedon. Ziyuan vowed silently. The moment he laid eyes on her, he sensed a familiar aura. This seemingly unremarkable little girl was likely the mastermind controlling the Ji family's steward. When she inadvertently revealed her aura, his suspicion was further confirmed. However, her strength far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, a young girl walked over, her eyes as deep as the night sky scanning the two of them. Ziyuan looked at her in confusion, and his pupils suddenly contracted as he couldn't help but exclaim, a formation master at the 10th level of the Yunshan realm. Although Ziyuan wasn't well-versed in formations, he was still shocked by the intricate patterns surrounding her. Despite being only at the first level of the Yunshan realm in terms of strength, her mastery of formations had already surpassed the peak of the Yunshan realm, reaching an unimaginable 10th level. Ziyuan calculated silently. This mysterious girl's combat power might not match his, but given enough time to set up her formations, she could trap or even defeat a 5th-level Horong realm expert. Such strength would require him to use all his trump cards and secret techniques to barely contend with her. Tian Quan also recovered from his shock. The once arrogant man now reigned in his pride. This contest of sequences seemed to have opened Pandora's box, unleashing a slew of geniuses that left him astounded. First, there was the mysterious little one, and now a purple-haired girl who mastered formations at the 10th level of the Yunshan realm. How many more extraordinary talents were hidden in the Tianyun starfield? The purple-haired girl spoke. I can try to use my formation to bind her. If you can severely injure her, that would be best. Even if you can't, break her aura. My formation won't hold her for long. Ziyuan and Tian Quan exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. At this moment, with the addition of the mysterious girl, the top young talents had gathered. Ironically, the three of them had to join forces to deal with an opponent who looked like a mere child. Seeing the three gather, the clone Junlin smirked and spread her arms provocatively. Done discussing? If so, then struggle with all you've got. With that, she locked eyes with the purple-haired girl. Under the gaze of those 5 eerie eyes, the girl trembled but quickly regained her composure. She slowly closed her eyes, and complex formation patterns emerged from her, sketching a profound design in the void. Ziyuan and Tian Quan moved in unison to protect the girl. Faced with their defensive stance, Junlin's clone sneered, "Block me? Do you think you can? How about adding us?" A familiar voice made Tian Quan pause, a smile tugging at his lips. "Didn't expect you to still be here, Ling Feng." Ling Feng coughed, slightly embarrassed. "I intended to leave, but the range of that cloud was too wide. I happened to meet the requirements for the sequence contest, so I got swept in." He looked helpless. Truth be told, he didn't want to face this little one again. The pain from that day was still fresh in his memory. Fate, however, had other plans. He hadn't wanted any more entanglements with this beast cub, yet here he was again. Now, retreat was not an option. Judging by the situation, the opponent seemed intent on killing everyone here. Junlin's clone narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, "So, are you planning to use that power?" If he did let that old man possess him, she would have to summon her other clones as well. The old man was indeed formidable. Ling Feng shook his head. "As long as you don't let your main body intervene, I won't use that power." He suspected she wasn't the main body because he hadn't sensed that violent aura from her before she acted. Her true murderous nature only emerged after she killed the first person. Perhaps this clone was newly formed, still naive, and it was the baptism of blood that made her this way. If so, it meant both the main body and the clones had independent consciousness. Ling Feng pondered whether he could try to turn them against each other. A clone. Both Tian Quan and Ziyuan, along with everyone else around, were stunned. This entity that exuded such a deadly pressure was just a clone. How powerful was her main body? The deeper Tian Quan thought, the more terrified he felt. Who or what was she? Could a human truly be this terrifying? Taking a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil, Ziyuan spoke slowly. So, Ling Feng, you've fought her before? Yes, and I was almost rendered incapable of living a normal life. Ling Feng replied lightly. But to Tian Quan and Ziyuan, his words had a different weight. Not only had he fought this monstrous little one, but he had also survived. Moreover, he harbored a power within him that could threaten her enough to force out her main body. Tian Quan and Ziyuan couldn't help but wonder, just how many astonishing tricks did Ling Feng have up his sleeve? However, since they had made a deal with Ling Feng, it meant that as long as they defeated this little fellow in front of them, they could be saved. Tian Quan and the others once again focused their gaze on Junlin's clone. This time, their expressions were even more serious, and everyone was on edge, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Despite Tian Quan and his group's cautious stance, Junlin's clone appeared utterly unconcerned. She elegantly dusted off her Gothic-style dress and said nonchalantly, "Only 2 minutes left. But that's more than enough." As soon as she finished speaking, Tian Quan's pupils contracted sharply. He gritted his teeth and charged forward resolutely. Boom! A figure shot out like a cannonball, destroying countless trees along the way before crashing heavily into a golden barrier several kilometers away. After effortlessly delivering this blow, Junlin's clone slightly tilted her head to nimbly dodge Ziyuan's incoming sword strike. She swiftly grabbed Ziyuan by the face and hurled her towards the approaching Ling Feng. Seeing this, Ling Feng immediately dispersed his attack and caught Ziyuan. However, the immense force still sent both of them flying backward. Fortunately, Meng Tianyao used her gentle energy to dissipate the impact, allowing them to come to a stop. Meng Tianyao's face was full of shock. Although Ling Feng had warned her about how terrifying this little fellow was, and despite seeing Tian Quan and Ziyuan defeated when she arrived, she still hadn't expected that even the combined strength of the three of them couldn't withstand a single round. Her gaze involuntarily turned towards the direction where Tian Quan had been sent flying. At that moment, the broken trees there were just beginning to fall, stirring up clouds of dust. A dreadful thought arose in Meng Tianyao's mind. Do they really stand a chance of winning? Junlin's clone glanced at the purple-haired girl still forming a spell and smirked mockingly. Sorry, it seems they couldn't hold me off for 3 minutes. Just as she was about to move in for the kill, a white beam of light suddenly shot towards her head. Junlin's clone didn't dodge. Instead, she met the beam head-on with a powerful punch. The beam instantly disintegrated upon contact, failing to hinder her in the slightest. Looking in the direction of the attack, Tian Quan appeared beside the purple-haired girl, disheveled and with bloodshot eyes. He roared, "I said 3 minutes, and I meant 3 minutes. Get out of my way." With that, Tian Quan, holding his spear, charged at Junlin's clone with a speed several times faster than before. This time, Junlin's clone didn't attempt to grab the spear but skillfully dodged the attack, quickly closing in and delivering a heavy punch to Tian Quan's abdomen. Cough! A large amount of blood spewed from Tian Quan's mouth. He didn't get knocked away but instead fell to his knees, clutching his silver spear tightly to avoid collapsing completely. Feudal resistance, Junlin's clone remarked, then turned her attention back to the purple-haired girl. In her eyes, only this girl posed any threat now. Feudal resistance. But this is not feudal. Tian Quan suddenly chuckled, his gaze shifting towards Ziyuan. Ziyuan was gathering an extremely cold power, so intense that even Tian Quan felt a shiver. He realized Ziyuan's strength might have surpassed his own, but at this moment, Tian Quan no longer cared about such things. His only concern was whether they could defeat this terrifying little fellow together. "Oh, do you think his attack can hit me?" Junlin's clone stopped and turned, asking with amused curiosity. But the next moment, Junlin's clone felt a force binding her. A cold female voice followed. "I said 3 minutes, but that doesn't mean I need 3 minutes. 3 minutes was just a distraction." At that moment, a massive formation appeared in the sky, seemingly composed of countless chains. The purple-haired girl's starry eyes flashed with silver light, and the formation shattered, transforming into starlight that merged into the void. The space around Junlin's clone trembled slightly, and then countless silver chains emerged from the void, swiftly binding her tightly. Seeing Junlin immobilized, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and spoke again. "This void lock is my strongest binding technique, containing the mysteries of space. Unless you reach the transcendent realm, there's no way to break free." Listening to the description, Junlin's doppelganger struggled fiercely, her petite body writhing against the chains. Her delicate face turned bright red from the effort, but the chains only tightened further. Her once fluffy gothic dress was twisted into a knot, clinging to her frame and highlighting her slender figure. As time passed, the murderous intent in Junlin's eyes began to fade, replaced by a clear, innocent look. She blinked, her expression turning somewhat dazed and adorable, thinking to herself, "Yuho, seems like I overdid it." Turning her gaze to the purple-haired girl, Junlin's doppelganger started to reflect on her situation. What had been a promising scenario had turned into a mess, and she couldn't help but worry whether her original self would scold her for this. A sense of grievance welled up inside her, and she fumed internally. "Damn it, those bastards tricked me. They said 3 minutes, but it hasn't even been 2.5. Don't they care about my fragile heart?" At this moment, Junlin's doppelganger was already considering transforming back into her original form to devour everyone present. She calculated that, with her massive body, she could easily shatter these chains. As she hesitated, the increasing aura above her head caught her attention. Looking up, she saw a massive ice sword hanging in the air. She was momentarily stunned, but then a smile crept across her lips. Junlin's doppelganger thought with delight, "This is perfect. With this attack and my own strength, I should be able to break free from these chains." Her gaze swept coldly over everyone present, as if plotting her revenge once she was free. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl kept a close watch on Junlin's doppelganger. Seeing the innocent expression on her face stirred a moment of hesitation in her heart. But she quickly suppressed this feeling. She knew that given the doppelganger's cruelty, if she didn't severely injure her now, there might not be another chance. If the doppelganger became alert, she would undoubtedly slaughter everyone present with unmatched speed, and no one here could stop her. The purple-haired girl looked up at the nearly 20-meter-long blue sword in the sky, and the formation on her body began to move again, drawing a spirit-gathering array. Her goal was clear: to absorb as much ice elemental energy from the surroundings as possible to enhance the attack's power. As soon as the array was completed, the purple-haired girl unhesitatingly struck the massive ice sword with her palm. Instantly, a powerful suction force erupted, frantically absorbing the surrounding ice elemental energy. The speed of this absorption even surprised Ziyuan, who was gathering his ultimate move. He hadn't expected the array to be used this way. A simple spirit-gathering array not only sped up the gathering process, but also significantly increased the attack's power. With the added ice elemental energy, the ice sword hanging over Junlin's doppelganger's head swelled again, reaching an astonishing 30 meters in length. The sword emitted a bone-chilling cold, distorting the surrounding air as if it were tearing through space. From a distance, Lingfeng realized that this alone wouldn't be enough to deal with the young beast. He bit his lip, knowing now was not the time to hold back. He decisively bit his finger and used his blood to draw a strange pattern in the air. This was a technique taught by his master, which could use the heart's blood of a beast to advance and even capture the beast's innate abilities. To activate this ability, a blood sacrifice was necessary. Lingfeng had mastered the talent of an ice blood ghost dragon with quasi-emperor lineage, which his master had refined in a previous life. This talent allowed him to use blood as a medium and spiritual energy as a catalyst to add an ice blood domain to any ice attribute attack. This not only greatly enhanced the power of the ice attack, but also formed a layer of deadly blood patterns. Although Lingfeng's affinity for ice elements wasn't suitable for cultivating ice attribute spiritual energy, he had kept this ability hidden. But now, he decided to use this secret technique for the first time. Taking a deep breath, Lingfeng fixed his gaze on the massive ice sword in the sky. "Go!" With a low shout, Lingfeng slapped the completed blood seal onto the ice sword. Instantly, blood-red patterns spread like a tide, rapidly engulfing the entire ice sword. An even more terrifying wave of energy swept through the space, and everyone could feel the bone-chilling cold ravaging the area. They could even see the surrounding water elemental energy instantly freezing and continuously converging onto the ice sword above. Everyone present realized that the true power of this ice sword lay in the extremely compressed ice elemental energy within it. Once this sword struck, even if the target could withstand the force of the sword itself, the release of the ice elemental energy inside would bring a devastating blow to any being below the transcendent realm. The aura of the ice domain quietly spread, and Tianquan keenly sensed the subtle changes in the environment. His gaze fell on Ling Feng, who was slumped on the ground, and he was astonished to discover that this young man, only at the 10th stage of the Shisui realm, had actually mastered the power of a domain. Although still weak, this alone was enough to place Ling Feng ahead of all of them. Tianquan knew that once Ling Feng's domain fully formed, no one of the younger generation would be able to rival him. Ziyuan also watched Ling Feng, recalling the support he had just provided. That power not only doubled the might of the ice sword, but also endowed it with a formidable cutting ability. The originally blue ice particles transformed into more lethal blood-colored particles. This strike was the most powerful attack Ziyuan had ever executed, a product of the trio's combined efforts. Ziyuan thought to himself, this strike could kill anyone below the Transcendence Realm, and even an ordinary Transcendence Realm expert might be frozen for a few seconds if caught off guard. He looked up at the doppelganger Junlin, his eyes devoid of any pity. This strike will end it all, Ziyuan murmured, his gaze turning sharp. He suddenly swung his raised hand down, and the massive ice sword in the sky slashed towards Junlin's head. The air seemed to explode, and a deafening roar echoed across the heavens and earth. The doppelganger Junlin could feel the terrifying power contained in the ice sword, but was more eager to break free from its restraints. It planned to withstand this blow with its own defense, and then escape at the weakest moment of the chains. Just as the ice sword was about to strike the doppelganger Junlin, a figure suddenly appeared beside it. That person slowly extended their right hand and, incredibly, blocked the 30-meter-long ice sword. A crisp cracking sound echoed, startling everyone's hearts. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the enormous ice sword was covered in cracks and ultimately shattered. The pure spiritual energy inside it surged out, instantly turning everything around into ice sculptures. However, when the energy had spread no more than 10 meters, it suddenly converged towards the center and was absorbed into a pale, delicate hand. Linlong looked at the chains in front of her and placed the hand that had absorbed all the spiritual energy onto the chains restraining the doppelganger Junlin. The moment they touched, the chains were frozen and then disintegrated into powder, dissipating into the air. I knew you could withstand that strike. But miss, your hair is a mess, Linlong said gently, reaching out to tidy the doppelganger Junlin's disheveled silver hair. She knew that the doppelganger's body was strong enough to endure the hit, but the doppelganger only possessed the physical attributes of their master, without any passive skills, active skills, or talents, just brute strength. Although the doppelganger had some ice resistance, it wasn't immune to ice, so the strike could still harm the master's doppelganger. Linlong's gaze swept over everyone present, her eyes gradually turning cold. I won't kill you, but I will collect some interest, she thought. Compared to outright killing, she had more suitable methods to deal with these people. At the moment when the strongest blow shattered, Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, and then despair surged in like a tide. The combined full-force attack of the three was easily crushed by the young girl before them. Is this truly a power that a human can possess? Linlong's ice-blue eyes scanned everyone present as she slowly raised her hand. Cold air condensed, forming an ice sword in her grasp. In the next instant, her figure vanished. The crowd only heard the sound of something slicing through the air, and then crimson blood bloomed from their chests. By the time they reacted, the girl was back in her original position, the ice sword in her hand dripping with fresh blood. Pain and fear intertwined, and everyone realized if this girl wanted to take their lives, it would only be a matter of a single thought. Compared to that terrifying, little guy doppelganger, this one was even more fearsome. If that was just a doppelganger, how powerful must the original be? No one dared to think further, unwilling to believe that such a terrifying genius could exist in the world. Linlong ignored the shock of the crowd, retrieving dozens of blue jellies from her subsystem space. She counted them, then turned her gaze to Yang Baihe and her group. The quantity is insufficient. This whisper sent a shiver down Yang Baihe's spine, an ominous premonition rising in her heart. Although she didn't know what the blue jellies were, looking at the number of people around and the number of jellies, Yang Baihe quickly figured out the gist. Suppressing her fear, she knelt before Linlong. Senior, as long as you spare my life, I swear I will never reveal what happened here. My followers and I are willing to serve you, to obey your every command. However, this plea for mercy meant nothing to Linlong. As an embryonic host, the weak were destined to be eliminated. A blue light flashed in her eyes, and in an instant, countless ice spikes rained down from above, pinning Yang Baihe and her followers to the ground. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of this ruthless killer. Only a few, like Tianquan, dared to look directly at Linlong. With a thought, the blue jellies moved as if alive, targeting and burrowing into the bodies of the prodigies through their wounds. They could only let it happen, not daring to resist. Someone tried to use spiritual power to block it, but was instantly killed by Linlong's sword. This lesson made the others abandon any thoughts of resistance. They understood that their fate was no longer in their own hands. I thought you would resist, Linlong said, glancing at Tianquan and the others, a slight smile on her lips. She chose to parasitize rather than kill and devour because the forces behind these people were not to be underestimated. Killing them rashly would certainly attract the attention of those high-ranking figures. Instead of risking exposure, it was better to plant a hidden threat within them and wait for the right moment. This not only avoided trouble, but also allowed her to control the intelligence of these forces. If successful, it could even help her master take control of the entire Tianyan star domain in the future. Faced with Linlong's words, they remained silent. They had seen the consequences of resistance, but being at someone else's mercy was equally unbearable. However, the hope of survival ultimately triumphed over everything. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, who had already swallowed an embryo, was deep in thought. He was sure that the blue jelly must be lurking within his body. The other party wouldn't do something without reason, and he had indeed felt the healing effect of the jelly. Knowing Linlong, she wouldn't be kind enough to heal after hurting. Including this one, there should be 2 embryos in his body now. As Ling Feng pondered how to break free from control, the clouds in the sky changed again, condensing into a 100-meter heavenly monument standing between heaven and earth. Everyone looked up, their faces a mix of daze and relief. Finally, they could leave this nightmarish place. As everyone focused on the monument, Jun Lin quietly approached the doppelganger, grabbing it by the neck and throwing it into a shadow. Then, he turned to Linlong, puzzled. Is this the sequence ranking? They haven't even started fighting yet, so how come the rankings are already out? Facing the Lord's inquiry, Linlong furrowed her brows slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking slowly. Her voice was clear and firm. Given the current situation, there are probably very few who can still fight. Even someone as talented as Yuan is struggling now, which shows how intense the battles have been. This space likely won't allow them time to recover their injuries, so the rankings might be determined based on the recent fights. Of course, this is just my speculation. Jun Lin, hearing this, showed a hint of interest in his eyes. He murmured to himself, the ranking list? Huh? If nothing unexpected happens, Linlong should already be at the top. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, hundreds of people had gathered, their gazes fixed intently on the mysterious barrier formed by auspicious clouds. The assembled cultivators were discussing fervently, agreeing that this generation of youth had the best talent seen in nearly a millennium, far surpassing the previous generation. 2 names frequently came up in their discussions, Tianquan from the sacred land of Tianqing and the dark horse Ziyuan. The prowess of these 2 had already left other prodigies far behind, and they were beginning to catch up with the older generation of powerhouses. It seemed that the current generation belonged to Tianquan and Ziyuan, and they viewed each other as their ultimate rival. Amidst the heated discussions, the heavenly tablet in the void suddenly stirred. All eyes were instantly drawn to it, faces filled with incredulity. Is it this fast? Someone asked in confusion. Normally, the ranking contest shouldn't end for several hours, but it's been less than half an hour. Another person explained. It did end rather quickly, but with Tianquan and Ziyuan clearing the field, it's not impossible. This explanation was quickly accepted by the crowd. At that moment, everyone was fixated on the heavenly tablet, eagerly awaiting the results. High above, 2 elders watched the glowing heavenly tablet. One of them smiled and asked, do you think Qingling can surpass Tianquan and Ziyuan? The elder beside him pondered for a moment before replying, it's hard to say. In terms of formation skills, Qingling is probably the best of her age. But in actual combat, her opponents won't give her the time to set up formations. However, if she has enough preparation time, I believe she can match Tianquan and Ziyuan, possibly even surpass them. How about a bet? The first elder suggested. I bet Tianquan and Ziyuan's arrogance will give Qingling enough time to prepare. Hearing this, the second elder was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. With their strength, that's indeed possible. If that's the case, things could get interesting. Qingling might actually have a chance to take the top spot. Both elders turned their gazes to the faintly emerging words on the heavenly tablet. The first elder softly said, well then, let's wait and see. As the inscriptions on the sky monument became clearer, the 10th name in the sequence competition finally emerged. The crowd wasn't surprised by this outcome, as they had already heard of this participant. The unveiling of the 9th, 8th, and 7th names also went as expected. However, it wasn't until the 6th name appeared that a murmur of surprise spread through the crowd. Dream Tianyao from Yaoguang Holy Land rank 6? Someone whispered. It seems this young woman has been hiding quite a bit of her strength. She might be the only woman to make it onto the sequence heavenly list, another person added. Among these geniuses, having just one woman on the list shows how high the bar is. Some predicted that once the rankings were announced, many factions would flock to Yaoguang Holy Land with marriage proposals. After all, over the centuries, few women had made it to the list, and each one had become a peerless powerhouse. Only those ranked higher could possibly be a match for her, a man sighed. Other factions probably can't produce a talent worthy of her attention. He secretly lamented that if his own son could make it onto the sequence list, even if ranked lower, he would shamelessly go to Yaoguang Holy Land to propose. Where else could one find such an outstanding daughter-in-law? Meanwhile, high up in the sky, 2 elders were conversing. The only one elder grumbled. That's because Qingling has been engrossed in studying formations and hasn't shown herself to the world. Otherwise, who wouldn't know about her? You old coot, the other elder scoffed. You're too old to be competing with a young girl. Besides, once the entire list is revealed, Qingling's name will be known to everyone. The elder continued. Compared to others who are eager to compete, I admire Qingling's calm demeanor. For her, worldly fame is probably less important than a week of secluded formation study. If the family head hadn't forced her out, she probably wouldn't even care to look at the sequence competition. You're right, the first elder said with a smug look. I'm actually looking forward to seeing their reactions when they find out Qingling is a girl, but his smugness was quickly interrupted by his companion. Come on, her name clearly sounds like a girl's. Anyone would know it's a female name. At that moment, another name on the sky monument caught their attention. Well, Ling Feng made it onto the list too, one elder exclaimed in surprise. It seems my brief glimpse wasn't wrong. This boy has indeed been hiding his strength. Do you think someone who associates with Tianquan would be weak? The other elder retorted. For geniuses like them, you need to prove your strength before others even acknowledge you. But Ling Feng's cultivation is a bit behind. If he could break through to the Yunshan realm, he might not just be in the top 5. Below, the crowd was also curious about the name Ling Feng. Ling Feng? Have any of you heard of this name? Someone asked. The crowd looked at each other and shook their heads. Suddenly, someone had a revelation. I remember now. During the Beast Tide in Mountain City, there was someone named Ling Feng who was close to Tianquan. I heard he performed exceptionally well and even became friends with the city lord. If I'm not mistaken, it must be him. This statement resonated with many. Someone commented, it seems that old city lord knows how to place his bets. If this Ling Feng grows, the returns will far exceed any help he's currently receiving. From this, we can infer, another person analyzed, that Ling Feng probably doesn't belong to any major faction and might just be a rogue cultivator. After all, the young masters of major factions wouldn't typically become friends with a city lord. As the crowd speculated about Ling Feng's identity, they suddenly felt a slight tremor in the space around them. Although it was fleeting, they sensed a powerful aura. That's the aura of an Emperor Realm expert, someone exclaimed. Everyone knew that beyond the Transcendent Realm was the King Realm, and breaking through the King's barrier led to the Emperor Realm. Only an Emperor Realm powerhouse could cause such a vast area to tremble. In comparison, the stages of body refining, bone forging, marrow washing, and Yunshin were merely enhancements of one's body and spirit. To truly enter the ranks of the powerful, one had to completely strengthen and unify the body, transcend it, and reach the Transcendent Realm. Only then could one be considered a true powerhouse. Breaking through the Transcendence Realm to reach the King Realm allows one to dominate any region, as their power surpasses the constraints of space. However, to truly harness the power of space, one must break through the King Realm and achieve the Emperor Realm. Suddenly, a shockwave tore through the sky, astonishing everyone present. The sheer strength of this force suggested that at least a high-level Emperor Realm expert was behind it. People began to speculate silently, could there be an Emperor Realm powerhouse secretly observing the Heavenly Steel? All eyes turned to the Heavenly Steel, where an unfamiliar name appeared in the 4th position. Though it was just a guess, everyone mentally noted this name. If this person was indeed protected by a high-level Emperor Realm expert, they were not someone to be trifled with. At that moment, 2 elders were engaged in a heated debate high up in the sky. Being 4th in the ranking is already impressive. Besides, Qingling probably doesn't care about her position, one elder remarked. Humph, the other elder snorted. Whether she cares or not is her business. With Qingling's strength, she should be 3rd. Someone must have sabotaged her. Or perhaps Tianquan and Ziyun teamed up to seriously injure her. Hearing the other elder's speculations, the first elder was speechless. Weren't you the one who said that Tianquan and Ziyun would give Qingling enough time to set up her formations? They probably don't even know her. Why would they harm her for no reason? Besides, with their pride, they wouldn't stoop to such tactics. Just as he was about to continue arguing, exclamations from below caught their attention. When they looked back at the Heavenly Steel, they were stunned. How is Tianquan in 3rd place? Who's in 1st? Ziyun? Or someone else? Despite their confusion, it was clear that Qingling's 4th place was well-deserved. After all, even a powerhouse like Tianquan had been pushed to 3rd. As the name in the 2nd position appeared, the characters Ziyun came into view. The 2 elders took a deep breath, and the surrounding area seemed to turn into a vacuum. Who would have thought that someone could surpass both Ziyun and Tianquan to claim the top spot? The elder's eyes were filled with shock, as he had never heard of such a genius. At this moment, everyone's attention was fixed on the Heavenly Steel, eagerly anticipating the revelation of the first-ranked person. As the words "first in the ranking" emerged, an unfamiliar yet commanding name appeared before everyone. Junlin, Overlord of the World, the elder murmured. Truly a fitting name, exuding dominance. I wonder which family this young talent belongs to. If there's a chance, perhaps he could be a suitable match for Qingling. Sending more images. The girl's name was Junlin. As soon as the ranking order was announced, everyone's eyes shot toward the direction of Zi Linlong like arrows. Even though the sequence competition had quickly concluded, their hearts were still filled with unease. A peerless genius who could easily suppress all of them once she grew, she would undoubtedly dominate an entire era. What was even more unsettling was that their fate was now entirely in her hands. After leaving this place, freedom would likely become a luxury. While everyone had different thoughts, a phantom figure suddenly appeared before them. This figure seemed to be shrouded in a thin veil, making it impossible to discern its true appearance. The figure scanned the crowd and spoke. Due to the interference of a beast in this sequence competition, the challenge will not be limited to the top 3 ranks. Everyone present can participate. If you can kill the opponent, you will gain a chance for a complete transformation and acquire top-tier talent. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Flames of excitement ignited in everyone's eyes. A complete transformation and top-tier talent, wasn't this what they had always dreamed of? If they could truly obtain such a reward, it would at least provide some psychological comfort. However, unlike the others, Ziyuan and his companions did not blindly agree. They cautiously asked, "Who do we have to challenge?" The rewards for this sequence competition were unbelievably generous, so much so that it was hard to believe. A complete transformation? This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. In the past, the top 3 ranks would receive some medicinal pills or rare treasures, at most providing some help in cultivation. But this time, the reward promised a complete transformation, which seemed suspicious no matter how they looked at it. Following Ziyuan's question, a beam of light appeared before them. When they saw what it was, Ziyuan and his companions turned and left without hesitation. They thought to themselves, "Are you kidding? We nearly got wiped out fighting just a clone, and now you want us to challenge the main body? This is a joke. No wonder the reward is so generous. There's no chance of winning." Ziyuan and his companions suddenly understood. That powerful physique, the unique 5-eyed was clearly not human. But what was the relationship between Junlin and the first in the sequence? Who was stronger, her or the beast? At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Junlin's mind. Ding. Due to the top 3 in the sequence surrendering, the host has obtained the reward for this sequence competition. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill random enhancement. Would you like to use it? Without hesitation, Junlin replied. Use it? Then, she couldn't help but smirk. She didn't expect this space to reveal her identity. But luckily, the fates of these people were now entirely in her hands. Junlin suddenly remembered something and asked, "System, what was that phantom just now?" The system responded, "Ding?" Unable to answer, "But the host will find out in the future." Unable to answer? This piqued Junlin's curiosity even more. Could that phantom be related to the main system? Otherwise, how could the sequence competition's ranking appear in the player ranking category? As Junlin was lost in thought, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the enhancement of the mimicry skill. Mimicry allows the host to record and transform into the form of any species. Note, due to the devour talent, the host can only transform once. Current form, human child, undetectable. Unused form, growth form, detectable. Note, the child form retains 100 of the host's attributes, while the growth form retains 105. The host can utilize the growth form's attribute bonus without using the mimicry skill, lasting for 1 day. Mimicry? Child form? Junlin was momentarily stunned, then felt a surge of power entering her body. She clenched her small fists, realizing that the previous limitations of mimicry were gone. Except for some skills that required the main body, she was no longer weakened. Moreover, mimicry now included a growth form, providing a 5-attribute boost, making this seemingly insignificant skill quite powerful. As Junlin was immersed in the enhancements brought by mimicry, Zi Linlong's voice echoed in her ears, "Miss, this space is about to dissipate." Junlin snapped back to reality, seeing the distant clouds gradually fading. She scanned the surrounding crowd, regaining her previous calm demeanor, and said, "Remember your current status. Once we leave, you can do whatever you want. I won't restrain you. But if anyone dares to reveal the secrets of this place, I will kill you all." This childish voice was like a death sentence, causing everyone to shiver. They knew well that this seemingly harmless girl was not joking. If anyone dared to leak what happened here, they would undoubtedly face merciless extermination. As the golden clouds gradually dissipated, everything returned to its previous state. And these people were once again exposed to the public eye. The crowd's eager eyes were all fixated, as they had long been curious to see the true face of the first in the sequence. Just then, an aged and authoritative voice thundered through the air, like rolling thunder. "Who is Junlin? Come out." The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment before the space ahead trembled slightly, and 2 imposing elders emerged. One of the elders, with eyes like torches, scanned the scene, thinking to himself. He wanted to see how capable this Junlin was. If Junlin could remain composed under his pressure, it might be acceptable for Qingling to associate with them. As the voice fell, everyone's gaze unanimously focused on Zillenlong. The two elders followed the crowd's line of sight and were taken aback when they saw that Junlin was a blue-haired girl. A girl, the elder thought in surprise. I intended to put the first in the sequence in their place to test them for Qingling, but it turns out she's a girl. How can a girl have such a name? How am I supposed to test her now? I can't let her be with Qingling. Despite his turmoil, the elder's face remained impassive. He cleared his throat, gave Zillenlong a satisfied smile, and nodded, saying, "You are impressive. Even though you are the first woman to reach the top of the sequence in millennia, I hope you can lead the female prodigies to rise and compete fiercely with the men in this sequence battle." Zillenlong responded with a faint smile, neither humble nor arrogant. "I will." Seeing Zillenlong's composed demeanor, the elder grew even more satisfied. This young girl not only matched Qingling in appearance, but also remained unperturbed in front of him, a powerful sovereign. It was truly rare. Then, the elder's gaze shifted to Ziyuan and the others, and his expression darkened. "A bunch of useless fools," he snorted coldly. "You can't even compare to a woman." The elder turned to Qingling, his tone softening. "Qingling, let's go. No need to sully your eyes." With that, he stepped forward, grasped Qingling's shoulder, and effortlessly tore through the space, taking Qingling away. This scene left Junlin slightly surprised. He thought to himself, tearing through space? What kind of powerhouse can do that so effortlessly? I should have investigated earlier, at least to let the system fill in the gaps about the higher realms. With the elder's departure, the tense crowd breathed a sigh of relief. But then, another chilling voice, as cold as ice, resonated. "Who killed the saintess of Baihua Holy Land?" As the sound died down, everyone finally noticed Yang Baiha and her companions, pinned to the ground by ice spikes. Their gruesome state made everyone present gasp in horror. Sharp ice spikes had pierced their bodies, fixing them firmly to the ground. The expressions on their faces were frozen in terror, as if they had experienced unimaginable despair in their final moments. All eyes turned to Ziyuan. Among those present, only he seemed capable of such a cruel act. Yang Baiha's hopeless expression, devoid of any will to resist, could only be elicited by Ziyuan. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier also turned his gaze to Ziyuan, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. However, having already voiced his intent to seek justice for his sex saintess, retreating now would tarnish the reputation of the 100 Flowers Holy Land irreparably. Ziyuan remained expressionless under the man's scrutiny, neither explaining nor denying. To him, misunderstandings were inconsequential. At that moment, he was looking for someone to vent his frustrations on. Even if he couldn't defeat the man before him, at least he could alleviate some of his discontent. Just as the tension reached its peak, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "I did it." "So what? Do you want to fight me?" A faint smile played on Zillenlong's lips as she stared directly at the man, showing no fear. She thought to herself that after the sequence battle, many would doubt her strength. Rather than facing endless challenges later, it was better to establish her position now and avoid future trouble. "Don't forget," Zillenlong began slowly, "life and death are part of the sequence battle. By participating, they should have been prepared to sacrifice themselves at any moment. If you want to break the rules, I'm ready to accompany you. But I'm not sure you have the strength. And remember, I'm not a good person. Those who oppose me end up dead." As soon as she finished speaking, whispers broke out around them. It was an unchanging rule in the Tianyun Star region that elders could not attack the younger generation. If a saintess's death in the sequence battle led to elders attacking the young, the star region would have been wiped out ages ago. After all, every sequence battle had fatalities. Participants made their own choices and could blame no one else. However, many thought the young girl was being overly arrogant. Despite her beauty and her status as the top in the sequence, the elder from the 100 Flowers Holy Land was not someone a junior could provoke lightly. Even though he had only recently advanced to the Transcendence realm, he was not to be underestimated. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He didn't care about the onlookers' opinions, but weighed his options internally. This Junlin was a name he had never heard before, indicating she belonged to no known power. If he could coerce her into joining the 100 Flowers Holy Land, she could replace Yang Baiha. Though the 100 Flowers Holy Land was among the weaker Holy Lands, the position of Saintess was tempting enough for anyone. If successful, having the sequence's top ranker could elevate their status to rival that of the Tianqing Holy Land. He himself would become a hero within his sect. Even if she had a powerful backer, a simple threat wouldn't provoke an all-out war with an entire Holy Land. Besides, her arrogance was evident, disregarding him entirely. As an elder, teaching a junior a lesson wouldn't offend any higher authority. Having made up his mind, the middle-aged man smiled and stared at Zillenlong. "As a Transcendence Realm expert, I have my own dignity. If you become the saintess of the 100 Flowers Holy Land, I will overlook your previous disrespect. Moreover, I promise that as long as you fulfill your role, we will dedicate all our resources to you. But if not, the dignity of the Transcendence realm cannot be challenged. With that, a wave of murderous intent and pressure erupted from the man, directed entirely at Zillenlong. He thought, sometimes ignorance can be a fatal flaw. If this newly crowned sequence top ranker didn't respect him, he wouldn't mind teaching her a harsh lesson. So, are you sure you want to fight? Zillenlong ignored his pressure, slowly forming an ice-blue sword in her hand, her eyes narrowing as she locked onto the middle-aged man. Seeing her actions, the man sneered. To him, the sequence's top ranker was merely putting on a brave front. From her earlier display of spiritual energy, she hadn't even reached the divine essence realm. While it was impressive to win the sequence battle at the cleansing marrow realm, that was the extent of her abilities. She needed at least another decade of honing to be a match for him. Even if you're now the top of the sequence, in my eyes, you're just a kid, the middle-aged man said arrogantly, his eyes flashing with contempt. Do you really think you can challenge the dignity of someone at the transcendence level? The gap between realms is not something you children can bridge. Upon hearing these words, Ziyuan and the others couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity for the man. They knew well that the transcendence level was indeed powerful, but against Junlin, it was probably far from sufficient. After all, they had witnessed Junlin crush an attack comparable to the transcendence level with a single hand, as easily as crushing a leaf. Ziyuan recognized the man in front of them as an elder from the Hundred Flowers Sanctuary who had just stepped into the transcendence realm. Although his strength was remarkable, he paled in comparison to Junlin. Zillenlong spoke slowly, her voice as cold as the ice sword in her hand. The dignity of the transcendent is indeed not to be challenged, but someone like you, half-baked, is enough to kill. Before she finished speaking, a sharp sword intent began to rise from her, condensing on the translucent ice sword. You dare court death? The middle-aged man's eyes erupted with killing intent. This time, he was truly enraged. Since the other party wasn't giving him any face, he saw no reason to hold back. His aura surged abruptly, releasing the true pressure of a transcendence-level expert. He looked at Zillenlong, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and lunged directly at her delicate face. However, faced with this fierce attack, Zillenlong didn't move an inch. She simply raised her ice sword slowly and slashed gently at the man. As the sword descended, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. A burst of purple light instantly enveloped the entire space, solidifying into a tangible sword intent that transformed into a sharp blade. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the man's body and vanished into the distant sky. The middle-aged man opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Seconds later, his body silently split in two and fell to either side. It was only then that the onlookers snapped back to reality, their faces filled with terror. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. A young girl who had just claimed the top sequence rank had effortlessly killed a transcendence-level expert. Though the middle-aged man had never taken her seriously, he was still a bona fide transcendence-level expert. By all accounts, he should have been an insurmountable opponent for a young person, let alone be defeated so decisively. Yet the undeniable truth lay before them, leaving no room for doubt. No wonder this girl had achieved the top sequence rank, and no wonder she had no regard for the elder of the Hundred Flowers Sanctuary. She truly possessed terrifying strength. Even Ziyuan and the others couldn't help but gasp. Although they believed Junlin wouldn't lose and had anticipated a hard-fought battle, reality had slapped them in the face. Junlin had slain a transcendence-level expert with just one move. What kind of sword technique did she use? How strong is her true power? This question, both puzzling and absurd, lingered in everyone's mind like an unsolvable riddle. Junlin lifted his head, his gaze landing on Zillenlong. He recalled that Zillenlong possessed a technique known as the purple scale sword art and couldn't help but speculate that the move she had just used was part of it. The power of that strike was indeed impressive, but Junlin estimated that it had drained at least half of her spiritual energy. The fact that she remained unscathed was likely due to her formidable physique. Junlin pondered silently. With their current physical conditions, he and Zillenlong should be able to handle someone at the first stage of the Transcendence realm without much issue. As for the second stage, based on Zillenlong's earlier descriptions, the gap between each stage of the Transcendence realm was significant. If they used their skills, it shouldn't be too difficult to manage. However, when it came to the third stage, Junlin was less confident. System, record the data of everyone around us and extrapolate the higher realms, Junlin commanded in his mind. He didn't want to check each person's realm individually and intended to rely on the system's extrapolated data instead. It was unfortunate that the 2 elderly men who had just left were quite powerful. If their data could have been recorded, the system might have been able to extrapolate even higher realms. As Junlin was lost in thought, Zillenlong approached him, bending down and resting her hands on her knees, her eyes fixed on him. Despite her towering height over Junlin, she wore a gentle smile on her face. "Miss, what are you daydreaming about?" Zillenlong asked softly. The scent of a delicate fragrance brought Junlin back to his senses. Oh, nothing, he replied, looking up at the much taller Zillenlong. He couldn't help but think of his second form. He wondered if switching to that form would make him taller, considering his current form was akin to that of a young child, roughly the equivalent of a 5-year-old human. His mature form should at least appear to be in his teens. Seeing Junlin deep in thought again, Zillenlong gently took his chubby little hand and said softly, "Let's go home." With that, she led Junlin away from the scene. The crowd around them parted to make way. The fact that Zillenlong had slain a newly ascended Transcendence Realm expert with a single strike indicated that she was at least at the peak of the second stage of the Transcendence Realm, possibly even touching the third stage. This level of power was comparable to the older generation, and the onlookers no longer saw her as a junior but as an equal. However, Junlin's identity puzzled the crowd. Who was this little girl? Why did the top-ranked Zillenlong address her as Miss? What was their relationship? These questions lingered in everyone's minds. In a concealed room, a man knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting to his superior. "You were right. A girl who just ascended to the top rank eliminated a Transcendence Realm expert with a single strike. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it." The room's master pondered for a moment and then instructed, "All right, I understand. You may leave. Also, investigate her identity and which faction she belongs to." He mused silently. No one would believe that a girl with no background could reach such a level. Without the nurturing of top-tier experts, no matter how talented, it would be impossible. It seems the world is about to change. At present, none of the current top ranks have such achievements. If she grows stronger, her future will be limitless. After a long period of contemplation, he called out, "Someone, come." A man in black, expressionless, emerged from the shadows and knelt on one knee. "Master, what are your orders?" "Go to Lee Valley and inform those descenders that I agree to cooperate with them. I can provide various beast and exotic creature body parts, but they must give me a satisfactory answer within a year." In a serene forest, Junlin and Zillenlong walked side by side. Zillenlong's expression was somewhat uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up, "I think it would be better for the master to revert to the juvenile form. Otherwise, when we return to Xiang Town, a certain little guy might not be able to control himself." Thinking of Li Xiaoke's lecherous look, Zillenlong couldn't help but worry for her master. But then she realized she might be worrying about the wrong person. Shouldn't she be concerned for Li Xiaoke instead? With the master's decisiveness, would he just slap Li Xiaoke away? Unable to control himself? Junlin asked, puzzled, not understanding what it had to do with him. Seeing her master's innocent look, Zillenlong turned her head slightly, a blush spreading across her cheeks. She couldn't help but sneak glances at Junlin. As a woman, it was the first time she realized someone could look so unfairly attractive. She couldn't imagine the commotion her master would cause if he appeared in public like this. She wouldn't be surprised if he drove all the men in the Tianyun Starfield crazy. Junlin's silver hair cascaded like silk down to his ankles, his delicate features resembling the most perfect piece of art. What caught Zillenlong's attention the most was his skin, smooth and tender like the finest jade, as flawless as a newborn's. Her gaze involuntarily moved downward. His round, smooth toes were as clean as jade, lightly stepping on the fallen leaves. Perhaps due to his beastly nature, Junlin always walked on his toes, never letting his heels touch the ground. Moreover, he seemed to dislike the confinement of shoes. Even when he transformed himself into human clothing, he never conjured up any shoes. Finally, feeling the constant gaze, Junlin stopped and turned to Zillenlong, asking, "Is there something dirty on me? Ever since I used the mature form, you've been observing me closely." "Ahem. No," Zillenlong quickly explained. "I was just thinking if Master should consider conjuring a pair of shoes. After all, appearing in human form without shoes seems a bit inappropriate." Zillenlong thought to herself that it seemed her master didn't realize how much his appearance tested people's resolve. But thankfully, this form could only be maintained for a day. Although, this skill seemed to have no cooldown period. In that case, couldn't her master just activate it again once the time was up? Shoes, huh? Junlin looked down at his small feet, and then back at Zillenlong. "I still find it more comfortable to go barefoot. Maybe it's because I'm used to it as a beast. After all, there are no beasts that wear shoes, right? Humans wear shoes because their skin is too fragile and easily injured. Actually, most people prefer to be barefoot because without the constraint of shoes, the body feels lighter." Listening to her master's serious explanation, Zillenlong suddenly found it very reasonable. But it seemed her master still didn't realize the real issue. She hesitated, wondering if she should conjure an ice mirror for her master. By a campfire, a young boy was intently roasting a beast, its aroma wafting through the air. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves broke the silence, making the boy instantly alert. He sprang to his feet, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. "Who's there? Show yourself!" Ling Feng shouted sharply, his gaze locking onto a spot directly ahead. With a swift movement, he dashed towards the bushes, his hand brimming with spiritual energy, ready to strike. Years of training in the forest had made Ling Feng cautious. When faced with an unknown threat, his principle was to strike first. If the opponent was too powerful, this initial attack could serve as a test and buy him time to escape. As the bushes were shattered, a young face emerged before Ling Feng. His hands stopped just in time, and he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he stared in disbelief at the creature in front of him, the same fearsome beast from before. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng tried to calm himself. He knew that escaping from this little creature was impossible. "How did you get here?" Ling Feng asked cautiously, his voice trembling a bit. "Me." The creature, Junlin, pointed at itself, revealing a set of white teeth. "I smelled something delicious here, of course." Inwardly, Junlin thought. The main body said that following this guy would lead to an endless supply of food. Let's see if that's true. But aside from the food, it hadn't forgotten the mission given by the main body. Since this guy is destined for great fortune, he's bound to encounter significant opportunities. According to the main Bodis instructions, if you can snatch it, do so. If not, share it. In short, his opportunities are my opportunities, and anything useful to the main body must be taken. With that thought, Junlin walked straight towards the sizzling roast behind Ling Feng. Without any courtesy, it stomped on the roast, tearing off a leg and devouring it greedily. "Food!" Ling Feng snapped out of his daze, suddenly realizing something. He turned to Junlin and asked cautiously, "So, are you a clone, or the main body?" Wiping the grease from its mouth, Junlin replied disdainfully, "Humph. I may be a clone now, but one day, I'll take over." Ling Feng was taken aback by this statement. He had considered the possibility of a clone developing independent thoughts, but hearing it out loud was hard to believe. The creature before him seemed silly and lacked the imposing presence of other clones he had encountered. Ling Feng couldn't help but suspect it was a trap. "Don't believe me?" Seeing Ling Feng's doubtful expression, Junlin unleashed a burst of its aura. A violent wave of energy spread out, startling the surrounding wildlife into fleeing. Ling Feng was stunned by the overwhelming aura. He could sense that this creature's power far surpassed any other clone he had encountered. Judging by the released aura alone, even Qingling's formation wouldn't have been able to contain it. The outcome was clear. Looking at the half-eaten beast, Ling Feng decided not to linger. Since the creature was only interested in the roast, there was no need for him to stay. He wasn't sure if this little guy had experienced the brutality of battle, but recalling the transition from violent to murderous aura made him shiver. That bloodthirsty presence was still vivid in his memory. Regardless of its current state, to Ling Feng, it was a ticking time bomb. However, just a few steps away, a childish voice stopped him in his tracks. "Did I say you could leave?" Junlin tossed aside the bone and spoke calmly. "So, staying here doesn't seem to benefit you in any way." Ling Feng turned around, feigning helplessness. He was internally strategizing an escape. Though he still had a month of training in the forest, he also had to head to the Holy Land of Yaguang afterward. Being entangled with this creature would be troublesome. Cooking, of course. How else would I eat? If I don't eat well, how can I compete with my main body? Junlin declared matter-of-factly. Hearing the words, "compete with my main body," Ling Feng wanted to retort, "You?" But he knew the consequences of saying that, so he held back. After a brief pause, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Ling Feng weighed his options upon hearing the other person's words. He had other matters to attend to, but the current situation forced him to reconsider. Although he hadn't intended to restrict the other person's freedom, the condition she proposed, following him and only needing to provide food when he was hungry, made Ling Feng ponder deeply. A thought crossed his mind. Restricting her freedom wouldn't trigger his passive ability and could potentially cause him to miss out on valuable opportunities. This idea made Ling Feng even more hesitant. At that moment, an elderly voice echoed in Ling Feng's ear. It was his master. His master analyzed the current situation. As the fifth in the sequence, Ling Feng's identity would inevitably be thoroughly investigated, and various factions would likely target him. Given his master's current state, he could handle one or two opponents. But if there were too many enemies, they would have no choice but to flee. His master suggested accepting the proposal, believing that having her around could cause the hostile forces to check each other. He also pointed out that as long as Ling Feng was alive, she wouldn't harm him. Ling Feng was well aware that his repeated escapes from danger were largely due to his great fortune. However, he didn't realize that his true identity had already been thoroughly investigated, and his fortune's interference only worked on those who were unaware. After much deliberation, Ling Feng sighed and decided to accept the suggestion. He reminded her that if anyone saw them together, it could arouse suspicion and even lead to attempts on his life. She seemed to understand this point. Suddenly, She demanded that Ling Feng turn around, threatening to crush his head if he looked back. Though puzzled, Ling Feng complied. Moments later, she allowed him to turn back. When he saw the scene before him, he was stunned. A girl of about 15 or 16 stood there, with long silver hair cascading down to her ankles and an incredibly beautiful face. Though Ling Feng had seen many beauties, the girl's appearance left him speechless for a full minute. Regaining his composure, Ling Feng suggested, "I think you should cover your face for now. Otherwise, I doubt we'll have any peace along the way." Junlin stretched lazily and cast his gaze toward the nearby town. Along the way, he had hunted many beasts, but the reward seemed underwhelming. Only leveled up once. Now at level 24, Junlin muttered to himself, "It seems leveling up is faster in the 9-layered demon cavern." He recalled his experiences hunting exotic beasts in the cavern. Compared to ordinary beasts, the exotic ones offered significantly more experience points. Finding a group of exotic beasts could easily grant him another level. This reminded Junlin of the Crimson Dragon Lizard and the Crimson Dragon mark on his body. Once he reached the 3rd layer, he would face an onslaught from the Crimson Dragon Lizards. "Looks like I can level up a few more times," he calculated. "I need to finish my business here quickly. If Qian hogs all the spoils, it wouldn't be good." Just then, Zillenlong suddenly asked, "Master, are you sure having your clone monitor Lingfeng won't be a problem? I always feel like that clone is easily swayed." Junlin snapped back to reality and explained, It shouldn't be a problem. To it, anything that moves is food, the only difference being whether it's tasty or not." He continued, "Although Clone 4 appears obedient and a bit naive when talking to others, that's only because you're not yet on its menu. As Clone 2 has shown, my clones may be young and naive, but they are true exotic beasts. Without my influence, would you expect an exotic beast to have a polite conversation with you?" Junlin recalled the greedy looks of the exotic beasts when Zillenlong first fell into the 9-layered demon cavern. It's clear that humans are already on the menu for exotic beasts, and quite a delicacy at that. However, my clones seem to have a particular fondness for human food, perhaps taking after me. Hearing this explanation, Zillenlong fell silent. It was indeed a bit unsettling, but it seemed to be the truth. Humans were just food in the eyes of exotic beasts. The existing exotic beasts had only refrained from eating humans to blend into human society, but incidents of them eating people still occurred. Thinking about the bloody scenes of Junlin's clones eating people, Zillenlong shivered. She silently prayed for Lingfeng, hoping he would at least get a chance to become a retainer. Soon, they arrived at Xiang Town. The town looked desolate rather than prosperous, with few people on the streets. But the few figures did catch Junlin's attention. "Are they all my retainers?" Junlin wondered aloud. "Why do their auras feel a bit off?" Zillenlong retorted, "Master, don't you care about these things?" Junlin was taken aback. He realized he rarely paid attention to such matters. To him, his own strength was paramount. Junlin slowly closed his eyes and sensed the connection with his retainers. There were 42 in total, and each one was unexpectedly powerful. The strongest among them even made his heart race. Seeing this, Zillenlong smirked mischievously. "Their strength. The strongest ones have reached the 10th level of the King Realm. I mentioned before, didn't I? Aren't you curious about what I gained in the secret realm and how I guarantee your safety?" She continued, "When I was 7, I fell into a secret realm. Both my previous techniques and the 2 teleportation scrolls I gave you came from there. After understanding the characteristics of these slime embryos, I wondered if they could transform the corpses in the secret realm into retainers, retaining their original strength." Zillenlong described her numerous attempts in the secret realm and the patterns she discovered. As long as the corpses could be successfully devoured, they retained a trace of their former aura. Based on the strength of this aura, the retainers could be strong or weak. But as far as I know, only those above the Emperor realm can retain their aura after death. Her voice carried a hint of regret. "And these are just the bodies in the middle perimeter. I speculate that the inner perimeter's corpses are even stronger, but I currently can't pass through the barrier. If I could enter the inner perimeter, I might uncover the core secrets. Why did these people die? Could they be the ones who sealed the exotic beasts 10,000 years ago? Could the center of the secret realm hold some ancient exotic beast corpses?" Listening to Zillenlong's explanation, Junlin was stunned. He had initially thought Zillenlong had only obtained some weapons or money from the secret realm, but she had given him an enormous surprise. The retainers he now possessed were enough to support the operation of an entire city. "It looks like I can set up the City of Illusions soon," Junlin thought. "The plan is progressing much faster than I imagined." Junlin lifted his head, his gaze falling on Zillenlong, a smile spreading across his face. From Zillenlong's description, he realized that only a small part of the secret realm had been explored. As their strength grew, future explorations were sure to bring even more surprises. This thought filled Junlin with excitement, but then he remembered the task of preparing a large number of embryos for Zillenlong, and his expression darkened. Zillenlong, sensitive to Junlin's change in expression, cautiously asked. Is there something else I haven't done to your satisfaction, my lord? No, I'm very satisfied, Junlin replied, raising his hand to pat Zillenlong's head as a reward. However, he awkwardly realized that his hand could barely reach her chin. Hesitating whether to shift into the second phase of his form, he was relieved when Zillenlong considerately squatted down, placing Junlin's small hand on her head. Feel free to pat as long as you like, my lord, Zillenlong said, her eyes narrowing in a blissful smile. How could I possibly miss out on a reward from you? Seeing this, Junlin's mouth twitched slightly, and he could only helplessly pat Zillenlong's head. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. By the way, can you still cultivate your skills? Standing up, Zillenlong gently touched the lingering warmth on her head and explained. Cultivation techniques were originally created to compensate for the inherent weakness of humans and consume a lot of spiritual energy. If I use martial arts on top of that, it's not suitable for prolonged battles. Given my current physical condition, these techniques offer minimal benefits and have been discarded. Junlin nodded thoughtfully. He quickly realized that for Zillenlong, cultivation techniques were less helpful than his own domain skills. In comparison, the Ice Moon will had a longer duration and better effects. At that moment, a girl in pajamas, rubbing her sleepy eyes, walked out of the Zeline family estate. When she saw the small figure beside Zillenlong, her eyes lit up. Wow, Junlin, where did you find this adorable little thing? It's just too cute, the girl exclaimed, rushing over like a hungry tiger. Seeing this, Zillenlong quickly stepped in front of Junlin, placing her hand on Li Xiaoka's forehead to stop her. No matter how much Li Xiaoka struggled, she couldn't move forward. A bead of cold sweat formed on Zillenlong's forehead as she thought to herself that, as expected, Li Xiaoka couldn't resist her lord's charm. Luckily, her lord was currently in child form, Zillenlong thought with relief. If she were in her young girl form, Zillenlong would have considered knocking Li Xiaoka out and locking her in the basement until her lord left. Looking at the girl in front of him, Junlin was a bit puzzled. He scrutinized her carefully and realized she wasn't one of his kin. Suddenly, memories surged back, and he remembered the girl's identity. At this moment, Li Xiaoka found herself unable to move forward and had to give up reluctantly. She turned to Junlin and curiously asked, Junlin, who is this child? Is she a distant relative of yours? Zillenlong, hearing this, glanced at Junlin with a flustered expression. She was torn about how to explain, as she couldn't possibly say this was her mother without being considered crazy. Seeing Zillenlong's dilemma, Junlin extended her small hand in a friendly manner, her voice childlike yet tinged with authority. Hello, I'm Junimo, Junlin's sister. Li Xiaoka quickly bent down and grasped Junlin's small hand. Oh, so you're Junlin's sister. Her voice trailed off as she stared at Junlin in confusion. This 5-year-old appearance, this height, was she really the sister? She couldn't help but wonder if she was being tricked. Junlin withdrew her hand, a mysterious smile on her face. You only need to know that I'm her sister. Don't overthink it. Li Xiaoka nodded vigorously, her tone respectful. Understood. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll help Junimo with whatever I can, she thought to herself. Her hand is so soft, so cute, I just want to hold her. However, just then, 3 blood-red eyes suddenly appeared on Junlin's forehead. Li Xiaoka's eyes rolled back, and she fainted in Zillenlong's arms. Junlin blinked, somewhat puzzled, and asked Zillenlong, are 5 eyes really that scary? Zillenlong carefully examined Junlin's 5 eyes. The blood-red pupils were indeed unsettling, but the longer she looked, the more adorable they seemed. She cautiously replied, no, I think you look great, very authoritative. If you want, you don't have to close those 3 eyes. After all, we're all on the same side here. Junlin muttered to herself, authoritative, huh? She recalled Qi Yin and Li Xiaoka's reactions, feeling downhearted. If she were truly authoritative, Qi Yin wouldn't have retreated in fear, and Li Xiaoka wouldn't have fainted. It was like a live demonstration of the word terrifying. Touching her small face, Junlin softly said, though as a mythical beast, I don't really care about looks. This appearance is quite a headache. Hearing this, the corner of Zillenlong's mouth twitched slightly. She thought to herself, my lord, are you troubled by your cuteness? Or are you annoyed because you're too adorable? Haven't you even looked at your own reflection? Junlin shook her head, deciding not to dwell on the issue. She took out the blueprint for the City of Fantasy from the system space and saw that it had reached 100 progress. A slight smile appeared on her face. System, use the City of Fantasy blueprint, Junlin commanded. She chose Xiang Town as the city site. Though small, its distance from human settlements made it an ideal place for development. As soon as the command was given, the blueprint dissolved into starlight and disappeared. Immediately, a tremor emanated from the ground. Junlin spread her 4 bone wings and leapt into the air. Zillenlong, carrying the unconscious Li Xiaoka, followed closely behind. On the ground, Star patterns spread like spiderwebs, as if drawing the blueprint for the city of fantasy. Below Junlin, construction materials formed from amethyst started to appear out of thin air. These materials assembled and collided, eventually forming a futuristic amethyst castle. At the top of the castle, a massive amethyst mica hovered in the air, surrounded by 3 Mobius rings of varying sizes, constantly rotating. As the core castle was completed, towering buildings began to rise around it, eventually encircling it with high walls. Just when Junlin thought the city was complete, the star patterns on the ground extended again, this time expanding to a 5-kilometer radius. Including the inner city, the total diameter of the city reached 13 kilometers. Compared to the inner city, the outer city's buildings were simpler, featuring 30-meter-high walls and mainly ordinary structures, with a few special buildings interspersed. As time passed, the entire city of fantasy was finally completed. The amethyst mica at the castle's peak emitted a strong purple light, as if heralding the dawn of a new era. Junlin felt a slight tremor on his wrist from the amethyst rock python, which then suddenly took off uncontrollably. In midair, the snake's body rapidly expanded, and in an instant, it returned to its original size. It deftly maneuvered through 3 floating Mobius rings before finally coiling around a shimmering piece of amethyst mica. At that moment, a clear and melodious system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being the first to establish a city. Would you like to announce it to the entire world? Junlin was stunned and muttered in confusion. Huh? Announce it to the world? I'm a mythical beast. Can I even do that? Sensing his confusion, the system immediately explained. Ding! This is what sets me apart from other systems. Since I can't connect to the players' chat channels, I can also disguise the host. You currently have 2 options. The system then detailed the pros and cons of each option. If Junlin chose to agree, he would face a beast-tide attack with only 4 days to prepare. Successfully defending against it would grant him full City Lord powers, allowing him to invite players to develop the city and even have absolute control over them. Choosing to refuse would avoid the beast tide, but would leave him without the protection of a player identity, risking discovery and destruction by other mythical beasts. After weighing the pros and cons, Junlin made a decisive choice. I agree. Instantly, the system notifications rang out continuously. Ding! Congratulations to player Junlin for being the first to establish a city, earning 100,000 reputation points. This message echoed in Junlin's ears, celebrating this significant achievement. At the Daxia base, within the military camp, Li Linfeng stood by the window, his brow slightly furrowed as he gazed into the distance. The contents of the system announcement had plunged him into a brief contemplation. Junlin, it really is her, Li Linfeng murmured, unconsciously rubbing his chin. He had initially thought that the top-ranked individual might just share the same name, but this announcement undoubtedly confirmed Junlin's identity. Images of Junlin surfaced in Li Linfeng's mind. The once naive little girl had now grown into a formidable figure capable of establishing a city in a short period. Although he knew there must have been some item assistance involved, it still showcased Junlin's extraordinary prowess and tactics. Looks like I need to pay a visit tonight, Li Linfeng said softly, a slight smile forming on his lips. Might as well check on how my little sister is doing over there. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, a group of players was hunting a beast. The sudden system announcement made them halt their actions, exchanging puzzled glances. A city? Are you kidding me? A tall, skinny player exclaimed. Building a city in the territory of natives, how did she manage that? Not even those independent military bases could achieve such a feat. Another player chimed in. The system only said a city was built, it didn't specify the scale or style. A calm voice joined the discussion. It could just be a few people playing house with piles of dirt. Why don't we check it out after completing this quest? A rugged man laughed loudly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Haha, I think Shaoli has a point. With our strength, we might even snag a deputy city lord position there. This news spread like wildfire among the player community. Some were skeptical, some greedy, while others were filled with anticipation. But one thing was certain. They all planned to head to the coordinates given by the system to see what the first player-built city looked like. At that moment, Junlin was deep in thought about the value of reputation points, oblivious to the commotion outside. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care much. System, what is the use of reputation points here? Do they connect with the reputation points from the alien battlefield? Junlin asked. The system's response was as concise as ever. Ding, they do not connect. The reputation points here belong to the Tianyun starfield and are used for upgrading the City of Illusions. The reputation points from the alien battlefield belong to the instance and are used for purchasing talents or attribute points. Upgrading the City of Illusions? Junlin looked around the entire city. Can the city be upgraded further? The current size is already large. If it upgrades again, can it expand? The system continued to explain. Ding, the City of Illusions is the main city. Once the host reaches level 1, a subsidy can be unlocked. Each level requires 1 billion reputation points, with a maximum of 10 subsidies. Subsidy, Junlin repeated softly, her eyes lighting up with this unexpected surprise. But soon, her attention was drawn to the amethyst rock python clinging to the amethyst mica. She looked curiously at the highest point of the city, where the amethyst rock python had completely crystallized. Investigate, Junlin commanded. The system promptly displayed detailed information about the amethyst rock python. Amethyst rock python guardian beast. Level 24. Life bound to the city of illusions. The amethyst rock python remains alive as long as the city stands. Strength 1,200. Speed 900. Defense 2,340. Spirit 700. Skill 1. Amethyst burst. Rapidly grows several amethyst hands from the ground to bind enemies, followed by an explosion. Skill 2. Celestial crystal destruction. Controls rock elements to crystallize the ground, then raises and shatters crystal spikes from the center, shredding everything within a kilometer. Skill 3. Crystal flow. While within amethyst mica, it can slowly evolve, with a chance to transform into a Tier 3 boss amethyst dragon. Skill 4. Amethyst enhancement. Absorbs amethyst energy from amethyst mica to enhance itself and gain a 3-tier boost. Note: the tier boost starts from the Transcendence tier and decreases sequentially. It cannot leave the 30-kilometer radius of amethyst mica. Skill 5. Amethyst resonance. Absorbs residual energy during the operation of amethyst mica to produce 1 amethyst energy per day, with a storage limit of 100. Note: using amethyst enhancement requires 3 amethyst energies, lasting 1 day. Killing a cultivator 3 tiers higher than itself requires 1 amethyst energy. Only effective within the City of Illusions, with diminishing effects on those above the Transcendence tier. Skill 6. Amethyst chain. The amethyst rock python does not gain experience from kills, but 30 of the experience from its kills is transferred to the City Lord. Junlin's eyes brightened noticeably when she read the last skill. She hadn't expected the amethyst rock python, now a guardian beast, to be so powerful, and the fact that the experience from its kills could be absorbed by her was a pleasant surprise. If there were a continuous supply of beasts, she could keep gaining experience points. Too bad the beast tide only happens once, so there won't be much experience to farm. Junlin sighed softly, but soon smiled with satisfaction. Even so, the gains this time were enough to make her content. After all, if she personally dealt with the beast tide, it would easily expose her strength. And Junlin did not want the newly established City of Illusions to be under the scrutiny of her peers. The speed at which those players spread information is far beyond that of the locals here. Any slight mistake could be overheard by their peers and raise suspicion. After surveying the entire city of fantasy from above, Junlin slowly descended into the castle below. Upon stepping into the castle, a palace meticulously crafted from purple crystal came into view. It was clear, translucent, and dazzling. Junlin paused for a moment, turned to Zilin and said, "I'll be resting in the palace for the next few days. Remember, don't let anyone come near the palace." With a resolute glint in his eyes, he strode into the palace, and the large doors automatically closed behind him. Zilin watched her master's departing figure before glancing down at Li Xiaoka in her arms. She gently patted Li Xiaoka's cheek, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Really? You got scared unconscious by my adorable master. What a coward." Seeing no response from Li Xiaoka, Zilin sighed and turned to the guards behind her. "You too, stand guard here. Kill anyone who tries to approach." "Yes." The two figures swiftly melted into the shadows, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Junlin transformed into an ice slime and roamed around. Eventually, he found a bedroom and looked at the large bed made of purple crystal. Junlin's mouth twitched slightly. "Good thing my body is naturally soft. No need to worry about discomfort." With a light bounce, Junlin landed on the bed. Instead of immediately focusing on reproduction, he looked at the system panel and asked, "Check the changes in realms above the Yunshan realm." Ding. Data for the Transcendent Realm and King Realm are as follows. Note: ordinary beasts, exotic beasts, or humans cannot reach the Transcendent Realm or above, and are therefore excluded. After reviewing the data and notes for these two realms, Junlin finally understood why Zilin had said he couldn't escape from a high-level Transcendent Realm expert. Those who reached the Transcendent Realm were either elites or bosses. Ignoring their transcendent attributes, their regular attributes alone were beyond his ability to handle. However, the significant gap in attributes still made Junlin somewhat uneasy. He continued to ask the system, "Can you explain the differences between the Transcendent Realm and the previous realms?" The system provided a detailed explanation of the features of the Transcendent Realm and the King Realm, including comprehensive enhancements, breakthroughs in spatial constraints, and the awakening of racial talents. Junlin listened attentively and gained a rough understanding of the current realms. After finding a comfortable spot on the bed, Junlin exhaled a breath of cold air and softly said, "Activate, extraordinary reproduction." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.